Chapter 1, Blessed by the Trouble. Sister Shen, what do you want to do to me? Don't mess around. Little fan, you were bitten by a poisonous snake to save me. I have to help you squeeze out the poisonous blood. I have to save you. In a lush orchard, a ray of golden morning light passed through the fruit trees and shone onto the two silhouettes, filling the air with an ambiguous scent. Shen Dan tightly locked his brows, his eyes darkly flowing, and threw the poisonous snake that Yifan had killed aside. Then, somewhat nervously, looked at Yifan who was lying on the ground. Yifan's face was so white, his lips were greenish-purple, and his body was slightly trembling, just like a prelude to an impending poisonous attack. Shen Dan froze, lifted Yifan's pants leg with her trembling jade hand, placed her jade hand on the wound of Yifan's calf, and squeezed the poisonous blood for Yifan with a nervous face. Yifan's complexion changed, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes, his thin lips lifted slightly and said, Sister Shen, don't, I'm afraid of pain. Shen Dan blankly glanced at Yifan, smiled in a flavorful manner, her willow eyebrows gently wrinkled, and snickered, Little fan, you bear with it, it will be fine in a while. Hissing, around 3 minutes or so, Shen Dan used her hand to squeeze out all the clumps of poisonous blood, causing Yifan's body to relax. In the next second, Yifan's pale complexion disappeared, his purple and green lips turned into a normal color, and he finally regained his mobility. Seeing this, Shen Dan laughed happily, causing a touch of shyness to bubble up on Yifan's face. Shen Dan was a pretty widow, she was Yifan's neighbor, and the two were like siblings. Shen Dan's husband, Zhang Qian, on the day of his wedding to Shen Dan, due to drinking too much wine, he suffered a sudden acute myocardial infarction disease and died on the spot on the wedding bed. Zhang Qian's death left Shen Dan a widow, leaving her to live alone. Strange to say, Zhang Qian died not long after Shen Dan Mainyan's in-laws, but also successively died of disease. This incident occurred once let Shen Dan sat in the husband's reputation as a loser. The village said Shen Dan is an ominous daughter. The family is afraid of Shen Dan like a tiger. In Shen Dan's most helpless time, it is Yifan quietly accompanied Shen Dan, warming Shen Dan. From that time onwards, Shen Dan's heart may have Yifan's shadow. Early this morning, Shen Dan and Yifan came to the orchard, to help Yifan together to do farm work. Shen Dan dug into the tail of a poisonous snake. The snake suddenly from the bush's upright body, poured Shen Dan vicious bite. In order to save Shen Dan's life, Yifan shot and killed the poisonous snake, but under a carelessness, he was bitten by the poisonous snake, biting his calf. While recalling this incident, Yifan looked at Shen Dan with a red face. At this moment, Shen Dan's perfect figure, swaying around in front of Yifan's eyes, made Yifan's eyes light up. There was no other reason. Shen Dan looked too beautiful. She was wearing a shabby plain dress that outlined an S-shaped curve. Her skin was like snow. Her small face was exquisite. Her charming eyes were like a fox. Her willow eyebrows were curved, and her red lips were tantalizing. So she was really a special thing on earth. Between those knitted brows and smiles, all of them were with a faint flavor, which was fascinating. Right now, although Yifan had thoughts about Shen Dan, but his body is not much reaction. Discovering such anomalies, Yifan smiled grimly, his heart sour. That's right, Yifan is suffering from an unspeakable secret. That aspect cannot. He has got the disease of not lifting. In the past, Yifan was the golden phoenix that flew out of Taoyuan village, and he was the first person in the village to go to medical school. However, when Yifan graduated from the university and entered a private hospital in the city, he discovered that the private hospital was secretly selling fake medicines, and Yifan reported the matter to the health bureau. Yifan's fate then changed forever. As a result, he offended someone he couldn't offend, and was hanged by a vicious young man in an abandoned factory building, and whipped furiously for a night. After being beaten by the villain, Yifan lost his male ability. After that, the villain sent people to drive Yifan out of Nanjiao City and ordered to block Yifan, so that Yifan could not practice medicine for the rest of his life. With no choice but to return to his village from the city, Yifan became a fruit farmer. This incident, even though it has been half a year, Yifan is still hard to forget. The person who wasted Yifan was named Han Tai, and he came from the Han family. The Han family is the #1 force in Nanjiao City. It only covers the sky with its hands, black and white, and its strength is unfathomable. Sister Shen, I'm not dizzy now, thank you for saving my life. After the recollection, Yifan lightly glanced at Shen Dan and could not help but hook his lips into a smile. Shen Dan smiled lightly. The corners of those sexy lips curled forward and said excitedly, Little fan, how are you going to thank me? Tell me? After saying that, Shen Dan let out a light laugh, causing Yifan's heart to tremble. Yifan was very clean looking. Shen Dan had long had thoughts about Yifan, and she liked him a lot. Good, you pair of dogs, how dare you hide in the orchard and flirt? Only then did Yifan want to open his mouth to speak, when suddenly, a flowing and rough voice came from behind Yifan, causing Yifan's heart to tighten. flirting with the pretty widow. If this matter was spread out, the reputation of the old Yi family would be stigmatized. Yifan glanced back and realized that the visitor was the village bully Chen Er Dog. Yifan's eyes turned cold and said, "Chen Er Dog, what are you doing here?" Chen Er Dog looked straight at Shen Dan and couldn't help but lick his lips and said, "I was just walking below and I just happened to see Shen Dan squeezing the snake venom for you with her hands. I like her so much, but she is doing unseemly things with you behind my back. Where does she put me by doing this?" Chen Er Dog liked Shen Dan. This was not a secret in Peach Orchard Village. He had frantically pursued Shen Dan, but was always rejected by Shen Dan. A week ago, Chen Ergo took the distributor's agency of the county's 100 fruit house and became the largest fruit buyer in Taoyuan Village. As a result, he became even more arrogant and almost walked horizontally in the village. Yifan didn't want to offend Chen Er Dog. He was afraid that Chen Er Dog wouldn't purchase his family's fruits, making them rot in the orchard. Thinking about this, Yifan took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said, "Chen Er Dog, I advise you to lessen your idea of hitting Sister Shen. You should hurry up and leave. Sister Shen and I are going to continue our farm work." Chen Er Dog narrowed his eyes and said, "Yi Fan, I advise you not to mind your own business. Shen Dan's behavior makes me very angry. Today I must ruthlessly clean her up. Damn, Shen Dan is old me wants money and power. As long as she agrees to follow me, she can eat and drink. But, she doesn't take me seriously. Now, she is even shamelessly using her hands to squeeze the poisonous blood for you. By doing so, she is not putting me in her eyes. Shen Dan's behavior has completely angered me. Today, I will let her know how powerful I am." Chen Er Dog pushed Yifan's body away, letting Yifan fall to the ground, then bullied his way in towards Shen Dan, grabbed Shen Dan's slender waist that was in a firm grip, opened his strange and stinky mouth, wanting to lightly thin Shen Dan. "Xiaofan, save me!" Shen Dan cried in fear. Chen Er Dog was just too lawless, even wanting to do violence to her in front of Yifan. Chen Er Dog snorted coldly and said, "Yifan, if you dare to make a move, I assure you that none of your family's fruits will be sold. Doesn't it smell good for you to stay well to the side and watch a good show?" Saying that, Chen Er Dog let out a wild laugh and looked at Shen Dan with a salivating face, swallowing his saliva vigorously. Seeing this, the veins on Yifan's neck bulged out, a hideous color climbed out of his eyes, and he roared, "Chen Er Dog, your grandpa." Yifan casually grabbed a slate, got up from the ground as if he was a mad dog and rushed to Chen Er Dog's side, slapping a slate on Chen Er Dog's head. There was a bang. A stream of blood came out of Chen Er Dog's head. He kicked Yifan in the stomach from his anger, got up from the ground with a carp, and said hideously, "Yifan, you punk, since you don't listen to me, I'll step in and get you killed this time." Chen Er Dog rushed to Yifan's front, took off the jade knife worn around his neck, and stabbed towards Yifan's heart with a vicious face. This jade knife was about 10 centimeters long. It was bought by Chen Er Dog to ward off evil spirits. Although there was no blade, it was unusually sharp. When the sound of plop 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 sounded, Chen Er Dog's face was splattered with Yifan's blood. Chen Er Dog killed his head, so he didn't do anything and wanted to stab Yifan to death with the jade knife, so that he could get Shen Dan. Seeing this, Shen Dan raised a hoe and charged towards Chen Ergu. There was a thud. Shen Dan dug a hoe into Chen Ergu's back, causing Chen Ergu's back to rattle loudly. Chen Er Dog was enraged, and he stabbed the jade knife into Yifan's heart with extreme force, stirring up Yifan's heart and causing the vitality in Yifan's body to begin to break off. Immediately after that, Chen Er Dog grabbed the hoe with his hand and grabbed Shen Dan in the process, cruelly saying, "Shen Dan, now that Yifan is dead, no one can stop us from doing our job. We can start." As the voice fell, Chen Ergu was moving towards Shen Dan, causing Shen Dan to frantically resist. Seeing that Shen Dan desperately refused to obey, Chen Er Dog struck a hand knife, slashing at Shen Dan's neck, knocking Shen Dan out, and then, dragging Shen Dan to the depths of the orchard. At this time, the jade knife inserted in Yifan's heart, emitting a faint jade light. In Yifan's days, an arrogant voice appeared into his sea of consciousness. "I am the founding ancestor of the immortal medical sect, Yi Chun Gang, the latter's life. Yifan, you have my inheritance. When you reproduce the splendor of the immortal medical sect, practice medicine in the world and benefit the 8 directions." Chapter 2 Collecting the Bullies. As the voice fell, the inheritance of the immortal doctor sect flooded into Yifan's mind like a tidal wave, causing Yifan's heart to shake. Subsequently, numerous martial arts techniques, medical acupuncture, farming knowledge, and feng shui arcane techniques were imprinted into Yifan's brain. The green mist surrounded an immortal light flew. The bloody wound at Yifan's heart disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then, his heart also began to beat, causing Yifan's body to be filled with explosive power. Immediately after that, the emerald jade sword suddenly disappeared and was catalyzed by a mysterious green light wrapped around it, causing a green pattern to appear on Yifan's chest. This cyan pattern was just like a jade purification vase, with a bit of aura in its unadulterated immorality. Of course, Yi Fan was still receiving the inheritance and he couldn't see all this. At this moment, Yi Fan was suddenly enlightened. Not only did he get a lot of ancient medical knowledge, there were also two more gongfu in his mind. The supreme medical scripture, chaotic evergreen technique. After the inheritance was received, Yi Fan abruptly opened his black eyes and came back to life, saying with hatred, "Chen Er Dog, you're dead." Yi Fan got up with a huff and rushed towards the depths of the orchard. Chen Er Dog was taking off his pants and wanted to do violence to Shen Dan. Yi Fan rushed out with an arrow step and immediately rushed to Chen Er Dog's side, kicking Chen Er Dog's back undershirt, causing Chen Er Dog to fly out of the orchard and roll down a steep hill onto a dirt road. Seeing that Yi Fan didn't die and became so alive, Chen Er Dog cursed and got up from the ground, then fled in ashes. He wants to go find someone and get Yi Fan this dead. Yi Fan wanted to go after Chen Er Dog. However, when Yi Fan realized that Chen Er Dog had knocked Shen Dan unconscious, Yi Fan had to stop this thought. Yi Fan slowly walked to Shen Dan's side. Shen Dan was lying in the orchard as if she was a sleeping beauty, and the long eyelashes were like small brushes, thick and neat. That kind of mature, flavorful and delicate appearance made Yi Fan's heart flutter. "Ha, what's going on?" Yi Fan's eyes flashed with green light, looking quite mysterious. His first glance at Shen Dan's body. Suddenly, he looked at Shen Dan. Yi Fan had gotten the inheritance of the immortal medical sect and accidentally opened the perspective medical eye. Those who possessed the perspective medical eye were qualified enough to become a qualified divine doctor. Seeing this, a nosebleed flowed out of Yi Fan's nose, but Yi Fan's lower body still did not produce a reaction. He still couldn't. His impotence disease was still not cured. Discovering such abnormalities, Yi Fan hastily suppressed the excitement in his heart, squatted down to pick up Shen Dan, and pinched Shen Dan's middle of the human body with his hand, causing Shen Dan to wake up quietly. "Little Fan, you didn't die?" Shen Dan was surprised. "Sister Shen, when I was about to die, I dreamt of an old fairy, who taught me his life's work, and then, I came back to life." Yi Fan laughed and made up a goodwill lie. Shen Dan cried tears of joy, immediately hugged Yi Fan and said happily, "Little Fan, you're fine, it's really great." Shen Dan's figure was too good, making it difficult for Yi Fan to control himself, and even more so, making Yi Fan's nose bleed wildly. After a long time of silence, Yi Fan smiled awkwardly and said softly, "Sister Shen, let go of me first. You're hugging me too tightly, I'm about to lose my breath. Don't tease me, I'm burning hot right now." Shen Dan realized that she was a little out of character, smiled with charming eyes and hummed, "Little Fan, sorry, sister was too excited just now." At this point in the conversation, Shen Dan's eyes turned. When Shen Dan saw that Yi Fan was bleeding from his nose, a flash of scarlet flew out of Shen Dan's delicate little face, and then said, "Little Fan, why are you getting a nosebleed? Are you being tempted by me?" Yi Fan lowered his eyes. A trace of bitterness appeared in his eyes, and in his defense, he said, "Sister Shen, I'm a bloodthirsty young man, and the fact that you keep on teasing me makes me very uncomfortable, but I can't do anything in that area. I can't do anything except watch you get a nosebleed." Shen Dan looked down, only to see that Yi Fan's crotch was extremely flat, causing a touch of disappointment to well up in her heart. Yi Fan was actually not erect, which made Shen Dan quite surprised. Having been wasted by Han Tai, he eventually got the disease of inactivity. This was a secret in Yi Fan's heart, and Yi Fan told this secret to Shen Dan, just as if he didn't treat Shen Dan as an outsider. And the reason why Yi Fan did this was just that he hoped Shen Dan would not continue to tease him. The taste of seeing but not being able to eat is just too unbearable. Seeing that Yi Fan was suffering from an unspeakable disease, Shen Dan looked at Yi Fan with a worried face and said, "Little Fan, when you have time, I will accompany you to the city's men's specialty hospital to see a doctor. Now that medicine is so advanced, your disease can definitely be cured." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan smiled helplessly. His male functions had all been necrotic and had to be slowly conditioned with medicine. Yi Fan was confident that as long as he was given a period of time, his impotence disease could definitely be cured by him, rather than having to go to a male specialized hospital for treatment. Because Yi Fan was equipped with heaven-defying medical skills, he could use the medical skills he knew to cure himself. Thinking about this, Yi Fan lightly voiced out, "Sister Shen, I don't want to go to the hospital. My disease will be cured soon. Don't worry, my family's situation, you are not unaware of it. Where is the extra free money to cure me?" Shen Dan converged the worry on her charming little face, said with a light smile and a faint whisper, "Xiu Fan, the Yi family owes foreign debts. This matter I know. I still have some private money there. Why don't I take it to you first in case of emergency? You have been transformed now, and have been given a not so small chance. I believe that in the near future, you will definitely turn into a normal man, and then, lead your family to a good life." Yi Fan hooked his lips and smiled, "Sister Shen, That's your private money, keep it for spare. The money owed by the family. I will find a way to pay it off as soon as possible. 1 hour later, Shen Dan and Yifan returned home to eat breakfast, which only walked into the door of the house. Yi mother Wei Qinglan ran to Yifan's side crying, pulled Yifan into the bedroom. She was in tears and said with an aggrieved face, Xiao Fan I just went out, and was forced to pay by the debtor again. The people in the village said that the old Yi family owes so much external debt. You were driven back from the hospital in the city. You went to college for nothing, and you don't have a decent job until now. You definitely won't be able to marry a daughter-in-law in your life. Yifan's complexion changed and messily said, Mom, who said these words? Wei Qinglan mused, instantly aged a great deal. Xiaofan, these gossips are naturally those gossiping villagers who said that our family is poor and shabby, and that you've offended a big shot and are destined to be a bachelor for the rest of your life. I'm getting old, my body is not working, I've only had diabetes for less than a year, and now I've found uremia. Your father has already owed a lot of external debt outside in order to pay for you to go to college, as well as to cure my illness. Saying this, Wei Qinglan paused slightly and cried bitterly, Xiaofan, I'm really afraid that I'll suddenly pass away and won't be able to live until the day you get married. In order to plug the village gossip, as well as dissolve Mom's heartfelt wish, Mom wants you to get married as soon as possible. As long as you get married, our family's strength will be directed to one place, and in a few years we will certainly be able to pay off the external debts owed by the family. The village is full of right and wrong. This is the common sense of people. And Wei Qinglan was a person who wanted to save face. She took the initiative to look for Yifan to talk about things, so she must have come up with a solution. The family's situation. Yifan naturally knew everything. These years, if it were not for Yifan's father, Yi Fuguei, who often contracted small projects in the village, brought workers, and helped people build houses to make money, I'm afraid that this family has long been broken up. However, now that Yifan had obtained the inheritance of the immortal medical sect, the Yi family's precarious family plight would soon change dramatically. Yifan was confident that he would lead the family to a better life. Thinking about this, Yifan rubbed his temples with his hands and said, Mom, don't worry, I will take on all of the family's debts. In the future, if the debtors come to you and father again to ask for debts, just tell them to come directly to me. I do have a way to make money to pay off the debt. But, you're asking me to get a daughter-in-law right away. This is obviously making things difficult for me. I don't even have a date. With whom to marry? Wei Qinglan sighed and said, Xiaofan, the money owed by the family is not a small amount. You don't have any source of income. How could you possibly have the money to pay off the debt? The priority now is to marry you a daughter-in-law first. Marrying a daughter-in-law in Taoyuan village often requires tens of thousands of dollars in dowry money. According to our family's current situation, we definitely can't get that much money. Shen Dan is not without a man. She and you have such a good relationship. Ask her, probe her, ask her if she is willing to marry you. Let her give you a big fat boy as soon as possible. Yifan helplessly smiled and said, Mom, the situation at home you are not unaware of. Our family owes so much money, just like a family with 4 walls. Shen Dan's sister certainly will not jump into our family this fire pit. Moreover, Sister Shen Dan is several years older than me. I'm just a little brother in front of her. I'll marry her. This matter, if it gets out, the Yi family will definitely become the laughingstock of Taoyuan village. Wei Qinglan blared at Yifan, what do you know? Shen Dan hasn't caved with her husband. She is still a yellow flower girl. If you married this pretty widow, others would be too envious. How would they open their mouths to mock our family? You fool. Shen Dan has a prosperous face. As long as she marries into our family, she can definitely improve the family's situation. Yifan revealed a hint of messiness from his handsome face and said softly, Mom, didn't you scold Sister Shen Dan as a morning star before? Why did you change your attitude in the blink of an eye? Wei Qinglan rubbed her red and swollen eyes and replied, It's not because of the lack of money. If our family has money and can help you marry a good daughter-in-law, how could Mom encourage you to marry a widow? At this time, Shen Dan stood outside the door and heard the conversation between Wei Qinglan and Yifan clearly. Shen Dan hesitated for a moment, gently pushed open the door. That charming little face was full of flavor. Excitedly said, Auntie, I am willing to marry Xiaofan and pass on the family name for the Yi family. Chapter 3 Can Only Dry Eyes. Hearing Shen Dan say this, Wei Qinglan smiled from ear to ear. She pulled Yifan with her hand and urged, Little Fan, what are you still dumbfounded for? Shen Dan promised you. All you need to do is nod your head, and this is a done deal. Seeing this, Yifan's black eyes flashed. He is not able to do that aspect now. Even if he married a daughter-in-law, he can only stare dryly. Thinking about this, Yifan let out a long sigh and messily said, Mom, there's no rush on this beforehand. You let me think about it. Now that the family has no money, and owes a lot of external debt, I want to earn some money first to improve the family's situation, and then, marry a daughter-in-law. Wei Qinglan continuously voiced out. Xiufan, you are right. Mom supports you. Seeing that Shen Dan was interested in Yifan, Wei Qinglan's heart was hot. In fact, the reason why Shen Dan was emotionally attracted to Yifan was because she felt the warmth of home here in Yifan. The death of a man after only getting married was obviously a fatal blow to a woman. During the time when Zhang Qian died, Yifan disregarded the eyes of outsiders and warmed up to Shen Dan, which obviously warmed up Shen Dan's cold heart. Shen Dan actually liked himself, which made Yifan's heart blossom. To know, Shen Dan was the #1 beauty of Peach Orchard Village, although she was a pretty widow, an unclean woman. But this did not prevent Yifan from fantasizing about Shen Dan. If it wasn't for the fact that Yifan couldn't do it, he would have definitely agreed to this marriage right away. Yifan was just about to open his mouth to speak when a call hit Yifan's cell phone, instantly breaking the silence. "Nee, little aunt, you called me, what's the matter?" Yifan casually picked up the phone and said with a smile. Nee's complexion was condensed. From the pretty face full of collagen, revealed a trace of anxiety. Panicked, "Xiao Fan, you hurry over to the head of the village, your father's construction site on the Two Lives. Now people want sky-high compensation it. Yani is Yifan's young aunt. Since Yifan's uncle Yi Dahai, gambling lost all the family property and ran away. Yani in order to support the just born a few months of young daughter. In Yi Fugue's construction site to do a small job to earn money to make up for the family. Therefore, when Yi Fugue's construction site was in trouble, Yani would notify Yifan at the first time. Yifan's heart tightened and he said loudly, "Little auntie, don't be anxious, I'll come over right away." Seeing Yifan's face changed greatly, Shen Dan and Wei Qinglan looked at Yifan and inquired with a curious face. "Little Fan, what happened?" Yifan shook his head. "Sister Shen, Mom, nothing, you guys don't need to worry. I'll go to Dad's construction site first. He needs manpower urgently there." The voice fell. Yifan flashed out of the bedroom in a puff of smoke, and ran directly toward the head of Taoyuan village. 10 minutes later, Yifan came to the construction site, only to see a 2-story high rough house outside, lying 2 bloody corpses. A mature female doctor wearing a white coat, is leading 2 small nurses, for the 2 corpses covered with white cloth. This mature female doctor was very decent looking. She had a pretty figure, delicate face and elegant temperament. On the other side, Yi Fugue was surrounded and pushed by the family members of the deceased, making Yi Fugue instantly pale. These 2 workers were surnamed Chen. They were Chen Ergu's distant relatives. When they were tying up steel bars on the roof of the building, due to slippery feet, they accidentally fell off the roof and then hit the ground head first. Within a few minutes, he died of gas. Seeing the skinny Yi Fugue being pushed around, the dead man's family desperately screamed for Yi Fugue to pay for the damages. Yifan's eyes reddened and roared, "Grass! All of you get out of my way. Have a good conversation. Don't push my father around." Hearing Yifan say this, Yang Suowa and Wang Shoujuan cried bitterly while pointing at Yifan and cursing. "Yifan, you son of a, the 2 people who died were our men. You asked us to talk properly. Are you worthy? In this matter, we have already informed Chen Er Dog. Chen Er Dog said that we must make the Yi family compensate us with $1 million. Otherwise, this is not over." When Yang Suewa's and Wang Xiujuan's voices fell, Chen Ergu brought his group of lapdogs and slowly appeared in front of Yifan's eyes. This time, Chen Ergu's faction was in full swing. He was wearing a pants and undershirt, with a cigarette in his mouth, a white gauze wrapped around his head, a pair of flip-flops on his feet, and a long knife in his hand. Yifan hadn't even gone to find Chen Ergu to take revenge, but Chen Ergu sent himself to the door. Chen Ergu was playing dead. Seeing Yifan looking straight at himself with a cold light flashing in his eyes, Chen Er Dog inhaled a mouthful of smoke, gulped smoke out of his mouth and coldly said, "Yifan, your kid life is very big old man take jade knife stab you, all failed to stab you to death. This matter is really too regrettable. That thing in the morning is over. Now let's talk about the main thing. Your father got 2 lives of the old Chen family killed. I'll limit you to compensate Chen Dachao and Chen Daming's families $1 million each within 1 day. If you don't do as I say, I'll chop you alive." Yifan smiled playfully and said, "Chen Er Dog, those 2 distant relatives of yours are still alive. I can save them." Chen Er Dog cruelly voiced out, saying, "Save? What are you going to save? You dog, don't forget your identity. You're just a fruit farmer who was driven back from the big city and is good for nothing. You have offended me. In the future, I don't want any of the fruits produced in your family's orchard." Yifan's complexion was cold, noisy. His figure moved and instantly appeared in front of Chen Er Dog, kicking Chen Er Dog's crotch, and for a moment, the sound of eggs breaking rang out. Yifan retaliated against Chen Er Dog with a simple and rough action. With a single strike, he kicked Chen Er Dog's egg and shattered it, so that Chen Er Dog would not be able to play with women in the future. When Chen Er Dog's body flew past Yifan, Yifan grabbed Chen Er Dog's collar, and then opened his bow left and right. and wildly smacked Chen Er Dog's face with his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he smacked Chen Er Dog into a pig's face. In the next second, Yi Fan let out a cold snort and said, "Chen Er Dog, you failed to kill me. You failed to force yourself on Sister Shen, and now in order to retaliate against me, you have instigated Yang Suihua and Wang Xiujuan to demand sky-high compensation from my family. You're just making a fool of yourself." Yi Fan casually threw his hand, and Chen Erga's body flew out at great speed, wiping out along a muddy road, tearing the wound there on his back that had been gouged by Shen Dan wide, causing Chen Erga to let out a pig-killing cry. What are you guys stupidly waiting for? You guys quickly make a move. Kill Yi Fan this dead puffer for me? Anything happens, I'll cover it. Chen Er Dog raised the long knife in his hand and screamed with a crazy face. Chapter 4, Myriad Wonders. Saving a dead man from death. The 8 doglegs took a deep breath, raised the long knives in their hands, and without a second thought, they went towards Yi Fan, wanting to slash him to death. Yi Fan's body was like a shock, moving like a swimming dragon, and he used his shoulder to knock away 2 of the doglegs. Then, with a blast of his fist, one of the doglegs was sent flying out. Bang bang bang. In a short while, 8 doglegs were lying on the ground with bruises and swollen faces, looking at Yi Fan with fear. With a wave of Yi Fan's hand, the 8 long, cold, glittering knives immediately rose up from the ground and swished towards Chen Er Dog. "No, I don't want to die." Chen Er Dog screamed in despair. The 8 long knives landed extremely accurately next to Chen Er Dog's crotch, and when the slightest hint of cool knife chi came from it, Chen Er Dog immediately pissed himself in fear. Yi Fan's ruthlessness had exceeded Chen Er Dog's imagination. Chen Er Dog was a ruthless man, but Yi Fan was even more ruthless than Chen Er Dog. When Chen Er Dog oozed out bright yellow liquid, causing the air to be filled with a smell of urine, the villagers on the sidelines burst out laughing. Chen Er Dog covered his face with his hands, itching to find a hole in the ground to drill into. This matter, it was simply too humiliating. Yi Fan stepped in and violently beat up Chen Er Dog, instantly shocking the whole scene. At this moment, Yi Fugue ran to Yi Fan's front and said, "Little Fan, how did you suddenly become so capable of fighting? Go home quickly, I can handle things here." There was a deadly accident at the construction site this time. Even if I smash pots and pans to sell iron, I have to pay compensation to people. Yi Fan's nose turned sour and said, "Father, I dreamt of an old fairy who taught me a lot of countryside arts. I'll take care of things at the construction site. You don't have to worry. You give me a few minutes. I'll step in here to revive those 2 dead workers." After saying that, Yi Fan walked towards the location of Chen Dachao's and Chen Daming's corpses in the same step. When Yi Fan walked next to the corpses of the 2 men, he lifted the white cloth covering the corpses. Seeing that Yi Fan wanted to do something reckless, the mature female doctor chirped and said, "Yi Fan, don't insult the dead. Those 2 are broken. Even if Hua Tuo is alive, he can't save them. Don't add to the chaos here. Hurry up and stay aside." The mature female doctor who spoke was named Li Mayer. She was a village support doctor who possessed notable medical skills. Yi Fan smiled coldly and said, "Dr. Li, I'm not here to add to the chaos. I'm here to save people. Get out of my way." Li Mayer was pushed and shoved by Yi Fan. Her eyes reddened as she cursed. "Yi Fan, you are pretending too much. How can you possibly save 2 corpses?" Yi Fan raised his eyebrows and uttered, "What if I save them alive?" Li Mayer's eyes flashed. "If you save them alive, I'll kneel down and call you 10 good fathers. But, if you don't save them alive, you must apologize to me and the family of the deceased and pay compensation to the family of the deceased." Yi Fan nodded, revealing a playful smile from the corners of his lips as he replied, "Yes." As his voice fell, Yi Fan took out the bag of silver needles that he carried with him from his sleeve and said, 9 needles of yin and yang, 1 needle for 1 creation. Regard." With a shake of his white wrist, Yi Fan shook out 2 silver needles and inserted them into Chen Daming and Chen Dachao's large vertebrae points. Chen Daming and Chen Dachao died from the fall, but, since they did not injure the important nerves and blood vessels in the brain, they died from blood loss. Yi Fan only needed to let their blood production function recover. Then, let the great vertebral point operate, and then use the 9 needles of yin and yang to pull back the 3 souls and 7 spirits of the 2 people who had not yet left their bodies, and then the 2 people would be able to save their lives. The great vertebrae creates blood to call for new life, and the needle locks the soul and spirit to save people. This was the magic of the yin-yang 9 needles. As Yi Fan operated the line of Tai Shang Healing Sutra, suddenly, a faint greenish qi appeared above Yi Fan's hands. Seeing this, Yi Fan took a deep breath and began to use his mind in 2 ways, taking out a silver needle and holding it tightly in his left and right hands. 3 needles pierced the Sea of Senses point, 3 needles pierced the Tianting point, and 2 needles entered the Taishi point. In a little while, Yi Fan finished applying the needles, and the wounds on Chen Daming and Chen Dachao's heads began to slowly heal under the wrapping of the mysterious green qi, causing the 2 men's bodies to gently tremble. Li Mei rushed to Yi Fan with an arrow step and cursed coldly and mercilessly. Yi Fan, you are suspected of practicing medicine indiscriminately treating people to death. You're crazy, you're just a lunatic. I'm going to go to the police station to report the case. Let the police arrest you. Even now Li Mei were not believing that Yi Fan could save the lives of Chen Daming and Chen Dachao. Yi Fan smiled coldly and looked at Li Mei with a provocative face. Mocking, Dr. Li, the more you curse, the more humiliated you will be afterward. Soon, you will have to call me Dad. Li Mei licked her lips and coldly hummed. Rubbish. At this moment, Li Mei, Yang Suihua, Wang Xiujuan and the others were staring at Yi Fan with extreme anger, itching to break Yi Fan into pieces. In the next second, Yang Suihua and Wang Xiujuan looked at each other in unison and viciously said, Yi Fan, our men have all gulped their breaths, without any vital signs. Yet, you used the excuse of saving people's lives to stick needles on them indiscriminately. This matter has caused us an even more serious psychological shadow. We don't want the compensation of $1 million. We want your family to give us compensation of $1,100,000. Yi Fan coldly smiled and said, Yang Suihua, Wang Xiujuan, you guys are too shameless. I haven't even asked you for the medical fees for treating the patient and saving the others. So you guys are evil and adding compensation pension indiscriminately. When Yi Fan's voice fell, the 9 needles of yin and yang inserted in the bodies of Chen Dachao and Chen Daming began to rotate extremely fast, causing a yin and yang pattern to appear on their bodies. Green awe surged and yin and yang surrounded them. Chen Dachao's and Chen Daming's corpses trembled, and the bloody mouths on their heads disappeared at a speed that was visible to the naked eye under the wrapping of a green light, and the bruises in their brains were even cleanly removed by the green light. Seeing this scene, Yang Suihua and Wang Xiujuan's complexion changed, and they repeatedly said, Hell, what's going on? When vibrant vitality appeared in Chen Dachao and Chen Daming's bodies, they gradually awakened, frightening the villagers' onlookers into taking a step back in unison. Chen Dachao and Chen Daming woke up ghostly. They immediately opened their eyes, tremblingly got up from the ground, looked at Yang Suihua and Wang Xiujuan, and said fondly, Wife, we didn't die. It was Yi Fan who saved us. Yang Suihua and Wang Xiujuan rolled their eyes, then their eyes went black and they sat on the ground with their asses, saying in fear, Ghosts. Yang Suihua and Wang Xiujuan had watched Chen Dachao and Chen Daming swallow their breaths with their own eyes, not realizing that it had taken less than 5 minutes for them to die. Under the treatment of Yi Fan's heaven-defying medical skills, they actually came back to life. Their men had come back to life, and in the future the family would have a backbone, and the children would have a father. When Yang Suihua and Wang Xiujuan came back to their senses, they cried with excitement, looked at Yi Fan with a face of remorse, and directly knelt down on the ground and kowtowed to Yi Fan repeatedly, thanking him. Yi Fan, you are too divine. You are a divine doctor. Thank you for saving my man's life. Before, we were instigated by Chen Er Dog, and were blinded by lard. We were wrong. The situation reversed too quickly. Yi Fan used miraculous medical skills to make Yang Suihua and Wang Xiujuan kowtow to Yi Fan and thank him, which made Chen Er Dog's face turn green. It seemed that these two smelly ES still loved their men. Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, This is what I should do. Chapter 5, Haters Show Up. After saying that, Yi Fan walked in front of Li Mei with a leisurely pace, looked up at the charming Li Mei and smacked his lips. Dr. Li, you've lost. You can start screaming. I want to hear your sweet screams. Li Mei's complexion changed drastically. She looked deeply at Yi Fan and said in shock, Yi Fan, that ancient needle technique you just administered, could it be the legendary Yin Yang 9 needles? Once the 9 needles of Yin and Yang come out, even the king of hell gives way. Yi Fan nodded. Yes, I just got this set of ancient needles. It's very simple. I'll know it as soon as I learn it. The corner of Li Mei's mouth twitched. The invisible pretense was extremely deadly. She came from a medical family, and she clearly knew. The 9 needles of Yin and Yang had been lost for thousands of years, and it was the most difficult divine needle technique to learn in history. But Yi Fan learned it in one go, which showed that Yi Fan had an extremely terrifying talent for learning medicine. Li Mei was a person of her word. Since she had lost the bet, she would naturally fulfill the bet. Thinking about this, Li Mei bent her legs and knelt in front of Yi Fan, saying in a sly manner, Good father, good father. Yi Fan is my good father. Li Mei's cry was higher than one. That mature cry was a bit whiny, making Yi Fan's heart secretly happy. Seeing that Li Mei was willing to gamble, Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, Dr. Li, get up. In the future, when you go out to practice medicine, keep your eyes open. Don't be a dog's eye. Li Mei bent down, revealing the raging waves, and said with a light smile and a faint whisper, Well, Yi Fan, you're right. I've been taught. As the voice fell, Li Mei got up from the ground. Li Mei had practiced medicine for many years. She had seen many divine doctors, but none of them had medical skills that could be comparable to Yi Fan. Li Meier kept staring at Yifan. The more she looked at him, the more she felt that Yifan was very manly, the one she liked. A moment later, Yifan walked to Yi Fugui's side with the same step, revealing a naive smile from his handsome face, saying, "Father, I didn't lie to you, did I? I won't let anything happen to you. Now that I saved Chen Daming and Chen Dachao, our family won't have to pay them huge compensation." Hearing Yifan say this, Yi Fugui looked at Yifan with an excited face, and said with an old and comforting smile, "My little Fan has grown up and has a future." Yifan smiled, the corners of his mouth raised in a trademark gentle arc. "Father, my path has just begun. In the future, I will definitely become the richest man in Taoyuan village." Seeing that Yifan had his own goals and intentions, Yi Fugui smiled from ear to ear and said, "Good, good, then I'll wait to enjoy my blessings." Soon, a black SUV made a divine dragon swing and appeared to where Chen Er Dog was. Chen Er Dog's egg was shattered. His body was injured in multiple places, and he urgently needed to go to the hospital for treatment. In order to save Chen Er Dog, Chen Shilong, Chen Er Dog's own father, had no choice but to tough it out, intending to take advantage of the chaos to save Chen Er Dog. Seeing this, Yifan walked towards Chen Er Dog step by step. He wanted to get Chen Er Dog killed. At this moment, 4 men holding axes rushed down from the black SUV. As soon as they appeared, they came towards Yifan to kill him. Bang bang bang, Yifan punched one by one, sending the 4 men flying as if they were sandbagging. In the next second, Yifan picked up an axe and threw it with his right hand. The axe traced a perfect arc in midair and just landed on Chen Ergu's crotch, causing Chen Ergu to become even more eggheads. "Father, help me get on the car. I'm going to Bonan County, to find the boss behind the 100 Fruit House, Han Tai, and have him help me out with this bad anger." Chen Ergu's pants were covered in blood, which made Chen Ergu hate Yifan even more. Chen Shilong took a deep breath and pushed Chen Ergu into the black SUV. Yifan wanted to walk up to him, but those 4 men were holding Yifan's thighs to death. When Yifan kicked them away with his foot, the black SUV had already disappeared without a trace. Seeing that Chen Ergu was saved by Chen Shilong, Yifan's eyes turned cold, stepped on the leading man Ma Hongba's face with his foot and said sinisterly, "Tell me, is Chen Ergu going to Bonan County to bring help?" Ma Hongba revealed an expression that was worse than crying, covering his mouth with his hand while whispering, "Yifan, Master Dog's big backer is in Bonan County. He's a noble son from the city. What's his name, Han?" Yifan's dark eyes flashed as he echoed, "Han Tai." Upon hearing this, Ma Hongba nodded and said, Right, Master Dog's backer is Han Tai." Just now, Yifan, who had extremely sensitive ears, had already heard Han Tai's name from Chen Er Dog's mouth. That was why Yifan asked Ma Hongba to confirm it again. Speaking of Han Tai, a wave of hostility immediately surged in Yifan's heart, tightly clenching his fists, veins bulging on his neck, a hideous blood color climbing out of his eyes, and his handsome face imprinted with bone-deep hatred. Silent for half a second, Yifan suppressed the killing intent in his heart, and faintly glanced at Ma Hongba, saying, "You go back and tell Han Tai, if he dares to come to Peach Orchard Village, he must remember to bring a coffin over." Scram! Hearing Yifan say this, Ma Hongba took the rest of his dog legs and rolled and crawled to escape. Yifan was not only very capable of fighting, but his hands were also very venomous, which made his heart palpitate. At this moment, Yifan took a deep breath, walked to Yang Suihua and Wang Shoujuan, slightly lowered his head, and said, "2 ants, since your men have survived, their lives are free from worry now. Then, it's time for us to settle our debts." Yang Suihua and Wang Shoujuan's complexion changed, looking at Yifan with slight fear, saying, "Yifan, we've already kowtowed to you and thanked you, and we don't want the compensation money. So what kind of bill do you want to settle with us?" "We don't have a bill to settle with you. You saved our man's life. We are really grateful to you." Yang Suihua and Wang Shoujuan were a little afraid of Yifan. Yifan looked civilized and weak, but his bones were filled with a ruthlessness. He even dared to beat Chen Er Dog, which showed that Yifan was a lawless and unruly person. Seeing Yang Suihua and Wang Shoujuan looking at themselves with a face of fear, Yifan revealed a cold smile from his handsome face. His thin lips slightly lifted and said, "2 ants, just now you pushed and shoved my father. In this case, you have to give me a statement. Otherwise, I will make your family restless. You guys quickly go and apologize to my father. As long as my father forgives you, then you can leave." Yang Suihua and Wang Shoujuan quickly got up from the ground and tremblingly ran to Yi Fugui's front and knelt down, holding Yi Fugui's thigh tightly with their hands, and begged bitterly, "Brother Yi, we know we are wrong. In the future, we won't dare to push you. We are not human. Please forgive us." Saying that, Yang Suihua and Wang Shoujuan immediately raised their veiled hands, snapping and wildly smacking their own faces, crying and begging for forgiveness to Yi Fugui. Chen Ergu was packed by Yifan. Yang Suihua and Wang Shoujuan were afraid that if they couldn't get Yi Fugui's understanding, they would follow in Chen Er Dog's footsteps. It is human nature to be afraid of the soft and the hard. Chapter 6 Treating Cervical Spondylosis. Seeing this, Yi Fugui's nose was slightly sour. The little boy who needed him to protect him back then, could also protect him now. Thinking about this, Yi Fugui smiled freely and said, Yang Suihua, Wang Xiujuan, since you guys apologized with me, then, let's forget about this. Yang Suihua and Wang Xiujuan let out a long sigh of relief, rolled and crawled to get up, quickly walked to the front of Chen Dachao and Chen Daming, assisted the two men's bodies, panicked and disappeared in the village head. And at this time, the charming Xiaoni slowly walked to Yi Fan's front, smiled sweetly and said, Xiu Fan, you're really great. Little aunt is proud of you. I also didn't know until now that your medical skills are so divine. Said, Ni from the soft pretty face reveals a trace of embarrassment. Whispered, recently my cervical vertebrae from time to time pain, cause me to sleep all night. This is how it is. Is it the reason of working too much? If my cervical vertebrae affects my body, making me unable to earn money to support my family, then those two cousins of yours will have to go hungry. Ni had two daughters. The eldest was 15 years old and the youngest was just 3 months old. Ever since Yi Dahai ran away, Jenny took up the burden of the family and came to the construction site every day to work as a laborer to earn money to support her family. She is very beautiful. She has white skin and a delicate figure. Just one look was enough to be remembered for the rest of one's life. Yi Fan was stunned by Swenny's moving smile and said softly, Little auntie, you have trouble sleeping all night. It should be caused by cervical spondylosis. In a while, when you go home, you should let your eldest daughter help you rub your cervical vertebrae, and then, use a hot towel to apply hot compresses to your cervical vertebrae a few times. If your condition still doesn't get better, you call me again, and I will personally come to your home to help you with your treatment. Yanni bit her lips tightly, a scarlet color flew out from her soft and pretty face, and her voice was like a thin mosquito. Okay, little Fan, I know. The matter on the construction site was perfectly solved by Yi Fan. Yi Fan felt that it was meaningless to stay here. He greeted Yi Fugui, and then, walked towards his home. Yi Fugui was in his 50s, but, in order to support a large family, he had to work early and late on the construction site every day. Yi Fan saw it in his eyes and felt pain in his heart. Now that Yi Fan had obtained the inheritance of the immortal medical sect, he would utilize this mysterious inheritance to change his family's situation and turn the Yi family into the richest family in Peach Orchard Village. When Yi Fan returned home, as soon as he looked up, he saw Shen Dan comforting Wei Qinglan there. Wei Qinglan's eyes were red and swollen, and her look was haggard, causing Yi Fan's heart to ache slightly. Yi Fan quickly walked to Wei Qinglan's front, revealing a trace of worry from his eyes, inquiring, Mom, what are you crying for a good reason? Did something happen at home again? Upon hearing this, Wei Qinglan's heart sank as she sadly said, Xiu Fan, you put on a great show at your father's construction site. Not only did you fight off Chen Er Dog, but you also saved those two workers who lost their lives, so that the Yi family didn't have to face the sky-high price of compensation. This turned out to be a good thing. I was just happy when I encountered a debtor coming to my door to collect a debt. Now that debtor is gone, but I'm afraid more debtors will appear soon. Yi Fan stood with his hands in the air, revealing his confident demeanor, and said in a low voice, Sister Shen, you help my mom to go back to the house first. I'll handle this matter. Wei Qinglan and Shen Dan gave Yi Fan a deep look and worriedly said, Little Fan, be careful. Shen Dan and Wei Qinglan didn't want to face those debt collectors again. As long as it came to the matter of money, they flip-flopped faster than a book, simply disgusting to the extreme. When Shen Dan helped Wei Qinglan and entered a tattered room, a large group of people poured into Yi Fan's house, and they were holding the debt notes written by Wei Qinglan and Yi Fugui. At this moment, the eyes of the many debtors flashed, looking straight at Yi Fan, saying, Yi Fan, Chen Er Dog has put the word out in the village. He said that you have met a nobleman. That nobleman not only teaches you martial arts, but also gives you a lot of gold, silver and treasures. You are now very rich. Saying that, the numerous debtors looked cold and continued, Since you are rich, then, you should quickly pay back the foreign debt that your family owes us. Yi Fan tightened his fists. This dog, Chen Er Dog, was simply too detestable. He had obviously run off to Bornim County to bring help, but he didn't forget to stab Yi Fan hard before he left. Yi Fan was not only a good fighter, but his medical skills were even better. Chen Er Dog happened to say this kind of rumor at this juncture, which would definitely make the villagers of Peach Orchard Village believe it. That was why the numerous debtors came to the door. After a long time of silence, Yi Fan raised his sword brows and said, You guys calculate how much money my family owes you in total. This money, I will find a way to pay you back. The many debtors took out their calculators and calculated, gathered around and discussed for a long time, then said in unison, Yi Fan, your family, with interest, owes us $120,000. we can take these IOUs and show them to you. Yifan casually waved his hand and said, no need, my family's situation. I know, tomorrow, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, you guys come to my house with the IOUs, and at that time, I will pay you back. Hearing Yifan say this, the many debtors rubbed their hands vigorously and said with an excited face, ha ha, it seems that Chen Er Dog really didn't lie to us. You really met a nobleman. Yifan, this money is not a small amount. At that time, if you can't pay it back, don't blame us for smashing your house. As the voice fell, the many debtors left with disinterest, a cold light flashing in their eyes. Some of the money that the Yi family owed them were old debts. Originally, they thought that they wouldn't be able to get this money back. However, as they came to their door to press for the debt, Yifan said with a bold face that he would be able to pay back all the money owed to them tomorrow, which made them look forward to it. Little fan, within one day, to come up with 120,000 to pay off the family's external debt. You dare to promise such a thing? Do you want to pit us, the couple, against each other? After the many debtors left, Wei Qinglan furiously rushed out from the house, screaming with a frantic face, her eyes filled with fear. Yifan smiled faintly and walked to Wei Qinglan's front, looking at Wei Qinglan rather firmly and assured, Mom, please believe me, since I dare to say this, then I can definitely do it. The next second, Shen Dan took a step with faith and appeared at Wei Qinglan's side, stroking Wei Qinglan's back with his hand and helping Wei Qinglan to smooth out her chi. Xiaofan, what good way did you think of to pay off the external debt owed by the family in one day? Shen Dan curiously said, a pair of charming beautiful eyes fluttering, looking extremely tantalizing. Yifan stroked his chin with his hand, revealing a touch of confidence from his handsome face, and replied, the mountain man has his own brilliant plan. I'm going out first, so I won't eat lunch. Not long after, Yifan came to the orchard and raised his eyes to look at the orchard, only to see that the trees in the orchard were lush and growing very vigorously. Yifan walked to a pear orchard. The pear tree swayed slightly, the breeze curled up, and under the branches and leaves of the pear tree, there were densely green-colored pears hanging. Yifan's complexion stared as he muttered, Spirit Fruit 9 Changes Technique, Ripening Technique. Now, the 9 Changes art of spirit fruit had 9 forms. The fruits catalyzed by it were all earthly spirit fruits. Right now, Yifan's cultivation was low, so he could only use the first variation of the 9 variations of spirit fruit technique to catalyze the ripening of these green-colored pears. However, even with this, the fruit that was catalyzed was still extremely valuable. Not only did it have a superior taste, it also had the wonderful ability to cure difficult cases. Yifan planned to ripen the fruits in the pear orchard, pull them to the most famous hotel in Bonan County to sell them for money, and pull in some sponsorship along the way. This way, he would have money to pay off his debts. When Yifan recited the spell of the 9 changes of spirit fruit technique, the jade pure bottle that was attached to Yifan's chest suddenly appeared in Yifan's hand. There was a whooshing sound. The jade pure bottle automatically rose up, and from the mouth of the flawless white bottle, a drop of green-colored spirit liquid dripped out. As the drop of cyan-colored spiritual liquid flew out, it immediately turned into a burst of cyan-colored spiritual mist that surrounded a pear tree, causing the cyan-colored pears on the tree to undergo a world-changing transformation. Soon, one by one, the green-colored pears became larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the green-colored skin turned yellow layer by layer, turning into a fist-sized yellow golden pear in the blink of an eye. Chapter 7 Needle to Disease. The yellow golden pear swayed, the breeze curled up, and the fruity scent permeated out. Yifan's expression was joyful, excitedly saying, Spirit Fruit 9 Changes Technique. It's simply too divine. As his voice fell, Yifan slowly walked next to the pear tree, seriously surveying one yellow golden pear. Under the catalyst of the ripening technique, the yellow golden pear was already half ripe. Yifan only need to wait quietly for one night. Tomorrow morning can come to the orchard to pick yellow golden pear. Will yellow golden pear pull into the county to sell? After a long time of silence, Yifan took a deep breath, holding the jade pure bottle, and walked to another pear tree, wanting to continue to catalyze the green-colored pears hanging on the pear tree. Yifan recited the spell of the 9 changes of spirit fruit technique, but the jade pure bottle did not produce any reaction. Yifan lowered his head and looked, only to see that the green-colored spirit liquid in the jade pure bottle had already been consumed. Seeing this, the corner of Yifan's mouth twitched, revealing a hint of messiness from his handsome face as he helplessly said, Alas, judging from the current situation, the jade pure bottle can only produce 1 drop of cyan-colored spirit liquid a day. I must think of a way to increase the cyan-colored spirit liquid in the jade pure bottle, so that I can vigorously ripen the fruit to get rich. Finishing his self-talk, Yifan sat down on his knees under that pear tree with a lack of interest and began to exhale and cultivate. When Yifan operated the chaotic evergreen technique, he moved his mind, and the jade pure bottle suddenly disappeared into his hand, turning into a green-colored pattern. It appeared on Yifan's chest, causing Yifan to secretly rejoice. Apparently, the chaotic evergreen skill could manipulate the jade pure bottle, allowing it to be put away as it pleased. At this moment, Yifan's 7 orifices were clear and a faint green aura surrounded his body. Yifan operated the first layer of the chaotic evergreen skill before realizing it as an afterthought. The chaotic evergreen technique had an extremely close connection with the jade pure vase. As long as Yifan's cultivation gradually became stronger, the green-colored spirit liquid produced in the jade pure bottle would increase exponentially. Discovering such anomalies, Yifan's heart was flabbergasted and he began to cultivate with full concentration. In the future, Yifan would cultivate frantically every day, so that the green-colored spirit liquid in the jade pure bottle would slowly become more and more. Time passed quickly. Without realizing it, the day passed quickly. The sun was setting and darkness was approaching. When a night wind blew past Yifan's handsome face, Yifan slowly opened his black eyes. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes, and he grew up from under the pear tree. Right now, a few threads of aura appeared in Yifan's body, causing his temperament to change drastically, and he carried a few dusty and untainted airs, just like a stranger's son. However, even with this, the green-colored spirit liquid in the jade pure bottle still did not overflow again. Yifan let out a long sigh, and then, also walked towards his home. Back home, Shen Dan had prepared a table of food. Wei Qinglan intends to let Yifan marry himself. In order to please Wei Qinglan, Shen Dan took the initiative to take over the chores of the Yi family, and was busy in the Yi family, making Wei Qinglan smile. Seeing Shen Dan so diligent, Wei Qinglan even thought that her decision was very wise. After eating, Yifan just wanted to collect the bowls and wash the dishes. Ni sent a Weibo message to Yifan. Xiaofan, I got off work from the construction site. I let my eldest daughter help me to rub the cervical vertebrae, and then, also used a hot towel to apply hot compresses to the cervical vertebrae a few times. But the effect is minimal. Do you have time now? I would like to ask you to come to my home to help me take a look. Yifan swept a glance at WeChat, and his heart began to thump. After a long period of silence, Yifan replied 7 words with trembling fingertips. Okay, Auntie Xiao, I'll come right away. Little Fan, you are so kind. Thank you. Seeing that Yifan was willing to cure himself, Piao and I once again sent a WeChat to Yifan. Slightly nervous in her heart, Yifan slowly got up from the worn-out dining table, smiled slightly and said, Sister Shen, Mom, I have something to go out first. With a slight nod of her head, Shen Dan instructed Yifan a few words, and then began to pack up the dishes. Then, walked into the kitchen to stew the meal for Yi Fuguei. In the next second, Wei Qinglan slowly walked to Yifan, squeezing a touch of gentleness from her face and said, Little Fan, if you have something to do, you should go and get busy first. When you're done, remember to hurry home. We're going to hold a family meeting to discuss how to pay off the debt. Even now, Shen Dan and Wei Qinglan still didn't believe it. Yifan would be able to pay off the family's external debt before 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Yifan revealed a perfect arc from the corner of his lips and said confidently, Mom, I will bear the family's external debt, so you and Dad don't have to worry about it. Tomorrow, I will definitely pay off all the external debts and let you guys raise your eyebrows. After saying that, Yifan made a dashing turn and quickly walked out of the house. As the night grew darker, the sound of frogs in the village became a chorus, and the leaves of the trees gently swayed. Yifan slowly appeared outside the door of Queenie's house, and then, strutted into Queenie's house. In a short while, when Yi and I walked to the door, she was just about to pour the foot washing water, when she saw a dark shadow. Little Auntie, it's me. Seeing that Jianni wanted to open her mouth to scream, Yifan shushed and gave a wink towards Jianni. When she heard Yifan's voice, Jenny revealed a blush of color from above her pretty face that was full of collagen and said, Little Fan, why don't you have footsteps when you walk? You scared little Auntie to death. You quickly go into the house with me and help me take a good look. Yifan nodded. Good. Yifan walked into the house with Jenny, and as soon as he looked up, he saw Jenny's 2 daughters, both of whom were in deep sleep in the outer room. Finding such an anomaly, Yifan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If both of Queenie's daughters were there, Yifan would have been incredibly embarrassed. Soon after, Yifan and Jenny appeared in a tattered house. Slowly walking to the side of the 2 red chairs, Jenny's eyes darkly flowed, saying, Little Fan, how do you want to treat me? I'll listen to you. My cervical vertebrae hurts too much and has affected my life. Yifan looked aghast and said, Little Auntie, the cervical spine disease you are suffering from is just a minor disease. I will just use a silver needle to help you with 2 needles. However, during the process of sticking the needles, it might hurt a little. Xiaoni faintly glanced at Yifan, and extremely self-consciously sat on a red chair, excitedly saying, Xiao Fan, you quickly apply the needles for me. Yifan smiled faintly and said, Good. Chapter 8, Not Understanding the Human Condition. The next second, Yi Fan took out the bag of silver needles that he carried with him, and with a flick of his white wrist, 2 silver needles flew out at great speed, quickly and accurately stabbing into the great vertebral point of Xiaoni. Green ons became flakes, and medical chi filled the air. The long eyelashes fluttered as she closed her eyes tightly, making her look very eye-catching. In a short while, wisps of warm and cool breath emerged from the sore cervical vertebrae of Jiangni. Under Yi Fan's treatment, the cervical vertebrae disease suffered by MS. Yanni was actually cured. At this moment, when she wanted to open her mouth to thank Yi Fan, her little daughter suddenly burst into tears. When she heard the crying, she quickly got up from the red chair and ran to the outer room to coax her little daughter. Seeing that Quinny had left, Yi Fan wiped the sweat off his face as if he was relieved and said softly, "Little auntie, I'll leave first." Upon hearing this, Su Ning hugged her little daughter and bumbled over to Yi Fan, looking at him with a face of adoration, softly saying, "Little Fan, your medical skills are just too divine. How much is the treatment fee this time? I'll get you the money." Yi Fan raised his sword brows. "Little auntie, don't be polite with me. I'll help you with the treatment. No money." After saying that, Yi Fan left Nia's house as if he was fleeing for his life, and a heart began to thump up and run in the direction where Ye's house was located. Back home, Wei Qinglan and Yi Fugui, indeed, wanted to ask Yi Fan to hold a debt repayment meeting, but was stopped by Yi Fan. Yi Fan told the two that he had already thought of a way to pay off the debt. As a result, Wei Qinglan and Yi Fugui did not force Yi Fan to hold a family meeting. There were no words for the night. Early the next morning, at dawn, Yi Fan took 2 baskets and walked towards the orchard with an expectant face. After a night of catalyzing and warming, the yellow golden pears of that pear tree were just like all ripe. Since this was the case, Yi Fan naturally had to pull them to Borden County to sell them and pull an investment along the way. A long time, Yi Fan appeared under the pear tree, only to see that above the pear tree, hanging all over the yellow golden pear. Mouth-watering, Yi Fan picked a yellow golden pear and tasted it. A mellow juice, gently swirling on the tongue, making Yi Fan's mouth full of pear flavor. The first taste of the yellow golden pear made Yi Fan savor the taste. Especially, within the yellow golden pear, it seems to contain the magical effect of clearing the lungs and removing blood stasis, treating lung diseases. This even more makes Yi Fan to the yellow golden pear. Full of confidence, Yi Fan spent more than 10 minutes. Will this pear tree on the yellow golden pear all pick all? Full loaded 2 baskets. Then, carrying 2 baskets back home, will be 2 baskets of yellow gold pear? Put on the tractor at home, covered with green and yellow mats, driving the tractor to take the mountain road, toward Bonan County. This time, Yi Fan is going to sell pears in the place called Imperial Cuisine Hotel. The Imperial Cuisine Hotel was the largest hotel in Bonan County. It was an upscale hotel that combined gourmet food, lodging, and hot springs. It specializes in acquiring all kinds of high-class ingredients and high-quality fruits, and then for rich people to come and consume. Its grade is quite a bit higher than the 100 Fruit House. It had to be said. The yellow golden pear cultivated by Yi Fan is obviously the best of the best, and the pricing of the yellow golden pear, after Yi Fan considered it again and again, he had already thoroughly thought about it. 2 hours later, Yi Fan drove the tractor and appeared outside the door of the Imperial Cuisine Hotel, and as soon as he looked up, he saw a middle-aged man in a gorgeous suit, with a big belly and arrogant looks, slowly walking out from the Imperial Cuisine Hotel. Yi Fan jumped down from the tractor and ran to the middle-aged man's side, saying, "Manager Li, I'm a fruit farmer from Peach Orchard Village, and I've cultivated a kind of top-grade yellow golden pear, which not only has an excellent taste, but also has a wonderful use in treating difficult and miscellaneous diseases. You and I will go over to Palm Off and see how much the Imperial Cuisine Grand Hotel can pay for one of these yellow golden pears." Li Qiushan looked at Yi Fan coldly, revealing a sneer from his fat-filled face. "Little peasant, what did you say? The yellow golden pear you cultivated is not sold by the pound. You have to sell it by the number of pieces." When the words came to this point, Li Qiushan's mouth hooked, and he said contemptuously, "Tell me, your yellow golden pear, how much do you intend to sell it for one?" Yi Fan smiled faintly and replied, "Not expensive, $100 a piece." Hearing Yi Fan say this, Li Qiushan's complexion changed. Anger emerged in his eyes and he cursed Yi Fan with his finger. "Get lost, you dog-like thing, dressed so shabby. It looks like you are poor than have not seen the world. Are you damn poor and crazy? A pear for $100. Yi Fan paused, couldn't help but tighten his fists and said, "Manager Li, the yellow golden pear that I cultivated is really value for money. I priced it at $100 a pear. It's already the price of conscience. Why don't I take a yellow golden pear for you to taste?" In order to sell the yellow golden pear and pull in a sponsorship payment, Yi Fan didn't dare to offend Li Qiushan and could only speak kindly. Li Qiushan snorted coldly and said, "Grass. Using a tractor to pull to get the fruit. It looks like crooked goods. That yellow golden pear of yours, you keep it for yourself. Lousy is not going to try to eat it. Even if you give it to Lousy for nothing, Lousy will not want it. Little farmer, in the future when you come to sell fruits in Bonin County, your eyes should be a little brighter. The Imperial Cuisine Grand Hotel is an extremely honorable place. How can you be allowed to come and go as you please? You hurry up and get out of here, or else I'm going to call security to chuck people out. When Li Qiushan's voice fell, a Mercedes-Benz limousine slowly appeared. At this time, Ma Xiaojie stepped down from the car, holding out a box of scented pears from the trunk, smilingly walking to Li Qiushan's side, saying, "Manager Li, this is the balsam pear cultivated in my family orchard. It has bright color, sweet juice and crispy meat, just like the best of the balsam pear. This is a box of samples. I'm sending it to you for a taste." Seeing this, Yifan slightly narrowed his eyes. This box of fragrant pears held by Ma Xiaojie was just the most ordinary pear. However, underneath this box of fragrant pears, there were stacks of $100 bills stored, probably around 100,000 yuan. Li Qiushan took the box of balsam pear, saw the reddish banknotes underneath the balsam pear with his afterglow, and said with a smiling face, "Ma Xiaojie, it's still you who can come to things. Come on, let's go in and talk in the hotel. This fragrant pear is very good. If there is no accident, you will become one of the fruit suppliers of the Imperial Cuisine Hotel." From his skinny face, Ma Xiaojie revealed a flash of excitement and said, "Manager Li, thank you." In the next second, Ma Xiaojie and Li Qiushan made a dashing turn and prepared to walk towards the Imperial Cuisine Hotel. Yifan looked cold and said, "Manager Li, my yellow golden pear is hundreds of times better than Ma Xiaojie's fragrant pear. Why do you want Ma Xiaojie's fragrant pear and not my yellow golden pear?" Li Qiushan narrowed his eyes slightly, gently turned back and said, "Because you are poor. Ma Xiaojie drives a Mercedes-Benz. You drive a tractor. Ma Xiaojie gave me gifts, but you didn't show anything. Get lost. I don't want to see you." Chapter 9, Legendary Character, Tang Yuyan. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaojie even spoke out in derision. "Alas, you little peasant, how many kilograms do you have? Don't you know? I realize that not only are you poor, you're also cheap." There was a snap. Yifan couldn't bear it anymore. He could not appear to Ma Xiaojie's side, and slapped Ma Xiaojie's face, directly sending Ma Xiaojie flying, saying, "You're cheap with your mouth. You deserve to be smacked." At this time, Li Qiushan was busy to help Ma Xiaojie, but did not have time to find Yifan to settle the score. Seeing this, Yifan raised his sword eyebrow, coldness permeated his body, and immediately whisked his sleeve away. "Li Qiushan, you son of a, you refuse to acquire my yellow golden pear. You will regret it. Sooner or later, one day, you will kneel in front of me and beg me to sell you pears." Yifan did not expect that he was excited to come to the Imperial Cuisine Hotel to sell the yellow golden pear, but in the end, it was a touch of dust, since the Imperial Cuisine Hotel refused to purchase the yellow golden pear cultivated by Yifan. Then, Yifan had to the yellow golden pear, pull to the county farmer's market door to sell. Yifan simply drive the tractor away. Li Qiushan did not take Yifan's threat seriously. He intends to first and Ma Xiaojie finalize the cooperation, and then take Ma Xiaojie to find Yifan revenge. 10 minutes later, the county farmer's market. Yifan parked the tractor. Then, with 2 baskets of yellow golden pears in his hand, he placed the yellow golden pears at the entrance. Often come to the farmer's market door to sell pears. Wang Yusong. See, Yifan set out the yellow golden pear. Not only the head is very large, the color is golden as orange. At first glance is good goods. If Yifan came here to sell pears, then he would definitely have no business. He just happened to enter a lot of fragrant pears today. If the fragrant pears could not be sold, he would lose money to the bottom. Therefore, Wang Yusong must drive Yifan away, so that none of Yifan's yellow golden pears could be sold. Thinking about this, Wang Yusong flashed a cold aura from his eyes, and walked to Yifan's face, saying, "Little brother, how much do you sell this yellow golden pear for a caddy?" Hearing this, Yifan stretched out a finger and said, $100 apiece. Seeing that the yellow golden pear was not sold by the caddy, but according to the number of pieces, Wang Yusong immediately exploded and cursed. "Aya, how can you be so black-hearted? $100 a yellow golden pear. Why don't you go and rob it? My fragrant pear only sell $10 a caddy. I feel inflated. But, compared with you, I realized that my balsam pear is so cheap. Get lost quickly. You're not here to sell pears at all. You're here to cause trouble." The voice fell. Wang Yusong wanted to make a move to smash Yifan's yellow golden pear. Yifan grabbed Wang Yusong's hand and said indifferently, "What makes you tell me to get lost? The farmer's market is not run by your family." Yifan's white wrist was raised, then gently folded. One of Wang Yusong's fingers was immediately broken by Yifan, causing Wang Yusong to let out a pig-killing squeal. Wang Yusong rolled all over the ground and screamed with a hideous face, "Folks, come over and take a look. This unruly man bullied the old man. Not only did he injure me, he also tried to smash my fruit stall. Wang Yusong was more than 50 years old, more than 30 years older than Yi Fan, just like an old man. Hearing Wang Yusong say this, the county people who came to the farmer's market to catch the fair gathered around with curious faces and started pointing at Yi Fan. At this time, there is a middle-aged man in expensive clothes is coughing loudly. He has consumption. His face is as pale as snow, looking like a consumptive ghost. Yi Fan looked straight at that middle-aged consumptive ghost. Wang Yusong had relied on his old age to solicit so many customers for him. Since this is the case, Yi Fan naturally wants to properly market the yellow golden pear, and gasp at Wang Yusong. Thinking about this, Yi Fan picked up a yellow golden pear and walked to consumptive LV Dongbing's face, smiling. Big brother, I can see that you have consumption when I look at your face. The yellow golden pear I cultivated can cure consumption. You should quickly eat this yellow golden pear. It can ease your pain. Lu Dongbing hesitated for a moment, took the yellow golden pear from Yi Fan's hand and gently bit into it. A mellow scent filled out, and the fruit flesh was crisp and sweet in flavor, causing Lu Dongbing's tongue to gently tremble. The yellow golden pear was too delicious. Lu Dongbing quickly chewed the yellow golden pear, spit out a mouthful of thick phlegm. That thick phlegm with blood looked very disgusting. When this sputum spit out, Lu Dongbing not only did not continue to cough, his pale color, but also with the naked eye visible speed to become red. Noticing such abnormalities, Lu Dongbing screamed and said, "This is the immortal pear. Ah, its efficacy is too magical. Little brother, how do you sell your yellow golden pear?" Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, $100 apiece. LV Dongbing took a deep breath and said, "I want 10. LV Dongbing was the director of the Food Safety Bureau, and he often beat the morning to come to the market. He had been suffering from consumption for several years and had seen many doctors without being cured. However, with a yellow golden pear going down, Lu Dongbing vaguely felt that his consumption disease was nearly one-third better. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan revealed a flash of excitement from his handsome face and said, "Okay, I'll pack it for you right away." Yi Fan pulled out a plastic bag, put 10 yellow golden pears into the plastic bag for Lu Dongbing, and handed the plastic bag to Lu Dongbing with a happy face. LV Dongbing took out $1,000 and took the money to Yi Fan. At this time, Lu Dongbing ate another yellow golden pear, making his face more rosy. Seeing this scene, the scene was in chaos. Those onlookers of the county stopped talking about Yi Fan and rushed to Yi Fan in a swarm, stomping on Wang Yusong, who was lying on the ground, furiously saying, "Little brother, the yellow golden pear you cultivated is too amazing. Such a heaven-defying thing. You actually only sell it for $100 apiece. This is really the price of conscience." Saying that, those county people gasped for breath, waved their arms desperately, and continued, "Yellow golden pear, I want 3, I want 5, I want 7, I want 9. Yi Fan smiled from ear to ear and said excitedly, "Good, good, I'll load you guys with yellow golden pears right away." After working for a long time, Yi Fan sold 100 yellow golden pears, earning a full $10,000. At this time, there were still 50 yellow golden pears, but, these 50 yellow golden pears, Yi Fan didn't plan to sell them. He planned to use it to pull sponsorship. Yi Fan didn't forget that today was the deadline for him to pay back his debt to many debtors. Now that the reputation of the yellow golden pear has been spread out, Yi Fan only needs to sit tight. At that time, someone will naturally appear as a partner. Not long after, the silhouettes dispersed and the clamor disappeared. Wang Yusong was stepped on, that bruised and swollen appearance. Let Yi Fan secretly laugh. Seeing Yi Fan looking at himself with a playful face, Wang Yusong got up trembling. From his eyes emerged a ferocious light, saying, "You wait for me, I'll go and call someone. I won't let you go." Yi Fan coldly voiced out, "Go ahead and call. I'll wait for you." Wang Yusong panicked and disappeared, intending to go to his nephew. Wang Yusong's nephew, Wang Haonan, was on the road. He was a big bully in Bonan County. "Handsome man, how do you sell your yellow golden pear?" When a smell of buns drifted into Yi Fan's nose, Yi Fan's stomach grumbled. Yi Fan swallowed his saliva, wanting to get up to buy a few meat buns to fill his hunger. Suddenly, a melodious female voice that was as gentle as jade slowly sounded in Yi Fan's ears. Yi Fan turned his head to look and was instantly dumbfounded. There was no other reason. The woman standing behind Yi Fan was simply too beautiful. The woman was covered in a white dress. She was tall and outstanding. Her face was exquisite and flawless. Her temperament was unadulterated and uncontaminated, just like a fairy in the world. That between the knitted brows and the smile, all of them were with a faint flavor, which made people want to stop. This woman is the legendary figure of Bonan County, Tang Yuyan. Tang Yuyan was the female boss of the Imperial Cuisine Hotel, and the Imperial Cuisine Hotel was founded by her. The reason why Tang Yuyan appeared here was naturally because LV Dongbing had called Tang Yuyan. LV Dongbing often went to the Imperial Cuisine Hotel for meals, and he and Tang Yuyan were old acquaintances. LV Dongbing highly recommended the yellow golden pear that Yifan had cultivated, saying that the yellow golden pear could bring the business of the Imperial Cuisine Grand Hotel to the next level. Tang Yuyan will be curious to come here, just to see why LV Dongbing respected yellow golden pear, is not really so god. Chapter 10, Murdering Your Husband. A little while later, Yifan slowly retracted his gaze. That handsome face was full of shock. He touched his chin with his hand, flashed a touch of shock from his black eyes, and said with a bad smile, "Girl, if you kiss me, I'll tell me how to sell my yellow golden pear?" Tang Yuyan's willow eyebrows frowned, a pair of beautiful eyes streaming with color, her stunningly beautiful little face exquisite and moving, her red lips lifted slightly, sending out anger from her mouth. "What did you say? You let me kiss you?" It had to be said. Yifan was really bold. What kind of person was Tang Yuyan? Would she condescend to kiss Yifan just to buy a few yellow golden pears? No, Tang Yuyan is not only the #1 beauty of Bonan County, but also the business queen of Bonan County. She had countless suitors, but none of them dared to be as reckless as Yifan in front of her. That was why Tang Yuyan was angry. She was a fairy high above the world, while Yifan was just a fruit farmer. However, it was this shabbily dressed fruit farmer who had spoken out against her. Seeing the dangerous light flashing in Tang Yuyan's beautiful eyes, Yifan shrunk his head and said with a faint smile, "Girl, I was just joking with you, I hope you don't mind. The yellow golden pears that I cultivated have been sold out. If you want to buy them, you can put some deposit for me and I will send them to you in a few days." The yellow golden pear that Yifan left behind was to come and sponsor the debt repayment. It would never be sold to Tang Yuyan. Tang Yuyan looked at Yifan with interest, and sketched a perfect arc from the corner of her lips. "Handsome man, I am the founder of the Imperial Cuisine Hotel, Tang Yuyan. The fruit farmers in Bonan County are squeezing their heads to sell their fruits into the Imperial Cuisine Hotel. Right now, I personally asked you the price of the yellow golden pear, and not only did you not tell me the price, but you also asked me to pay a deposit? You're playing with me?" Yifan's complexion tightened as he looked at Tang Yuyan with a nervous face and stammered, "What did you say? You are Tang Yuyan. The clouds want clothes and flowers, not as much as Bonan Tang Yuyan." Tang Yuyan's head slightly nodded. "It's me." Yifan took a step and instantly appeared at Tang Yuyan's side, nonchalantly grabbing Tang Yuyan's plain hand and smilingly said, "Miss Tang, my name is Yifan. I'm sure you can see that the yellow golden pear I cultivated is the legendary immortal pear. Half an hour ago, I drove a tractor to Bonan County, and the first thing I did was to pull the yellow golden pear to the Imperial Cuisine Hotel to sell it. But Li Qiushan, that black-hearted manager, kicked me out." Tang Yuyan frowned and said coldly, "Yifan, don't slander Li Qiushan. Li Qiushan is upright. Both sleeves are clear. He is a good employee of the Imperial Cuisine Hotel." Yifan lightly hummed out, "Good employee? Ms. Tang, I'm afraid you have misunderstood the literal meaning of good employee." Yifan paused and then said, "If you don't believe what I said, you can call back to the Imperial Cuisine Hotel to adjust the surveillance. I clearly remember that there are 2 surveillance cameras outside the door of the Imperial Cuisine Hotel." Seeing that Yifan spoke with a serious face and looked at herself with a solemn face, Tang Yuyan lowered her beautiful eyes and glared viciously at Yifan, saying, "Yifan, you let go of my hand first. You're a person who looks honest, but you always like to take advantage of girls." With these words, Tang Yuyan sidestepped and kicked out a roundhouse kick, wanting to give Yifan a lesson that would last a lifetime. Yifan's figure was able to move as if he was a spirit monkey and immediately dodged Tang Yuyan's attack. Seeing that Yifan actually knew martial arts, a faint trace of curiosity emerged in Tang Yuyan's heart, secretly feeling that Yifan, this little peasant, seemed to be a little different from those rich second-generation people who were chasing after her. At this moment, Yifan smiled nervously and said, "Miss Tang, you want to murder your own husband?" Tang Yuyan was furious. She looked at Yifan as cold as ice and said, "Yifan, shut up for this fairy. I will immediately call back to the Imperial Cuisine Hotel to verify the situation. If I find out that you lied to me, this fairy will click you off, so that you can't touch a woman for the rest of your life." Yifan patted his chest with his hand and put on an expression of fear, saying, "Miss Tang, you are so fierce." Saying that, Yifan's afterglow unconsciously looked towards Tang Yuyan, and a hint of shock flooded his eyes. Tang Yuyan was on the thin side, but her figure was particularly amazing. Seeing Yifan's unsuspecting gaze, looking straight at herself, Tang Yuyan's complexion turned cold and said indifferently, "Yifan, where are your eyes looking, you stinking rascal?" Yifan pointed his finger at a maple leaf, which slowly floated down from the maple tree, adding a bit of poetry to the place. "Ms. Tang, I'm looking at the maple leaf. I'm not a hooligan. I'm the 3 good youth of Bonan County." Yifan commiserated. Tang Yuyan was too lazy to talk more with Yifan. This guy Yifan was not an oil-saving lamp. He was obviously just a fruit farmer, but he was not afraid of himself, which made Tang Yuyan incomparably surprised. In the next second, Tang Yuyan took out her customized cell phone and dialed the phone of Gao Wenjin, the manager of the engineering department of the Imperial Cuisine Hotel, and asked Gao Wenjin to transfer all the surveillance at the entrance of the Imperial Cuisine Hotel half an hour ago and send it to her cell phone. Hearing Tang Yuyan's command, Gao Wenjin nodded his head and promised, and began to work in a thunderous manner. Not long after, a 2-minute-long surveillance video appeared on Tang Yuyan's cell phone. Tang Yuyan looked down. Gradually, above her stunningly beautiful little face, a touch of anger emerged. Coldly said, "Li Qiushan, you give me wait, this fairy will not let you go." Tang Yuyan's voice that was as cold as ice and frost was like diffusing out from hell, making Yi Fan shiver. Obviously, Tang Yuyan had watched the surveillance video that Gao Wenjin had pulled out, and for a moment, her favorability towards Li Qiushan then plummeted, coldly mocking the fruit farmers who came to sell their goods, privately accepting the black money sent by Ma Xiajie. Based on these 2 points alone, Tang Yuyan would make Li Qiushan suffer. At this moment, Yi Fan smiled honestly and said, "Miss Tang, I didn't lie to you, did I?" Tang Yuyan shook her head. "No." Tang Yuyan paused and looked at Yi Fan somewhat playfully, saying, "Yi Fan, is the yellow golden pear you cultivated really that divine? Just now, you sold yellow golden pears to a middle-aged man with extraordinary temperament. That middle-aged man is my good friend. He was the one who recommended me to come over to buy pears from you." Yi Fan was confident and said, "Ms. Tang, this person of mine, I always dislike sniping and fooling people. Since you can't trust me, then, I'll give you a yellow golden pear to try." As the voice fell, Yi Fan walked to the side of the basket, took out a yellow golden pear from the worn-out basket, slowly walked to Tang Yuyan's side, and personally handed the yellow golden pear to Tang Yuyan. Chapter 11. Kneel down and beg me. Yellow golden pear into the hand, the light mellow flavor, as if the morning breeze, people's hearts relaxed. Tang Yuyan hesitated for a moment, gently opened her small red lips and took a bite on the yellow golden pear. Fruit flesh crispy, juice back sweet, such a delicious pear. Tang Yuyan had never eaten one before when she grew up. In the next second, Tang Yuyan completely discarded her fairy elegance, like a starving ghost gnawed through the yellow golden pear, and then couldn't help but burp, and exotically said, "Wow, Yi Fan, the yellow golden pear you cultivated is too delicious. It's simply a delicacy on earth." Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, "Miss Tang, don't be anxious, deliciousness is only one of the characteristics of the yellow golden pear. It also has an even more powerful selling point, that is, it can cure difficult diseases." Although Lu Dongbing had said to Tang Yuyan that the yellow golden pear was an immortal pear that had relieved his consumption, however, Tang Yuyan was still somewhat unconvinced. Tang Yuyan voiced out quietly, "Yi Fan, you bragger, you're bragging again." When Tang Yuyan's voice fell, a stream of cool breath suddenly flowed out of Tang Yuyan's throat, instantly curing Tang Yuyan's chronic laryngitis, causing her to change in color. At this time, Tang Yuyan's slightly itchy pharyngitis, the small red spots growing on it quickly disappeared, allowing Tang Yuyan's throat to return to its normal human color, smooth and red, translucent and full. A little while later, Tang Yuyan took a deep breath, and Tang Yuyan realized that her throat wasn't itchy anymore. Tang Yuyan looked at Yi Fan with a shocked face, unable to speak for a long time. Seeing this, Yi Fan smiled playfully and said, "Ms. Tang, the yellow golden pear's healing effect is all over the place. I'm not lying, am I?" Tang Yuyan shook her head. "No, your cultivated yellow golden pear is truly an immortal pear. Yi Fan, tell me quickly, how many more of these yellow golden pears do you have? I will pay a high price to buy them." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan raised his sword eyebrow and kindly said, "Miss Tang, I'm sorry, Li Qiushan offended me. I won't sell the yellow golden pear into the Imperial Cuisine Hotel. We are a man with a backbone." Tang Yuyan revealed a touch of helplessness from her stunningly beautiful little face, stretching out her green onion-white jade-like finger, saying, "Yi Fan, you can't go against money. The yellow golden pears you didn't sell. I'll offer $300 apiece. I'll take them all." When this statement came out, Tang Yuyan looked at Yi Fan with bated breath. The yellow golden pear was too delicious, making Tang Yuyan savor it. She still wanted to eat a few more. In the next second, an untimely voice sounded quietly, cold as ice, "Miss Tang, Yi Fan is a liar. You must not believe him." Yi Fan raised his head indifferently, and when he realized that the visitor was Li Qiushan, Yi Fan hooked his lips and smiled, saying, "Well, the good show was about to begin." Li Qiushan and Ma Xiajie had negotiated a fruit contract, and Ma Xiajie, in order to please Li Qiushan, the old colorful batch, was bringing Li Qiushan to the Heavenly Clubhouse in Bonan County to look for a girl. Two people just parked the car, Li Qiushan on the opposite side of the road to see Tang Yuyan, next to Yifan's raggedy fruit stall, said to offer $300 to buy Yifan's yellow golden pear. Hearing this, Li Qiushan immediately exploded. That was why he hurriedly ran over with a panicked face to dissuade Tang Yuyan. Tang Yuyan's complexion was cold as she playfully turned around and slapped Li Qiushan's face, causing Li Qiushan to spin around in place and fall headfirst onto a pile of. Li Qiushan, you called Yifan a liar. Your face isn't red. Do you know that your refusal to acquire Yifan's yellow golden pear indirectly brought about a huge economic loss for the Imperial Cuisine Grand Hotel? Tang Yuyan coldly snorted. Tang Yuyan wanted to create a high-end fruit brand in the Imperial Cuisine Grand Hotel to increase the popularity of the Imperial Cuisine Grand Hotel in the province. Just now, Yifan had pulled the yellow golden pear to personally come to the door, but Li Qiushan drove Yifan away. Now, Yifan held a grudge against the Imperial Cuisine Hotel and refused to sell yellow golden pear to Tang Yuyan. Every time she thought about this, Tang Yuyan's heart was filled with anger. Miss Tang, please believe me, I have been acquiring fruits for so long. Would I not be able to see that Yifan is a crook who is using the name of selling fruits to cheat people out of their money? Li Qiushan's face was covered in dog. He ran his hand over his hot face and roared in a low voice. There was a snap. Tang Yuyan walked to Li Qiushan's front, her vegan hand raised heavily, and once again slapped Li Qiushan, saying, Li Qiushan, I've already personally sampled the yellow golden pear, and it's a top-notch fruit. You are questioning my vision by saying Yifan is a liar? Seeing Tang Yuyan getting angry, that stunningly beautiful little face twisting up vaguely, Li Qiushan hit a jolt and said, Miss Tang, since the yellow golden pear is so good, let's acquire it quickly. You wait, I'll immediately let Yifan sell the yellow golden pear to the Imperial Cuisine Grand Hotel. Tang Yuyan's red lips hooked. A pair of beautiful eyes surged with a cold aura as she said, Li Qiushan, you don't need to beg Yifan. Not only did you accept bribes privately, but you also look down on poor fruit farmers, and I've already grasped the surveillance video of your crime. Now, I am formally dismissing you. In a moment, I will report to your police station, so that you will sit through the bottom of the jail. Hearing Tang Yuyan say this, Li Qiushan instantly panicked. He cried bitterly and ran to Yifan. Both knees bent and knelt beside Yifan, holding Yifan's thighs tightly with his hands, saying, Yi Xiao, save me, I don't want to go to jail. You quickly sell the yellow golden pear to Ms. Tang Ah. Before, it was my bad. I was dog-eyed. I deserve to die. Yifan stomped on Li Qiushan's body and coldly said, Li Qiushan, get the hell out of here. Whether you die or live, it doesn't have half a cent to do with me. As I said, you refuse to take my yellow golden pear. One day, you will kneel in front of me and beg me to sell you yellow golden pear. Seeing this, Li Qiushan wildly slapped himself with his hand, pleading as he did so, Yifan, I apologize to you. You can punish me as much as you want. I really know I'm wrong. Yifan didn't know how terrifying Tang Yuyan was, but Li Qiushan knew everything. If he was really sent to jail by Tang Yuyan, then he would definitely die in his cell. For those who betrayed the Imperial Cuisine Grand Hotel, Tang Yuyan would never be merciful. Don't look at Tang Yuyan's beautiful face, but she was a complete ruthless stalwart. Upon hearing this, Yifan's nostrils turned to the sky and said, Get lost, I won't accept your apology. When Yifan finished speaking, Ma Xiaoji appeared in front of Li Qiushan and said with an angry face, Manager Li, are you blind? Yifan is just an ordinary fruit farmer. What kind of good fruit can he cultivate? My family's fruit is the best. Didn't you just try it? Ma Xiaoji saw that Li Qiushan was slow to come over, so he had to walk over to see what was going on. At first glance, he was shocked. If Yifan had agreed to sell the yellow golden pear to the Imperial Cuisine Hotel, then the 100,000 large gift he had given to Li Qiushan would not have been for nothing. That was why Ma Xiaoji threw dirty water at Yifan. Upon hearing this, Li Qiushan got up in a huff and pounced on Ma Xiaoji as if he was an angry beast, viciously and incomparably punching and kicking at Ma Xiaoji, screaming furiously, Ma Xiaoji, you son of a, if it wasn't for you giving me a gift, wouldn't I have fallen into such a situation as I am in today? It's you that put me in this state. Chapter 12 Dog Bites Dog. Li Qiushan was afraid. When his acceptance of bribes was exposed, Tang Yuyan would surely fix him to death. Bang bang bang. Ma Xiaoji was dumbfounded by Li Qiushan, looking at Li Qiushan with a bruised nose, directly not daring to fight back, saying, Manager Li, what are you hitting me for? You should go hit Yifan. Ma Xiaoji had only heard of Tang Yuyan's name. He had never seen Tang Yuyan's true face, so he didn't know that the stunningly beautiful woman who was coldly gazing at Li Qiushan was the legendary Tang Yuyan. Li Qiushan roared, smashing Ma Xiaoji's large incisors with one fist, causing two of Ma Xiaoji's incisors to fly out of his mouth. Ma Xiaoji, you've caused me such misery. Who will I hit if not you? Li Qiushan roared. There are still 3 fire breaths in a clayman, let alone the young and vigorous Ma Xiaoji. Ma Xiaojie, in the attitude of peace and quiet, did not dare to make a move on Li Qiushan. He was afraid that Li Qiushan terminated the fruit supply contract. However, Li Qiushan is an inch, either angrily kicked him, or wildly fan him, and now he also knocked out his 2 front teeth. Thinking about this, Ma Xiaojie grabbed Li Qiushan's shoulder and slammed it hard, sending Li Qiushan flying out, saying with a single word, "Li Qiushan, what kind of goods you are? You know it yourself. All these years, relying on yourself as the manager of the Imperial Cuisine Hotel, not only did you accept bribes in secret, you also used the authority in your hands to force the waitresses of the Imperial Cuisine Hotel to sleep with you, before and after. How many lost girls you have victimized in total, only you know." In the next second, Ma Xiaojie rode on Li Qiushan's body and began to punch and kick Li Qiushan, as if counting Li Qiushan's black history, one after the other, and immediately scared Li Qiushan to pee. At this time, Yi Fan looked at Li Qiushan and Ma Xiaojie with a face full of playfulness, the two dog-eat-dog beating each other up, allowing Yi Fan to ruthlessly take out a mouthful of bad breath. Ms. Tang, the Imperial Cuisine Hotel is at least a famous restaurant in Bonan County, but it actually came out with such scum as Li Qiushan, which is really unexpected for me. Yi Fan added oil to the fire. That handsome face was filled with coldness as he faintly spoke towards Tang Yuyan. Tang Yuyan revealed a flash of anger from her stunningly beautiful little face, and coldly grunted, "Li Qiushan, Ma Xiaojie, you guys go to the police station and turn yourselves in. You've tarnished the reputation of the Imperial Cuisine Hotel, and I won't let you off the hook." Saying that, Tang Yuyan stretched out her green onion white jade finger, pointing at Li Qiushan with her finger, and then said, "Especially you, Li Qiushan, you committed those evil deeds, harming so many out-of-work girls. You're finished." Li Qiushan was instantly scared out of his wits, immediately stopped not beating each other with Ma Xiaojie, ran to Tang Yuyan's side and knelt down, saying with a desperate face, "Miss Tang, I was wrong, please forgive me." Ma Xiaojie fixed his eyes. When he saw Tang Yuyan's face, Ma Xiaojie was paralyzed with fear on the spot, stuttering, "Li Qiushan, the person you are begging for is Miss Tang Yuyan." Li Qiushan's nose and tears flowed in unison, his eyes filled with deathly gray. His thin lips lifted slightly and said, "Yes." There was a thud. Hearing Li Qiushan say this, Ma Xiaojie instantly fainted in fear. He even offended Tang Yuyan. His life was considered ruined. Tang Yuyan looked at Li Qiushan coldly, not bothering to pay attention to Li Qiushan. Seeing Tang Yuyan's expression getting colder and colder, Li Qiushan shivered and walked to Ma Xiaojie's side, grabbed Ma Xiaojie's collar and dragged him towards the direction where Yi Fan was, waking Ma Xiaojie up alive. Not long after, Li Qiushan and Ma Xiaojie appeared next to Yi Fan. Li Qiushan heavily kowtowed towards Yi Fan and humbly said, "Yi Fan, Miss Tang refuses to forgive me. You should quickly sell the yellow golden pear to Miss Tang. As long as you are willing to sell the pear, Miss Tang might forgive me." Seeing Li Qiushan start to beg Yi Fan, Ma Xiaojie took a deep breath and said in a similar manner, "Yi Fan, I was dog-eyed before. I know I'm wrong. I apologize to you. Please sell pears for Ms. Tang." Yi Fan smiled coldly. He, you guys go to jail first. As long as you are duly punished and the grievances in my heart are lifted, only then will I talk properly with Miss Tang about cooperation. Tang Yuyan's eyes flickered. Her willow eyebrows slightly wrinkled as she lightly droned. "Li Qiushan, Yi Fan has given the word. Take Ma Xiaojie and turn yourself in. Otherwise, you will die a miserable death." Seeing Tang Yuyan open her mouth, the smile on Yi Fan's face increased. Tang Yuyan looked immortal, like a little fairy, but was cynical and possessed a chivalrous heart, which made Yi Fan extraordinarily surprised. In this era now, like Tang Yuyan, this kind of beautiful, but also rich, 3 views and positive girl, really is too little. Li Qiushan hung his head and hissed with a pained face before saying, "Ma Xiaojie, let's go. We'll go to jail together." Ma Xiaojie revealed an expression that was worse than crying and said helplessly, "Li Qiushan, you have caused me so much misery." Seeing this scene, Yi Fan revealed a trademark belly laugh from his handsome face and happily said, "Both of you, take your time." Li Qiushan and Ma Xiaojie left with their heads hanging down in shame. At this time, Tang Yuyan made a call to the chief of the police station in Bonan County, asking him to investigate Li Qiushan and Ma Xiaojie properly. This time, Ma Xiaojie might have to go to jail for more than a year. Li Qiushan, on the other hand, would sit through the bottom of the jail and eventually die in his cell. When Li Qiushan and Ma Xiaojie's figure disappeared in front of Yi Fan's eyes, Yi Fan rubbed his hands vigorously and asked with a puzzled face, "Miss Tang, Ma Xiaojie and Li Qiushan, will they really run to the police station to turn themselves in?" Tang Yuyan snorted out coldly, "If they don't go, they'll be dead on the streets tomorrow." Seeing Tang Yuyan being so domineering, Yi Fan shrunk his head and complimented, "Miss Tang, you are so fierce." Saying that, Yi Fan's gaze couldn't help but look towards Tang Yuyan's bumpy and delicate body. causing Tang Yuyan to frown with a willow eyebrow. Yi Fan, if you keep looking around, I'll dig out your eyes right away. Tang Yuyan was uncomfortable. She had come to Bonan County for so long, but she had never encountered a bold and unruly person like Yi Fan. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan bristled. Ms. Tang, you're so petty. I have a special ability. As long as I stare at a girl's body for a few more times, after that, the girl's body will get better and better. Tang Yuyan was so angry that she stomped her feet. A hint of redness emerged from her stunningly beautiful little face, and she pouted. Fine. Yi Fan, you're talking out of your ass. Could it be that you think I don't have a good figure? Yi Fan laughed and said, Ms. Tang, don't think anything. I was just talking off the top of my head just now. Tang Yuyan walked in front of Yi Fan and viciously kicked out a foot, wanting to clean up Yi Fan a bit, but Yi Fan was incomparably easy to dodge Tang Yuyan's attack. Chapter 13, Things between men can only be solved with fists. Tang Yuyan couldn't do anything with Yi Fan. She viciously clenched her silver teeth and said, Yi Fan, you repeatedly opened your mouth to molest me. Do you not want to do business with me anymore? Yi Fan laughed, darkly turning his black eyes, and said, Ms. Tang, I was joking just now. I hope you don't mind. The Imperial Cuisine Hotel is known far and wide. I definitely want to do business with you. I wonder, how much do you want for one time? As soon as these words came out, Yi Fan immediately covered his mouth and explained in succession. Miss Tang, I misspoke. What I meant was, how much is the highest you can offer for one of the yellow golden pears that I cultivated? Yi Fan opened his mouth to take advantage of Tang Yuyan, making Tang Yuyan furious. After a half a second of silence, Tang Yuyan lifted her red lips, revealing her crystal shell teeth, and said, I can offer $400 apiece. Yi Fan rubbed his hands, from his face flooded with greedy money smile, said, Ms. Tang, I'll tell you the truth. I have a lot of yellow gold pear. Now I am backlogged with these yellow gold pears. Just a very small part. My family owes a foreign debt. Need to raise money to pay back the debt. So, yellow golden pear, I don't want to sell them one by one. I want to pull a sponsorship with you to jointly develop yellow golden pear this fruit. Yi Fan paused and said, and this sponsorship, on the other hand, needs a total of $150,000. Seeing that Yi Fan also had a hard time talking, Tang Yuyan bullied her way in, and for a while, a fragrant wind filled out, making Yi Fan intoxicated by it. Tang Yuyan smiled quietly and said, Yi Fan, I will consider sponsoring you only if you call me a good sister and make me happy. Hearing this, Yi Fan took a deep breath and said, Sister Tang, my good sister, just sponsor a way for your brother. Yi Fan turned into a little milk dog for the sake of money for a second, causing Tang Yuyan to get goosebumps. Tang Yuyan's eyes darkly flowed as she said, Alright, since you have such a sweet mouth, then, I'll reluctantly sponsor you once. However, before sponsoring, all of these yellow golden pears of yours must be sold to me. Don't worry, before I said that I'm willing to pay $400 apiece to acquire them. I'll fulfill my promise. Yi Fan smiled happily. Good, Ms. Tang, you're really a valuable person. You go back to the Imperial Cuisine Hotel first. I'll pack up the fruit stand and send the yellow golden pear to you right away. Tang Yuyan's head nodded slightly. Good. As her voice fell, Tang Yuyan just wanted to take a step towards the place where she had parked her limousine, when suddenly, a cold and incomparable voice rang out as if it was a thunderbolt. Yi Fan, you bullied my uncle. Today, I'm going to smash your fruit stall. In the next second, a lean man with long flowing hair appeared in front of Yi Fan. This lean man had three-dimensional features. Cold looks, eyes like electricity. He wore a black undershirt on top, a pair of brown pants over his lower body, a pair of casual board shoes on his feet, and a green dragon tattooed on his arm. This person, however, was Wang Yoson's nephew, Wang Haonan. Seeing this, Yi Fan lightly hummed and said, Yo-ho, the smasher has come? Tang Yuyan turned around gracefully, and from a pair of watery beautiful eyes, she flashed a flash of coldness, saying, Wang Haonan, you're not small in guts. You even want to smash the fruits that I just bought. Seeing that Tang Yuyan was also here, Wang Haonan clasped his fists and said, Miss Tang, the yellow golden pear sold by Yi Fan was bought by you? Tang Yuyan spoke out coldly. Yes, you must give me a reasonable explanation for today's matter. Otherwise, I will make you suffer. Wang Haonan raised his hand palm and fiercely slapped himself, and said in a deep voice, Miss Tang, please atone for your sins. I had the eyes to not recognize that I had rushed you. I didn't know beforehand that these yellow golden pears had already been bought by you. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, secretly feeling that Tang Yuyan's identity. I'm afraid that it's not just as simple as the founder of the Imperial Cuisine Grand Hotel. For no other reason, Wang Haonan was a person who had been in the road. What big world had he not seen before? However, when Wang Haonan recognized Tang Yuyan, he slapped himself without saying a word. which made Yifan even more impressed with Tang Yuyan. Seeing this, Tang Yuyan's willow eyebrows frowned, revealing a powerful aura on her body as she coldly said, Wang Haonan, apologize to Yifan and this matter will be considered over. You are the red man beside Master Long Fifth. I cannot give you face, but I must give Master Long Fifth's face. Wang Haonan smiled cruelly and responded, Miss Tang, it's impossible for you to make me apologize with Yifan. I am at least the leader of the Dragon Tiger Society. How can I condescend to apologize with a little peasant like Yifan? In less time, Wang Yusong walked to Wang Haonan's front with a flutter and concurred. Haonan, you hurry up and help uncle to properly clean up Yifan. Wang Haonan lightly glanced at Wang Yusong and softly said, Uncle, you back off first. Wang Yusong nodded. Good. Seeing that Wang Haonan wanted to make a move against to violently beat Yifan, Tang Yuyan took a step out and deadlocked Wang Haonan, saying, Wang Haonan, if you dare to make a move against Yifan, I assure you that you will not see the sun tomorrow. Wang Haonan's cold eyes flashed as he said, Yifan, you piece of trash, you let Ms. Tang be your backer. Are you trying to eat soft food? If you are still a man, step out from behind Miss Tang and fight me squarely. My uncle treats me like a son. You bullied him. You're committing suicide. Yifan hooked his lips and smiled, saying, as you wish. With these words, Yifan pushed away Tang Yuyan's plump body. Then, hooking his finger towards Wang Haonan, he said contemptuously, Wang Haonan, today, I will let's see how powerful I am. After saying that, Yifan's figure moved and appeared in front of Wang Haonan as if he was a ghost. Wang Yusong waved his hands and shouted with an excited face, Haonan, go for it. At this moment, Yifan did a whirlwind kick and heavily kicked Wang Haonan's stomach, making Wang Haonan's body as if he was run over by a train, wiping along the ground and ruthlessly smashing into Wang Yusong's body, smashing Wang Yusong's nose and face. Immediately after that, Yifan was like a dragon coming out of the sea, violently verticalized to Wang Haonan's front, and struck Wang Haonan's chest with a punch, causing Wang Haonan's chest to collapse and begin to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yifan mockingly smiled and said, Ha, the Dragon Tiger Society's bearer is nothing more than that. Wang Yusong roared angrily and said, Yifan, you're dead. You seriously injured Wang Haonan. The people of the Dragon Tiger Society won't let you go. Yifan indifferently struck out, slapped Wang Yusong's face and said with a cold face, Wang Yusong, you are leaning on your old age. You should be smacked. I never thought of offending the Dragon Tiger Association. It was Wang Haonan and you who had trouble with me. When Yifan's voice fell, Wang Haonan's group of yellow-haired minions, holding watermelon knives, appeared aggressively. Wang Haonan coughed out a mouthful of blood and said weakly, Chop up Yifan, I'll be responsible for anything that happens. Tang Yuyan wanted to stand up for Yifan. Yifan shook his head towards Tang Yuyan and said, Ms. Tang, thank you for your kindness. Some things between men can only be solved with fists. Wang Haonan has bullied people too much. Today I will give him a lesson he will never forget. Right now, the group of little yellow hairs screamed with a cruel face and rushed towards Yifan in unison, wanting to hack Yifan to death alive. Chapter 14 Dying under the peony flowers. With a movement of his body, Yifan appeared next to the group of little yellow hairs as if he was a stunner and quickly copied a slate from the ground. A mere group of ruffians and hooligans. How dare you come to find trouble with little master? In that case, I'll let you all taste the flavor of a slate. As soon as these words came out, Yifan flew in a spirit crane, like a ghost swept to the side of the most ferocious little yellow hair that was screaming, and slapped out a brick. And in a flash, a stream of fresh blood flowed out horizontally, causing that little yellow hair to let out a shrill cry. Yifan, you dead puffer, I'm going to kill you. The little yellow hair viciously stabbed out. Yifan smoothly pulled over the little yellow hair's hand. Another brick slapped out, directly knocking the little yellow hair out. At this time, Yifan coldly smiled. Kill me, are you worthy? Yifan's movement was like a shock. His body was like a swimming dragon, and between the extremely fast rotation of his white wrist, he continuously slapped out a brick shadow. Puffing sounds rang out. In the next second, one by one, the little yellow hairs flew out horizontally, covering their heads with their hands with a face of pain, emitting a miserable scream from their mouths. Seeing this, Yifan took a deep breath and said, all of them kneel down, lined up, and apologize to me. Saying that, Yifan sucked with his hand, and a watermelon knife was absorbed together, turning into a knife mass, emitting a cold light in Yifan's hand. Obviously, if this group of little yellow hairs didn't do what Yifan said, Yifan would shatter the knife cluster, letting a blade strike through the throats of this group of little yellow hairs, letting them die without a burial place. Kneel down, quickly. Wang Haonan revealed a trace of panic from his eyes and tremblingly got up from the ground. This group of little yellow hairs were his die-hard loyalists. If they were to be killed by Yifan, then, Wang Haonan would not have any little brothers to call upon in the future. It was thinking about this point that Wang Haonan said this. Yi Fan's eyes turned, and from the corner of his lips, he drew out a cold arc and said, Wang Haonan, Wang Yusong, you guys come over and kneel down as well. I will only give you 10 seconds. Saying that, Yi Fan made a gesture to shoot out the knife mass. Wang Haonan walked to the side of Wang Yusong, quickly picked up Wang Yusong's body, and bumbled his way over to Yi Fan's side. With a fluttering sound, he knelt on the ground on the spot. Seeing Wang Haonan kneeling, Wang Yusong and those little yellow hairs also knelt down in panic. Then they looked at Yi Fan with a panicked face and begged, Young Yi, we shouldn't have offended you. Please forgive us. Yi Fan managed to throw the knife cluster, and the cluster exploded with a bang, only to see a watermelon knife being shattered by Yi Fan's internal energy, turning into starry knife shavings. Seeing this, Wang Haonan and the others shrunk their heads, a chill rising from the bottom of their hearts. Yi Fan was too terrifying, making Wang Haonan and the others' hearts jump. At this moment, Yi Fan laughed, revealing his morose white teeth as he warned, Wang Haonan, if you ever lead this group of little yellow hairs on the rampage again in the future, these watermelon knives will be your downfall. Do you hear me? Wang Haonan wiped away the cold sweat on his face with his hand, shivered and said in a trembling voice, Understood. Yi Fan snorted coldly. Your attitude of apologizing is very good. I am satisfied. You guys can get lost. Wang Haonan's body was trembling, slowly getting up from the ground, leading more than 10 little yellow hairs, disappearing from Yi Fan's eyes. In the next second, Wang Yusong also limped towards Wang Haonan and chased after him, his eyes filled with hatred. Yi Fan, wait for me. I won't let you go. Not long after, Wang Haonan left in a black SUV. He slowly rolled down the window and glanced at Yi Fan standing at the entrance of the farmer's market with a sinister face. Haonan, let's go ask your sworn big brother to step in and properly clean up Yi Fan. Wang Yusong pulled the corner of his mouth, rubbed his nose and face with his hand, and added fuel to the fire. Wang Haonan's elder brother, Li Gang, was the personal bodyguard of Master Long Fifth. He was a ranked expert in Bonan County, and as long as Li Go made a move, Yi Fan would surely die. Wang Haonan lowered his eyes and cruelly said, Uncle. At the entrance of the farmer's market, the silhouettes were searing and the discussion was continuous. Yi Fan walked to Tang Yuyan's side with a trusting stride and said with a smile, Ms. Tang, isn't my hand very powerful? Tang Yuyan's head slightly nodded, yes. Yi Fan raised his sword brows and said with a bad smile, if I am so good, shouldn't you call me a good husband? Tang Yuyan's face flushed red and viciously glared at Yi Fan, saying, Yi Fan, you stinking rascal, how dare you molest me? Do you want to die? After Yi Fan obtained the inheritance of the immortal Doctor sect, his entire person had undergone a radical change. The immortal Doctor sect's heirloom cultivation was about following one's heart. Although Yi Fan was not able to do anything in that area now, but it still did not affect his mind. Sooner or later, he would be cured of his inability to lift. Tang Yuyan looked too immortal. It was the 9 heavenly fairies descending to the mortal world. That every move was with a faint flavor, so that Yi Fan couldn't help but want to take advantage of Tang Yuyan on his mouth. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth hooked and said, Ms. Tang, I'm not a stinking hooligan. From a strict sense, you're the hooligan. Didn't you acquire the yellow golden pair that I cultivated at a price of $400 apiece? You should hurry up and pay me. You delayed to pay me. Could it be that you want to whore for nothing? Yi Fan was full of black words, making Tang Yuyan unable to stand it and said, How much is it? I'll transfer it to you right away. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan rubbed his hands vigorously, revealing a greedy smile from his face. His eyes narrowed into a slit, saying, Miss Tang, I counted it before. There are still 50 yellow golden pairs in those 2 baskets. Just transfer 20,000 to me. It's a jumping price. Buying it is earning it. Tang Yuyan rubbed her temples with her hands, her eyes darkly flowing, and she said with slight anger, Add me on WeChat. I'll transfer money to you. Yi Fan nodded. Okay, Ms. Tang. Not long after, Yi Fan added Tang Yuyan's WeChat, and Tang Yuyan immediately transferred $20,000 to Yi Fan, making Yi Fan smile. Yi Fan pondered for a while, and couldn't help but squeeze his eyes towards Tang Yuyan, saying, Ms. Tang, that $150,000 sponsorship fee, when are you going to transfer me? If it wasn't for the fact that you're going to give me $150,000 sponsorship fee, I wouldn't have sold the yellow golden pair to you. The reason why Yi Fan lionized Tang Yuyan and asked for $150,000 sponsorship fee was because the various fruits in his orchard were really worth the sponsorship, and the second reason was because Yi Fan wanted to ask for more money. In this way, he was able to take precautions. The family owes a total of $120,000 foreign debt. Yi Fan is afraid of those brazen debtors. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, door to door. When the debt and then messed up some of the interest calculation. Tang Yuyan was going to be furious with Yifan. She revealed a cold color from her stunningly beautiful little face and said, Yifan, if it wasn't for the amazing taste of the yellow golden pear and its heavenly healing effects, only you would be able to cultivate it. This fairy won't be subjected to your wimpy behavior. That sponsorship fee, after I finish my fieldwork, I will naturally transfer it to you. You don't have to worry. Chapter 15 Knowing woe by looking at the face. Yifan smiled faintly and said, Okay, Ms. Tang. After saying that, Yifan lifted the 2 baskets, put away the fruit stand he had set up, covered the 2 coolers on the baskets, carried the baskets and walked to the tractor, carefully put the baskets away, and then looked back with a smile and said, Ms. Tang, the ride of this tractor is very good. Do you want to sit with me and have a good experience? I'll drive the tractor right now and send these 50 yellow golden pears to the Imperial Cuisine Hotel. Tang Yuyan's pupils shrank and said, No, I don't like to sit in a tractor. I have my own car. Yifan smiled in disappointment and said, All right, driving the tractor, pulling the number 1 beauty of Bonan County, traveling above the streets of Bonan County for a ride. This matter? Yifan just casually thought about it and felt that it was very windy. Unfortunately, Tang Yuyan was not willing to sit with him in the tractor. In the next second, Yifan took out the tractor's crank and cranked the tractor, sat his butt on the tractor and drove the tractor towards the Imperial Cuisine Hotel. 15 minutes later, and at this moment, Tang Yuyan leaned against a BMW 8 Series as if it was a supercar model, instantly lighting up Yifan's eyes. Tang Yuyan's beautiful face. With a cool smile, the breeze blew her hair, adding a few points of messy beauty for her. Looking down Tang Yuyan's gorgeous face, there was a delicate body, and a white skirt that fluttered and danced. Beautiful. Tang Yuyan is too beautiful. Yifan swallowed his saliva and said, A beautiful woman with a luxury car. Ms. Tang, you are too beautiful. My little heart has already beat hundreds of times for you. I'm going to die. Yifan, please speak human. Tang Yuyan was as cold as ice, and said indifferently. Yifan smiled nervously. His eyes scanned Tang Yuyan for a moment and said, Ms. Tang, I'm speaking human words. I observe your face. Your seal hall is gray, your nose is dull, and the root of the mountain has long lines. This is an omen that you will have a traffic accident. Today, it's better for you to drive less, otherwise, you'll have an accident. Tang Yuyan coldly grunted. Yifan, do you think you're a god, and you can still foretell misfortunes? I've always been a very good driver. I don't believe in your bull ********. When Tang Yuyan's voice fell, a wonderful young girl walked out. This wonderful young girl was wearing a woman's suit, with a walkie-talkie on her waist, with a few points of women's heroism, looking quite eye-catching. Her skin was white and beautiful, and her mouth was red. As the wonderful young girl appeared, Yifan's eyes lit up. Seeing Yifan staring straight at Louis Fei, Tang Yuyan skimmed her lips and said, Little Fei, I bought 50 yellow golden pears. It's loaded on that tractor. You call 2 people and move it up to the big building. Louis Fei's head nodded slightly. Okay da. Louis Fei twisted her water snake waist, walked to Yifan with faith and said, Hello, can you help me move those 2 baskets of yellow gold pears down? Yifan revealed a smile from his handsome face and said, Sister Xiao Fei, you don't need to call someone. I'll help you move the yellow golden pears. This person of mine I like to help people. Louis Fei politely voiced out, saying, Thank you. Yifan lifted the 2 baskets of yellow golden pears and walked into the Imperial Cuisine Grand Hotel with flying steps, looking very dashing. Louis Fei blinked and said, Miss, this little brother is not bad. With his naive look, he looks like a youngster who is not deeply involved in the world. He's a good person. Hearing this, Tang Yuyan nearly fell head over heels on the ground. Her beautiful little face was filled with black lines. If Yifan was a good person, then there were no good people in this world. If Yifan was a good guy, then there would be no good guys in this world. This guy was typically a master who pretended to be a pig and ate a tiger. Seeing Tang Yuyan's face covered with black lines, Louis Fei looked at Tang Yuyan with a curious face, her red lips slightly hooked, saying, Miss, what's wrong with you? Tang Yuyan held her forehead with her hand and messily said, Little concubine, I'm fine. You hurry up and go look at those yellow golden pears. Louis Fei smiled. Good. After saying that, Louis Concubine walked into the Grand Hotel of the Imperial Cuisine with her buttocks, her eyes flowing as she commanded Yifan to arrange the yellow golden pears. After arranging, Yifan stretched a lazy waist and faintly said, Little concubine sister, I've finished your work for you. Louis Fei's beautiful eyes hooked and said happily, Little brother, what's your name? I'm too good to be true. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Yifan gently touched the tips of his hair. Extremely simple from the handsome face revealed a touch of warm color. Said, Little concubine sister, my name is Yifan. if you want to invite me for dinner, do you need to add my WeChat first? In this way, our pure revolutionary friendship can be sublimated. Louis Fei hesitated for a moment. She never added strange men's WeChat. However, Yi Fan was too good at it. A mouthful of little Fei's sister, calling Louis Fei to her heart's content. After a long time of silence, Louis Fei took out her cell phone playfully, scanned Yi Fan's WeChat QR code, and added Yi Fan's WeChat. Seeing that Yi Fan's body was full of self-confidence and was very calm and relaxed, Louis Fei looked at Yi Fan rather curiously and inquired, Yi Fan, what is your relationship with the lady? Can you tell me? How did she find you to buy the pair? Yi Fan was busy in Louis Fei's circle of friends, flipping through Louis Fei's beautiful photos. Louis Fei had a great relationship with Tang Yuyan, and the two of them often took photos together. Looking at Yi Fan was dazzling. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan lifted his head, smiled and put away his cell phone, and said in an old-fashioned manner, little concubine sister, I am your young lady's confidant. However, this is a secret between me and your young lady. She doesn't let outsiders know, so you must keep it a secret. Seeing that Yi Fan spoke with a seriousness, Louis Fei was instantly convinced for a few moments. As the voice fell, Yi Fan carried 2 baskets and walked out of the Imperial Cuisine Hotel, and as soon as he raised his head, he saw Tang Yuyan burrowing into the BMW 8 Series, wanting to move the BMW 8 Series out of the way. Yi Fan was just about to open his mouth to speak, when Tang Yuyan's head suddenly fainted for a moment, and used the gas pedal as a brake with one foot to the bottom, causing the BMW 8 Series to fly out at extreme speed, directly hitting the wall next to it. There was a thud. The front end of the BMW 8 Series immediately collapsed. The center net and headlights directly shattered. Yi Fan clearly said, let Tang Yuyan drive less today. Tang Yuyan nonetheless did not listen. Now something has happened. Yi Fan rushed to the side of the BMW 8 Series. Ken looked to Tang Yuyan. See Tang Yuyan alright? Yi Fan cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. Said, Miss Tang, you idiot, so good car was you hit like this. You don't heartache. I have said, let you less touch the car today. Chapter 16. Along the way, there were envious gazes. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuyan's willow brows frowned. A cold light surged on her stunningly beautiful little face, and her red lips lifted slightly. Yi Fan, shut up. This fairy's car skills are so good. If it wasn't for this crow's mouth of yours talking nonsense, how could I be busy and make a mistake? With these words, Tang Yuyan playfully got up and walked out from the BMW 8 Series, looking at her car with a heartbroken face and mixed feelings in her heart. She had just been dizzy for a moment, and in the blink of an eye, there was this traffic accident. Sometimes, if a person is unlucky, it is really drinking cold water will be stuffed with teeth. Yi Fan walked in front of Tang Yuyan and spoke out faintly. Ms. Tang, this mouth of mine, it is by no means a crow's mouth. It is the legendary golden jade mouth. I observe your face. Today you still have a robbery. Tang Yuyan raised a pair of beautiful eyes, from which a dangerous light flashed out. Yi Fan, what other calamity do I have? Tell me properly. Seeing this, Yi Fan touched his chin with his hand, his eyes shining brightly, red earlobes inviting villains, greenish corners of the mouth encountering automobile accidents, mixed brow mansion woes on the horizon, advising you not to walk the deep mountain road. I can tell from your face that if you insist on driving your car and accompanying me to Peach Orchard Village to inspect my orchard, you will encounter a car smash. Yi Fan had obtained the inheritance of the immortal medical sect, and within that inheritance, there was the method of feng shui metaphysics. Nowadays, Yi Fan was a real master of metaphysical arts. He could know fortune and misfortune with one glance, and count the past and present with one hand. Tang Yuyan let out a delicate cry and said, Yi Fan, stop it. After saying that, Tang Yuyan's heart jumped up. Yi Fan was not simple. His body was full of mystery. Tang Yuyan had already encountered a car accident. She planned to believe Yi Fan's words for the time being. Thinking about this, Tang Yuyan made a dashing turn and walked towards the Imperial Cuisine Hotel, when she met Louis Fei, who hurriedly came. Miss, you're not hurt. Louis Fei panicked. Her footwork was not as fast as Yi Fan's, so she appeared more than 10 seconds later than Yi Fan. Little Fei, I'm fine. Made a mistake and hit the car. You help me contact the 4S store to repair the car, Tang Yuyan messily said. While speaking, she handed Louis Fei a string of exquisite car keys. Louis Fei's head nodded slightly. Okay, miss. Tang Yuyan converged the messy color on her stunningly beautiful little face, and after a little contemplation, she said, Little concubine, I'm going to go on a trip to Peach Orchard Village with Yi Fan to inspect an extremely valuable orchard. While I am not at the Imperial Cuisine Grand Hotel, you will be solely responsible for all matters of the Imperial Cuisine Grand Hotel. Louis Fei blinked her eyes. Understood. At this moment, Louis Fei looked deeply at Yi Fan and secretly felt that Yi Fan might not have lied to her. Yi Fan was really Tang Yuyan's confidant. After thinking about it, Lu Yifei turned around and walked into the Imperial Cuisine Hotel, letting the forest store people come to tow the car and go through the insurance. Yi Fan bumbled his way over to Tang Yuyan and pointed his finger at the tractor, saying, "Ms. Tang, do you want to take the tractor back to the village with me? Or do you want to drive a car alone to Taoyuan village? You choose yourself." For what just happened, Tang Yuyan had palpitations in her heart. She took a deep breath and said, "Yi Fan, I'll take the tractor with you." Yi Fan rubbed his hands vigorously and threw the 2 baskets in the tractor's compartment, saying, "Ms. Tang, get on the car." Not long after, Tang Yuyan walked to the tractor. She fixed her eyes and found that there was only one seat on the tractor, and the one next to it was full of exposed steel plates, which were very chalky. Tang Yuyan held back her anger, revealing her crystal teeth, saying, "Yi Fan, on top of this tractor of yours, there is obviously no seat for me. Are you intentionally fooling me?" Yi Fan laughed honestly, took out the shaker and fired the tractor, swept onto the tractor with a long leap, patted his thighs with his hands and said, "Heaven and earth are kind, how could I possibly trick you? Ms. Tang, since you have no place to sit, you can sit on my lap. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you." Tang Yuyan roared, "Get lost." In the next second, Tang Yuyan rushed into the Imperial Hotel, took out a thick cushion and patted it on top of the sharp steel plate, and said crossly, "Drive." Yi Fan nodded, okay. Tang Yuyan would rather sit on the steel plate than on her lap, which made Yi Fan somewhat puzzled. Yi Fan drove the tractor slowly away, smiled with disinterest, and hummed a little song from his mouth. Marrying the right man in the wrong sedan chair. The handsome brother is going back to the village. His tractor pulling a small beauty, to follow him back to the village. For him to honor the ancestors Tang Yuyan smiled back and hummed lightly. "Yi Fan, you shut up, right now." Tang Yuyan didn't know that Yi Fan couldn't do it. If Tang Yuyan had known, she would have teased Yi Fan fiercely. This guy, Yi Fan, not only had a dark heart, but also, he liked to take advantage of Tang Yuyan on his mouth, making Tang Yuyan somewhat unbearable. Hearing Tang Yuyan say this, Yi Fan did not shut up, but instead became more exuberant and sang. The tractor moved forward at turtle speed, traveling on top of the highway in Bonan County. A few minutes later, the vehicles that came and went, all rolled down their windows and looked at Yi Fan with envy. Yi Fan not only wore dirt, but also drove a tractor. Especially, on top of his tractor, he was sitting on a beautiful woman. The internet said that the harder a man worked, the prettier the woman sitting on his co-pilot would be, the longer her legs would be, and the hotter her body would be. How come the situation was reversed now? Yi Fan was obviously just a country bumpkin, but he was able to gain the favor of a great beauty. Thinking about this, those male drivers smiled helplessly, secretly feeling that they were not living as well as Yi Fan. When an envious gaze was cast, Yi Fan's vanity burst. He didn't drive a Porsche, nor did he drive a Bentley or Rolls-Royce, so Tang Yuyan obediently got into his car. Yi Fan's heart was secretly happy, thinking that Tang Yuyan was just too good to pick up. 2 hours later, Yi Fan drove the tractor and appeared on top of a mountainous highway, and underneath this mountainous highway was the birdsong village of Taoyuan. At this moment, Tang Yuyan's bones were being turned upside down as she looked at Yi Fan with a grumpy face and said, "Yi Fan, the highway that comes to Peach Orchard Village is surprisingly a road of death. Why didn't you talk to before? The mountain road in Taoyuan Village is so difficult to walk." Yi Fan rolled his eyes and said, "Ms. Tang, are you stupid? If the mountain road in Peach Orchard Village is not difficult to walk, how could I drive a tractor to Bonan County and sell yellow golden pears? If you can't top it, I can let you have the seat for a bit, and drive the tractor while chatting with you." Tang Yuyan was a little moved. Her body was about to be turned upside down. She couldn't take it anymore. Chapter 17. One daughter, 2 dragons, 3 young men. After a long time of silence, Tang Yuyan blinked her beautiful eyes and placed the cushion next to Yi Fan's seat, saying, "Yi Fan, I'm warning you, you can't make a move on me. Otherwise, I'll click you right away and turn you into a little eunuch." Seeing that Tang Yuyan had really paid action, Yi Fan's heart trembled as he said, "Ms. Tang, don't worry, I'm a decent person." Yi Fan wanted to tell Tang Yuyan that he wasn't able to do it in the first place. Rather, he didn't need Tang Yuyan to click him. However, the words came to his mouth, but was swallowed back by Yi Fan. Yi Fan and Tang Yuyan were only partners now. There was no need to tell Tang Yuyan his secret. In the next second, Tang Yuyan sat sideways on the cushion, tightly next to Yi Fan, causing Yi Fan's heart to tremble. It had to be said, Tang Yuyan was a fairy. The fragrance that permeated out from her body was like an orchid in an empty valley, serene with a few moments of coolness, making Yi Fan a little horny. "Ms. Tang, you smell good." Yi Fan smacked his lips and said with unfulfilled desire, "Yi Fan, you give this fairy a good drive." Tang Yuyan's eyes flashed as she pouted. Yifan faintly uttered, "All right." At this moment, Yifan was fully focused on driving the tractor, and Tang Yuyan sat next to Yifan with a cool face, causing Yifan's mouth to smile. Not long after, a huge rock appeared on the mountain road in front of him. Yifan immediately stepped on an emergency brake. Tang Yuyan's body was skewed and almost flew out from the tractor. Yifan wrapped his arm around Tang Yuyan's thin waist and held Tang Yuyan's body, causing Tang Yuyan's stunningly beautiful little face to blush as he said, "Yifan, you denizen prodigal son, you said you wouldn't take advantage of me." The corner of Yifan's mouth twitched as he said, "Ms. Tang, this is an accident." When Yifan's voice fell, a black-lighted Mercedes-Benz SUV rushed to the front of the tractor and stopped, followed by a thin, cold-looking man wearing a practice suit. He was holding a string of Buddha beads in his hand. He could not help but walk out from the Mercedes-Benz SUV and smiled coldly. "Smash this tractor for me, and kill this pair of dogs." Upon hearing this, 5 black-clothed thugs, who were carrying a black hammer, rushed out from the Mercedes-Benz SUV, and without a second thought, angrily smashed the tractor with a black hammer. Seeing this, Yifan slightly narrowed his eyes and slowly loosened the salty pig hand that was wrapped around Tang Yuyan's waist and said, "Han Linchong, I didn't expect that we would meet again." That's right. The person who stopped the road and angrily smashed the tractor was the number 1 trader under Han Tai's command, Han Linchong. Han Linchong's original name, Lin Chong, but, in order to curry favor with Han Tai, he actually asked Han Tai to give him a name and give him the surname Han. Because of this, he was called Han Linchong. Upon hearing this, Han Linchong smiled cruelly and licked his dry, cracked lips with his tongue. "It's me, Yifan. Chen Er Dog went to the 100 fruit firm to find me and told me about all your crimes. I contacted Xiao Han, who immediately gave me clear instructions to scrap you by any means necessary. Half a year ago, Xiao Han and I took turns whipping you with a leather whip. That taste, I still have a lot of memories of it. Today, I want to abuse you in a different way, smashing you to death with a black hammer." Yifan lightly glanced at Han Linchong and contemptuously said, "Han Linchong, Han Tai that did to me. One day, I will return it 1,000 times 100 times. Han Linchong mockingly smiled. "Just by you? Yifan, don't forget, the Han family is the sky of Nanzhao City. While you're just a good-for-nothing fruit farmer, what are you going to fight with Han Xiao?" Saying that, Han Linchong turned his words around and looked at Yifan with a playful face, saying, "Today, if you kneel on the ground, kowtow to me and beg for forgiveness, then, lick my shoes clean, I reckon I will spare your life." Yifan shook his head. "Han Linchong, you are too arrogant. Do you know, this girl who rode the tractor with me, who is she?" Yifan pointed his finger at Tang Yuyan, realizing that Tang Yuyan's face had turned black, and a dangerous light flashed in her eyes. In front, the black hammer clanged and smashed the tractor to pieces, raising thick dust that splattered onto Tang Yuyan's stunningly beautiful and flawless little face. Han Linchong's eyes lit up as he said, "Ha, this girl has a decent figure. I don't care who she is, since she bumped into me, it's her bad luck. When I cripple you, I'll drag her into the little tree for a good time." With these words, Han Linchong rotated the Buddha beads in his hand, revealing a winning expression from his face as he said, "Smash me hard. Today, I want to let Yifan know that the Han family is not that easy to mess with." Seeing this, Yifan's smile became even stronger. Han Linchong really didn't know how to die, even treating Tang Yuyan as heir. Tang Yuyan shook off her 3,000 strands of hair, gray-headedly jumped down from the tractor, gently turned her delicate body, lifted up that upside-down face, and coldly said, "Han family, what kind of thing is it? How dare you ride on my head and make a fool of yourself? Han Linchong, do you not want to mix in Bonan County anymore?" Hearing Tang Yuyan's voice, Han Linchong winced and immediately looked away from Tang Yuyan. When Han Linchong saw the woman standing in front of him, it was actually Tang Yuyan. Han Linchong immediately knelt down, for no other reason. The reason why Tang Yuyan was able to start the Imperial Cuisine Hotel in Bonan County was because of Tang Yuyan's heavenly background and mysterious origins. The head of the Han family, Han Shanhe, had warned Han Linchong quite sternly that if Han Linchong came to Bonan County to open the 100 Fruits Hotel, there were 3 people he couldn't mess with. There are 3 people that cannot be messed with. These 3 people are the 3 great young men of Bonan County, 1 woman and 2 dragons. 1 woman is Tang Yuyan. The 2 dragons were the Dragon and Tiger Society's Dragon 5th Master. The 3 great young men were the boss behind the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, Yu Dongyang. Han Linchong had been in Bonan County for so long, he naturally recognized Tang Yuyan. After a long time of silence, Han Linchong screamed and said with a fearful face, "Miss Tang, I didn't even know that you were sitting on the tractor. If I knew about this, even if you borrowed 100 of my guts, I wouldn't dare to send someone to smash Yifan's tractor. Please forgive me, I have no intention of offending you." Tang Yuyan gave an icy smile, revealing her white shell teeth and showing a powerful aura on her body, saying, "Forgive me? Just now, I heard with my own ears that you were going to drag me into the grove." Tang Yuyan paused, then said, "You smashed Yifan's tractor. This is a capital offense. Because Yifan is my good friend." Han Linchong instantly exploded. He followed Han Tai's order and came to help Chen Er Dog out. Unexpectedly, it was a kick in the teeth. Yifan was actually Tang Yuyan's friend. A moment later, Han Linchong trembled and knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Tang Yuyan and begging for forgiveness. Tang Yuyan coldly spoke out, "Han Linchong, the matter between us will be settled later. Right now, you must make amends and apologize to Yifan. If you can obtain Yifan's forgiveness, I can spare you from death." Chapter 18, The Means of Tying People Up. Endlessly, Han Linchong was filled with humiliation that instantly flowed into his heart. Yifan was just an ordinary fruit farmer, while he was a famous and powerful man. Tang Yuyan even asked Han Linchong to apologize to Yifan. This made Han Linchong want to die. When the 5 black-clothed beaters saw Han Linchong kneeling in front of Tang Yuyan, they shrunk their heads, quickly stopped swinging their hammers, and bumbled their way to Han Linchong's front, whispering, "Brother Chong, that tractor has already been half smashed by us. Do we still need to keep smashing it?" Han Linchong was worried about having nowhere to take his anger. His eyes reddened, he stood up from the ground, snapped and slapped the 5 black-clothed thugs, saying, "Smash! Smash your mom! Smash!" The 5 black-clothed thugs looked at Han Linchong with a grimace, their faces filled with bitterness as they humbly said, "Brother Chong, it was you who told us to smash that tractor. We were merely following your orders. What are you slapping us for?" Han Linchong's pupils shrunk as he hissed, "Mard, I told you to smash the car, so you smashed it. You won't look at what kind of people are sitting in this car first." Han Linchong couldn't afford to mess with Tang Yuyan. He had to find himself a step down. At this moment, Han Linchong came up with a bad idea, planning to have these 5 black-clothed thugs apologize to Yifan. In this way, not only would Tang Yuyan's face not be broken, but he would also be able to retain his face. Han Linchong, as the general manager of the 100 fruit firm in Bonan County, he was a man of honor in Bonan County. How could he kneel down and apologize with Yifan, this pariah? The 5 black-clothed thugs were instantly confused because they didn't know Tang Yuyan at all, and they didn't know Tang Yuyan's terrifying features. In the next second, the 5 black-clothed fighters were so aggrieved that they were on the verge of crying. On the car, Han Linchong had asked them to smash the car, and now, it had become their fault. What was this called? Kneel down and apologize to Yifan. Quick! Han Linchong roared, glaring with an angry face, revealing a smear of killing intent from above his cold face. Seeing this scene, the 5 black-clothed men turned around in a flash, and with a bend of the knees, they knelt on the ground, saying, "Yifan, I'm sorry, we had eyes but didn't recognize Tai. We shouldn't have smashed your tractor." Yifan smiled faintly and said, "5, you are only accomplices. The main culprit is Han Linchong the one. Just now, I can clearly hear Han Linchong not only want to learn dog barking, but also let me help him lick shoes. You guys don't kneel. Hurry up and grab Han Linchong over here. Let him kneel in front of me and learn to bark while helping me lick my shoes." Yifan was a tough guy. His kung fu of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger had already reached the peak. Right now, since Tang Yuyan was covering him, he would naturally torture Han Linchong in different ways, making Han Linchong's life worse than death. Han Linchong's expression changed as he said, "Yifan, don't go too far. I've already asked my little brother to kneel down and apologize to you. Don't give your face away." Han Linchong was not afraid of Yifan, but he was afraid of Tang Yuyan. Tang Yuyan's background was too terrifying. Even the Han family didn't dare to mess with it easily. Hearing this, Yifan slowly walked to Tang Yuyan, blinked his eyes at Tang Yuyan, and said aggressively, "Miss Tang, I'm so scared. Han Linchong threatened me. This matter, tell me how I should handle it." Tang Yuyan frowned, making a gesture to take out the phone and threatened, "Han Linchong, you'd better do what Yifan said, or else, I'll immediately make a call to Han Shanha. Tell Han Shanha word for word that you smashed my car and want to start a war with the Tang family." Hearing how Tang Yuyan said it, Han Linchong knelt down once again. If Tang Yuyan brought the black complaint to Han Shanha, then Han Linchong would surely die. Thinking about this, Han Linchong covered his face with his hands and said, "What are you 5 gawking for? Hurry up and grab me over there so that I can kneel in front of Yi Xiao and confess to him." Those 5 black-clothed thugs quickly got up, walked to Han Linchong's front, ruthlessly grabbed Han Linchong's shoulders, lifted Han Linchong's body, carried Han Linchong next to Yifan, and then threw him heavily on the ground. Just now, when Han Linchong angrily smacked their mouths, the 5 black-clothed fighters had clearly remembered it. Now, since Han Linchong had opened his mouth and ordered them they would naturally retaliate against Han Linchong in secret. Han Linchong had never treated them as human beings on account of being a member of the Han family. If it wasn't for the fact that Han Linchong had a few bucks to keep them clothed and fed, these 5 black-clothed fighters wouldn't have followed Han Linchong. Han Linchong fell to the ground on all fours, his body thumping. Yi Fan revealed a touch of indifference from his handsome face, slowly lowered his head and said, Han Linchong, kneel down and learn to bark like a dog, then, lick my shoes. Hearing this, Han Linchong glanced at Tang Yuyan in panic. Seeing Tang Yuyan put away her cell phone, Han Linchong was like an amnesty, nodding his head and getting up, pandering, okay, Yi Xiao, I'll do as I'm told. With these words, Han Linchong knelt straight in front of Yi Fan, while woofing and barking like a dog. He used his tongue to help Yi Fan lick his shoes. At this moment, a cold aura flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He saw that there were 2 piles of dog under his feet. Yi Fan immediately stopped Han Linchong, stepped the sole of his shoe on the dog, and then lifted up his feet and sneered, Han Linchong, I'll add some spice to you. I'll give you 1 minute. You quickly lick the soles of my shoes clean. Han Linchong's eyes reddened, and above that cold face, a sinister color surged. Yi Fan, you even asked me to lick? Yi Fan nodded. Han Linchong, you are not Han Tai's lapdog. Your doggy nature is hard to change. Me asking you to lick dog is exactly in line with your nature. You lick it quickly. Otherwise, Miss Tang is going to be furious. It had to be said. Yi Fan's fox and tiger kung fu was really to the point of perfection, making Han Linchong suffer. Tang Yuyan chose to watch coldly as Yi Fan's means of tormenting Han Linchong were endless, leaving Tang Yuyan in awe. In the next second, Han Linchong looked up at the 5 black-clothed fighters, and took an uncontrollable deep breath, saying, Holy, you 5 big and small cuties, what are you stupidly waiting for? Hurry up and kneel in front of Yi Xiao and lick dog with me. Yi Fan puffed and laughed, saying, right, you guys are tough guys, you should lick together. The 5 black-clothed thugs knelt at Yi Fan's feet, pinched their noses with their hands, and began to lick dog together with Han Linchong. The scene was quite spectacular. After finishing licking the dog, Yi Fan shook his head and looked towards the tractor that was smashed beyond the shape of a car with a heartbroken face and coldly said, Han Linchong, you sent someone to smash my tractor. This tractor was passed down from my family's ancestors. It's an heirloom of the old Yi family. Those 5 black-clad thugs smashed it beyond recognition. You must pay me back. Han Linchong's mouth was full of. He vomited and nodded his head. Young Yi, I smashed your tractor. I'm willing to compensate. Name a number. How much you'll compensate you. Chapter 19, Ruthless and Ruthless. In Han Linchong's opinion, this tractor was broken and in disrepair. Han Linchong would at most compensate Yi Fan with a few tens of thousands of dollars, which would defuse the matter and gain Tang Yuyan's understanding. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan shook his finger, causing Han Linchong to look happy and said, Yi Xiao, you're going to make a compensation payment of $10,000. Yi Fan sank out. Han Linchong, are you blind? I stretch out a finger and it's $10,000? Is my old man's tractor so worthless? When the words came to this point, Yi Fan paused a little and then said, I'm going to make you pay $10 million in compensation. A semi-scrapped tractor. Yi Fan even asked Han Linchong to compensate $10 million. Han Linchong immediately became angry. Han Linchong stood up in a huff, and with an uncontrollable grimace, he said, Yi Fan, are you tricking me? Seeing that Han Linchong wanted to make a move, Yi Fan's silhouette moved and instantly appeared in front of Han Linchong, saying, Ms. Tang, this guy Han Linchong doesn't know how to be honorable. He wanted to attack you. I'll help you teach him a lesson. With these words, Yi Fan stomped his foot towards Han Linchong's crotch, causing Han Linchong to let out a pig-killing squeal from his mouth. When Han Linchong's body was about to fly out backwards, Yi Fan threw a hook punch, directly hitting Han Linchong's chin, sending Han Linchong flying with a punch. Immediately after that, Yi Fan's body moved and instantly appeared in front of Han Linchong, using his internal energy to shock Han Linchong's hamstring and hand tendon, causing Han Linchong to instantly become an invalid, lying on the ground in a bloody mess. Han Linchong's injuries were too severe. Whether he could be revived or not was an unknown. Seeing this, Tang Yuyan also stopped the idea of cleaning up Han Linchong. Han Linchong had been beaten up by Yi Fan. How could he have that high and mighty arrogance just now? What happened in the flash of lightning caused the 5 black-clothed fighters to scream and say, Yi Fan, you even shot and ruined Brother Chong? The 5 black-clothed fighters rushed towards Yi Fan, and when Yi Fan smashed his fist, one of the black-clothed fighters was smashed away. Yi Fan's hand was ruthless and merciless, causing Tang Yuyan to ripple with color. In a little while, 5 black-clothed fighters were lying on the ground, and at this time, Yi Fan patted away the dust on his clothes and said, Han Linchong, this man has a grudge against me. It's normal for me to waste him. Saying this, Yi Fan gave a bad smile and said, now that Han Linchong is unconscious, I can only ask you guys for money. You guys smashed my tractor. You must pay me back. Otherwise, you guys will definitely die today. Seeing that Yifan was so ferocious, he was just like an unruly man. The 5 black-clothed beaters wiped the cold sweat off their faces with their hands, and with shaking hands, they asked Yifan to provide the collection code, and transferred more than $30,000 to Yifan before and after. After receiving the money, Yifan smiled prettily and said, "Do you still have any cash on you? Give me all of it." The 5 black-clothed fighters had a black eye, nearly being tortured crazy by Yifan's black belly nature. They searched their whole body and searched out more than $5,000 of cash from their body again. Yifan picked up the more than $5,000 of cash with a rich face, and playfully said, "You guys can get lost. Oh yeah, remember to carry Han Linchong away. When you guys get back to Bonan County, you guys contact Han Tai right away and let Han Tai come and take a look at Han Linchong in this hellish state." The 5 black-clothed thugs rolled and crawled up, immediately walking to Han Linchong's side, carrying the bloody Han Linchong away, and then, drilling into that Mercedes-Benz SUV, looking at the shivering driver with eyes full of panic, roaring, "Grass, what are you shaking for? Hurry up and drive. Hurry, hurry, hurry." This Mercedes-Benz SUV is a 2020 GLS 450 luxury SUV, can take 7 people, landed to several millions. At this moment, Yifan looked at this Mercedes-Benz SUV with his eyes and said, "Ms. Tang, this Mercedes-Benz SUV is not bad. Why don't I snatch it over?" Tang Yuyan rubbed her temples with her hands, revealing a touch of bitterness from her stunningly beautiful little face, saying, "Yifan, robbing a car is illegal. If you become a robber, you will definitely wear out your jail cell. The Han family is the #1 power in Nanjiao City. If you rob the Han family's car worth several $1,000,000, the Han family will definitely come after you to settle the score." Yifan hooked his lips and smiled, saying, "Ms. Tang, although the Han family is scary, but you are not bad either. I have a blood feud with the Han family, and sooner or later, I'll have to confront the Han family. As long as you cover me, I'll dare to fight the Han family to the death." Seeing this, Tang Yuyan frowned and said, "Yifan, don't drag me into the water. I don't want to be your accomplice. The blood feud between the Han family and you has nothing to do with me. Don't you start a war with the Han family under my banner. Otherwise, its consequences are unimaginable." Yifan was too lawless. If Tang Yuyan agreed to protect Yifan, it would definitely implicate her, which was something Tang Yuyan was not willing to see. Now Han Linchong as well as those 5 black-clothed thugs had gotten their due punishment, so that the anger in Tang Yuyan's heart also subsided a lot. Seeing that Tang Yuyan didn't agree to rob the car by herself, Yifan could only stop this idea and said quietly, "Miss Tang, I'll listen to you. I won't rob the car." When Yifan's voice fell, the Mercedes-Benz SUV had already fled without a trace. Yifan was too scary. These 5 black-clothed thugs never wanted to see Yifan again in their lives. Yifan was a devil. He ate people without spitting out bones and was ruthless to the extreme. Tang Yuyan's head nodded slightly. "Aha." Seeing this, Yifan smiled slightly and said, "Miss Tang, I listened to you so well. Aren't you going to give me a reward?" Hearing this, Tang Yuyan lifted her cool beautiful eyes, her eyes darkly flowing, saying, "Reward? What reward? Kiss me." Yifan badgered. "Scram," Tang Yuyan angrily said. The corner of Yifan's mouth twitched and said, "Miss Tang, you are a fairy. You can't be so vulgar. Speak in a civilized manner. Don't move and let me roll." "Where do you want to let roll? Is it roll to your heart? Let you from now on to me love rooted deep. Cannot be pulled out." Tang Yuyan's stunningly beautiful little face was filled with black lines, tilting her head back to look at the sky, messily saying, "Yifan, stop talking. I'm afraid that if you continue to talk, I won't be able to help but beat you up violently." Tang Yuyan was messy in the wind, secretly feeling that Yifan was becoming more and more shameless. After saying that, Tang Yuyan seemed to have remembered something and said with a mocking smile, "Yifan, you encountered the car-smashing robbery. This is God punishing you for me." Hearing this, Yifan had no choice but to step out and said indifferently, "Ms. Tang, if it wasn't for you, the broomstick, sitting in the car with me, wouldn't I have gotten my car smashed?" Tang Yuyan. Seeing that Tang Yuyan didn't say anything for a long time, Yifan took out his cell phone in an extremely dashing manner, and gave a call to Zhang Deshun, the car repair professional from Taoyuan village, and asked Zhang Deshun to come to the intersection of Pudu Road, to come and help Yifan repair the tractor, and in the meantime, to give him a whole motorcycle to come up. Chapter 20, Evil Woman. This tractor had been in the Yi family for more than 9 years. Yifan had extremely deep feelings for it, and Yifan had to fix it. Half an hour later, Zhang Deshun drove a minivan, which was pulling parts to repair the tractor, and slowly appeared. Behind the minivan, apprentice Huang Taiju rode a Xinjiang motorcycle and slowly drove to Yifan's eyes. "Brother Yi, your tractor was smashed?" Huang Taizhu curiously said. Enemies seeking revenge. Yi Fan replied. As soon as these words came out, Yi Fan drove Huang Taizhu off the motorcycle, held the motorcycle with his hand, and smiled back. Ms. Tang, the tractor will take a long time to be repaired, and I'm afraid you can't wait. I'll ride the motorcycle and take you to my family's orchard. Tang Yuyan hesitated and said, all right. Zhang Deshan managed to get off the motorcycle. When he saw Yi Fan standing beside a big beautiful woman who was a beauty, Zhang Deshan immediately rounded his eyes and said, Yi Fan, this girl child is so beautiful, is it because of her that you were smashed by someone? Yi Fan smiled helplessly and said, Brother Zhang, fix your car properly, don't guess. Tang Yuyan walked in front of Yi Fan, who quickly rode on the motorcycle. At this time, Tang Yuyan climbed on the motorcycle with quick eyes and hands, sat behind Yi Fan, and grabbed the iron frame at the back of the motorcycle with her hand dead center. Seeing this, a bad smile flashed in Yi Fan's eyes, and with his hand on the gas, he carried Tang Yuyan away. There was a whooshing sound. When Yi Fan rode the motorcycle and disappeared from the intersection of Pudu Road, Yi Fan took a deep breath and immediately stepped on a sharp brake, causing Tang Yuyan's entire body to stick to his back. Ms. Tang, the mountain road is rugged and the road surface is wet. You must hold me firmly. Yi Fan laughed. No hug. Tang Yuyan refused. Tang Yuyan slowly stepped back and once again grabbed the iron frame with her veiny hands. Yi Fan laughed badly and had to step on the emergency brake all the way, torturing Tang Yuyan with a red face. Tang Yuyan's figure was too good. She was bumped a few times and finally stuck to Yi Fan's undershirt like a small gecko, making Yi Fan's heart happy. After a long time, the peach orchard village appeared in front of Tang Yuyan's eyes, causing Tang Yuyan to instantly look dumbfounded. The breeze gently blew, and a peach tree within the village swayed with the wind, and on top of the peach tree, a single green-colored peach was hanging. Looking along the peach village, a patch of grassy fields and dams appeared in Tang Yuyan's beautiful eyes. The wind blew the grass down to see the cows and sheep, and the forest of peach trees was as beautiful as a picture. Although Peach Orchard Village was very backward, the village was filled with earth houses all around, with only 7 or 8 real flat-roofed houses scattered about. However, Taoyuan Village is very beautiful, like a paradise in the world. Tang Yuyan had never been to the countryside before. She looked at the Peach Orchard Village with unblinking eyes and said happily, Yi Fan, how come there are fruit trees everywhere in the Peach Orchard Village? Yi Fan smiled lightly. Miss Tang, Peach Orchard Village is a fruit countryside. The village's fruit farmers rely on selling fruits to get rich. Tang Yuyan's head nodded slightly. So that's how it is. Yi Fan raised his sword eyebrow. While riding the motorcycle, he spoke. Miss Tang, we are going to enter the village in a while. Don't hug me. There are many rights and wrongs in the village. I'm afraid my clean and innocent reputation will be ruined by you. Tang Yuyan snorted lightly and immediately let go of Yi Fan's waist, saying with a slight anger, Yi Fan, all the way. You are the one who is taking advantage of this fairy. How come in the end it's me who is not? You are really too shameless. Yi Fan blinked his eyes and said softly, Ms. Tang, if a man is not bad, a woman does not love. If I am not a little bit shameless, how would you come to Peach Garden Village with me? Tang Yuyan was too lazy to talk to Yi Fan. She was mad by Yi Fan. The motorcycle drove into the pitted streets of Peach Orchard Village, the villagers sitting on both sides, seeing Yi Fan carrying a big beauty back to the village. For a while, all kinds of gossips filled the sky. Outside the Yi family gate, outside a fenced compound, in about 5 minutes or so, Yi Fan parked his motorcycle in a godly dragon swing, then pointed his finger at the orchard in the back of the mountain and said, Ms. Tang, do you see it? That's the orchard I cultivated. I call it the Four Seasons Orchard. Within the Four Seasons Orchard, there are fruits for every season. Tang Yuyan's beautiful eyes flashed as she jumped off the motorcycle and said, Four Seasons Orchard, that's a good name. You hurry up and take me to see it. When Tang Yuyan's voice fell, her stomach suddenly grumbled, causing her face to sink slightly. Seeing this, the corner of Yi Fan's mouth hooked as he looked at Tang Yuyan with a curious expression and said, Miss Tang, what's wrong with you? Hearing Yi Fan's question, Tang Yuyan hesitated for a moment, revealing a touch of shyness from her stunningly beautiful little face, and shyly said, Yi Fan, I have a tummy ache, and your family's toilet is over there. When Tang Yuyan told Yi Fan that she wanted to go to the toilet, Yi Fan laughed and said, Miss Tang, so you're not a fairy. You also eat the grains and cereals of the world, and you also have to fart and poop. You go forward 10 meters. There is a small tiled room next to you. There is my family's toilet. Tang Yuyan glared viciously at Yi Fan and said, Good. Yi Fan even mocked her, which made Tang Yuyan want to beat Yi Fan to death. Who said that fairies couldn't go to the toilet? Fairies were also human beings. Yi Fan was being crooked, making Tang Yuyan very disturbed. Tang Yuyan went to look for a toilet, and Yi Fan took a deep breath before he was ready to walk into the house. Suddenly, many debtors appeared from afar. they took the account book, came aggressively, looked quite scary. Seeing this, Yi Fan took out his cell phone and took a look. It was only 1 in the afternoon, not yet the agreed time. Why did the numerous debtors come? Yi Fan slightly narrowed his eyes. Behind the many debtors saw the figure of Chen Shilong. Yi Fan immediately determined that this matter must be tricky. Obviously, the reason why the numerous debtors had come early to claim their debts must have been instigated by Chen Shilong. Yi Fan, don't run, you quickly pay us back, the numerous debtors shouted, with a fierce look, itching to eat Yi Fan alive. I'm not running, Yi Fan said loudly. The external debt of the family Yi Fan took the responsibility. Since the numerous debtors came to demand the debt, Yi Fan will return the money to them is less leaning. Numerous debtors walked to Yi Fan's front. At this time, a middle-aged woman wearing plain clothes and pants, with freckles on her face, slightly chubby and ordinary looking, took the lead to walk out, coldly looking at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, your family owes me 30,000. It's time for you to pay your debt. Chen Shilong told me that you rode a motorcycle and pulled a big beauty back. That big beauty is a small rich woman. She has the ability to pay off your debt for you. The middle-aged woman who spoke was named Feng Chunyan. She was one of the famous evil women in Taoyuan village. Previously, Feng Chunyan had called Yi Fan several times in order to ask for the debt, making all kinds of snide remarks about Yi Fan. It can be said so. Feng Chunyan was a complete evil. Yi Fan's eyes turned cold, revealing a touch of gloom from his handsome face, saying, Feng Chunyan, I clearly remember that my family only owes you 10,000. How come it has turned into 30,000 in just 3 years? Feng Chunyan crossed her arms and pugnaciously said, interest rolls over. Do you understand? Lao Mama put but usury. A year 7 or 8,000 interest money it. I let you pay back 30,000. Has given you a lot of concessions. Outside the house came noisy voice. Let's sitting in the house Wei Qinglan and Shen Dan heard. Wei Qinglan looked condensed. Said, Shen Dan, you and I go out to see. What happened outside? Shen Dan raised her flirtatious little face, her long eyelashes flickered, her beautiful eyes gently moved, and said, okay, auntie. At this time, Yi Fan looked at Feng Chunyan with an angry face and coldly grunted. Feng Chunyan, you stinking. You're not a normal black borrow 10,000 and pay back 30,000. This unconscionable words, only you can say it. Chapter 21, Human nature is thin and cold. Feng Chunyan looked furious, licked her dry and cracked lips and said, Yi Fan, how dare you open your mouth to offend me? Now the interest rate has risen again. I want you to pay back 33,000. When Feng Chunyan's voice fell, Wei Qinglan and Shen Dan appeared behind Yi Fan. Feng Chunyan, you stinking. My family obviously only owes you $10,000. How did it suddenly become $33,000? Wei Qinglan roared. Wei Qinglan, 23,000 is interest money. 10,000 is the principal. Do you understand? I'm not a charity organization. How can I lend money to Yi family for no reason? Feng Chunyan shot back. Hearing Feng Chunyan say this, Wei Qinglan rolled her eyes in anger and said, Feng Chunyan, you're going too far. Feng Chunyan smiled coldly and said, what? The old Yi family wants to renege on their debt? Wei Qinglan, although you are plainly dressed, but you still have some good looks. If the old Yi family dares to not pay back the money, I will immediately call for someone to capture you and sell you into a kiln so that you can take on customers to pay off your debt. Wei Qinglan immediately fainted with anger. She had never encountered such an unreasonable person as Feng Chunyan. Seeing this, Yi Fan held Wei Qinglan's body and took Wei Qinglan's pulse with his hand. After determining that Wei Qinglan just fainted due to her anger and didn't have a half-life-threatening condition, Yi Fan's eyes turned cold in vain and said, Feng Chunyan, you, Lao Zi never likes to beat women, unless I can't help it. But, you spoke out against my mom. Today, if I don't pack you up properly for once, I am in vain. As soon as these words came out, Yi Fan let Shen Dan support Wei Qinglan, leapt and appeared in front of Feng Chunyan, and slapped Feng Chunyan's face, sending Feng Chunyan's teeth flying. Yi Fan opened his bow left and right. His hands were fast and furious slapping Feng Chunyan. In the blink of an eye, Feng Chunyan was slapped into a pig's face. Seeing Yi Fan's strong strike, Shen Dan's watery eyes flashed with a trace of color and said loudly, good slap. There was a snapping sound. Yi Fan kicked Feng Chunyan's stomach, causing Feng Chunyan to slam into Chen Shilong's face, causing Chen Shilong's face to change in fear, saying, folks, Yi Fan, this scoundrel, he doesn't want to pay you back. That's why he shot out and slapped Feng Chunyan angrily. It had to be said. Chen Shilong was very good at judging the situation. He shouted out such a voice at this juncture, instantly mobilizing the grievances of many debtors. People die for wealth and birds die for food, especially in Taoyuan village. The economic income of the villagers in the village was low. Because of this, the villagers of Taoyuan village once regarded money as more important than their lives. Seeing this, A dangerous light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he said, Chen Shilong, you are looking for death. Chen Shilong smiled coldly, and made to scream, Yi Fan, I'm not wrong, you just can't pay back the money, you want to cheat? And at this moment, the many debtors stepped forward in unison, forcing, Yi Fan, you hurry up and pay back the money, it's only right to pay back what you owe. If you don't pay back the money today, we will immediately smash your house. Yi Fan raised his sword eyebrow, his eyes looked at Chen Shilong and the many debtors, and sneered, it's not just money, I have plenty. At this time, Yi Fan drew out more than $5,000 of cash from his pants bag, rather casually holding it in his hand, the corner of his lips slightly hooked, and then said, today, whoever angrily slaps Chen Shilong in the mouth, I will not only give him more than $5,000 of cash in his hand, I will also take him to become rich. Chen Shilong, this old bastard is really too bad. He is stirring up right and wrong in it. I must give him a lesson. The many debtors looked at Yi Fan with an intent face and said, Yi Fan, are these words you said true or false? Yi Fan nodded his head. It's true. In the next second, Yi Fan casually scattered more than 5,000 pieces on the ground and looked at Chen Shilong with a playful face. Yi Fan, you are shameless. Chen Shilong screamed. A skinny debtor, who was wearing a black sportswear, hesitated for a moment, then rushed to Chen Shilong's side with an arrow step and slapped Chen Shilong's face, causing Chen Shilong to spin around on the ground. Chen Shilong, you deserve to be smoked. Zhang Biao coldly snorted. Chen Shilong being slapped made Shen Dan laugh freely. Yi Fan smiled back and said, Sister Shen, it's a bit dangerous outside. You help my mom into the house first. Shen Dan's head nodded slightly. Okay, little fan. When Shen Dan slowly disappeared, Chen Shilong roared in anger. Scarlet slap marks imprinted on his face as he threatened. Zhang Biao, you ungrateful dog. You even slapped me for more than $5,000. You wait for me. When Er Dog is discharged from the hospital, I will let him get you killed. Yi Fan smiled coldly and said, whoever slaps Chen Shilong 10 more mouths, I will give another 20,000. Zhang Biao cruelly voiced out, saying, I'll do it. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Biao slapped out another slap, directly sending Chen Shilong flying out. Then, he rode on Chen Shilong's body, slapping Chen Shilong wildly on the left and right, causing Chen Shilong to let out pig-killing grunts. Chen Shilong relied on Chen Er Dog to be the village bully of Taoyuan village, and was rampant in the village. Some time ago, Chen Shilong peeped at Zhang Biao's wife taking a bath, and Zhang Biao tolerated it due to his fear of offending Chen Er Dog. But, just today Chen Shilong even extended his devilish claws to Zhang Biao's daughter, Zhang Duo, and wanted to molest Zhang Duo. This matter, is Zhang Biao's wife just sent a message to tell him, for the sake of money, and also to give his family a bad breath. Only then did Zhang Biao angrily slap Chen Shilong. In less time, Chen Shilong got up from the ground with a roll, and said with a sinister face, Zhang Biao, Yi Fan, you guys wait for me, I won't let you go. Yi Fan smiled contemptuously and said, rubbish. As his voice fell, Yi Fan pointed his finger at the money on the ground and said, Zhang Biao, you first collect the cash, then, give me the collection code and I'll transfer another 20,000 to you. When the words came to this point, Yi Fan paused slightly and said, by the way, how much money does my family owe you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Biao smiled and said, 20,000. I don't want interest, just pay me back the principal. Seeing how open Zhang Biao was, Yi Fan smiled slightly and said, success. Zhang Biao picked up more than $5,000 on the ground and walked to Yi Fan's side with the same step. Showing the collection code, Yi Fan immediately transferred 30,000 to Zhang Biao. Receiving the money, Zhang Biao looked deeply at Yi Fan and said, Yi Fan, you are a man of your word, worthy of being a member of the old Yi family. Seeing this, Yi Fan squeezed out a touch of warmth from his handsome face and said, Zhang Biao, you helped me slap that old bastard Chen Shilong. In the future, you are my friend. As long as you are willing, you can follow me anytime. Zhang Biao nodded. Aha! Yi Fan clearly remembered that even though his family owed Zhang Biao money, but Zhang Biao had never forced a debt from Wei Qinglan and Yi Fugue, which made Yi Fan have a few good feelings towards Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao never thought that because he did not die in Yi family debt. Actually, into the eyes of Yi Fan, today's action had just changed Zhang Biao's fate. Chapter 22, Raising Eyebrows, Paying Off Foreign Debts. After half a second of silence, the remaining debtor screamed and said, Yi Fan, since you are so rich, you quickly pay us back. Yi Fan's expression sank. All the money he had on him had been given to Zhang Biao. He was now penniless. At this moment, Yi Fan took a deep breath and said, slightly embarrassed, debtors who don't want interest are listed. I'll pay you back immediately. Hearing Yi Fan say this, the remaining debtors hesitated for a moment, and immediately after, there were three calm-faced, simple-looking debtors who slowly walked out, saying, Yi Fan, it's not easy for your family, Just pay us back the principal. We are all from the same village. Head up but not head down. There is no need to make the relationship so stiff. Yifan smiled faintly and said, thank you. A minute passed. Yifan still stood straight and didn't walk to the front of those 3 debtors to pay back the money. At this time, Feng Chunyan was wearing a pig head face and roared with a fierce face. Yifan has no money. He wants to renege on his debt. Otherwise, why is he late to pay back? A flash of suspicion flashed in the eyes of those 3 debtors, and their voices gradually turned cold as they said, Yifan, don't fool us, you hurry up and pay us back. The corner of Yifan's mouth twitched as he said, 3 of you, wait for me for a moment. Seeing Yifan finding excuses to excuse himself, Feng Chunyan screamed with a red face and neck, saying, Yifan, you poorer then. You obviously don't have any money, and you're still pretending to be broad-minded here. You should hurry up and pay back the 3 debtors of the Yi family. The village said that you brought back a little rich woman. I guess that little rich woman saw your house is so shabby, has already fled. A deadbeat like you should be poor for the rest of your life. Feng Chunyan's words were more vicious than one sentence, making Yifan's anger rise from his heart. Yifan just wanted to go out to clean up Feng Chunyan. A light and melodious voice quietly rang out. Who said that Yifan doesn't have money? Yifan negotiated a big business in Bonan County and made a lot of money. I, on the other hand, am a personal female secretary hired by Yifan, and am not the little rich girl that the villagers have rumored. Tang Yuyan finally appeared, which made Yifan take a long breath of relief. If Tang Yuyan didn't show up again, Yifan's worldly reputation would be ruined. However, Tang Yuyan said that she was Yifan's personal female secretary. What kind of operation was this? Tang Yuyan appeared in a slim and graceful manner. A white dress covered her body. Her figure was delicate and moving. Her face was flawless, and her temperament was tranquil and absolutely beautiful. When Tang Yuyan walked to Yifan's front, she smiled lightly and said, Yi Xiao, sorry to have surprised you. At this moment, Tang Yuyan asked those 3 debtors with a wealthy and generous mind how much Yifan owed them. With Tang Yuyan knowing the amount of money owed, Tang Yuyan asked the 3 debtors to show their collection codes and transferred $10,000 to each of them. Yifan looked at his eyes and nose, and said without blushing, Little Tang, the next matter will be left entirely in your hands. Tang Yuyan revealed a strand of black lines from her stunningly beautiful little face. Yifan was too good at climbing up the pole to know Tang Yuyan was a famous figure in Bonan County. But Yifan was calling her Little Tang. If it wasn't for the sake of helping Yifan and letting him raise his eyebrows at the many debtors, Tang Yuyan would want to quit right now. Yifan really is not big and small. Even dared to call Tang Yuyan as Xiao Tang. Thinking about this, Tang Yuyan glared viciously at Yifan and said, Okay de, Yi Xiao. Tang Yuyan walked to the rest of the debtors and started to help Yifan pay off his debt. At this time, the rest of the debtors wanted interest, and Tang Yuyan immediately told these few debtors that loan sharking in the private sector was against the law. It just so happened that she was familiar with the director of the Bonan County Police Station. So if these few debtors wanted interest, then Tang Yuyan had to invite them to sit in the police station. Upon hearing this, the several debtors changed their color, and coyly let Tang Yuyan transfer the money and return the principal to them. The people do not fight with the officials. Yifan's personal secretary, even know the official person. This makes these several debtors instantly scared out of their wits. In a few moments, Tang Yuyan transferred $60,000 to the debtors, clearing the money that Yifan owed them. Seeing this, Yifan looked at Feng Chunyan coldly and said, Feng Chunyan, the interest that my family owes you, do you still want it? Tang Yuyan smiled playfully and chimed in, if you want the interest, then I can only invite you to have tea at the Bonan County Police Station. Feng Chunyan's pupils shrank, panicking, No, I don't want to go drink tea. Ms. Tang, just transfer $10,000 to me. The Yi family owes me $10,000. Tang Yuyan's head nodded slightly. Good. After saying that, Tang Yuyan walked to Feng Chunyan's front with lotus steps. When she saw Feng Chunyan's face imprinted with slap marks, she smiled and said, Feng Chunyan, you show me the collection code. Feng Chunyan timidly voiced out, saying, Okay, Ms. Tang. At this moment, Feng Chunyan showed the payment code, and Tang Yuyan immediately transferred $10,000 to her, collected the money. Feng Chunyan immediately fled. Tang Yuyan body noble atmosphere. At first glance as a person with connections, Feng Chunyan is afraid to stay. Yifan will let Tang Yuyan send her to the police station in Bonan County. Evil people have their own Yifan grinding. If Feng Chunyan wanted to fight with Yifan, she was still a little too young. Not long after, Tang Yuyan bumbled her way to Yifan and said with a smile on her face, Young Yi, what other instructions do you have? Yifan hooked his lips and smiled, and said in a low voice, Little Tang, you did a good job in this matter. Come, I'll reward you with a fragrant kiss. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuyan pushed Yifan away, revealing her white teeth. and said with slight anger, "Get lost." With these words, Tang Yuyan only remembered afterward why Yi Fan had spoken out against her. She pretended to be Yi Fan's personal secretary in order to stand up for him. This seemed to be a bit too much. Wasn't there the saying circulating in the business world that secretaries were all honeys kept by their bosses? Thinking about this, Tang Yuyan's stunningly beautiful little face instantly turned red. She shyly looked at Yi Fan, unable to speak for a long time. At this time, Zhang Biao and others shrunk their heads, not daring to disturb Yi Fan and Tang Yuyan flirting. Slipping away, Yi Fan had climbed into a relationship with the people of Bonan County, and in the future, he would definitely be able to level the playing field. "Little Tang, why is your face red?" Yi Fan curiously said. "No, why?" Tang Yuyan snorted coldly. At this moment, Shen Dan swayed her delicate figure and walked out with a step, and when she looked up, she saw Tang Yuyan's small face slightly red, and at this time, Shen Dan looked at Yi Fan with a curious face and inquired, "Yi Fan, who is this?" No wonder Shen Dan was curious. It was really because Tang Yuyan looked too beautiful, just like a fairy. Yi Fan smiled awkwardly and said, "Sister Shen, this is Xiao Tang. She is my personal female secretary." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuyan's complexion turned cold, and she rolled her eyes uncontrollably, saying, "Sister Shen, don't listen to Yi Fan's nonsense. I'm the founder of the Imperial Cuisine Grand Hotel, Tang Yuyan. This time, Yi Fan and I came to Peach Orchard Village because we wanted to see the value that Yi Fan's Four Seasons Orchard holds. For this reason, I gave Yi Fan a sponsorship fee of $150,000 to help him pay off the Yi family's external debts." Chapter 23, Plan to Get Rich. After saying that, Tang Yuyan glared viciously at Yi Fan for a while. Yi Fan was getting more and more shameless, making Tang Yuyan very angry, even making fun of her nonsense. Tang Yuyan assumed the role of Yi Fan's personal secretary, only wanting to let Yi Fan raise his eyebrows in front of the villagers of Peach Orchard Village. Unexpectedly, Yi Fan was the one who was gracious enough to return the favor. Yi Fan smiled awkwardly and reintroduced Tang Yuyan, saying, "Sister Shen, Ms. Tang is not my personal female secretary, she is my partner." Shen Dan's eyes darkly flowing, charming little face delicate and flawless, can't help but show a toothy smile, said, "Xiao Fan, you said the brocade plan is to use the fruit in the orchard, go to Bonan County to pull sponsorship off, and Ms. Tang is the sponsor you pulled in?" Yi Fan nodded. "Yes, Sister Shen, am I not very smart?" When the words came to this point, Yi Fan paused slightly, revealing a bad smile from his face, patting his handsome face with his hand, saying, "Come on, give me a reward, give me a kiss." Shen Dan blinked her eyes in a flirtatious manner. "Little Fan, Miss Tang is right next to you, I'm too embarrassed to kiss you." Yi Fan bristled. "Yo, Sister Shen, you're still shy." Shen Dan smiled lightly. "Yes, Little Fan, I'm shy. You and Ms. Tang go to inspect the orchard first, I'll stay at home to take care of Auntie." In the next second, Shen Dan slowly walked to Tang Yuyan's front and looked at her with a thankful face, saying, "Miss Tang, thank you for helping Little Fan, thank you." Seeing Shen Dan being so reasonable, Yi Fan's heart was hot. Shen Dan was worthy of being the woman he valued. She was too good at things. Tang Yuyan revealed a trace of curiosity from her stunningly beautiful little face and smiled. "Sister Shen, I gave Yi Fan sponsorship for commercial reasons. The yellow golden pear cultivated by Yi Fan is a high-end fruit that is hard to find in the world. The reason why I help him is also because I want to bundle my interests with Yi Fan. And with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I want to make the popularity of the Imperial Cuisine Hotel known." Hearing Tang Yuyan say this, Shen Dan quietly voiced out, saying, "Miss Tang, I don't understand business matters. You talk to Little Fan, I'll go into the house first." Tang Yuyan nodded her head slightly. "Good." Not long after, Shen Dan made an elegant turn and walked faithfully into Yi Fan's house, the tattered earthen house. Tang Yuyan blinked her beautiful eyes and playfully appeared in front of Yi Fan, saying, "Yi Fan, you just let Sister Shen kiss you in front of me. Were you afraid that Sister Shen would be jealous? You suddenly brought such a fairy like me back to the village. If I were Sister Shen, I would definitely be greatly jealous." Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, "Ms. Tang, you are overthinking. Sister Shen is a well-informed woman, and would not be indiscriminately jealous." Saying that, Yi Fan slightly paused, his black eyes gently flickered, his sword eyebrows slightly wrinkled, rubbing his hands vigorously. His words turned and said, "Miss Tang, you want to sponsor the Four Seasons Orchard. The district of 150,000 is simply not enough. You have to add money. Now that I've finished paying off my family's external debts, the next step is to open a fruit bank in Bonan County and make tons of money just to become the richest man in Peach Orchard Village." It had to be said, Tang Yuyan was just too refined. She again wanted to buy yellow golden pears in bulk with Yi Fan, and she also wanted to make use of the influence of yellow golden pears to make the popularity of the Imperial Cuisine Grand Hotel become higher. That's why Yi Fan was incomparably straightforward in negotiating with Tang Yuyan. Yi Fan had never been a master who was willing to take a loss. He was especially diabolical and very good at doing business. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuyan locked her brows tightly, looked at Yi Fan with a stoic face, and softly said, "How much do I add?" Yi Fan rubbed his hands vigorously, a greedy money grin spreading from his face as he replied, "500,000. As far as I know, if you want to open a fruit firm in Bonan County, you need at least 500,000 as startup capital." Tang Yuyan smiled sweetly. She thought that Yi Fan would open his mouth wide and extort millions from her. However, Yi Fan did not do so, which made Tang Yuyan impressed with Yi Fan. Seeing Tang Yuyan smiling like a flower, Yi Fan dropped his gaze on Tang Yuyan's body and inquired, "Ms. Tang, what are you smiling about?" Tang Yuyan smiled faintly. "Nothing. It's fine for me to sponsor another $500,000 for you. However, I need to conduct a field inspection of the Four Seasons orchard first. In addition to that, if you really open a fruit bank in the future, the fruits in your fruit bank should be specially supplied to the Imperial Cuisine Hotel. And this is a lifetime agreement. Do you dare to accept it?" Yi Fan cleared his voice and said, "Yes." As his voice fell, Yi Fan strutted his body forward and led Tang Yuyan towards the Four Seasons orchard. 10 minutes later, Four Seasons orchard. Yi Fan and Tang Yuyan walked into the Four Seasons orchard side by side, and as soon as they looked up, they saw a fruit tree swaying in the wind, and on top of the fruit tree, there was a single green-colored fruit hanging. Seeing this, Tang Yuyan's complexion changed and said, "Yi Fan, how come there are no yellow golden pears in the Four Seasons orchard? You lied to me?" Tang Yuyan vaguely had the momentum of violent anger. Her body revealed a powerful breath, just like a fairy descending to the earth. It was really beautiful. Yi Fan smiled confidently and said, "Ms. Tang, I won't lie to you. Do you believe it? I can do magic. As long as you close your eyes for a minute or so, the yellow golden pear will appear in front of your eyes." Yi Fan had a mysterious smile on his face, causing Tang Yuyan to narrow her eyes and say, "Magic tricks? Yellow golden pear?" Yi Fan uttered in a deep voice, "Yes." Tang Yuyan hooked her lips. Her stunningly beautiful little face was gorgeous. A trace of coldness flashed through her bright eyes. "What if you can't change it?" Yi Fan lightly glanced at Tang Yuyan and replied, "Ms. Tang, if I can't change out, then I'll let you kiss me." Seeing that Yi Fan was shameless again, Tang Yuyan chirped and said, "Get lost, you big rascal." At this time, Tang Yuyan was a little alarmed. If there really was no yellow golden pear in the Four Seasons orchard, then she would be empty. In particular, her plan to develop high-grade fruits and to bring about the popularity of the Imperial Cuisine Grand Hotel would be completely dead in the water. Seeing a hint of panic on Tang Yuyan's face, Yi Fan laughed and said, "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Just close your eyes. The moment to witness the miracle is coming soon." Tang Yuyan took a deep breath and said with a grave face, "Okay, I'll trust you for once." With these words, Tang Yuyan closed her beautiful eyes, letting those long eyelashes sway in the sunlight, and her white skirt was blown up by the breeze, revealing a pair of round and straight long legs. Tang Yuyan is too beautiful. Yi Fan wanted to secretly kiss Tang Yuyan. However, once he thought that Tang Yuyan was a famous big shot in Bonan County, he immediately stopped this thought of death. Chapter 24, Entering the Mountain to Collect Medicine. With a swishing sound, Yi Fan swept under a pear tree. His expression was solemn. His hands quickly formed a seal, and he silently said, 9 changes of spiritual fruit technique, ripening technique, present. In the next second, the jade pure bottle that was attached to Yi Fan's body immediately appeared in Yi Fan's hand, followed by a drop of green-colored spirit liquid slowly flying out, transforming into a wave of green-colored spirit mist that diffused towards the pear tree. Suddenly, above the surface of a single cyan pear, wisps of golden light swirled, causing the many cyan pears to grow larger, and then, to be plated with a layer of gold. The yellow golden pears shook and the breeze moved, causing a hint of fruity scent to permeate out. Yi Fan's mind moved, and the jade pure bottle disappeared into Yi Fan's hands, as if it had never appeared. At this time, Yi Fan gently snapped his fingers and looked towards Tang Yuyan with a bad smile on his face, saying, "Miss Tang, you can open your eyes now." Tang Yuyan's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her beautiful eyes, her eyes filled with curiosity. At a glance, Tang Yuyan's delicate body trembled. Just now, there was clearly not a single yellow golden pear in the Four Seasons orchard, but a minute's time had passed, and above the pear tree in front of her eyes, it was suddenly full of yellow golden pears. Dazzling people, these yellow golden pears are growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, surrounded by a fruity flavor. Seeing this scene, Tang Yuyan was full of shock as she covered her rosy mouth with her hand and said in panic, This, how is this possible?" Upon hearing this, Yi Fan walked slowly to Tang Yuyan's front and said confidently, "Ms. Tang, nothing is impossible. Don't forget, I am a countryside wonder." Seeing that Yi Fan started to narcissize, Tang Yuyan rolled her eyes and said, "Yi Fan, how come there is only one yellow golden pear? I see that in the Four Seasons orchard, there are quite a few pear trees." Yi Fan said with old spirit, "Rare things are expensive. The yellow golden pear is an extremely rare fruit that can't be found, and can only be ripened one by one. In this way, I can maximize my benefits and earn a lot of money." Tang Yuyan's face darkened and said, "Shameless." Tang Yuyan carefully surveyed the yellow golden pear. When she smelled that mellow fruit aroma, Tang Yuyan immediately determined that this was the real yellow golden pear. Thinking about this, Tang Yuyan raised her eyes to Yi Fan and said, "Yi Fan, I want all the yellow golden pears on this pear tree. Is that okay?" Yi Fan nodded. "Yes, however, you have to promise me one condition." Tang Yuyan's beautiful eyes flashed as she said, "What condition?" "Yi Fan, do you want me to kiss you?" Hearing Tang Yuyan say this, the corners of Yi Fan's mouth twitched as he said, "Ms. Tang, you're a fairy. How can you be so tacky and try to take advantage of me as soon as you open your mouth? I am a decent person. Am not going to take advantage of someone yet. The condition I said is that you must transfer money to me immediately. Just now, you helped me pay off my $120,000 of external debt, and since you agreed to work with me, then you still have to transfer $530,000 of sponsorship money, early tomorrow morning, when the yellow golden pears can be picked. After I pick the yellow golden pears, I'm going to go to Bonan County to rent a fruit row and make a big deal." Tang Yuyan was not a person of great vulgarity, and Yi Fan falsely accusing her made her a little angry. If Yi Fan was a decent person, then there would be no colorful wolf in this world. After half a second of silence, Tang Yuyan gritted her silver teeth and said, "No problem." Tang Yuyan asked Yi Fan to tell her the bank card number and immediately transferred $530,000 to Yi Fan. When the bank collection text message appeared on Yi Fan's cell phone, Yi Fan looked at Tang Yuyan with a smile and said, "Little Tang, you are too generous." Tang Yuyan coldly voiced out, "Don't call me Little Tang, call me Miss Tang." Seeing this, Yi Fan gave a bad smile. He, "Miss Tang, since you won't let me call you Little Tang, then, in the future, I will call you Big Tang." Tang Yuyan was so angry that she stomped her feet and said, "Yi Fan, you asshole." Seeing Tang Yuyan getting angry, Yi Fan laughed and said, "Ms. Tang, you not everything is good. But you can't take a joke. These yellow golden pears in the Four Seasons orchard can't be picked until tomorrow morning. Let's come over again tomorrow morning." The green-colored spiritual liquid in the jade pure bottle only yielded 1 drop a day. Without the cyan spirit liquid, Yi Fan could not ripen the rest of the cyan pears. Instead of staring here, it would be better to go and do something meaningful. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuyan instantly exploded and fiercely said, "Yi Fan, what did you say? The yellow golden pear can only be picked tomorrow morning?" Yi Fan faintly uttered, "Aha." Tang Yuyan revealed a fierce light from her eyes and pursued, "Then where will I sleep tonight?" Yi Fan rubbed his hands vigorously and suggested, "Miss Tang, if you don't mind, you can live under the same roof with me. My nest can be warm. It will definitely not be cold to you." These yellow golden pears were very important to Tang Yuyan, so Tang Yuyan definitely had to pick the yellow golden pears before returning to the Imperial Grand Hotel. A trace of anger emerged from Tang Yuyan's stunningly beautiful little face as she fumed, "Scram!" At this time, Yi Fan shrunk his head and faintly said, "If you don't live with the same person, then I'll give you a bunk, so you can make do with one night at my house." Tang Yuyan was pampered. Yi Fan thought that she wouldn't sleep on the floor, but to his surprise, Tang Yuyan immediately agreed, "Good." In the next second, Tang Yuyan and Yi Fan walked out of the Four Seasons orchard. Yi Fan smiled slightly and said, "Miss Tang, after I go home, I want to go into the mountains to pick medicines and dispense a pair of traditional Chinese medicines to regulate my body. Will you go with me?" Tang Yuyan's thin lips lifted slightly. "Go." The family's predicament had already been solved by Yi Fan, and next, Yi Fan was going to start treating his impotence disease. Yi Fan combed for a few days and finally found an ancient medicinal prescription in the immortal medical sect's inheritance. This ancient medicinal formula could regulate the male's kidneys, restore the functions in the necrotic kidneys, and allow the patient with the no-lift disease to be gradually cured. Dragon Yan Ultimate Bliss Formula. This is the name of this ancient prescription. If you want to formulate the Dragon Yan Ultimate Bliss Formula, you have to find a wild ginseng plant to be used as medicine. Behind the Peach Garden Village was the 100,000 mountains, which had a lot of valuable herbs, and Yi Fan wanted to go into the mountains to try his luck. Not long after, Yi Fan and Tang Yuyan walked into the Yi family. Shen Dan came out from the inner room, looking at Yi Fan with a bright and moving look, saying, "Little Fan, have you negotiated the cooperation with MS? Tang? Yi Fan grinned and said, "It's settled, Sister Shen. In the future, you'll wait to be the richest woman in Peach Orchard Village. In this half-year's time, you've been busy helping me take care of the orchard, so you've suffered a lot." Shen Dan's eyes darkly flowed, and a shy color appeared on that charming little face, saying, "Little Fan, if you want to be good with me, you must cure your disease first." The corner of Yi Fan's mouth twitched, and when she saw Shen Dan's fiery eyes, he immediately shivered and agreed. "Understood." Seeing this, Tang Yuyan blinked with a curious face and inquired, "Yi Fan, what kind of disease do you have?" Yi Fan smiled helplessly and said, "Ms. Tang, this is my secret. I hope you won't ask too much." After saying that, Yi Fan walked into the house and picked up a back basket, picked up a small hoe, slowly walked to Shen Dan and said, "Sister Shen, did my mom wake up?" Shen Dan shook her head. "No." Yi Fan's complexion condensed, said, "Then let her sleep for a while longer. Her body is fine. At most 2 more hours of sleep will wake up completely. You help me take good care of her. I'm going to go into the mountains to collect medicine to cure my illness." Shen Dan's forehead slightly nodded. "Good. You go, there is me at home." Chapter 25 Unexpected Discoveries. After saying that, Shen Dan gave a light smile and lightly glanced at Tang Yuyan, saying, "Miss Tang, Xiao Fan is going into the mountains to collect medicines. If you don't have a place to go, you can go inside and watch TV." Seeing that Shen Dan was testing Tang Yuyan, Yi Fan immediately made a wink towards Tang Yuyan. Tang Yuyan understood and smiled, looking at Shen Dan with a delicate demeanor, saying, "Sister Shen, thank you for your kindness. The scenery of Peach Orchard Village is very nice. I want to walk around." Shen Dan's head nodded slightly. "All right, then when you're done wandering around, why don't you come over to Yi Fan's house again?" Tang Yuyan hooked her lips, revealing her crystalline shell teeth. Her stunningly beautiful little face was full of calm, saying, "Good." As soon as these words came out, Tang Yuyan lifted her white skirt, just like a snow lotus swaying in the wind, and disappeared from the front of Yi Fan and Shen Dan with a trusting step, walking slowly into the depths of Peach Orchard Village. Seeing this, Shen Dan's willow eyebrows relaxed and said, "Little Fan, you quickly go and pick medicine. I hope you can cure your illness as soon as possible, so that we can get married. I love you. I want to marry you." The corner of Yi Fan's mouth twitched, and he said, "Sister Shen, you are a woman. Don't be so blunt in your speech. Be more subtle." Shen Dan blinked her beautiful eyes, bumbled her way to Yi Fan's front, blew a mouthful of hot air into Yi Fan's ear, incomparably provocative. "Little Fan, I'm already very subtle." Yi Fan had a head full of black lines. Shen Dan was worthy of being a widow. Her speech was too provocative, making Yi Fan a little overwhelmed. Thinking about this, Yi Fan picked up the small basket, put the small hoe in the basket, secretly kissed Shen Dan and said, "Good, Sister Shen, you wait, I will not let you down." With these words, Yi Fan also steps away from Shen Dan, walks to the motorcycle, sits on his butt on the motorcycle, sends the motorcycle, and then rides the motorcycle into the mountains. 30 young women are the most provocative. This sentence, when it really makes too much sense. Not long after, Yi Fan rode his bike and appeared to Tang Yuyan's side. Yi Fan stopped the motorcycle rather domineeringly and said, "Miss Tang, get on the bike." Hearing this, Tang Yuyan smiled playfully and said, "Yi Fan, aren't you afraid that Sister Shen is silently staring at you not far away?" Yi Fan blankly glanced at Tang Yuyan and said, "Miss Tang, I just asked you to lie to Sister Shen. I just don't want Sister Shen to misunderstand. It's not good for my reputation for us to be alone and go into the mountains together to collect medicine." Tang Yuyan's complexion changed and she looked at Yi Fan angrily, saying, "Yi Fan, you bastard, you have a bad reputation." The moment Yi Fan opened his mouth, he plastered his face with gold, making Tang Yuyan hate his teeth. Seeing this, Yi Fan casually put down the small backpack and placed it in Tang Yuyan's hands, saying, "All right, Ms. Tang, don't be angry. Let's go. I'll take you into the mountains to collect medicine. It's not good for me to ride a motorcycle with a small basket on my back. You can help me carry it." Tang Yuyan's eyes flashed superbly and said, "Yes." Tang Yuyan casually took over the small basket and carried it on her back. Then, extremely nimbly sat behind Yi Fan. A hint of charm flashed in her beautiful eyes. For some reason, once Tang Yuyan remembered Yi Fan's fluffy words, she just couldn't let go. At this moment, Yi Fan rode his motorcycle and disappeared without a trace in a puff of smoke. Going into the mountains to collect medicines with an immortal beauty like Tang Yuyan, Yi Fan just casually thought about it and his heart was filled with anticipation. 1 hour later, Yi Fan rode his motorcycle and pulled Tang Yuyan to appear outside a lush primitive forest. Yi Fan parked his motorcycle and let Tang Yuyan hand him the small back basket and said with a faint smile, "Ms. Tang, we have arrived at our destination." When the words came to this point, Yi Fan paused a little, A hint of warmth rose from his handsome face, and then said, "By the way, Miss Tang, you're wearing a skirt, so it doesn't affect picking herbs with me, right?" Tang Yuyan's eyes flowed, looking at Yifan playfully, and said with slight anger, "It doesn't affect." Yifan gently snapped his fingers and said with a smile, "Just don't affect it." In the next second, Yifan made a dashing turn and immediately walked into the primitive forest. At this time, Tang Yuyan's complexion changed and said, "Yifan, wait for me." In the wild forest in the middle of nowhere, the wind was cold and chilly, although Tang Yuyan was ruthless, but she was always a woman. When a trace of cold wind blew Tang Yuyan's hair, Tang Yuyan felt that there seemed to be someone behind her, so she chased towards Yifan. Yifan smiled back and said, "Ms. Tang, you're scared. Don't be afraid. I will protect you." Yifan stopped in place and waited for Tang Yuyan for a while, waiting for Tang Yuyan to come to Yifan's side before Yifan led Tang Yuyan to walk unhurriedly into the depths of the primitive forest. Not long after, Yifan took a deep breath, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes, and he silently recited, "Herb picking technique, present." When Yifan recited the spell, Yifan's divine sense opened up and his penetrating medical eye flashed darkly. Suddenly, Yifan was able to sense that in this primitive forest, there were strange medicines and herbs there. At this moment, Yifan's eyesight had increased greatly, and with a glance, he could clearly see every blade of grass and tree 5 kilometers away. Seeing this scene, Tang Yuyan's beautiful eyes flashed and looked straight at Yifan, wondering, "Yifan, how are your eyes? I just saw 2 golden lights flashing in your eyes." Yifan managed to turn his head and landed his gaze on Tang Yuyan's body, and for a moment, Tang Yuyan's exquisite and delicate body instantly appeared in front of Yifan's eyes. Tang Yuyan looked incomparably cool, and her curious appearance was like a fairy descending to the earth, breathtakingly beautiful. Yifan took a deep breath, not daring to continue looking at Tang Yuyan. It had to be said, Tang Yuyan was the embodiment of an angel and a devil, combining coolness and sexiness in one. Yifan never thought that Tang Yuyan, who seemed as cool as an immortal, was so observant that she had discovered the abnormality of his eyes. After a half a second of silence, Yifan smiled faintly and said, "Miss Tang, you are probably looking at it wrong. Now that the sun is shining brightly, the sunlight must have been reflected into my eyes. That's why my eyes have turned golden." Tang Yuyan beat her rosy little mouth. "Well, maybe it's my eyes that are blurred." Yifan didn't talk more with Tang Yuyan. He walked up as fast as he could and started picking medicines in the primitive forest. Chapter 26, The Little Divine Doctor Cures All Diseases with One Shot. When Yifan and Tang Yuyan entered the depths of the primitive forest, Yifan utilized that divine medicine picking technique to find a 100-year-old lingji. This 100-year-old lingji, bright red like agate and fan-shaped, was quietly growing on a scorched black withered wood root. "Yifan, there is a 100-year-old Ganoderma there," Tang Yuyan said in surprise. As the voice fell, Tang Yuyan trotted forward, wanting to pick the 100-year-old lingji. Yifan's expression changed and said, "Miss Tang, stop it quickly. This 100-year Ganoderma is a mountain treasure. There must be poisonous creatures guarding around it." Tang Yuyan appeared to the side of the 100-year lingji. She could barely stand still, which wanted to close her hand. Suddenly, a half-meter-long and short poisonous centipede, crawling with that strangely fast and incomparable body, directly longitudinally to Tang Yuyan's beautiful leg, and fiercely biting it, causing Tang Yuyan to let out a pig-killing grunt. When the poisonous centipede appeared, a golden toad jumped out from a bush. Its body was golden. Its limbs were rigid and powerful. Its eyes were ice-cold. It violently stomped on the ground and landed on Tang Yuyan's mouth, spraying a stream of venom out of its golden mouth, spraying into Tang Yuyan's rosy little mouth. Yifan's complexion was frozen as he operated the chaotic evergreen skill, transforming his body into a stump, swept to the front of the poisoned centipede and the golden toad, and fought to the death with these 2 poisonous creatures. At this time, Tang Yuyan's eyes were starry-eyed, her head was dazed, and she fell headfirst to the ground. Not long after, Yifan condensed his spiritual chi between his palms and turned his hands into swords, quickly and accurately slashing at the vital parts of the golden toad and the poisonous centipede, finally killing the 2 poisonous creatures. "Yifan, am I going to die?" Seeing that Yifan fought desperately with the 2 major poisons to save himself, Tang Yuyan's heart warmed and she said with a weak face. Yifan quickly walked to Tang Yuyan's front and said confidently, "Miss Tang, with me here, you won't die." Tang Yuyan rolled her eyes and urged, "Yifan, don't brag. You quickly take me back to Peach Garden Village. I want to see a doctor." Yifan smiled faintly. "Ms. Tang, I am the doctor. Don't worry, I will save your life." Tang Yuyan looked at Yifan with a skeptical face and said breathlessly, "Yifan, you can still heal?" Yifan nodded. "Yes, actually growing fruits is just my side business. My main business is a doctor. You have been deeply poisoned. You must be healed immediately. Otherwise, you will immediately turn into a beauty corpse. Saying that, Yi Fan took out the silver needle bag that he was carrying with him, looked at Tang Yuyan with his eyes downcast, took out a silver needle and said in a low voice, "Ms. Tang, can I use the silver needle to drive away the poison for you?" Tang Yuyan's eyes flashed and said, "Yes." After saying that, Tang Yuyan closed her beautiful eyes and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "Yi Fan, you quickly apply the needle for me." Yi Fan raised his sword eyebrow, and with a gentle shake of his white wrist, he took out a silver needle and immediately inserted it into Tang Yuyan's Higu acupoint, and managed to suppress the horrible toxicity for Tang Yuyan. The silver needle entered the body, and the poisonous gas dissipated. Tang Yuyan let out a light hum, then opened her beautiful eyes, looking at Yi Fan with colorful surprise. "Yi Fan, you really know medical skills?" Yi Fan hooked his lips and smiled. "Of course, Little Master is the legendary Little Divine Doctor. Both silver needles can ferry people, as well as medical skills can save people." As his voice fell, Yi Fan took 2 more silver needles and stabbed them into Tang Yuyan's beautiful legs, as well as above the Renjong acupoint, sealing the poisonous gas for Tang Yuyan, so that Tang Yuyan's drowsy head finally got a few points of relief. Tang Yuyan was convinced by Yi Fan's divine medical skills. She never thought that Yi Fan, who appeared to be a dandified man, was actually a divine doctor. Not long after, poisonous blood flowed out of Tang Yuyan's beautiful legs, and immediately afterward, that small red mouth swelled up high, directly turning into a sausage mouth. Tang Yuyan screamed and said, "Yi Fan, help me, I feel my body is numb, am I dying?" Yi Fan looked at Tang Yuyan with a difficult face, and after a slight moment of hesitation, he said, "Ms. Tang, your poisonous qi has been sealed by me, but I can't seal the poisonous blood. Your condition is a bit complicated, I must study it properly. Right now, I don't have full certainty that I can help remove the poisonous blood from your body. Unless I use my hands to help you squeeze out the poison, you will be able to turn the corner." At this point in the conversation, Yi Fan smiled helplessly and continued, "In your eyes, you have always felt that I am a big bad guy, and at this juncture, I wouldn't dare to take advantage of you." Hearing Yi Fan say this, Tang Yuyan was instantly stunned. She raised a stunningly beautiful little face, revealing a pair of cold as frosty eyes, and messily said, "Yi Fan, I don't want to die. Please, hurry up and help me squeeze the poison." Seeing that Tang Yuyan had such a strong desire to survive, Yi Fan revealed a hint of a conspiratorial smile from the depths of his eyes. Tang Yuyan, this woman was good at everything. The only thing was that she was too high and cold, and always liked to look down on Yi Fan, not listening to his words. Now, Yi Fan had a hard time encountering this kind of fragrant opportunity. He naturally wanted to properly clean up Tang Yuyan and cure her. In fact, with Yi Fan's current medical skills, he only needed to give Tang Yuyan a few more needles to cure Tang Yuyan and turn her around. After a long time of silence, Yi Fan gave a bad smile. "Ms. Tang, then I'm squeezing ah." Tang Yuyan's eyes turned, shyly lowered her head and whispered, "Aha." Yi Fan bent down and started to squeeze the poison for Tang Yuyan with his hands. Right now, Yi Fan was helping Tang Yuyan squeeze the poison with a serious face, making Tang Yuyan incomparably embarrassed. In a moment, the poison on Tang Yuyan's beautiful leg was squeezed clean by Yi Fan's hand. Yi Fan once again applied needles to remove all the poison from Tang Yuyan's mouth. After doing all this, Yi Fan took a long breath. "Ms. Tang, the poison you have been hit by has been removed by me." Chapter 27, Discovering the Wild Ginseng King. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuyan looked flustered and pushed Yi Fan away. Above that stunningly beautiful little face, there was a faint beauty that was mesmerizing. Not long after, Tang Yuyan came back to her senses and spoke with a grateful face. "Yi Fan, thank you for saving my life." Seeing this, Yi Fan blinked and said, "Ms. Tang, we are partners, it's only right for me to save you. Now, your condition is basically stabilized. However, you still need me to tie a few needles for you." Tang Yuyan came back to her senses. She smiled grimly and said, "Yi Fan, you tie it." Yi Fan nodded. "Aha." With these words, Yi Fan operated the Tai Shang Healing Sutra, took out 3 silver needles from the silver needle bag, and stabbed them into Tang Yuyan's shoulder well point, Sea of Blood point, and 100 Clubs point. The silver needles rotated, green awns fluttered, and medical chi floated. Not long after, the 3 silver needles all turned black, and with a suction of Yi Fan's hand, the 3 silver needles flew out of Tang Yuyan's body and landed 1 meter away from Tang Yuyan. The 3 silver needles snapped inch by inch, and wisps of black poisonous gas emerged, causing the ground to instantly dissolve most of it and become pitted. Tang Yuyan sucked in a breath of cool air and said, "What a terrifying poisonous gas." Tang Yuyan was in a trance. Just now, if it wasn't for Yi Fan stepping forward and saving her, she was afraid that she would have turned into a beauty corpse by now. Thinking about this, Tang Yuyan shyly glanced at Yi Fan and said with a coquettish smile, Yi Fan, your medical skills are too powerful. Yi Fan smiled narcissistically and said, Ms. Tang, don't worship brother, brother is just a legend. Hearing Yi Fan say this, the corner of Tang Yuyan's mouth twitched. Yi Fan was as shameless as ever. After a long time of silence, Tang Yuyan gently got up and helplessly said, Yi Fan, you are too narcissistic, I don't want to talk to you. The white skirt danced, her hair fluttered, and she was as beautiful as jade. Tang Yuyan stood in the middle of heaven and earth with her eyes full of coolness, just like the 9 heavenly maiden descending to the mortal world, causing Yi Fan to be dumbfounded at once. After looking at Tang Yuyan, Yi Fan shrunk his head and smiled with unfulfilled intentions. Then he leaped and appeared in front of the 100-year-old Lingji and picked it away. After picking the 100-year Lingji, Yi Fan picked up the corpses of the poisonous centipede and the golden toad with a rich look on his face and smiled from ear to ear as he said, Ms. Tang, how much do you think this poisonous centipede and this golden toad can be sold for? Tang Yuyan smiled coldly and said, I can't assess it, so don't ask me. If you want to sell these 2 major poisonous items, you can go to the Myriad Treasure Pavilion and take a look. The Myriad Treasure Pavilion accepts everything. Yi Fan took a deep breath and said, Chang. The Myriad Treasure Pavilion was very famous in Bonan County, and Yi Fan had long heard of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion's reputation, but had never been to the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Yi Fan planned to pick the yellow golden pear tomorrow, then find transportation to pull this poisonous centipede and golden toad, and go to the Myriad Treasure Pavilion to sell the mountain treasures. Don't look at this poisonous centipede and this golden toad as highly poisonous things, but their whole body is a treasure. According to Yi Fan's estimation, they can be sold for at least tens of thousands of dollars. Yi Fan put the 100-year Ganoderma lucidum into the small basket. Then, using a hemp rope, he tied the poisonous centipede and the golden toad together and carried them on his shoulder. Tang Yuyan's complexion changed and said, Yi Fan, although the poisonous centipede and the golden toad are dead, but they still harbor a high level of poison in their bodies. Aren't you afraid that the venom will overflow and poison you to death alive? Yi Fan smiled boldly and said, Not afraid, I am invulnerable to all poisons. After saying that, Yi Fan continued to use his medicine-picking technique and began to search for the whereabouts of the wild ginseng king in the deep and dense virgin forest. Yi Fan didn't forget that the purpose of him going into the mountains to pick medicines was to find the wild ginseng king, to match it into the Dragon Yang Extreme Bliss remedy, and to cure the bad problem that he couldn't do. 1 hour later, Yi Fan and Tang Yuyan appeared within the even darker forest, which was cold and damp, with wild beasts hissing and birds cawing, which was creepy. If Yi Fan wasn't right beside Tang Yuyan would have definitely left this place. It was too scary. Medicine picking technique, searching for medicine and exploring treasures. Yi Fan's dark eyes flashed as he silently recited the spell of medicine picking technique, and for a moment, his divine sense covered this dark forest, causing Yi Fan to look aghast. Yi Fan looked around, and at the end of the dark forest, he saw a flash of golden light appearing if at all, and within that golden light, it appeared to be surrounded by the aura of a great medicine. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan took a deep breath and said, Miss Tang, I found a great medicine 5 kilometers ahead. Let's hurry over and take a look. Tang Yuyan nodded her head slightly. Good, Yi Fan. As her voice fell, Tang Yuyan looked at Yi Fan with a curious face. As she came into contact with Yi Fan, Tang Yuyan secretly realized that Yi Fan was very mysterious. He was obviously not a professional medicine picker, but his skill in picking medicine was divine. Every time he makes a move, he is bound to get something. Yi Fan took Tang Yuyan and left in a hurry, and not long after, a mysterious team, also traveling between the mountains and forests, swept towards the place where Yi Fan found the big medicine. This mysterious team, they wore black clothes, black pants and black shoes, with a mask on their faces, looking especially scary. Yi Fan did not know that a huge crisis was looming towards him. In about 2 Ts, Yi Fan and Tang Yuyan's figures appeared within a remote canyon. Above the canyon, there was a cliff that was extremely steep. On top of the cliff, there was a wild ginseng swaying in the wind. This wild ginseng was a meter high, like a small golden dragon perched on the cliff. Its branches and leaves had all withered. The ginseng trunk was surrounded by a faint medicinal scent, and underneath the bifurcated ginseng trunk were 3 ginseng fruits that had not yet matured. Yi Fan could tell at a glance that this wild ginseng was at least 500 years old, and he was afraid that it was the oldest medicine in this primitive forest. In short, wild ginseng king. Thinking about this, Yi Fan emerged from his handsome face with a touch of ecstasy and said with a smiling face, Found it! Finally found it! Tang Yuyan's beautiful eyes flashed, her rosy little mouth slightly pouting as she curiously said, Yi Fan, the reason why you went into the mountain was to look for this wild ginseng king. Yi Fan nodded. Yes, with it, I was able to formulate the Dragon Yang Extreme Bliss remedy to cure my hidden disease. Tang Yuyan hooked her lips in a smile and pursued. Yi Fan, what hidden illness do you have? Can you tell me? The corners of Yi Fan's mouth twitched as he helplessly said, MS, Tang, this is my secret. Forgive me for not being able to tell you. Tang Yuyan blurted out, revealing her white shell teeth, her eyes darkly flowing as she softly said, Yi Fan, you won't be impotent, right? Hearing Tang Yuyan say this, Yi Fan blackened his face, looked at Tang Yuyan with a messy face, and coldly said, MS, Tang, you're the one who is impotent. Your whole family is impotent. Chapter 28 Tigers and Frog Snake. Scare away the little golden snake. Seeing that Yi Fan reacted so strongly, Tang Yuyan secretly felt that her words seemed to have hurt Yi Fan's pride. Tang Yuyan wanted to say sorry to Yi Fan, but she couldn't. She was a proud woman like a phoenix. She is a woman as proud as a phoenix. She has never bowed her head to a man, and even more so, she has never expressed her modesty to anyone. Seeing that Tang Yuyan lowered her head and didn't say anything, Yi Fan straightened his body and played with the flavor. Miss Tang, you insulted me and deeply hurt my self-esteem. You must compensate me. Quick, you hurry up and kiss me. Tang Yuyan turned her body away and smiled back, saying, no kiss. Yi Fan, this wild ginseng king is a great medicine that is hard to find in the world. Is there an even more terrifying accompanying beast next to it? Yi Fan looked aghast and said, yes. With these words, Yi Fan operated his penetrating medical eyes and canvassed around the cliff. At a glance, Yi Fan was immediately startled, only to see that above the cliff, there were no suspicious species, calm as a lake. Chilling, it was the unknown dangers that were the most deadly. Yi Fan didn't dare to move. He casually picked up a small stone and threw it on top of the cliff, and in a flash, the small stone immediately turned into smithereens and disappeared in the blink of an eye in front of Yi Fan's eyes. At this moment, Yi Fan revealed a touch of gravity from his face and muttered, there is indeed a situation. Tang Yuyan instantly panicked as well and said worriedly, Yi Fan, this place is too dangerous. Either we withdraw. Yi Fan smiled faintly. No withdrawal. The more dangerous it is, the more interested I am. Today, I must pick this wild ginseng king. Yi Fan leaped and immediately flew up to that cliff. At this time, a small chopstick-length snake immediately showed its head from the soil. The small snake was golden yellow in color, with a bulge on its abdomen. The snake's head was pointed, and the snake's eyes were eerily cold. There was a whooshing sound. In the next second, the small golden snake flew towards Yi Fan with a vicious face, wanting to bite Yi Fan to death. Its teeth were incomparably sharp, looking especially regal. Scram! Yi Fan slapped the golden little snake. Suddenly, the golden little snake spat out a mouthful of smoke. Within that smoke, it seemed to contain an extremely terrifying power, making Yi Fan slightly palpitate. Little golden snake, your origin is extraordinary. Today, if you let me pick medicine, I will spare your life. Yi Fan operated the chaotic evergreen skill and gathered his aura on both his palms, slapping out 2 palm shadows, which dispersed the smoke spat out by the little golden snake. The little golden snake revealed a humanized look and gave Yi Fan a look of contempt. A little while later, the dissipated smoke converged again, unexpectedly transforming into an illusionary realm that enveloped Yi Fan. Martyr! This little golden snake was about to become an essence. If it swallowed this wild ginseng king, it was estimated that it would be able to transform into a dragon. Within the illusionary realm, beauties smiled and their pink skirts danced. One by one, the gorgeous beauties revealed their snow-white shoulders, striding a pair of long legs, curling up and walking to Yi Fan's face, smiling charmingly, their voices sounding better than an oriole bird. Handsome man, slave has been guarding her body for many years, and finally waited for you. You quickly come slave let you experience the feeling of flying up to the clouds. After saying that, each beauty was throwing winks at Yi Fan, attempting to seduce Yi Fan's soul, and then, take the opportunity to kill Yi Fan. It had to be said, this beauty illusion was incomparably terrifying. If an ordinary person entered it, they would definitely die. However, Yi Fan was an exception. Because Yi Fan couldn't, these beauties still couldn't let Yi Fan make a mistake even if he flirted with them. Yi Fan bit the tip of his tongue and smiled evilly, saying, okay, all the beautiful sisters, you guys hurry up and take me flying. I can't wait. Yi Fan walked to the side of the numerous beauties with a playful face, and the numerous beauties undressed in front of him, then, began to hold Yi Fan's body and dance. In less time, the numerous beauties surrounded Yi Fan, thinking that they had mesmerized Yi Fan and wanted to kill him ruthlessly. Yi Fan's eyes turned cold, a cold aura flashed in his eyes and he said, kill. Once these words came out, Yi Fan killed decisively. A fist blast was having a beautiful woman being smashed by his fist. Bang bang bang. In a few moments, the silhouette of a beautiful woman was transformed into a starry fog of light, disappearing in front of Yi Fan, and a resentful voice appeared at the end of the day. handsome man, you have a cruel heart. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan smiled coldly. If I wasn't ruthless, I'm afraid I would have died under your pomegranate skirts by now. Yi Fan once again blasted out a punch, carrying 1,000 pounds of gravity, finally breaking the beauty illusion realm. As the beauty illusion was broken, the golden little snake screamed loudly as it looked at Yi Fan with a cruel face, telling him not to get his hands on the wild ginseng king that it had guarded for hundreds of years. Seeing this, Yi Fan spoke out in a deep voice. Little fellow, considering that your cultivation is not easy, I will spare your life. As the voice fell, Yi Fan pretended to walk towards the wild ginseng king, and the little golden snake was unwilling. As it madly pounced towards Yi Fan turned around haughtily, and smashed his fist, which had finished storing up its strength, fiercely onto the body of the little golden snake, directly smashing the little golden snake into a serious injury. Soldiers were never deceitful. Just now, Yi Fan had intentionally said this in order to make the little golden snake relax its guard. As the golden snake lay on the ground, Yi Fan laughed, and with a flash of his figure as if it was a stunning flash, he appeared at the side of the wild ginseng king, and simply plucked away the wild ginseng king. With the wild ginseng king in hand, a big stone in Yi Fan's heart finally landed on the ground. The little golden snake glanced at Yi Fan with a spiteful face and immediately disappeared from the cliff, and in the blink of an eye, it plunged into the dark forest. Human, I won't let you go, you wait for me. In the next second, a tender female voice sounded in Yi Fan's mind, causing Yi Fan's heart to shake. This little golden snake was actually a female. Thinking about this, Yi Fan smacked his lips and said, Little golden snake, if you dare to come and find trouble with me, I will kill you and stew you into snake soup. Yi Fan moved in a fluttering motion, carrying a golden wild ginseng king on his shoulder, and swept in front of Tang Yuyan. MS. Tang, I'm awesome, right? Yi Fan proudly said. Awesome, Tang Yuyan praised. Yi Fan wanted to leave with Tang Yuyan and hurry home to dispense medicine to cure his hidden disease. Suddenly, the mysterious team appeared as if they were ghosts. Their eyes flashed indifferently in front of Yi Fan, and their voices said hoarsely, Junior, put down the wild ginseng king, we can spare you from death. This mysterious team, coming to this dark primitive forest, actually came for the wild ginseng king, which made Yi Fan's heart flinch. Thinking about this, Yi Fan's expression turned cold and said, Spare me from death, do you guys deserve it? On my command, line up all of you in a row. All of you kneel on the ground and confess to me. If you don't do as I say, I will immediately tear your mouths apart. Chapter 29, Boldness. At this moment, Tang Yuyan's beautiful eyes flashed. A trace of gravity flashed in her eyes as she silently stared at this mysterious team, pulling the corner of Yi Fan's coat with her hand, signaling Yi Fan not to talk nonsense. Yi Fan was indifferent. He smiled coldly and continued, Hey, are you guys deaf or blind? You guys quickly kneel down and confess with me. This wild ginseng king is my lifeblood. You guys want to rob my lifeblood? You're just messing with me. Seeing that Yi Fan was like a shrewd scoundrel who was not afraid of this mysterious team at all, Tang Yuyan frowned with her willow eyebrows and said, Yi Fan, don't talk nonsense. This mysterious team, it's coming from a big place. They seem to be the Black Clothes Guards of Shangjing. They entered the mountains to collect medicine. They should be there to save people. Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders, revealing a touch of ruthlessness from his handsome face, saying, regardless of whether it's the Black Clothes Guards or the Dog Clothes Guards, if he dares to rob the wild ginseng king, I'll make him turn into a dead clothes guards, and die completely. This wild ginseng king was a precious great medicine for Yi Fan to cure his incontinence. Whoever dared to rob it from him, Yi Fan would dare to fight with it. Hearing Yi Fan say this, a slender black-clothed man slowly stepped out, touched his mask with his hand, and emitted a cold female voice from his throat, saying, Yi Fan, you've offended the black-clothed guards. You're committing death. The figure of that leader black-clothed man flashed, then flexed his fingers into claws and immediately killed towards Yi Fan, wanting to crush Yi Fan's head with a claw. They had traveled thousands of miles from Shangjing to Nanzhou City, and then, they had traveled 500 kilometers through the mountains of Nanzhou City before coming to the primitive forest in the back of Taoyuan village to find this wild ginseng king. Unexpectedly, it was Yi Fan who had gotten there first. If they did not snatch this wild ginseng king away, then Elder Chen, who was waiting for the wild ginseng king to be used in medicine to save his life, would definitely die on his sick bed. Since Yi Fan was unwilling to give up the wild ginseng king, then the black-clothed man in the lead had no choice but to kill Yi Fan first and snatch the wild ginseng king by the hand. Seeing this, Yi Fan looked furious and said, Seek death. Yi Fan arched his body and stomped the ground heavily with both feet, as if he was a tiger. He verticalized out and secretly operated the chaotic evergreen skill, and blasted towards the leading black-robed man with a vicious face. There was a rumbling sound. Yi Fan shattered the claw shadow struck by the leading black-clothed man with a punch, pulled the leading black-clothed man with his hand, and with a vicious shoulder slam, he sent her flying. "Miss, are you alright?" 9 black-clothed guards dashed out in unison. One black-clothed man held Chen Min's body. Then, those 8 black-clothed guards looked at each other, drew the long knives at their waist, and without any hesitation, they slashed towards Yifan. Yifan's black eyes flashed, and a trace of gravity permeated his eyes as he said, "No matter how high your kung fu is, you are still afraid of a hoe. Today, I will let you all see the old miso stick method." After saying that, Yifan casually put down the wild ginseng king, took out the small hoe in the back basket, placed the back basket on the ground with the corpses of the poisonous centipede and the golden toad. That is, he used his hand to rotate the small hoe, and swept towards those 8 black-clothed guards. Yifan wiped his eyes with his hands and managed to open his penetrating medical eye. Suddenly, Yifan's vision became incomparably terrifying, and with the help of the penetrating medical eye, Yifan could actually see the route of the 8 black-clothed guards' swords clearly. Hoe stick technique, only for beating dogs. Yifan coldly snorted. Yifan's white wrist raised, a hoe hit above the wrist of a black-clothed guard, breaking the black-clothed guard's wrist, followed by a turn of his body. Another 3 hoe shadows were snapped, sending the long knives in the hands of 3 black-clothed guards flying. Yifan's eyes were like electricity and his face was grim as he appeared fast and accurate, anticipating the route of the remaining 4 black-clothed guards' knives in advance, sending the long knives in their hands flying, allowing the 4 long knives to traverse a perfect arc in the air, inserting them into the chests of those 4 black-clothed guards, causing them to instantly lose their fighting strength. Seeing this scene, Tang Yuyan opened her small red-lipped mouth, directly glaring round her beautiful eyes, and said in a trembling voice, "Yifan, your martial arts are actually this powerful?" Yifan extremely tartly shook his head, uncontrollably smiled back and softly said, "Ms. Tang, don't worship me. I'm afraid you'll fall in love with me." In the next second, Yifan continued his thunderous strikes, ruthlessly cleaning up the 5 black-clothed guards who had not yet lost their fighting strength, using the hoe stick technique, beating them to the point that they screamed out in misery. In a few moments, all 9 black-clothed guards lost their ability to move. Yifan also walked to Chen Min's side, and said quietly, "Ha, you head-hiding thing, you're trying to pretend to be a chivalrous woman when you're wearing a broken mask. I want to see your true face of Lushan." Hearing this, Chen Min snorted coldly and said, "Yifan, you bastard." Chen Min decisively shot out trying to stop Yifan. Yifan pressed Chen Min's body with his hand and coldly said, "Chen Min, be honest with me." Yifan slowly removed Chen Min's mask, and a beautiful woman, who was a beautiful woman, appeared in front of Yifan's eyes, making Yifan gulp. Chen Min had a goose egg face. She had slender willow eyebrows, phoenix eyes like water, a high nose, and a small red mouth. Especially, as a breeze came out and blew Chen Min's hair, causing a strand of hair to cover Chen Min's eyebrows, instantly adding a bit of beauty to Chen Min, causing Yifan to look dumbfounded all of a sudden. Chen Min was very cold and noble. She was not as pretty as Tang Yuyan, but she was also a living, breathing beauty. "Yifan, you spread your hands," Chen Min said with great anger. "Oh, so you really are a female." Yifan smacked his lips with intent and quickly retracted his hand. Chen Min quickly got up and kicked out a whirlwind leg, wanting to send Yifan flying. Yifan laughed badly, sidestepped Chen Min's attack and slapped Chen Min's body, directly sending Chen Min flying. "Chen Min, not only do you want to snatch the wild ginseng king, you also want to kill me, on account of the fact that you're a woman. I have to clean you up properly today," Yifan coldly said. "Yifan, aren't you afraid of offending the big power behind me?" Chen Min threatened. There was a snap. Hearing Chen Min's threatening voice, Yifan smirked and appeared at Chen Min's side, smacking Chen Min away, causing Chen Min's delicate goose egg face to become swollen as he indifferently said, "Not afraid. Laozi has always been a lawless person. Whoever offends me, I will kill." When Yifan's terrifying killing aura filled out, Chen Min was so scared that her face turned white. She hesitated for a moment, staggered up towards the ground, and said in panic, "Yifan, don't kill me. I'll apologize to you, and then give you lots and lots of money." Yifan smiled coldly and said, "Yes, you kneel down and call me good husband, then sing conquest." When the words came to this point, Yifan paused a little and then said, "Then, you swear to the heavens that in the future, you shall not use the forces behind you to retaliate against me. Otherwise, the heavens will strike. On top of that, you also have to compensate me for $100,000 in moral damages. In this way, I will be able to let you go." Chapter 30 Breaking into a big trouble. If it wasn't for Tang Yuyan squeezing Yifan's eyes all the time, telling him not to kill Chen Min ruthlessly, Chen Min would have turned into a beautiful corpse. Since Tang Yuyan was afraid of Chen Min, wouldn't that mean that Chen Min's background was terrifying? With this current strength of Yifan, he could not afford to mess with Chen Min. Chen Min took a deep breath and said in a clear and cold voice, "Yifan, I kneeled down to you and even called you my husband. Can you afford it? Yi Fan smacked out and once again sent Chen Min flying. This stinking was used to being high and mighty, just like she was in need of cleaning up. Chen Min, my patience is limited. Yi Fan threatened. Seeing this scene, Chen Min bent her knees to the ground and began to do as Yi Fan said. This guy, Yi Fan, was dressed white and clean, and was incomparably clean and handsome. However, he was extremely ruthless and liked to slap people at the drop of a hat. To know, Chen Min had grown up so much, she had never been slapped by anyone. After half a second of silence, Chen Min lowered her eyes, rolling anger surging in her eyes, and she called out in a petulant manner. Husband, Yi Fan is my good husband. Husband, please don't hit me. I know I'm wrong. Yi Fan laughed cheerfully and said, sing a conquest and then swear. Chen Min hesitated for a moment, raised that melodious voice and let out a sweet song. Just like this, I was conquered by Yi Fan. Yi Fan is all I have. He is my good husband, and even more so, my happy home. After singing, Chen Min immediately swore to the sky. That solemn look looked rather serious, and at this time, Yi Fan took out his cell phone and silently recorded the video of Chen Min swearing, signaling Chen Min to continue. In order to live, Chen Min swore a poisonous oath, making the corners of Tang Yuyan's mouth twitch. It had to be said, once a woman was ruthless. In order to save herself, she really dared to involve even her ancestors. Seeing this, Yi Fan smiled from ear to ear and said, very good. Next step, pay out money. I want cash, $100,000. Yi Fan had offended Chen Min to death, and afterwards, Yi Fan would definitely have to erase Chen Min's memory. Otherwise, he would definitely be hunted down by Chen Min. Therefore, Yi Fan didn't dare to receive Chen Min's transfer and only dared to collect cash. Chen Min rose playfully, walked slowly to a black-clothed guard who had lost his mobility, and from a black bag, took out $100,000 in cash, respectfully walked to Yi Fan's face, and humbly said, good husband, this is my small amount of money to honor you, please smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, okay, good wife. With these words, Yi Fan casually picked up a slate and slapped it on the back of Chen Min's head, knocking Chen Min's eyes out. Chen Min had traveled north to collect medicine only to save her grandfather, Elder Chen. Now, Chen Min handed her $100,000 of cash to Yi Fan, thinking that she would be able to escape. Unexpectedly, Yi Fan did not follow the common sense and directly gave Chen Min a slate. Chen Min was dizzy and looked at Yi Fan with a hateful face. Staggering, Yi Fan, you. Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, Chen Min, I know, I'm very handsome, don't worship me. When Yi Fan's voice fell, Chen Min managed to fall to the ground, and at this time, the 9 black-clothed guards who had lost their ability to move, spewed thick fire in their eyes and screamed in a hideous and horrible manner. Yi Fan, you not only insulted my lady, but also poisoned my lady. You are dead. Yi Fan put down 100,000 cash. Then his figure moved and instantly appeared in front of the 9 black-clothed guards, snapping out 9 slate shadows that landed on the heads of the 9 black-clothed guards, and coldly grunted, humph, no matter how ferocious you guys scream, you can't stand up to the slate in my hands. You 9 losers, you can't even beat me. You're still fierce my ass. The 9 black-clothed guards' eyes went black and they fell headfirst to the ground, fainting in unison. Tang Yuyan lifted up her white skirt and ran to Yi Fan's front with a fart, saying with a slight anger, Yi Fan, you're in big trouble. Chen Min's come from a very big place. You've offended her so viciously, and you even slapped her unconscious. Once she wakes up completely, the sky of Bonan County will all be stabbed through by Chen Min. Yi Fan's pupils shrank, and he curiously said, MS, Tang, Chen Min, this little, is she really that scary? Tang Yuyan's beautiful eyes moved. Her beautiful little face was full of gravity as she explained. Yes, Chen Min comes from the Chen family. The fact that she can travel with the black-clothed guard shows that she must be a direct descendant of the Chen family. The Chen family is very scary. Just by moving your finger, you can be poked to death. Yi Fan dropped the slate in his hand and took an uncontrollable deep breath, helplessly saying, MS, Tang, don't worry, I've already thought of a way back. The reason why I used the slate to slap Chen Min and the others unconscious was to make it easier to erase their memories. Today's matter is known to heaven and earth. You know it and I know it, and there will never be a third person who knows about it. Yi Fan took out his silver needle bag and drew out 9 silver needles from the bag, secretly reciting the Tai Shang healing scripture and performing the 9 needles of yin and yang. Within the 9 needles of yin and yang, there was a type of needle technique named amnesia needle. Once one was stabbed with the amnesia needle, some of the memories in his brain would be erased. Yi Fan's medical skills were heaven-defying, and he only needed to perform the amnesia needle to erase Chen Min and the others' memories of today. Amnesia needle, once the needle enters the heavenly spirit, the memory will disappear. As the 9 amnesia needles flew in front of Yi Fan's eyes, With a flick of Yi Fan's white wrist, the 9 amnesia needles fell into the heavenly spirit points of the 9 black-clothed guards, causing the 9 black-clothed guards to lose their memories. Soon, Yi Fan took out the 9 silver needles and put them away. Then, he walked to Chen Min's side, picked up Chen Min's protruding and delicate body, and made the amnesia needle in style, and ruthlessly stabbed a needle in Chen Min's head, in order to be on the safe side. After finishing a needle of amnesia, Yi Fan gritted his teeth, and once again, stabbed 2 more needles on Chen Min's heavenly spirit point. After applying the needles, Yi Fan sucked out 3 silver needles and took a long breath, saying, "Done." Seeing this, Tang Yuyan walked to Yi Fan with the same step. The breeze blew her green silk, making Tang Yuyan even more stunningly beautiful. Tang Yuyan pondered for a while, looked at Yi Fan with a suspicious face and inquired, "Yi Fan, after Chen Min and the others were stabbed with a few needles by you, will they really lose their memory and forget about what happened today?" Yi Fan nodded. "Yes, Miss Tang." Tang Yuyan's willow eyebrows frowned as she said fearfully, "Yi Fan, you said, if one day, Chen Min suddenly remembers what happened today, how will she deal with you?" Upon hearing this, Yi Fan gave a bad smile and said, "How can she deal with it? Her husband has been called, and the conquest has been sung. If she is not angry, then, I will just marry her." Hearing Yi Fan say this, the corner of Tang Yuyan's mouth twitched as she said, "Yi Fan, you are playing with death. I can state in advance, if Chen Min accidentally recovers her memory, at that time, you don't want me to take the blame." Tang Yuyan clearly knew Yi Fan's nature. Yi Fan seemed to be honest, but was a belly full of bad water, and he liked to pit people the most. Yi Fan gently snapped his fingers and said, "Understood." As the voice fell, Yi Fan picked up the 100,000 cash on the ground and smiled from ear to ear. Yi Fan realized that Tang Yuyan was a bit wrong him. He took Tang Yuyan on a trip into the mountains. Not only did he successfully pick the wild ginseng king, but he also got 100,000 cash in a beautiful way. Chapter 31 Feng Shui has clouds. At this moment, Yi Fan's eyes looked at Tang Yuyan, sending hairs down Tang Yuyan's body. The next second, Tang Yuyan immediately covered her chest with her hand, revealing a trace of fear from her stunningly beautiful little face, saying, "Yi Fan, what do you want to do to me?" Yi Fan blankly glanced at Tang Yuyan and said, "Ms. Tang, why is your thinking getting more and more unhealthy? You're blocking my way. I'm going to go up and get the harvest from entering the mountain." Yi Fan gently pushed Tang Yuyan away, and for a moment, a fragrant wind came, making Yi Fan slightly mesmerized. This woman, Tang Yuyan, was too fragrant. In the next second, Yi Fan lightly picked up the back basket. Then, with his left hand, he picked up the corpses of the poisonous centipede and the golden toad, and with his right hand, he picked up the wild ginseng king, and smiled prettily. Got rich, got rich. Seeing this, Tang Yuyan looked at Yi Fan with an angry face and said, "Yi Fan, I went into the mountain for free to pick medicines with you, and you still mocked me. See if I don't beat you to death." The corner of Yi Fan's mouth twitched and said, "Miss Tang, could it be that you have to charge for entering the mountain? What have you made of this?" "Ah, a windswept woman." Tang Yuyan's beautiful eyes reddened and said, "Yi Fan, you asshole. Tang Yuyan has already found." Yi Fan sharp-tongued very like to say dirty words. Let Tang Yuyan is defenseless. As long as Tang Yuyan is not paying attention, she will fall into Yi Fan's language trap. Seeing Tang Yuyan's delicate demeanor, Yi Fan took out $100 in cash and handed it over to Tang Yuyan's vegan hand, faintly smiling and said, "Ms. Tang, it's not easy for you and I to go into the mountains. This is my hard-earned money for you." Tang Yuyan gritted her teeth, her willow eyebrows raised, and her red lips slightly hooked. $100 of hard work? Yi Fan nodded. Yes. Tang Yuyan angrily threw the $100 bill at Yi Fan's face and coldly voiced out, "No need." As the voice fell, Tang Yuyan left in a huff, and Yi Fan looked around and realized that Chen Min and the others were all unconscious, and it would take at least 2 or 3 days to wake up. To be on the safe side, he slapped Chen Min and the others for a few more slates before he managed to call it quits. After a long time of silence, Yi Fan took a long breath. "Chen Min, I hope we won't see each other again in this life." With these words, Yi Fan bumbled and chased towards Tang Yuyan, looking very happy. 2 hours later, Yi Fan and Tang Yuyan walked out from the primitive forest, and on the way out, Yi Fan once again utilized the pill-picking technique and picked a few oddly shaped herbs. Yi Fan didn't take these few herbs seriously and threw them casually in his back basket. Not long after, Yi Fan and Tang Yuyan walked to the place where the motorcycle was parked. Yi Fan tied the corpses of the poisonous centipede and the golden toad to the back of the motorcycle on top of the iron frame, and then handed the basket over to Tang Yuyan and begged, "Ms. Tang, can you help me carry the basket?" Tang Yuyan raised her eyelids, her eyes darkly flowing, and refused. "No carrying." Yi Fan gently snapped his fingers and loaded the 100,000 cash into the basket, then said, "Alright, since you won't help me carry the basket, then, wait for me in this deep forest. I will send the herbs back to settle down first, and I will come to pick you up again." Hearing Yi Fan say this, Tang Yuyan's face darkened. She was so angry that she shivered her mouth and said softly, "Yi Fan, I said something wrong just now. I'm willing to help you carry the basket." Yi Fan was too bad. He even wanted to leave Tang Yuyan in the wild mountains, half knowing how to pity her. Yi Fan sank out. "Well, Ms. Tang, you have to be a bit more obedient. Otherwise, I will pack you up ruthlessly and let you know that I am powerful." In the next second, Yi Fan took off the basket and carefully placed it on Tang Yuyan's back. Immediately after, Yi Fan took out a hemp rope and tied the wild ginseng king to his chest, saying, "Miss Tang, we can go now." Tang Yuyan's head nodded slightly. Good. At this time, Yi Fan sat on the motorcycle and looked back at Tang Yuyan, who immediately climbed onto the motorcycle with quick eyes and sat behind him. From the current situation, Tang Yuyan seemed to be very afraid of the corpses of the poisonous centipede and the golden toad, which was why Tang Yuyan hurriedly climbed onto the motorcycle. Not long after, Yi Fan quickly started the motorcycle and sped out of the mountainous highway towards Taoyuan village. There were no words along the way, when Yi Fan carried Tang Yuyan to the quiet dirt road in Peach Orchard village. Gradually, the night grew dark, a bright moon slowly rose. The sound of frogs in Peach Orchard village, the breeze was gentle, and the peach trees clung to each other. Tang Yuyan's stomach grumbled and grunted, causing Yi Fan to gently smile and say, "Miss Tang, you're hungry, ah?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yuyan revealed a touch of embarrassment from her stunningly beautiful little face and said, "Aha." Yi Fan hooked his lips, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth, saying, "What do you want to eat? When we get home, I'll make it for you." Tang Yuyan raised her willow eyebrows and said, "Yi Fan, you can still cook?" Hearing Tang Yuyan's surprised voice, Yi Fan quietly spoke out, "Yes, I can go up to the hall and down to the kitchen. Not only can I do laundry and cook, but I can also earn money to support my family. Not that I'm boasting, I'm just a treasure boy." Seeing that Yi Fan started to stink again, Tang Yuyan immediately shut up. Seeing that Tang Yuyan was slow to reply, Yi Fan said with a startled voice, "Miss Tang, what's wrong with you? Are you possessed by a male ghost? Let me tell you, this dirt road in our village has had several car accidents that have killed people before, and the people who died were all unmarried male drivers. Feng Shui has a saying, don't walk the night road in the middle of the night, and don't turn back when 100 ghosts walk at night." Tang Yuyan's pupils shrank, and she looked around with a panicked face, when suddenly, a weird voice rang out, causing Tang Yuyan's body to tremble in fear. "Yi Fan, you crow's mouth, there can't really be ghosts on this road." Tang Yuyan fearfully said, "It was human nature for girls to be most afraid of ghosts. Ms. Tang, you hold on to me. The 3 young fires on my body are very strong. Ghosts don't dare to get close to me." Yi Fan laughed badly. Tang Yuyan nodded her head with a small chicken peck and grabbed Yi Fan's shoulder with her hand, making Yi Fan's heart happy. In the next second, a black cat with a dark body came out from a bush and swept past Tang Yuyan's side, almost scaring Tang Yuyan into a faint. Tang Yuyan once again grabbed Yi Fan's shoulder tightly, causing Yi Fan's heart to tremble. Shortly after, Yi Fan rode his motorcycle and appeared outside his home. He stopped the motorcycle and let Tang Yuyan get off first. Tang Yuyan's beautiful face was as red as a monkey's ass, and her body was filled with a faint flavor, which instantly made Yi Fan look dumbfounded. Chapter 32 Coward. Seeing Yi Fan looking straight at herself, Tang Yuyan finally realized that she had lost her temper. She hurriedly turned her body and said with slight anger, "Yi Fan, you big rascal, if you use your aggressive gaze again, staring at me indiscriminately, I'll gouge out your dog's eyes right away." Yi Fan bristled. "Cheap bastard." After saying that, Yi Fan removed the wild ginseng king and the corpses of the golden toad and the poisonous centipede neatly, walked into the house, put the wild ginseng king into a deserted vegetable garden, and then casually threw away the corpses of the golden toad and the poisonous centipede in the fenced compound. Tang Yuyan was carrying a back basket. Her white dress was blown away by the night wind, revealing her round and straight long legs. She slowly walked to Yi Fan's front and said in a low voice, "Yi Fan, this 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, where do you intend to place it?" Yi Fan waved his hand rather casually and said, "Just place it next to this wild ginseng king." Tang Yuyan nodded her head slightly. "Good." At this moment, Tang Yuyan put down her backpack with extreme gentleness, and Yi Fan took out the 100 years lingji from the backpack, placed the 100 years lingji in the vegetable garden, and then said, "Miss Tang, let's go. I'll take you to dinner." Tang Yuyan swallowed her saliva. Aha! Tang Yuyan and Yi Fan left with the same steps, and in the hazy dark night, a golden light suddenly flashed, and the little golden snake furtively wanted to flash into Yi Fan's house, but it found Yi Fan's divine sense, which was spreading out. Yi Fan is a bold and meticulous master. He was not easy to pick the wild ginseng king. He will naturally keep a good watch. Discovering such anomalies, the small golden snake's snake eyes flashed, and it immediately plunged into a corn forest. It didn't believe that Yi Fan would use his divine sense to guard the Yi family all the time. There was always a time when Yi Fan would go out. As long as Yi Fan went out, then it would enter the Yi family and swallow this wild ginseng king alive. A little while later, Yi Fan and Tang Yuyan walked into a ragged kitchen. Yi Fan saw that although Wei Qinglan and Yi Fugue were both asleep, but it was using a steamer to steam the rice for him. Yi Fan hooked his lips and smiled, saying, "Ms. Tang, my parents are asleep, so for fear of waking them up, I won't cook for you. Remember well, I owe you a meal." Tang Yuyan wasn't someone who was unreasonable. She was very understanding. She flooded a trace of a clear smile from her stunningly beautiful little face, and with a gentle wave of her prime hand, she said, "There's no harm in it, let's just eat what we can." Yi Fan nodded his head, handily took out the rice from the steamer, then took out 2 pairs of bowls and chopsticks, sat on his butt in front of the rusty dining table, smiled with an awkward smile and said, "Miss Tang, my home is very poor, I hope you don't mind." Tang Yuyan's beautiful eyes flashed, lifting a gentle arc from the corners of her lips as she said, "Yi Fan, although your family is poor right now, but it won't take long for it to surely turn into a big rich family. You harbor countryside wizardry. Not only will you heal the sick and save people, you will also cultivate fine fruits. I believe in you. Under your leadership, your family's plight will surely disappear soon." As her voice fell, Tang Yuyan picked up the bowls and chopsticks without any disdain, and even though she was very hungry, she maintained her ladylike demeanor, taking small bites of her food. Seeing this, Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, "Miss Tang, thank you for recognizing me. In order to reward you, I intend to give you a fragrant kiss. I don't know what you think." Tang Yuyan furrowed her willow brows and said, "Get lost." A meal was finished in an ambiguous atmosphere. After the meal, Yi Fan took Tang Yuyan into his bedroom, pointed his finger at the clean and tidy bed, and said, "Ms. Tang, you can make do with one night here tonight. Early tomorrow morning, I will take you to the Four Seasons orchard to pick yellow golden pears." The corner of Tang Yuyan's mouth twitched as she said, "Yi Fan, there is only one bed here. How do you want me to make do?" Yi Fan rubbed his hands vigorously and said, "Miss Tang, if you don't mind, you can sleep with me." When the words came here, Yi Fan paused, still wanting to speak. Tang Yuyan's beautiful eyes chilled, revealing a dangerous light from her beautiful little face. Yi Fan shrunk his head and continued, "Of course, if you dislike me, I can sleep on the sofa outside." Tang Yuyan was slightly relieved and said, "Yi Fan, I dislike you. You go out and sleep. I'm going to rest." With these words, Tang Yuyan drove Yi Fan out of the bedroom. Then, gently closing the door of the room, a small face burning hot, it had to be said, Yi Fan was getting more and more daring. He even wanted to blatantly help Tang Yuyan warm her bed. When Yi Fan walked to the living room where the wall skin was cracked, he raised his eyes to look at the precarious and dangerous house at home and faintly said, "Alas, the house is too broken. When my fruit bank operates smoothly and I can make a lot of money, I want to build a big villa for the family." When the voice fell, Yi Fan slapped his head with his hand. Only then did he remember with hindsight that the $100,000 in cash that he had extorted from Chun Min was still in his back basket and had not been taken out by him. Thinking about this, Yi Fan ran out of the living room in a flash, appeared in the vegetable garden, took out the 100,000 cash from the back basket, and then poured out the several medicinal herbs, turned his eyes to survey the wild ginseng king, and said, "I was distracted as soon as I got home, which means that I'm afraid I'm going to lose valuable items. Judging from the current situation, this wild ginseng king is my lifeblood. Just to be on the safe side, I'll still sleep with it in my arms tonight." Yi Fan knew feng shui metaphysics, and he knew how to avoid trouble. At this moment, Yi Fan withdrew his divine sense, happily holding the 100,000 cash as well as the wild ginseng king. He walked into the living room with his ass in the air, put the money in a drawer, and then he slept with the wild ginseng king in his arms. Not long after, the golden snake sensed that Yi Fan's divine sense had finally disappeared, and it came out from the corn forest, swept into Ye's house as fast as lightning, and as soon as it raised its head, it saw Yi Fan lying on all fours on a sofa, hugging the wild ginseng king tightly, and was sleeping there. Seeing this scene, the corners of the golden little snake's mouth twitched as he said, "This damned Yi Fan, he has not been too careful." The little golden snake couldn't beat Yi Fan, and it was afraid that Yi Fan would kill it. Therefore, it had no choice but to stare dryly outside, directly messing up in the wind. After staying for a long time, the little golden snake gritted its teeth and had to hide in the pig pen of Yi Fan's house, staring straight at Yi Fan, hoping that after Yi Fan was asleep, he would put down the wild ginseng king when he turned over. "Yi Fan, hurry up and come in. I'm scared." When Yi Fan was about to fall asleep, Tang Yuyan's melodious voice sounded quietly, and immediately after, Tang Yuyan appeared in front of Yi Fan, instantly scaring him. Yi Fan gently opened his eyes and said, "Miss Tang, what's wrong with you?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yuyan flashed a hint of fear from her beautiful eyes, and after a little bit of contemplation, she said, "Yi Fan, next to that window in your bedroom, I always feel that someone is standing, and I'm scared." Chapter 33 The Four Seasons Orchard. When the words came to this point, Tang Yuyan paused, her eyes darkly flowing, her delicate demeanor revealing, "Just now, I just laid down, and either the wildcat was barking wildly outside the house, or the rats were running around in the house. I stayed inside alone, I couldn't sleep." Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, "Oh, Ms. Tang, listening to what you said, you want me to help you warm your bed. I have to charge for warming the bed, $500 at a time. In addition to warming the bed, if you want to add the rest of the services, you'll have to pay extra." The corner of Tang Yuyan's mouth twitched, thinking that Yi Fan was not generally shameless. After half a second of silence, Tang Yuyan glared viciously at Yi Fan and said with slight anger, "Yi Fan, what are you thinking? I asked you to come inside to accompany me, but I didn't ask you to warm the bed for me. You hit the floor." Yi Fan revealed a touch of messiness from his handsome face, and softly said, "No, I don't hit the ground is cold. In case I get sick, can you afford to pay for it?" Seeing that Yi Fan became disruptive, Tang Yuyan utilized her fairy advantage, pampered Yi Fan in all kinds of ways and promised to give Yi Fan $500 before Yi Fan got up from the sofa with a reluctant face, holding the wild ginseng king with a charming medicinal aroma, and went into the house. After walking into the bedroom, Yi Fan put the wild ginseng king on the side, quite nimbly paved the floor. A little while later, a slightly shabby floor pavement appeared, and Yi Fan lay down on the floor pavement with one bone, holding the wild ginseng king tightly, and started to rest his eyes. Seeing this scene, Tang Yuyan finally gave birth to a few points of security. She playfully climbed onto the bed, lying on the bed with a good face, hissing. When Tang Yuyan and Yi Fan were about to fall asleep in a daze, suddenly, a big black rat drilled out from a broken hole and jumped directly into Tang Yuyan's nest. Tang Yuyan grabbed the rat's tail with her hand, and the rat immediately screamed out, scaring Tang Yuyan so much that she immediately opened her beautiful eyes and said in a blur, "Yi Fan, help!" Tang Yuyan jumped up from the bed and directly verticalized to Yi Fan's side, causing Yi Fan to lightly grunt. "Ms. Tang, it's only a mouse. Are you as good as this?" Hearing this, Tang Yuyan smiled bitterly, her red lips slightly hooked. "Yi Fan, I'm afraid of rats." At this moment, Tang Yuyan didn't dare to go to bed and fall asleep, so she could only look at Yi Fan with a panicked face. When Tang Yuyan's gaze fell on Yi Fan's body, Yi Fan gently opened his black eyes and faintly said, "Ms. Tang, if you don't mind, just lie down next to me for the night." Tang Yuyan was too sleepy. She yawned continuously and wanted to have a beautiful sleep, hesitating again and again. Tang Yuyan gritted her teeth and whispered, "Yi Fan, if I lie down next to you to sleep, you can't make a move on me." Yi Fan smiled handsomely and said, "Ms. Tang, I am a decent person. Don't worry." Tang Yuyan didn't say anything. This guy Yi Fan was very bad. He wasn't a decent man. He was an incomparable dark-hearted little fruit farmer. Seeing that Tang Yuyan did not lie down, Yi Fan had to turn sideways to make room for Tang Yuyan. Not long after, a fragrant wind drifted. Tang Yuyan tiptoed on Yi Fan's side, did not dare to come out of the atmosphere. Yi Fan panicked. Tang Yuyan is a fairy, but this fairy that is famous in Bonan County is now even sharing the same bed with him. Every time he thought of this, Yi Fan was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. Late at night, the moon star was thin. Tang Yuyan fell into a deep sleep. Yi Fan got up, put the wild ginseng king in an iron cabinet and locked it up, bit his finger with his mouth, and drew an evil exorcism talisman on the iron cabinet with yang blood. The power of the talisman is quite large, but any demon that appears to the talisman within 1 meter of the talisman will burst out golden light, so that the demon suffers heavy damage. Yi Fan snatched the food from the tiger's mouth and snatched the wild ginseng king from the hands of the small golden snake. According to Yi Fan's prediction, the little golden snake would definitely not give up and it would come to the Yi family to snatch the wild ginseng king. Yi Fan secretly suspected that the reason why he had a bad premonition in his heart should be that the little golden snake had come out from the deep mountains. It had already come to Taoyuan village and was hiding somewhere, wanting to snatch back the wild ginseng king while Yi Fan wasn't paying attention. And this evil repelling spiritual symbol was the backhand that Yi Fan had left behind to deal with the little golden snake. It had to be said. Yi Fan's intuition was just too accurate. He calculated and strategized. The little golden snake would definitely suffer a bloody loss when it went against Yi Fan. Now that the main medicine of the Dragon Yang Extreme Bliss remedy had been collected, Yi Fan only needed to go to the Myriad Treasures Pavilion tomorrow to buy a few more Chinese medicines, and then he could proceed to treat his impotence disease. Thinking about this, Yi Fan gave a bad smile and walked to lie down in front of Tang Yuyan with an excited face. Suddenly, a big rat jumped out again and landed on Tang Yuyan's body, scaring Tang Yuyan awake immediately. Tang Yuyan was like a frightened deer, fearfully saying, "Yi Fan, I'm afraid." Yi Fan patted Tang Yuyan's shoulder with his hand and comforted, "Baby, don't be afraid, I'm here for everything." Not long after, Tang Yuyan fell asleep by Yi Fan's side. That's such a beautiful and touching appearance, making Yi Fan's eyes look straight. There were no words for the night. At dawn, Yi Fan woke up quickly stood up and whispered, "Miss Tang, you get up quickly, the rats are here again." Tang Yuyan opened her beautiful eyes haughtily. A flash of fear appeared on her small face, and she messily said, "Yi Fan, the rats are there, you hurry up and help me fight the rats." Yi Fan shook his head. "Miss Tang, the rats were scared away by me. You wash your face? Afterward let's go to the Four Seasons orchard to pick the yellow golden pear." Hearing Yi Fan say this, Tang Yuyan ground her silver teeth, her willow eyebrows slightly wrinkled, saying, "Yi Fan, you're so bad, you even scared me with a mouse." Hearing this, Yi Fan blinked his eyes and said, "If a man is not bad, a woman will not love him." After saying that, Yi Fan made a dashing turn and opened the door of the room with his hand to walk out from the bedroom, looking very dashing and ethereal. Seeing this, Tang Yuyan stood up, used her hands to organize her messy white long skirt, and chased towards Yi Fan with an excited face. She had waited for so long for the yellow golden pear. Yi Fan walked to the fenced compound. He casually lifted 2 baskets and walked towards the Four Seasons orchard. "Yi Fan, wait for me." Tang Yuyan trotted all the way, stepping on fine lotus steps, her beautiful little face full of anticipation. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan smiled back and said, "Miss Tang, look at your anxiousness. You ran out after me without washing your face." Tang Yuyan revealed a mocking arc from the corner of her lips and said, "Yi Fan, you didn't not wash your face as well. I'm following the example." Chapter 34, Heart of Peach Orchard Village. Right now, Tang Yuyan only wanted to leave Yi Fan's house quickly. She was afraid that Wei Qinglan and Yi Fugui would bump into the fact that she and Yi Fan were not only in the same room, but also sleeping together. If that was the case, Tang Yuyan was afraid that even if she jumped into the Yellow River, she would not be able to wash herself. Yi Fan skimmed his mouth and was too lazy to talk to Tang Yuyan. 10 minutes later, Yi Fan and Tang Yuyan's figures appeared in the Four Seasons orchard. Under the blowing of the morning breeze, a fruit tree whirled, and a green-colored fruit swayed with the wind. Of course, this wasn't the most appealing. The most appealing was the yellow golden pear, only to see that above the pear tree, there were yellow golden pears hanging all over. From afar, it looked like a golden treasure hanging above the pear tree. Mouth-watering, Yi Fan took a deep breath and said, "Start your hands and pick the yellow golden pear." Tang Yuyan nodded her head slightly. "Good." At this time, Tang Yuyan and Yi Fan walked under the pear tree. Yi Fan climbed on the pear tree to pick the yellow golden pears. Tang Yuyan was under the tree to receive the yellow golden pears. When the yellow golden pears filled 2 baskets, at this time, the yellow golden pears on the pear tree were all picked. Yi Fan's gaze was calm, said, "Miss Tang, these yellow golden pears, I'll count you $100 apiece. Not only did you sponsor me to open a fruit firm, but you also accompanied me into the mountains to pick medicines. Your favor to me is bigger than the sky. I'm a person who always repays favors." Hearing Yi Fan say this, Tang Yuyan revealed a flash of surprise from her stunningly beautiful little face, and said with slight disbelief, "Yi Fan, are you talking in your dreams?" In Tang Yuyan's eyes, Yi Fan was petty as hell. He was an iron rooster, just like he didn't give a dime. However, Yi Fan's current words and behavior directly subverted Tang Yuyan's perception of him. Yi Fan shook his head. "Ms. Tang, I didn't talk in my sleep. When it's time to count the money, you'll count it for me according to $100 apiece." When the words came here, Yi Fan seemed to have remembered something. He smiled slightly and said, "Oh yeah, remember to add when you count the money. My bed warming fee last night." Oh, Tang Yuyan's beautiful eyes flashed, and she directly blackened her face, saying, "Yi Fan, I was just touched by you, and you're back in your original form. You are shameless enough." Seeing this, Yi Fan rubbed his hands vigorously and said, "Ms. Tang, I don't call that shameless, I call it knowing how to do business." After saying that, Yi Fan hesitated for a while, took out his cell phone and made a call to Zhang Deshun. Yi Fan didn't have a car now. He planned to borrow a car with Zhang Deshun to pull the yellow golden pear. After borrowing a car, Yi Fan carried 2 baskets of yellow golden pears, and walked out of the Four Seasons orchard, making Tang Yuyan's eyes flash with a trace of color. From the time Yi Fan brought Tang Yuyan into the mountains to collect medicine, encountered a series of dangers, all were easily resolved by Yi Fan. Tang Yuyan was clearly aware that Yi Fan was a guy with a deep hide. Yi Fan, even the Chen family's black-clothed guards, can be a slate to knock out, which shows that Yi Fan may be the mysterious and unpredictable cultivator in the legend. Thinking about this, Tang Yuyan collected her thoughts and left with a calm face following Yi Fan's side. After a long time, Yi Fan and Tang Yuyan walked to Zhang Deshan's garage. Zhang Deshan rubbed his sleepy eyes, took out a car key from his trouser bag, pointed his finger at the Wuling Hongguang parked not far away and said, "Yi Fan, the only car I have on hand that I can use is this Wuling Hongguang van. It's a bit worn out, so you can just drive it." Yi Fan put down the 2 baskets of yellow golden pears and took the car keys from Zhang Deshan's hands, saying, "Well, brother Zhang, thank you." Zhang Deshan smiled and said, "Yi Fan, we are brothers. There is no need to say thank you between brothers. By the way, the tractor that you asked me to fix, it is estimated that it will take another 5 days before it can be repaired. After the tractor is repaired, you can just give me a little bit of money for my hard work." Yi Fan looked at Zhang Deshan with a grateful face and said lightly, "Brother Zhang, you're buddy enough. I can tell fortunes. Your heavenly court is full. The earth is broad and square. The root of the mountain is wide and thick, and the earlobe is under the lip. This is the phase of great wealth and prosperity. It won't take long. You might get rich, and your wealth comes from the car repair industry." Zhang Deshan lit a cigarette, gulped a mouthful of smoke, and said grimly, "Alas, Yi Fan, don't tease me. There are not 20 cars in Taoyuan village full of cars. You know that. Over the years, the money I earn from repairing cars is not enough to subsidize my family. I reckon my car repair factory, if continue to be so half dead, he then can only close down." Yi Fan spoke out in a deep voice, "Brother Zhang, don't be anxious. You trust me. Within Peach Orchard Village, within a few months' time, there will be a luxury car that will keep you busy." The villagers in Peach Orchard Village, other than being a bit gossipy, were still relatively simple in their folkways. Yi Fan planned to wait for the fruit bank to open successfully. He would take the villagers of Peach Orchard Village to get rich. A person rich up is not rich. The whole village is rich up. That is really rich. Of course, such as Feng Chunyan, as well as those villagers who chewed the old Yi family's tongue behind their backs. Yi Fan will not take them to get rich. Yi Fan was a person who held grudges. Seeing this, Zhang Deshan patted Yi Fan's shoulder and said, "Yi Fan, you've overstated your big words. The best car in Taoyuan village right now is a van. Even if you sell the villagers of Taoyuan village, they won't be able to afford a luxury car." Hearing this, Yi Fan was confident and said, "Brother Zhang, let's wait and see." In the next second, Yi Fan carried 2 baskets of yellow golden pears and walked to the side of the Wuling Hongguang van, opened the car door with the car key, and put the 2 baskets of yellow golden pears in the car. At this time, Tang Yuyan walked to Yi Fan with a cool face, carrying the indifference of rejecting others. When there were outsiders present, Tang Yuyan would revert to her fairy-like appearance. Not long after, both Yi Fan and Tang Yuyan got into the car. Yi Fan started the Wuling Hongguang van, waved his hand towards Zhang Deshan, and drove the Wuling Hongguang van away at great speed. Seeing this scene, Zhang Deshan slapped his head with his hand and said with a gossipy face, "Ha, Yi Fan, this guy. Could it be that this woman who is as cool as an immortal has done it? Otherwise, why would this cool woman be so well behaved and keep following Yi Fan with a low brow?" When Zhang Deshan's voice fell, Yi Fan disappeared in a puff of smoke in his Wuling Hongguang van. Yi Fan raised his sword brows and looked at Tang Yuyan with a happy face, saying, "Ms. Tang, have you heard of the Peach Orchard Village car god?" Tang Yuyan shook her head. "No, Yi Fan, the reason you ask me this, are you trying to tell me that you are the Peach Garden Village car god?" Yi Fan smiled awkwardly and said, "Ha ha, Ms. Tang, you are so smart. Let's go home first to get the 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, golden toad and poisonous centipede's corpses, and when we get out of Peach Orchard Village, I'll let you feel it, this godly car skill of mine." The corner of Tang Yuyan's mouth twitched, saying, "Narcissist." Not long after, the Wuling Hongguang van appeared in front of Ye's house. Yi Fan quickly parked the car, and got out of the car on his ass, and was walking towards his home, first running to the drawer in the living room, and taking away the $100,000 in cash. Immediately after that, Yi Fan went to the vegetable garden, put the 100 years of Ganoderma lucidum into the basket, and threw the $100,000 cash into the basket, and then walked out of the vegetable garden to pick up the corpses of the golden toadstools and poisonous centipedes. When Yi Fan just went out, Shen Dan playfully opened the door of her house and said with a coquettish smile, "Little Fan, you got up so early, where are you going?" Chapter 35, Being Hated by Tang Yuyan. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's pupils shrank and he said as a thief, "Sister Shen, I'm going to sell mountain treasures in Bonan County. will you go with me? Shen Dan. The pretty widow was good at everything, but she was very suspicious. Therefore, Yi Fan had to answer truthfully, using the matter of selling mountain treasures to divert Shen Dan's attention. It could be said so. If Shen Dan went up to check and found Tang Yuyan sitting in the Wuling Hongguang van, with Shen Dan's spirited personality, she would definitely fight with Tang Yuyan. In Shen Dan's perception, she was now Yi Fan's unmarried daughter-in-law. As long as Yi Fan cured his impotence disease, Shen Dan would marry Yi Fan and pass on the family name for the Yi family. At this moment, Shen Dan blinked her watery eyes, revealing a smile from her flirtatious little face and shook her head. Little Fan, Auntie still needs someone to take care of her, so I won't go to Bonan County with you. You go by yourself. When you drive, be careful and drive slower. Yi Fan's tractor had been smashed and was being repaired at Zhang Deshun's place, a matter that had spread throughout Taoyuan village. Living in the village was like this. Good things don't leave the door, bad things spread 1,000 miles. Seeing Shen Dan so understanding, Yi Fan nodded his head and promised, okay, Sister Shen. When Yi Fan's voice fell, Shen Dan made an elegant turn and was walking into her home and started to freshen up. When she finished dressing up, she would go to Ye's house to chat with Wei Qinglan and make breakfast for Wei Qinglan. Not long after, Shen Dan's rich and moving silhouette disappeared. Yi Fan shrunk his head and immediately walked his ass to the side of the 5-ling Hondo van, placing the golden toad and poison centipede corpses in his hands, as well as the basket containing the 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum and $100,000 of cash, gently placing them in the 5-ling Hondo van. After placing the things, Yi Fan sat on the main driver and stepped on the gas, as if he was fleeing for his life. Seeing this, Tang Yuyan lightly smiled, the corner of her lips slightly hooked, revealing her crystal shell teeth, mocking, Yi Fan, you are not afraid of heaven and earth, but you are afraid of a pretty widow. This matter is really a refreshing of my 3 views. You and Shen Dan, this pretty widow, do you have a marriage contract? Yi Fan spoke out grimly and replied, Ms. Tang, you guessed right, Sister Shen is my fiancé, and this marriage was set by my mom for me. When the words came to this point, Yi Fan slightly paused, faintly glanced at Tang Yuyan, and then said, Miss Tang, I am not afraid of Sister Shen. I do love Sister Shen. I don't want to see her. Sad for me. You look so flirtatious, at a glance as a vixen. If Sister Shen found you sitting on the Wuling Hongguang van, with Sister Shen's cleverness, you must be able to guess immediately. Last night you and I slept together. Seeing that Yi Fan didn't have anything good to say as soon as he opened his mouth, Tang Yuyan was so angry that she furrowed her willow eyebrows. She was obviously a fairy, and Yi Fan even said that she was a vixen. Thinking about this, Tang Yuyan hooked her lips and smiled coldly. A pair of beautiful eyes flashed with a dangerous light, and she said angrily, Yi Fan, if you say that I'm a vixen again, do you believe it or not? I'll fight with you for my life. Also, I'm not flirtatious. I'm a very conservative girl. Yi Fan smiled awkwardly and said, Oops, Ms. Tang, I said something wrong. Don't be angry. I know you are very conservative. So conservative that you always like to take advantage of me. Hearing Yi Fan say this, Tang Yuyan immediately stormed out. Her willow eyebrows frowned. From her stunningly beautiful little face diffused a touch of cold color. Slightly angry. Yi Fan, you this. Hearing this, Yi Fan faintly uttered, saying, Ms. Tang, if I am, then, are you not the bastard's wife? After saying that, Yi Fan didn't continue fighting with Tang Yuyan and drove seriously. Tang Yuyan nearly fainted with anger. She realized that if she stayed with Yi Fan for a while longer, she would definitely be angry by Yi Fan alive. Not long after, the Wuling Hongguang van drove out of Taoyuan village. Yi Fan saw Tang Yuyan exasperated. Yi Fan lifted a bad smile from his handsome face and said, Alright, Ms. Tang, don't be angry. Girls can't be angry often, or else it's easy to grow frowns. You sit tight. I'll let you see what a peach orchard village car god is. Tang Yuyan's complexion changed and said, Yi Fan, don't be mad. You drive properly. Yi Fan didn't pay attention to Tang Yuyan. He made a divine dragon swing, turned the Wuling Hongguang van into a curved mountain highway, and drove at a very high speed. In the next second, Tang Yuyan's delicate body shook, and even though she grabbed the armrest, she still felt like she was going to be thrown off. There was a bang. Yi Fan turned a sharp corner. Tang Yuyan's body was skewed, and she appeared to the side of Yi Fan, and in a careless moment, she smashed into Yi Fan's body. Ms. Tang, you still say you're not a vixen. You're taking advantage of me again. Yi Fan messily said. Your sister. Yi Fan, you definitely did it on purpose just now. I'm not a vixen. Tang Yuyan cursed. Seeing this, Yi Fan hemmed and hawed and said, Miss Tang, still you understand me? I just did it on purpose. Although Yi Fan drove fast, but his car skills were very good. After that, he didn't continue to molest Tang Yuyan. Instead, He drove smoothly and steadily. There were no words along the way. When Yifan showed up at the Imperial Cuisine Hotel in his Wuling Hongguang van, it happened to be 9 o'clock in the morning. As Yifan parked the car, Tang Yuyan immediately drilled out of the car. Her stomach turned over, squatting next to a lawn and began to vomit. Yifan followed and got out of the car. Then his black eyes flashed and said, "Ms. Tang, I drove so steadily, you even got motion sickness. This matter is really too strange. You know, I am the legendary Taoyuan village car god. My driving skills are at the first-class level." Tang Yuyan finished vomiting. She playfully got up. The breeze blew her white skirt, making her even more stunningly beautiful. She viciously glared at Yifan and said, "Yifan, you are nasty." This sentence pressed in Tang Yuyan's heart for a long time. Tang Yuyan had only followed Yifan to the Peach Garden village for a day and a half, and had experienced anything thrilling. Now, Tang Yuyan had finally returned to Bonan County, which was her home turf. If Yifan still dared to bully her and take advantage of her in different ways, Tang Yuyan would let Yifan know why the flowers were so red. Seeing that Tang Yuyan's gaze was not good, Yifan, who was very good at observing words and colors, spoke out faintly, saying, "Well, Ms. Tang, you're right, I'm nasty. In the future, I'd better not drive fast. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it." When the words came here, Yifan paused, smiled and hooked up his lips, and continued, "Ms. Tang, I've delivered the yellow golden pear. I'll help you move it in, you pay me, and we'll be clear." Tang Yuyan converged the anger on her small face and softly said, "Good, Yifan, remember, you must supply the Imperial Cuisine Palace Grand Hotel with yellow golden pears every day. Otherwise, I will properly settle the score with you." Chapter 36. The country bumpkin into the city. Yifan smiled helplessly and said, "Miss Tang, what kind of account are you trying to settle? Aren't you just giving me a sponsorship fee? Wanting to use the yellow golden pear that I cultivated to help the Imperial Cuisine Grand Hotel make a name for itself? I'm telling you, don't have your tail up in the air. I'm your savior." Seeing Yifan rehash the old story, mentioning the ambiguous matter that happened when he went into the village to collect medicines, Tang Yuyan's face blushed and waved her hand. "Yifan, don't talk poorly. You just need to remember that I am your collaborator. When you have good fine fruits, you have to be the first to supply them to the Imperial Cuisine Hotel. Understand?" Yifan didn't want to get entangled with Tang Yuyan. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "Understood." After saying that, Yifan picked up 2 baskets of yellow golden pears from the Wuling Hongguang van and slowly walked into the Imperial Cuisine Hotel. And as soon as he looked up, he encountered Lu Yifei. At this moment, Lu Yifei revealed a touch of curiosity from her goose-egg face, slightly squinted her watery beautiful eyes and inquired, "Yifan, my young lady didn't return to the hotel last night. Where did you take her?" Yifan cleared his voice and said in a low voice, "Little concubine sister, this is a secret. Don't ask too much. Your young lady slept with me last night." Lu Yifei's pupils shrunk and she lost her voice. "Yifan, is this true what you said?" Yifan smiled badly and said, "It's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Miss Tang. I reckon that in the spring of the coming year, Miss Tang will definitely give birth to a big fat boy for me." Tang Yuyan walked to the side of Yifan and Lu Yifei with her feet in the wind, and said with a cold look, "Yifan, little Fei, what are you guys sneaking around saying?" Upon hearing this, Yifan and Lu Yifei glanced at each other and said in unison, "Didn't say anything." In the next second, Yifan busied himself and started counting the yellow golden pears. This time, there were 160 yellow golden pears from the Four Seasons orchard. After counting, Yifan rubbed his hands vigorously and looked at Tang Yuyan with an excited face, saying, "Ms. Tang, there are 160 yellow golden pears. I will sell them to you at $100 apiece. You need to pay me $16,000. Right, I want cash." Tang Yuyan smiled sweetly and said, "Okay little concubine. Go get $16,500 in cash out and pay Yifan for the fruit." Lu Yifei's head nodded slightly. "Okay, miss." Lu Yifei hurriedly left, and at this time, Yifan smiled from ear to ear and said, "Miss Tang, you are open-minded, knowing to add money to me. If you don't remind me, I forgot. You still owe me $500 for bed warming." The corner of Tang Yuyan's mouth twitched, pouting. "Yifan, you're going to die. Can you lower your voice?" To know, Tang Yuyan was the #1 beauty of Bonan County, always showing herself as a cool and lonely woman with an immortal aura. If the staff of the Imperial Cuisine Hotel heard that indescribable thing between her and Yifan, then, wouldn't Tang Yuyan's worldly fame be ruined in Yifan's broken mouth? Yifan understood and looked towards Tang Yuyan, gestured an okay gesture towards Tang Yuyan and said, Not long after, Lu Yifei came out with a bunch of $100 bills and personally handed over $16,500 in cash to Yifan, making Yifan smile. Getting rich. Yi Fan chanted as if he was a townsman, his eyes glowing with wealth as he began to count the money. After determining that there was no mistake in the amount of money, Yi Fan immediately said goodbye to Lu Yifei and Tang Yuyan, and drove the Wuling Hongwang van to go to the Myriad Treasures Pavilion to sell the mountain treasures. Not long after Yi Fan left, Lu Yifei walked to Tang Yuyan's front with a nervous face and asked tentatively, "Miss, Yi Fan told me that you are pregnant with his child. Is this matter true? Miss, don't mess around. Otherwise, we, master and servant, I'm afraid we won't be able to return to the Tang family in this life. You skipped your marriage to come to Bonan County to open the Imperial Cuisine Grand Hotel, wanting to make some achievements to show the master. This matter has already made the master so angry that he's in a sevenfold rage. If his lordship knew that you were with a country boy, then, with his lordship's violent temper, he would definitely expel you from the Tang family." Seeing that Lu Yifei was speaking in a serious manner, Tang Yuyan's eyes reddened, tightly squeezing her veiny hands, her delicate body trembling with anger, saying, "Yi Fan, you're talking nonsense again. This fairy is going to kill you." When Tang Yuyan's voice fell, Yi Fan instantly sneezed and muttered, "Grass, who is saying bad things about me behind my back?" Half an hour later, Yi Fan came to Myriad Treasure Pavilion in his Wuling Hongwang van. He got out of the car with his ass, put the money from selling the yellow golden pear in his back basket, then, holding the corpses of the poisonous centipede and golden toad in his left hand, and holding the 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum in his right hand, he was ready to go into Myriad Treasure Pavilion to sell the mountain treasures. A little while later, Yi Fan locked the car door, and with a dashing turn, he drilled into the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. The Myriad Treasures Pavilion is very large. It has 5 floors. The decoration inside is ancient and colorful. It is quite eye-catching to look at. Right now, although it was only 9 o'clock, but Myriad Treasures Pavilion had already opened for business. Inside the pavilion there were a lot of dignitaries, in the rows and rows of medicinal herbs counters around, wanting to buy from the Myriad Treasures Pavilion precious medicinal herbs. A good make-up body. Yi Fan came in for about 3 minutes, but no one was willing to pay attention to him. There was no other reason. Yi Fan was too shabbily dressed. He was wearing a whitish coat and pants, with a pair of liberation shoes on his feet. He looked like a country bumpkin. "Hey, I'm here to sell mountain treasures. You guys receive me instead," Yi Fan said helplessly. When Yi Fan's voice fell into the ears of a female manager, the female manager raised her eyelids and smoothed the hair on her forehead, revealing a mature imperial face, and said contemptuously, "Country bumpkin into the city, never seen the world. Oi oi oi, that little peasant. Myriad Treasure Pavilion is the most honored place in Bonan County. Will you be allowed to raise your voice?" Mature imperial sister Su Qingling, swaying her water snake waist, walked to Yi Fan's front with a cold face, looking straight at the corpses of the golden toad and poisonous centipede, as well as the 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum held in Yi Fan's hand, and a hint of incandescence bubbled out from her Danfang eyes. Seeing this, Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, "Beauty, my name is Yi Fan. I'm here to sell mountain treasures. These 3 mountain treasures in my hands are all valuable treasures. I'm sure you can see it too. Palm your eyes and see how much they are worth." Su Qingling revealed a sneer from her charming face and said, "Yi Fan, the so-called mountain treasures in your mouth are actually not worth anything at all, especially the corpses of the poisonous centipede and the golden toad. Both of them contain highly poisonous. Even if you gave them to me for nothing, I wouldn't want them. However, I look at you dressed in rags, weirdly pitiful, can't bear to let you make a trip for nothing. Let's do it this way. These 3 things, I'll offer $1,000. As long as you're willing to sell, I'll count the money for you right away." Chapter 37, Yu Dongyang. Yi Fan's eyes glared and he immediately yelled, "You black-hearted manager, you bully honest people. These 3 mountain treasures, all of them are rare treasures, and you even bid only $1,000. The Myriad Treasure Pavilion is a big store that bullies the people. It doesn't put ordinary peasants in its eyes. It's a black store." Yi Fan, the playwright, began to cry pitifully, instantly attracting a large group of customers to come and watch, pointing at Su Qingling and discussing, "Manager Su Qingling, this little brother looks strangely pitiful. You'd better not rip him off and give him a fair price." Right. Myriad Treasure Pavilion has a big family and has plenty of money. These 3 mountain treasures look like treasures of great value. You only give people $1,000. Your heart is really too black. Su Qingling's willow brows frowned, revealing a touch of anger from her mature face, saying, "Yi Fan, I don't want your things. Go sell them elsewhere." Su Qingling was not used to seeing Yi Fan's villainous face. She could see at a glance that Yi Fan was pretending. He intentionally pretended to be pitiful in order for the customers to accuse her. Yi Fan wailed and said, "Su Qingling, you don't deserve to be the manager of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion." You quickly call out the owner of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. "You are bullying me like this. It's really too much." I'm going to complain to the boss of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion and have him fire you. When the noisy sounds downstairs reached the ears of a handsome-looking man, the handsome man slightly raised his eyebrows. Then, putting down the teacup in his hand, he walked out from an elegant room and went downstairs with a similar step. Handsome man's features are exquisite. His temperament is clear and quiet. His eyes are like electricity. He is wearing a loose white leisure suit. His feet are stomping on a pair of black and white cloth shoes. His body carries a few points of dusty and uncontaminated flavor. Very manly. And this person was the owner of Myriad Treasures Pavilion? Yu Dongyang. A little while later, Yu Dongyang walked to Su Qingling's front and said with a faint smile, Qingling, customers are making loud noises downstairs. What's going on here? Upon hearing this, Su Qingling pointed her finger at Yifan and said with slight anger, Xiao Yu, this little peasant came to sell his goods at the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. I offered a purchase price of $1,000. He didn't agree to it, and then, he started to make a scene. I admit, I saw that he was dressed in dirt and I looked down on him. So, that's why I offered a low price to make things difficult for him. Yu Dongyang's eyes looked towards the corpses of the golden toad and the poisonous centipede held in Yifan's hands, as well as the 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, and from a pair of bright, star-like eyes, a faint glint of essence flashed through them, saying, Lightning, peasants are also human beings. You can't look down on peasants. Your family's ancestors counted 3 generations upwards. They were also farmers. The mountain treasure that Yifan brought out to Myriad Treasure Pavilion for sale is a rare and good item. You quickly apologize with Yifan. Hearing Yu Dongyang say this, Su Qingling lowered her eyebrows and said with a disgusted face, Yifan, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have looked down on you. Yifan belly laugh. Gently don't head. Playful flavor. Su Qingling, what did you say? I didn't hear. Can you say it a little louder? Seeing Yifan being reasonable, Su Qingling ground her silver teeth and said loudly, Yifan, I shouldn't be dog-eyed. I'm wrong, please forgive me. Since Yu Dongyang had stood up for Yifan, so wouldn't that mean that Yu Dongyang had looked at the mountain treasure in Yifan's hands? Su Qingling must bow her head with Yifan and give Yu Dongyang this face. Otherwise, she would die a miserable death. Hearing this, Yifan revealed a touch of smoothness from his handsome face and smiled. Alright, for the sake of Boss Yu, I'll forgive you. Seeing that Yifan was very good at foxing, Yu Dongyang looked at Yifan with some surprise, then said, Light spirit, you step back. Yifan's this single business. I'll talk to him. Su Qingling covered her face with her hands. She was slapped by a small peasant, slapping her face, which made her want to find a hole in the ground to drill into. In the next second, Su Qingling fled as if she was running for her life away from Yifan, never wanting to see Yifan again in her life. At this moment, Yifan rubbed his hands vigorously and said with a face of wealth, Boss Yu, these 3 mountain treasures that I brought to Myriad Treasures Pavilion to sell, how much can you give me? Yu Dongyang smiled gently and made a pleased gesture towards Yifan, saying, Yifan, let's go upstairs to talk. Yifan uttered in a deep voice, It's okay. After saying that, Yifan followed behind Yu Dongyang with his buttocks, and went straight up to the 2nd floor of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Above the 2nd floor of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, there were things such as valuable medicinal herbs, antiques, and cultural relics. Their values and uses were several notches higher than those medicinal herbs downstairs. Yu Dongyang led Yifan into a quiet elegant room, gently snapped his fingers and said, Xiao sure, serve tea and entertain the honorable guests. Upon hearing this, a green-skirted maiden sitting behind a screen and playing the zither, immediately slowly got up, curled up and walked to an ancient tea table and began to brew tea for Yifan. The green-skirt girl's eyebrows are clear, her skin is like snow, her nose is small, her mouth is red, she is wearing a high ponytail. The ponytail is dragged down to the waist along the smooth back. It looks extremely attractive. Her name was Xiao Xiaoshe. She was Yu Dongyang's personal maid. Xiao Xiaoshe brewed the tea, used the teapot to pour tea into the 2 white jade teacups, her vegan hand gently raised, and she said with a respectful face, Little peasant, please drink the tea. LOL, you look dirt poor, but, yet you can drink Yu Xiao's treasured Wui Mountain de Hongpo ancient tree tea. You've surprised me. Yifan casually copied a white jade teacup and very rudely poured a cup of luscious tea into his mouth, slurring, Xiao sure, I'm not called Little Farmer, I'm called Yifan, you can call me Little Fan Brother. You are so disrespectful, you will be cleaned up by Yu Xiao at night. At this point in the conversation, Yifan lightly glanced at Yu Dongyang and opened the door. Young Yu, I've had my tea, now let's start talking business. These 3 mountain treasures, how much can you give me? I don't want to be like that Su Qingling and give the price haphazardly. Otherwise, I will be furious. Seeing Yifan being so unbridled and talking to Yu Dongyang like this, Xiao Xiaoshe's eyes turned cold and said, Yifan, you are unbridled. Yu Xiao is the most famous person in Bonan County. You even use this kind of tone to talk to Yu Xiao. Are you impatient to live? Yu Dongyang smiled flatly and said, Xiao Xiao sure. You stand down. No fooling around. Xiao Xiao sure stomped her foot. Xiao Yu. Yu Dongyang raised his sword brows. Stand down. Xiao Xiao sure blessed her body and took a few steps back. Standing coldly in front of Yu Dongyang, staring straight at Yi Fan, itching to break Yi Fan into pieces. After a half a second of silence, Yu Dongyang revealed a touch of calmness from above his handsome face and said, Yi Fan, these 3 mountain treasures, how much do you want for them? Chapter 38 listing the world's wonders and treasures, and widely accepting the world's treasures. Yi Fan pinched his fingers and counted, placing the 3 mountain treasures on the ground, pointing his finger at them with a lion's mouth. 50,000. I want to sell it for $50,000. Hearing Yi Fan say this, Yu Dongyang smiled slightly and said softly, Yi Fan, these 3 mountain treasures are worth quite a lot. $50,000 is too little. I will offer you $100,000. I don't know. What do you think? Yi Fan grinned excitedly. His black eyes flashed with joy, and he nodded his head repeatedly and said, Yes, young you, it's still you who is broad-minded. If you were a female, I would definitely chase you and make you my little daughter-in-law. The corner of Yu Dongyang's mouth twitched. Yi Fan was very casual and half afraid of him, which made Yu Dongyang a little surprised. In the next second, Yu Dongyang's bright eyes moved as he faintly said, Yi Fan, I'm not a female, I'm a real big old man. Seeing this, Yi Fan slightly squinted his eyes and used his hand to wipe his penetrating medical eye, wanting to see whether what Yu Dongyang said was true or not. Yi Fan's intuition was very accurate, although he did not have deep contact with Yu Dongyang, but he vaguely felt that Yu Dongyang seemed to be a woman. There was a snap. When Yi Fan wanted to see through Yu Dongyang, all of a sudden, Yu Dongyang could not stand up, used his hand to cover Yi Fan's eyes, and whispered, Yi Fan, you guy, are you not even a man? Seeing that Yu Dongyang had discovered his intentions, Yi Fan was slightly surprised. Obviously, from the current situation, Yu Dongyang was a deep-seated expert. Yi Fan smiled awkwardly and said, Young Yu, you've got it wrong. Your clothes are very good. I just wanted to take a look at your clothes just now. Yu Dongyang pushed Yi Fan away and immediately looked back at Xiao Xiaoshu and ordered, Xiaoshu, go get the money for Yi Fan. Xiao Xiaoshu glared viciously at Yi Fan and respectfully said, Okay, Mr. Yu. Yi Fan grinned, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth, and said, Xiaoshu, I want cash. In a while, I'm going to enjoy myself at the heavenly world in Bonan County, and experience the feeling of being surrounded by warblers and swallows. Xiao Xiaoshu nearly fell head over heels on the ground. Yi Fan was too shameless, making her directly not want to deal with Yi Fan. Understood. Xiao Xiaoshu replied. Xiao Xiaoshu disappeared with lotus steps and walked into a room with a green veil, carefully taking money from the safe. Yi Fan pondered a little, smiled and looked at Yu Dongyang, saying, Boss Yu, does the Myriad Treasure Pavilion accept everything? Yu Dongyang nodded, listing the world's wonders and accepting the world's treasures. This is the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. As long as you have good goods, I will accept them all. Of course, all kinds of mountain and wild groceries, I also accept them. Yi Fan spoke out faintly, saying, Boss Yu, do you accept spirit fruits? Yu Dongyang hooked his lips, revealing his rice-like teeth, and said, Take it. Yi Fan rubbed his hands vigorously and said, Success. After a while, I will give you a batch of spirit fruits. How much can you bid for one? Yu Dongyang lowered his eyes, gently sipped a mouthful of tea, and said, Depending on the shape and color of the fruit, it ranges from 10,000 to 50,000. Peach Orchard Village was the village of fruits. Yi Fan wanted to lead the villagers of Peach Orchard Village to get rich. The most appropriate means of getting rich was to bring the villagers to cultivate spirit fruits. Yi Fan remembered that in the inheritance of the immortal Doctor sect, there was an ancient formula for cultivating spirit fruits. As long as Yi Fan told the villagers of Peach Orchard Village about the ancient formula, perhaps it wouldn't be long before the Peach Orchard Village would produce spirit fruits. The so-called spirit fruit was the king of fruits. Often only 1 or 2 spirit fruits could grow in an orchard. It was very rare. However, the value of the spirit fruit was very high. Thinking about this, Yi Fan gave a thumbs up. Boss Yu, you are really atmospheric. When the words came to this point, Yi Fan turned his words around and looked at Yu Dongyang with a flat face, inquiring, Boss Yu, I want to open a fruit house in Bonan County. Do you know which fruit house in Bonan County is going to sell it? Yu Dongyang smiled quietly and replied, No, 18, Starlight Street in Bonan County. There is a fruit house for sale there. You can go over and take a look. Yi Fan smiled. Good, thank you Boss Yu for pointing out the way. Yu Dongyang was a successful businessman. It was natural for a businessman to seek profit, and the fruit firm that could be valued by Yu Dongyang and firmly remembered in his head must have unique features. Yi Fan is not familiar with Bonan County. That's why he will and Yu Dongyang to find out the news. This would save Yi Fan a lot of time. A little while later, Xiao Xiaoshi walked into the elegant room with a lotus step, holding a pile of reddish money in her arms. She slowly walked to Yi Fan's side and said, Yi Fan, this is your money from selling the mountain treasures. Count it. Seeing this, Yi Fan smiled and said, there's no need to count it. Myriad Treasure Pavilion's reputation has always been very good. I believe Myriad Treasure Pavilion will not embezzle my payment for the goods. The voice fell. Yi Fan asked Xiao Xiaoshi to find him a black plastic bag. Xiao Xiaoshi quickly found a black plastic bag. Yi Fan put the money into the black plastic bag and carried it with a happy face. Boss you, we will meet again. Yi Fan said happily. Aha, you Don Yang promised. Yi Fan made a dashing turn, humming a small song full of countryside flavor, and left from the elegant room with quick steps. When Yi Fan descended the stairs, Yu Dongyang lifted his eyes. His eyes looked at Xiao Xiaoshi and said, Xiaoshi, keep an eye on Yi Fan. This guy Yi Fan is not simple. I'm afraid that he is the person we are looking for. Xiao Xiaoshi's complexion changed, muttering, young Yu, Yi Fan is just a small farmer. How could he be the legendary medical immortal? Yu Dongyang hooked his lips and smiled, explaining, Xiaoshi, Yi Fan was able to kill the golden toad and the poisonous centipede, the two major poisonous creatures, and he was also able to pick 100 years of Ganoderma lucidum. He's not an ordinary person. On top of that, I also smelled the faint medicinal scent of the wild ginseng king on Yi Fan's body, which means that Yi Fan has a great medicine that is extinct in the world in his hands. Such a great medicine as the wild ginseng king. Only someone with extremely high medical attainments can pick it and rationalize its pharmacology. Hearing Yu Dongyang say this, Xiao Xiaoshi looked at Yu Dongyang with a grave expression and said, okay, Yu Xiao, I know. I will properly check if Yi Fan, this little farmer, is really harboring a great medical skill. Yu Dongyang faintly voiced out, aha. Xiao Xiaoshi took out an antivirus glove and put it on, categorizing the 3 mountain treasures. Then she blinked and said, young Yu, I lost contact with Miss Chen Min. Do I need to use the power of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion to track down her whereabouts? Yu Dongyang raised his sword brows, gently pinched his fingers and said, no need. Cousin went south to search for medicine in order to save Elder Chan. We can't let cousin down. When cousin finds the medicine she needs, she will naturally come to me. At this time, Yu Dongyang did not know that his own cousin, Chan Min, had been knocked out by Yi Fan with a slate into the deep forest. Not long after, Yi Fan walked away from the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, walked to the side of the Wuling Hongguang van, could not open the door, threw a packet of money in the basket, is sitting on the main driver, driving the Wuling Hongguang van, toward the Starlight Street 18. There were no words along the way. When Yi Fan drove to No. 18, Starlight Street, when he looked up, he saw an ambulance parked outside a fruit shop. The ambulance's siren sounded continuously, causing Yi Fan's complexion to change as he said in surprise, what's going on here? Chapter 39 Bolyu Fruit Line Living in the Evil. Less leaning, Yi Fan parked the Wuling Hongguang van, also tend to walk to the fruit line outside the door. A look up, is to see 2 doctors wearing white coats, carrying a white stretcher. That stretcher, lying on top of the face of a blue, has lost the breath of life of the woman. Her eyebrows were wrapped in gray gas, and her mouth was bleeding. Yi Fan could tell at a glance that this woman had died of an evil spirit. At this moment, Yi Fan's complexion changed and his eyes looked at the 2 doctors with a curious face and inquired, Doctor, why did this woman suddenly die violently? The 2 doctors' pupils shrank, fear written all over their faces as they explained, we don't know about this matter. The Peach Fruit Bank changed 9 bosses before and after, and all 9 bosses, without exception, died within the fruit bank. They do not have any cause of illness. There is no history of illness. Suddenly died. This matter, really is too strange. The Peach Fruit Bank is very evil. You'd better not enter it, lest you meet a tragic end. After saying that, those 2 doctors left as if they were fleeing for their lives. When they entered the Peach Fruit Bank, the beautiful boss of the Peach Fruit Bank still had a breath of life. But, in just 30 seconds, that beautiful boss left her hand behind. Thinking about this, their scalp is secretly numb. Not long after, the ambulance left, and the body of the beautiful boss was placed at the entrance of the peach fruit shop. Yi Fan took a deep breath and carefully walked into the peach fruit company, and met a middle-aged man with an obese figure, wearing a suit and a rounded appearance. This man, named Duan Weiguang, he was the husband of that beautiful boss. Duan Weiguang's eyes were red, and he cried on the body of the beautiful boss, blaming himself, wife, I'm trying to make a fortune, and I've taken the peach fruit shop, but I've still harmed you. I've sinned. The peach fruit firm was one of the 4 major fruit firms in Bonan County, and there were numerous regular customers, as well as business channels within the fruit firm. However, due to the frequent evils in the peach fruit firm, 8 bosses died one after the other, causing the peach fruit firm's business to fall apart. As a last resort, The family of the previous owner transferred the peach fruit company for $1 million. Duan Weiguang is not superstitious. He was a gangster back then, but later washed his hands of the world. In order to get rich, Duan Weiguang encouraged her wife to become a receiver. Unexpectedly, but killed his wife. To know, in the peach fruit firm's most prosperous time, a month down there is $500,000 net income. Therefore, even if the peach fruit line within the evil things one after another. However, there are still bold and daring people, want to disc down the peach fruit line to get a hand. The matter of peach fruit line, fully embodied the true meaning of man's wealth is dead and birds die for food. Yifan slowly walked to Duan Weiguang's side and consoled. Older brother, the deceased has passed away. You must mourn. Peach fruit row has no mountain in front, no running water behind, and the door is facing the road. This is a dangerous piece of feng shui land, and there is evil living in here. If someone whose yang energy is too weak and often works within the peach fruit firm, they will all be possessed by evil and end up dying tragically. At this point, Yifan smiled grimly and whispered, Alas, before, Boss Yu of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion told me that the peach fruit row was an extremely valuable fruit row, and he asked me to come over and dish out the peach fruit row. But, the peach fruit row is too evil. I'd better go elsewhere to dish out the fruit row. Duan Weiguang wiped away the snot on his nose, could not get up from the ground, and pulled Yifan's hand, with raging tears welling up in his eyes, crying, Handsome, you know Zuanjutsu? Yifan nodded, a little bit. 2 lines of tears flowed down Duan Weiguang's face as he said, Since you know Zuanjutsu, you can surely help me avenge my death. I wonder if you can find out the evil spirit in the peach fruit firm, and kill it for me. I want to avenge the death of my wife. As long as you kill this evil sneak, I will give you the peach fruit house for free. Yifan smiled helplessly and said, Older brother, thank you for your good intentions. Although I'm a shameless person, however, I don't like to take advantage of people's danger. You are eager to take revenge. I am eager to dish out fruit rows. You say a number. Peach fruit row how much you want for the transfer fee. I'll pay you immediately. Don't worry, the evil spirit that lives in the peach fruit bank has killed so many people. I will definitely find it out and send it to the 18 layers of hell, so that it will not be allowed to live for eternity. Hearing Yifan say this, Duan Weiguang held Yifan's hand tightly with a grateful face, and said with a flushed face, Handsome, you are a good person. As long as you can really kill that evil sorcerer, I won't go back on my word, and I will give the peach fruit row to you. Yifan shook his head. No, I can't fall on my sword. You name a price. Seeing Yifan's incomparable stubbornness, Duan Weiguang let out a long sigh and said, Alright, since the hospitality is hard to pass up, I will have to accept it. The transfer price of the peach fruit row, at first, was $1 million. You just give me 100,000. Yifan smiled faintly and said, Old brother, 100,000 is too little. I am willing to bid 500,000. Based on the reputation of the peach fruit firm alone, as well as the business resources accumulated over the years, it was worth more than $500,000. If there were no successive disturbances of evil within the peach fruit firm, Yifan would need to spend at least $10 million if he wanted to dish out the peach fruit firm. One could say this, as long as Duan Weiguang agreed to disclose the peach fruit company, Yifan would be able to earn a lot of money. There was no other reason. The peach fruit company was other people's talisman, but as long as it fell into Yifan's hands, Yifan only needed to do a little trick, and the peach fruit company could be turned into Yifan's treasure pot. Just now, the reason why Yifan said to Duan Weiguang that the peach fruit row was too evil, and that he wanted to go somewhere else to dish out fruit rows, was obviously just a stopgap measure. Yifan did this in order to let Duan Weiguang take the initiative to transfer the peach fruit line. Looking at the entire Bonan County, I'm afraid that only Yifan has the courage to take over. Peach fruit line this hot potato. Duan Weiguang's eyes are red. Fluttering Sound is kneeling on the ground, holding Yifan's thighs with his hands, looking at Yifan with a grateful face, said, Handsome man, thank you, willing to disclose the peach fruit company at a price of $500,000. You are a good man, and even more so, my benefactor. Yifan helped Duan Weiguang up and said, Big brother, don't be polite with me, give me a bank card number. I'll transfer money to you right away. Duan Weiguang nodded. Good. In the next second, Duan Weiguang told his bank card number to Yifan, and from his online bank, Yifan transferred $500,000 to Duan Weiguang, and asked Duan Weiguang to sign his big name in the transfer agreement. Yifan transferred $500,000 from his online bank, and he still had 30,000 deposits on his card. At this time, Yifan secretly felt that he didn't have enough money to spend on his body. He had to utilize the peach fruit bank to make a lot of money. Chapter 40, What happens when you talk bitchy? Brother Yi, I'm leaving first. I'm going to drag my wife home and give her one last ride. Duan Weiguang said in pain. Well, brother Duan, you go. Yifan comforted. Duan Weiguang got up trembling, holding his wife's body and left from Yi Fan, loading the body into a Mercedes-Benz luxury car. Disappearing in a Mercedes-Benz limousine caused the corner of Yi Fan's mouth to twitch as he said, "Grass, it's me who's shallow." The fact that Duan Weiguan traveled in a Mercedes-Benz limousine showed that he had a good family background. Just now, Yi Fan was also kind enough to give Duan Weiguan a raise. Thinking about this, Yi Fan couldn't wait to smack his own mouth hard. However, once he remembered that Duan Weiguan had just died his wife, Yi Fan was immediately relieved. Yi Fan took the transfer agreement, took a deep breath, and walked into the peach fruit line. As soon as he entered, Yi Fan felt that a trace of evil gas, if any, from the peach fruit line overflowed out. Among these evil qi, there was a faint fox break. If a person often sucked fox fury into his body, he would die of organ depletion, and then his 3 souls and 7 spirits would even be swept away by the fox fury. Fox fury is more frightening than fury. It is diffused from the body of the fox spirit. Bizarre fury. Obviously, the reason why the business of the peach fruit house had fallen apart, and in just a few months' time, it had turned into a horrifyingly scary fruit house. This is because there is a fox spirit living in the peach fruit company. This fox spirit, it hooked away the souls of the living with the fox fury, and used the souls of the living to deepen the Taoist practice. Seeing the source of the haunting evil, Yi Fan wiped his eyes with his hand and immediately opened his penetrating medical eyes, wanting to find out the true body of that fox spirit. Yi Fan looked around and carefully surveyed the area for half a second. Even the shadow of that vixen was nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, Yi Fan's expression condensed and he said to himself, "This fox spirit, right now, is not within the peach fruit row. It should be hiding elsewhere to cultivate." However, since the peach fruit row is its host place, this means that within the peach fruit row, there must be treasures hidden that fox spirit covets. It won't take long for that vixen to appear, in which case, I'll be able to rid the people of the evil. After saying that, Yi Fan circled around the peach fruit row. The peach fruit row was very large, covering an area of 500 square meters, and within the fruit row, there was a side-by-side fruit room. It was well organized and neat. Yi Fan used $500,000 to take over the peach fruit company. This was a lucky break. As long as Yi Fan revitalized the peach fruit house and made it fully operational, he would soon become the richest man in Peach Orchard Village. And then, he would be able to bring the villagers of Peach Orchard Village to get rich together. A few moments later, that vixen still did not show up. Yi Fan closed the door of the peach fruit company, locked the door with an iron lock, and then, immediately after that, he drove the Wuling Hongguang van, and drove towards Myriad Treasures Pavilion. After the matter of the fruit firm was done, Yi Fan just remembered that he forgot to buy the Chinese medicine for the preparation of the Dragon Yang Ultimate Bliss Pill prescription. Thus, Yi Fan had to make another trip to Myriad Treasures Pavilion. After arriving at the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, Yi Fan encountered Su Qingling as soon as he entered the door. Hearing that Yi Fan wanted to buy Chinese medicines, she became extremely enthusiastic, not only serving Yi Fan tea and pouring water, but also introducing the medicinal properties of various Chinese medicines to Yi Fan. Yu Dongyang gave the word that from now on, Yi Fan was the honored guest of Myriad Treasures Pavilion. If Yi Fan came to Myriad Treasures Pavilion and suffered from cold eye treatment again, then, Yu Dongyang would definitely make the person who taunted Yi Fan suffer. Therefore, Su Qingling had suddenly changed her nature. She was not afraid of Yi Fan, but she was afraid of Yu Dongyang. Yu Dongyang looked elegant, but he was a ruthless man. Within the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, no one would dare to disobey his words. Yi Fan chose the herbal medicine that formulated the Dragon Yang Extreme Bliss Pill prescription, and he was going to pay with Su Qingling. Su Qingling even paid for Yi Fan in order to please him, which made Yi Fan somewhat flattered. Yi Fan was incomparably curious as to what Yu Dongyang had said to Su Qingling, which actually made Su Qingling turn from a vicious tigress to Yi Fan's little licking dog in seconds. Not long after, Yi Fan left the Myriad Treasures Pavilion with a bag of Chinese medicines. Within that bag of medicines, there were deer antler, angelica, white atractylodes, and eukamia, 4 flavors of Chinese herbs. Seeing that Yi Fan finally left, Su Qingling wiped the cold sweat from her pretty face with her hand and murmured, "Well, Yi Fan, the plague god, has finally left." When Su Qingling's voice fell, Yi Fan suddenly turned back and coldly said, "Su Qingling, are you calling me a plague god?" Su Qingling slapped her own face and said in panic, "Young Yi, I said something wrong just now. I'm the plague god. My whole family is the plague god. Don't you be general with me." Yi Fan mockingly smiled and said, "Su Qingling, you offended me. You continue to slap yourself until I drive away in my car." Su Qingling's head slightly nodded, crying with a sad face, saying, "Understood." Her mouth was too cheap. Yi Fan hadn't even gone far before she opened her mouth to say bad things about Yi Fan. In the next second, Su Qingling snapped and wildly smacked herself, and in the blink of an eye, she turned into a pig's face. She cried, She wouldn't dare to offend Yifan in the future. Yifan placed the medicine bag on the Wuling Hongguang van. Then, sitting on top of the main driver, he drove the Wuling Hongguang van towards the bank in Bonan County. 10 minutes later, Yifan drove to the entrance of the bank. He parked his car, entered the bank with a basket on his back, and deposited 200,500 cash into his bank card. After depositing the money, Yifan left the bank in a hurry and drove back to the village. Now everything is ready. All we need is the east wind. Yifan wants to go back to the village, mobilize the villagers of Peach Orchard Village to sell fruits to him. When Yifan returned to Peach Orchard Village, it was already noon. Yifan parked the Wuling Hongguang van at the door. He walked into the house with a basket on his back and a medicine bag on his butt, just in time for the meal. Seeing that Yifan was back, Wei Qinglan and Shen Dan told him to hurry over for dinner. Yifan smiled and said, "Sister Shen, Mom, when the meal is over, I will tell you a good news." Shen Dan and Wei Qinglan narrowed their eyes and looked at Yifan with a curious face, asking after him, "Little Fan, if you have something to say it quickly, don't hide it." Yifan lowered his eyes and said softly, "A good thing to say slowly." After saying that, Yifan walked over to the dining table and sat down, and began to wolf down his food. At this time, in the back of Peach Garden Village, in the middle of a leafy dark forest, Chen Min rubbed her small head with her hand and finally woke up quietly. She had a splitting headache, and her brain was full of the color of bruises, looking exceptionally pitiful. Less leaning, Chen Min came back to her senses. Her pupils shrunk. Panicked, "How do I feel? I lost my memory? The memory of me coming to the back of Peach Orchard Village to pick herbs. Why all of a sudden? All gone. This, what's going on?" Chen Min stood up with a long body. That tantalizing curve was enough to make a man's blood spurt. She recalled, one by one, what had happened when she entered the mountains behind Peach Orchard Village. But her brain was a blank. Not long after Chen Min awoke, those 9 black-clothed guards also opened their eyes, and when they saw that above Chen Min's pretty face, it was filled with alternating colors of green and red. Their complexion changed and they said, "Miss, you've been slapped in the face with a slate. You should quickly take a look." Chen Min's beautiful eyes were cold, and she immediately took out a small mirror, reflecting her delicate face in the small mirror, and suddenly, Chen Min screamed out, "Marred, it's that person. Not only did he use a slate to slap me unconscious, he also erased my memory. If I find out who he is, I'm going to break him into pieces." Chapter 41, Dispensing Medicine. Upon hearing this, the 9 black-clothed guards also covered their heads with their hands, revealing a look of shock from their faces as they said, "Miss, our memories of entering the back of Peach Orchard Village's mountains have also been erased." Chen Min frowned with a willow brow and said, "This person dared to scheme against me, showing that he has a lot of guts. Let's go to Peach Orchard Village first to poke around and find out what's going on." Seeing this, the 9 black-clothed guards nodded and said, "Good, miss." A little while later, Chen Min curled up and walked in the dark forest, stepping in fine steps. Rolling anger filled her chest as she let out a long whistle, scaring the 9 black-clothed guards into shrinking their heads. The 9 black-clothed guards were aware of Chen Min's nature. Chen Min was a solid little witch, as long as she found out who had actually counted on her. Then, according to Chen Min's vindictive character, she would definitely make that bad guy regret being a human being. At this time, Yi Fan, who was the instigator, had just finished his meal. He burped with a comfortable face, looked at Shen Dan with a smile and complimented, "Sister Shen, your cooking skills are getting better and better." Hearing Yi Fan say this, Shen Dan and Wei Qinglan blinked their eyes and said rather curiously, "Little Fan, since you're full, then, hurry up and share the good news to us. We can't wait." Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, "Sister Shen, Mom, I have dished out a fruit firm in Bonan County. The name of that fruit firm is called Peach Fruit Firm. From today onwards, I am going to start a fruit business, and strive to become the richest man in Peach Orchard Village within a month." Shen Dan and Wei Qinglan's pupils shrunk and said, "What, Little Fan? You actually became the owner of the Peach Fruit Company? You didn't lie to us." Yi Fan shook his head. "No, Miss Tang gave me a sponsorship payment. Plus I went into the mountains yesterday to collect medicine and found 3 mountain treasures. I took those 3 mountain treasures and sold them to the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, giving me a large amount of money on me. Thus, I dared to make up my mind and dish out the peach fruit row for $500,000. Shen Dan and Wei Qinglan's complexion changed as they said, "Little Fan, Peach Fruit Firm is one of the 4 major fruit firms in Bonan County. Why is its transfer price so cheap?" Yi Fan squeezed out a smile from his handsome face and said, "There was a little problem within the Peach Fruit Firm, and a few bosses died inside, so that's why the price is so cheap. However, don't worry guys, since I have the guts to dish out the Peach Fruit Firm, I must have thought of a way to solve this matter." Wei Qinglan and Shen Dan looked at each other in unison and said, "Little Fan, you're too impulsive in your actions. why did you dish out the peach fruit firm without discussing with us? In case you also died within the peach fruit house, then how can we live? Yi Fan raised his sword eyebrow and comforted with a light smile and a faint whisper. Sister Shen, Mom, don't worry, I am equipped with the art of the countryside. Nothing will happen to me. This time, I will bring the peach fruit row back from the dead, so that you guys can live in the big villa I built as well as the luxury car I bought as soon as possible. Wei Qinglan and Shen Dan remembered all of Yi Fan's feats. They took a deep breath and said worriedly, Little Fan, when you run the peach fruit firm in the future, you must be more careful. Yi Fan smiled and said, Aha. When the words came to this point, Yi Fan paused and then said, Sister Shen, Mom, the reason why I am telling you this good news is that I want you to have a peace of mind. I now have the ability to lead you all to a red-hot good life. In the next second, Yi Fan managed to get up and scratched out the bank text message on his cell phone, handing it to Shen Dan and Wei Qinglan to see. When Shen Dan and Wei Qinglan saw that, in Yi Fan's bank card, there was still more than 200,000 deposits. The two of them rounded their eyes and looked at Yi Fan incredulously, saying, Little Fan, you have great success now. We are proud of you. Shen Dan and Wei Qinglan had lived for so many years, they had never seen so much money. Yi Fan's dark eyes flashed, his thin lips lifted slightly and said, Mom, Sister Shen, my road has just begun. With these words, Yi Fan casually picked up the medicine bag and pulled Shen Dan into his bedroom, causing Shen Dan's pretty face to blush. Wei Qinglan saw that Shen Dan and Yi Fan had a good relationship. She smiled in relief. Then, was to start cleaning up the dishes. Inside the house, 4 eyes were facing each other, and love flowed. Shen Dan playfully lowered her head, pinched the corner of her clothes with her hand, revealing a touch of shyness from her charming little face, and said, Little Fan, you don't lift there, and we can't do anything if you pull me into your bedroom. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth twitched, knocked Shen Dan's smooth and white brain with his hand and said, Sister Shen, your thoughts are unhealthy. I didn't say that I pulled you into the house because I wanted to bully you. I want to cure my own impotence disease, and I desperately need your saliva as medicine. Yi Fan was a little depressed. This Dragon Yang extreme pleasure pill formula was really too extreme, even using the widow's saliva as an adjuvant. Shen Dan's beautiful eyes lit up, the corner of her lips slightly hooked, looking at Yi Fan with a bad smile on her face, saying, Little Fan, you want to eat my saliva? Ah. Yi Fan rubbed his eyebrows with his hand. Well, Sister Shen, you can understand it this way. At this moment, Yi Fan placed the medicine bag on the table and spread a white paper on the table. Then, from the medicine bag, he took out the deer antler, Angelica, Atractylodes, and Euchomia, and cracked the 4 Chinese medicines with a small iron rod, grinding them into powder. After all this, Yi Fan got up and walked to the iron cabinet, and when he looked up, he saw a line of deep and shallow blood marks on top of the iron cabinet. This blood mark is like a blood snake, looking quite bizarre. Yi Fan fixed his eyes on it and realized that the spirit talisman he drew on the iron cabinet had lost half of its power. Obviously, in the 6 or 7 hours that Yi Fan was not at home, the golden snake had run into Yi Fan's bedroom, wanting to pry open the iron cabinet and take away the wild ginseng king. If it wasn't for Yi Fan saving for a rainy day, he had drawn an exorcism talisman on top of the iron cabinet in advance. Then, the little golden snake would definitely steal the wild ginseng king, making Yi Fan work for nothing. Thinking about this, Yi Fan shivered and secretly felt that the little golden snake was too scary. The little golden snake was psychic. It had a high IQ and even followed it out from the deep mountains and found Yi Fan's house. After half a second of silence, Yi Fan used the key to open the iron cabinet, held out the wild ginseng king, and cut off the upper half of the wild ginseng king. Then, put the lower half of the wild ginseng king into the iron cabinet and locked it. Yi Fan bit his finger and drew a talisman with his blood, making up for the missing power of the spirit talisman of exorcism. In the next second, Yi Fan made a dashing turn and walked to Shen Dan's front, smiling slightly. Sister Shen, what are you looking straight at me for? Isn't it? I've grown handsome again recently. Shen Dan rolled her eyes and curiously said, Little Fan, where did you go to get such a thick plant of wild ginseng king? Ah, this wild ginseng king has been on for years, and at first glance, it is an extremely rare great medicine. Chapter 42 Cultivating Spirit Fruit. Hearing Shen Dan say this, Yi Fan blinked his eyes and replied, Sister Shen, this wild ginseng king was picked by me in the mountains. You are not wrong. Its medicinal value is very high. It can cure my impotence disease and make you a happy woman. Seeing Yi Fan's double entendre, above Shen Dan's charming little face, a flash of scarlet instantly flew out, and she said in a flavorful manner, Little Fan, you deadbeat, you mocked me. Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, Sister Shen, I didn't laugh at you. What I said was true. Alright, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. I'm going to dispense the medicine. When the words came to this point, Yi Fan hesitated for a moment, pointed his finger at the Chinese medicine powder on the white paper, and instructed, Sister Shen, you spray some saliva on those Chinese medicine powder. Your saliva is so fragrant and sweet, it mesmerizes me beyond measure. Seeing that Yi Fan started to hang around again, Shen Dan pinched Yi Fan with her hand and rather helplessly bent down and started to spit saliva on the Chinese medicine powder with a flirtatious face. Yi Fan was not idle either. He used the iron rod to grind the half of the wild ginseng king he was holding in his hand into medicinal powder and sprinkled it on top of that white paper. A faint medicinal fragrance filled out, causing Yi Fan's mind to sway. Yi Fan squeezed out a touch of excitement from his handsome face. His hands quickly made a seal, silently reciting the spell of the supreme medical scripture, silently saying, Supreme medical scripture, thousand changes medical hand, pointing medicine into pills, pardon, reciting the magic spell. Yi Fan tapped his hand 9 times. Suddenly, those medicinal powders under the help of the widow's saliva, immediately turned into a pill like white jade, the pill above, surrounded by a faint Dan halo, looking extraordinarily fascinating. Seeing this, Shen Dan's complexion changed. Yi Fan was getting more and more powerful, unexpectedly able to order medicine into pills, even the most famous divine doctor. I'm afraid that he does not have this kind of medical attainment of Yi Fan. Shen Dan silently looked at Yi Fan. His eyes were filled with little stars, adoringly saying, Wow, little Fan, you are so powerful. In order to reward you, I would like to reward you with a fragrant kiss. Hearing this, Yi Fan bristled and whispered, Sister Shen, you less molest me. I don't want your fragrant kiss right now. Shen Dan blankly glanced at Yi Fan and ambiguously said, Alright, then I won't kiss you. You take the medicine quickly. I want to see the effect. After saying that, Shen Dan looked at Yi Fan with affection, his eyes flashing with raging love. Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, Sister Shen, the Dragon Yang Extreme Bliss Pill formula, which was formulated, cannot be eaten more than one. I'll eat one first. Saying that, Yi Fan put away the 8 Dragon Yang pills, picked up the last Dragon Yang pill that remained on top of the white paper, and gently placed it in his mouth and chewed it. When Shen Dan saw Yi Fan eating the Dragon Yang pill prepared with her saliva in front of her, she shyly lowered her head. That kind of beauty was too tantalizing. Not long after, the efficacy of the Dragon Yang pill appeared, causing Yi Fan to speak out in excitement, saying, Sister Shen, the Dragon Yang pill is really a miraculous medicine that does not lift. Its healing effect is amazing. He clearly felt that as the medicinal effect of the Dragon Yang pill appeared, the necrotic veins in his body began to get better little by little, and then, diffused a faint vitality. According to Yi Fan's prediction, he would need to take the Dragon Yang pill for at least 7 days before he could be cured of his failure to lift. Shen Dan fixed his eyes and saw that Yi Fan's breathing was a little rough, and immediately knew that Yi Fan's disease was getting better. Seeing this, Shen Dan was thrilled and smiled sweetly, then smacked his lips with unfulfilled intentions and said, Little Fan, isn't the effect of the Dragon Yang pill very strong? Your medical skills are too divine. Sis is waiting for you to be cured. At that time, Sis will love you well. Yi Fan laughed out loud. Good, let's make a deal. The day I recover from my illness, will be the time of our wedding. With these words, Yi Fan walked to the bedside with the same step, took out a small bottle from the drawer, and put 8 Dragon Yang pills into the bottle. 1 Dragon Yang pill a day. Yi Fan had already eaten the amount of medicine for today. Even if he ate more Dragon Yang pills, it would not help his illness much. Yi Fan planned to take his time in a gradual manner. A little while later, Yi Fan and Shen Dan walked out of the bedroom, and Shen Dan's heart kept beating. Seeing Shen Dan's face as red as a monkey's butt, Wei Qinglan smiled from ear to ear, secretly feeling that her dream of holding a grandson was basically a nail in the coffin. Yi Fan told Shen Dan and Wei Qinglan that he had to go out and slipped away from the house in a puff of smoke. Half an hour later, Yi Fan sneaked into the home of the girl, and as soon as he entered the door, he saw the girl, who had just returned home from work, was coaxing her daughter to sleep, looking rather lazy. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan as a heart, smiling, said, Auntie, you come out for a while. I look for you have something important to discuss. When she heard Yi Fan's voice, Yuni was startled. She panicked and put on her coat and said, Little Fan, what are you looking for me for? As she spoke, Yuni walked towards Yi Fan's side. When a light fragrant breeze came, Yi Fan grinned and said, Little Auntie, you're working too hard all by yourself with a baby and doing labor. My heart aches for you. I want to lead you to wealth. Doesn't your family have an orchard? I have an ancient recipe that can cultivate extremely valuable spirit fruits. I want to pull you in and cultivate spirit fruits with me. From her pretty face that was full of collagen, Puan Ni revealed a light smile and said, Little Fan, the spirit fruits that you are talking about are nothing more than high-level fruits that are of a better quality. This thing, how much can it be worth? Ni clearly remembered that she had sold an orchard of fruits last year, and only managed to sell more than $1,000. This income was not as much as half a month of her labor. Listening to what Yinny said, Yi Fan truthfully told her, saying, "Little auntie, this high-grade fruit you are talking about, as long as it is cultivated, one can be sold for $10,000 or $20,000, right?" Xiaoni rounded her beautiful eyes and stammered, "What? A high-level fruit that sells for $10,000 or $20,000? In fact, Yi Fan had also made the amount small. What Yu Dongyang had told him before was that the spirit fruit with the best fruit shape, Myriad Treasure Pavilion could offer $50,000 apiece to acquire it. However, spirit fruits were too rare, and even though Yi Fan had an ancient formula, but he could not cultivate them in bulk. According to Yi Fan's prediction, at most 2 or 3 spirit fruits could grow in the orchard of the Puani family. The so-called spirit fruit is actually the king of fruits. Seeing that shock was written all over Jenny's pretty face, Yi Fan smiled and said, "Yes." Her beautiful eyes turned and said, "Little Fan, you didn't lie to me?" Yi Fan shook his head. "Little aunt, please believe me, I didn't lie to you. I really want to help you." Shen Dan didn't have an orchard. Otherwise, Yi Fan would definitely pull Shen Dan along with him. However, sooner or later, Shen Dan was Yi Fan's woman, and in the future, Yi Fan's wealth was not Shen Dan's. Yi Fan wanted to lead the villagers of Peach Orchard Village to get rich. This matter, there needs to be a villager who has led the way and made a considerable harvest. Otherwise, the backward-thinking villagers of Peach Orchard Village will not believe Yi Fan at all. Chapter 43, Village Chief Questioning. Because Yi Fan's reputation in Peach Orchard Village was not good. It was well known that the reason why Yi Fan had returned to the village as a fruit farmer in disgrace was because he had offended a big shot that he shouldn't have offended, and had been blocked from the city and driven back to Peach Orchard Village. At this moment, Jenny's eyes were darkly flowing, and above that plump and pretty face, it was filled with an uncertain light of astonishment. When she remembered Yi Fan's divine medical skills, she took a deep breath, letting the waves on her chest tremble a bit, and laughed out lightly. "Xiao Fan, I believe in you. I'm willing to follow you to get rich." Yi Fan smiled excitedly and said, "Little aunt, thank you for trusting me. You shouldn't go to work in the afternoon. Just stay in your family's orchard and cultivate the fruits properly." Yanni blinked and said, "Little Fan, I want to know how to cultivate advanced fruits. Teach me." Yi Fan squeezed out a touch of seriousness from his handsome face and corrected word by word, "Little auntie, the name advanced fruits is not good. You can call advanced fruits as spirit fruits from now on. Spirit fruits are very valuable and are by no means comparable to ordinary fruits." Cicelyne nodded slightly. "Okay, Little Fan, I'll remember. Don't dawdle. Hurry up and impart the method of cultivating spirit fruits to me." Yi Fan took a deep breath and said confidently, "Little auntie, if you want to cultivate spirit fruits, you must instill the medicinal soup. You first go and pick the 5 common medicinal herbs: dragon flower, yellow robe, shaku chow, honeysuckle, and dandelion. After finding the 5 herbs, you boil them in a large iron pot for an hour to make a thick medicinal soup. After the medicinal soup cools down, you pour the medicinal soup on top of the roots of a fruit tree, and then, just weed and fertilize." Xiaoni frowned and said suspiciously, "Little Fan, irrigating fruit trees with medicinal soup? I've never heard of this kind of method before. If I do what you say, will I really be able to cultivate spiritual fruits?" Yi Fan nodded. "Aha! The ancient formula for cultivating spirit fruits was called the 5 elements fruit formula. When Yi Fan became a divine doctor, he realized that there were 5 common herbs such as lobelia, yellow robe, xia ku chow, honeysuckle, and dandelion. Lobelia belongs to gold, yellow robe belongs to fire, shaku chow belongs to earth, honeysuckle belongs to wood, and dandelion belongs to water. When the 5 types of herbs were combined together, the power of the 5 elements could be derived. The power of the 5 elements was unending. Under the catalyst of the power of the 5 elements, it could indeed give birth to spiritual fruits." Seeing Yi Fan's incomparable confidence, Puan Ni let out a pout and said, "Little Fan, I'll do as you say right away." Seeing this scene, Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, "Little auntie, cheers." After saying that, Yi Fan resigned with Puan Ni and walked to Zhang Deshun's garage, so that Zhang Deshun could mobilize his family to cultivate spirit fruits, and told Zhang Deshun about the 5 elements fruit formula for cultivating spirit fruits, as well as the operation method. After that, Yi Fan bid farewell to Zhang Deshun and walked to Zhang Biao's house, telling Zhang Biao what he had said to Zhang Deshun before. Word for word, Zhang Biao half-heartedly followed Yi Fan's advice and promised to start cultivating spirit fruits in the orchard today. Yi Fan told Zhang Deshun and Zhang Biao that as long as they successfully drummed up spirit fruits, at that time, he was going to lead the whole village to grow spirit fruits, so that all the people in the village could embark on the road to becoming rich and leading a good life. 10 minutes later, the matter of Yi Fan wanting to lead the whole village to become rich and cultivate spirit fruits to make money swept through the entire Peach Orchard Village. Feng Chunyan, that stinking woman, relying on its husband Zheng Hua, is the village director of Taoyuan village. She ran to the village committee office and immediately turned on the big radio. She told the whole village that the method of cultivating spirit fruits that Yifan had come up with was not feasible at all. The reason why Yifan did this was because he wanted to kill all the fruit trees in Peach Orchard Village. This way, the prices of the various fruits that were about to go on sale in Yifan's Four Seasons orchard would be able to rise, allowing him to earn a lot of money. After Feng Chunyan made such a mess, after being lobbied by Zhang Deshan and others, the villagers who wanted to follow Yifan to get rich immediately dismissed such thoughts. At the moment, only Jenny, Zhang Deshan, and Zhang Biao are willing to cultivate the unattainable spiritual fruits in their own orchards according to Yifan's method. A few moments later, Yifan walked to the door of his house, and when he looked up, he saw a silhouette appearing in front of his eyes. It was a woman with picturesque eyebrows. She was wearing a plain dress and pants, and her feet were stomping on a pair of yellow rubber shoes. She has a melon face, eyes bright and charming, high nose, red lips and white teeth, long hair flowing, and this woman is the beautiful village head of Taoyuan village, Enxingya. Enxingya was sent down by the county to help Peach Orchard village get rid of poverty. Peach Garden village was the poorest village within Longjie town. Next to Peach Orchard village are Pudu village, Shuiwei village, and Shanma village, whose situation is much better than that of Peach Orchard village. Over the years, whenever Longjie town held a four-village conference, Taoyuan village would be criticized by the town mayor by name every time. At this moment, Yifan gave a bad smile and said, "Yo, village chief Enxingya, what wind blew you here?" Enxingya looked cold and said, "Yifan, the crooked wind you made blew me here. You let the villagers irrigate the fruit trees with medicinal soup in an attempt to lead the whole village to get rich. Are you crazy? I'll tell you clearly, that method of yours won't work. Watering the fruit trees with medicinal soup, in case all the fruit trees in Peach Orchard Village die, then it will never be possible for Peach Orchard Village to get out of poverty. If that happens, you will become a 1,000-year-old sinner who will affect Peach Orchard Village's ability to get out of poverty." Yifan only knew that Enxingya was a senior agricultural student who was sent down from the county. She had been in office for more than half a year, and Yifan had only met her twice. This woman, with a very spirited nature, was a driven village head. Yifan shrugged his shoulders and smiled helplessly. "Enxingya, Laozi kindly wanted to lead Taoyuan village to become rich, but instead of being ungrateful, you ran to scold me. You would rather believe Feng Chunyan, that woman's broken mouth, than me. Alright, I received your words, you can go now. Don't worry, I won't force the villagers of Peach Orchard Village to cultivate spirit fruits in their own orchards. In this matter, it is all up to their own wishes." The corner of Enxingya's lips slightly hooked, lifting a cold arc. "Yifan, I hope you behave yourself and don't mess around in the village. If you are still bent on having your own way, then, I have no choice but to send you to jail." Yifan squeezed out a cold smile from his handsome face. "Enxingya, you are just foolish woman. I don't want to talk to you more. Get lost." Yifan's kindness was treated as a donkey's liver and lung by Enxingya, which made Yifan furious. At this moment, Yifan was too lazy to pay attention to Enxingya. After he finished his words, he made a dashing turn and walked into the house. Yifan was rude and unreasonable, and even said that Enxingya was a foolish person, which made Enxingya furious. A pair of watery eyes flashed with a dangerous light, and she was furious. "Yifan, you are an unruly person. I will remember you." Chapter 44, Doing Marriage for Nothing. With these words, Enxingya curled up and left, a thick fire permeating her heart. Yi family. In the middle of the fence courtyard, Shen Dan playfully walked to Yifan, a hint of a smile spreading from her charming little face, softly saying, "Little Fan, I heard the conversation you just had with village chiefin. Although this woman, village chiefin, has received higher education, but she is not able to distinguish between right and wrong. You should not be generalized with her. Alas, if not for the fact that I don't have an orchard, I would definitely join the ranks of cultivating spirit fruits." Yifan smiled faintly and said, "Sister Shen, who said you don't have an orchard? My family's Four Seasons orchard. Isn't it yours? You hurry up and go collect medicine and make medicinal soup. I want to drum up spirit fruits in the Four Seasons orchard before little Auntie Puan and I, Zhang Deshan, and Zhang Biao. Then, let you Dongyang come down to Peach Orchard Village to collect the spirit fruits," and fiercely hit in Xingya's face. After saying that, Yifan covered Shen Dan's ear with a gentle face and told Shen Dan about the 5 elements fruit formula for cultivating spirit fruits. For Yifan's words, Shen Dan had always been convinced. Shen Dan's head nodded slightly. Little Fan, I will go and pick medicine right away." In the next second, Shen Dan put a back basket on her back and carried a small hoe on her shoulder. Twisting the slender waist that was in a firm grip, she walked out of the Yi family rather elegantly. Yifan walked into the bedroom and took out a hawking horn from the bedroom. preparing to go to the village to shout and get the villagers of Peach Orchard Village to sell him fruits. A little while later, Yifan walked out slowly from the house and strutted into the village. Along the way, the village people were pointing at Yifan. Numerous villagers had listened to Feng Chuanyan's bull *******. They hated Yifan very much. There were many right and wrong people in the village. The villagers were all concerned about their own interests, and once their own interests were damaged, they would point their fingers at Yifan. Yifan just wanted to open his mouth and shout, telling the villagers that he was going to vigorously purchase the fruits and pull them to the Peach Fruit Company to sell. At this time, the villagers of Peach Orchard Village carried bags of fragrant pears and hurriedly walked towards Chen Er Dog's house. Seeing this, Yifan pulled a villager and inquired, "Uncle Wang, where are you going?" Wang Jianyun smoked an old man's cigarette, wearing a tattered coat and pants, stomping on a pair of straw shoes, looked at Yifan with a slightly cold look, and replied, "Chen Er Dog has opened the scale, and started to purchase the balsam pear. A caddy of balsam pear is $5. This purchase price is very fair. Before, I thought that you were a good person, but, since I learned that you snubbed Puan and I and the others to cultivate spirit fruits and wanted to kill the village's fruit trees, only then did I realize that you and Chen Er Dog are even more vicious. Yifan, people are doing what the heavens are doing. You'd better do less evil things, otherwise, you'll be struck by the heavens." The corner of Yifan's mouth twitched and said, "Uncle Wang, even you don't believe me?" Wang Jianyun and Yi Fuguei had a good personal relationship, so that's why Yifan asked after Wang Jianyun. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianyun rolled his eyes and said, "Yifan, you did that kind of bad thing, how do you expect me to believe you? No more, I'm going to sell the scented pears first." Wang Jianyun coldly left, obviously not wanting to talk to Yifan much. Seeing this, Yifan rolled his eyes and said to himself, even Uncle Wang went to sell scented pears, so Feng Chunyan, who produces quite a lot of scented pears, must be there as well. That stinking Feng Chunyan, indiscriminately and recklessly planted evidence to frame me. This time, I'm going to give her a lesson of a lifetime and make her regret being a human being. By the way, intercepting Chen Er Dog's business and making Chen Er Dog a dowry for nothing, being wronged was a hard thing to bear. Yifan's original intention was to lead the villagers of Taoyuan village to become rich, so that every one of them could become rich. However, after Feng Chunyan used the radio to say so, this matter, all of a sudden, turned sour. This made Yifan's heart full of anger, and he could not wait to tear Feng Chunyan into pieces. Finishing talking to himself, Yifan put away his hawking horn and walked towards Chen Er Dog's house, with a hint of a belly laugh on his face. Not long after, Yifan's silhouette appeared outside Chen Er Dog's house. Yifan raised his eyes and saw a group of villagers in the dark, surrounding Chen Er Dog, all waiting to sell their scented pears for money. Chen Er Dog was the largest fruit buyer in Taoyuan village, although he was not a good character and was a complete bully. However, once he opened the scale, there were still hundreds of villagers who came here just to sell fruits to Chen Er Dog. When Yifan had just stabilized his body, Chen Er Dog tremblingly climbed up to a high platform. His body was wrapped in gauze, his face was full of bruises, he was holding a hawking horn in his hand, and he breathlessly said, "Villagers, the 100 Fruit Bank is about to open. As one of the fruit dealers of the 100 Fruit Bank, I have no choice but to buy fragrant pears from you, with my sick body, to stock up for the 100 Fruit Bank. But, I have one condition, and that is, any villager who sells fragrant pears to me, in the future, will have to isolate Yifan, and not be able to talk to Yifan. That Yifan, he beat me up so badly, the proprietor behind me has already sent word. Today he will send 5 cars of thugs down from Bonan County to hack Yifan to death alive." Upon hearing this, hundreds of villagers flashed a chill from their eyes and said, "Chen Er Dog, we are willing to do as you say. You hurry up and collect the fragrant pears. We are short of money." Seeing this, Chen Er Dog let out a wild laugh, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. Secretly feeling that Yifan was dead, Yifan had violently beaten Han Linchong, causing Han Linchong to be seriously injured and hospitalized. This matter, Chen Er Dog had already known about it. Han Linchong was packed so badly by Yifan, Han Linchong would naturally complain to Han Tai. Han Tai had a grudge against Yifan, and he definitely wanted to take revenge on Yifan. In Han Tai's opinion, even if Yifan had friendship with Tang Yuyen, however, Tang Yuyen would not tear his face off with the Han family for Yifan. Previously, it was Han Linchong who had offended Tang Yuyen, and Han Linchong had been abused by Yifan, who was acting like a fox. In order to test Tang Yuyen, Han Tai had asked Chen Er Dog to return to the village and purchase fruits while cleaning up Yifan. The 50 or so thugs that Han Tai had sent out were now traveling in vans, rushing towards Taoyuan village from Bonan County. Of course, to clean up this kind of small role of Yifan, Han Tai will not come out. He will only instruct his men to deal with this matter. Thinking about this, Chen Er Dog converged the smile on his face. looked at the hundreds of villagers with a shameless face, and smiled grimly. All villagers, it's okay to collect fragrant pears, but the price needs to be adjusted. I'm collecting fruits in Peach Orchard Village for the benefit of the whole village. You guys must give me some hard-earned money. I've decided. The price of $5 a caddy for fragrant pears. Change it to $3 a caddy. Chen Er Dog this is wanting to engage in monopolization, ruthlessly making a fortune in black-hearted money, for no other reason. Looking at the entire Peach Orchard Village, only Chen Er Dog had the financial strength to be able to acquire dozens of tons of fragrant pears at the same time. Hundreds of villagers were instantly enraged, questioning, Chen Er Dog, you're bullying people too much. You had clearly said before that you were willing to pay $5 a caddy to acquire the fragrant pears of Taoyuan Village. That's why we went to the orchard and picked the fragrant pears. Now, you even went back on your word. You are simply not human. Chen Er Dog coldly smiled and forcefully said, grass, sell it if you want to sell it. If you don't sell it, get lost. I'm not bad with this bit of your balsam pear. Hundreds of villagers if they do not sell their pears to Chen Er Dog, then, their pears will surely rot at home. Directly blood money. It was precisely by looking at this point that Chen Er Dog would press the price so hard. Chapter 45, Pinking Up, Tidying Up the Evil Woman. Hundreds of villagers clenched their fists tightly, their eyes slightly reddened, anger climbing on their faces as they roared. Chen Er Dog, you scum, you're just a treacherous businessman, you even deceived us. Chen Er Dog coldly smiled and softly said, villagers, I didn't deceive you, it's just that you're too naive. As the largest fruit buyer in Taoyuan Village, the price of fruits in Taoyuan Village is naturally what I say. $3 for a caddy of balsam pear. This is the price of conscience. Hundreds of villagers lowered their heads, their hearts filled with humiliation. How they wished that someone would step forward at this time. $5 a caddy acquired their balsam pear, ruthlessly slapping Chen Er Dog's face. But, they knew that this was just their extravagant hope. Seeing this, Yi Fan knew that his business opportunity had come. He took a deep breath, pushed the villagers away with his hand, and walked out with the same step, lifting a touch of bravado from the corner of his mouth, and said loudly, Chen Er Dog, you black-hearted thing, $3 for a caddy of fragrant pear. This kind of words, only you can say it. Words here. Yi Fan slightly pause, eyes azure look into the hundreds of villagers, yells, all villagers, I have dished out a fruit line in Bonan County, is about to vigorously purchase balsam pear, your fragrant pear. I would like to offer $10 a caddy. As many as there are, I want as many as I can get. Chen Er Dog snorted coldly and mocked. Yi Fan, you poorer then, are you not awake? You just finished paying off your family's external debt. You are poor as hell. But, for the sake of your own vanity, you even ran to my door to brag, saying that you opened a fruit firm, and that you are going to vigorously purchase fragrant pears. Ha ha, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard, in my entire life. Hearing Chen Er Dog say this, hundreds of villagers who were interested, looked at Yi Fan with a skeptical face, just as if they felt that Yi Fan did not have this kind of strong financial power. A needle could be heard at the scene, and it was silent. The next second, Feng Chunyan riding a tricycle appeared, her tricycle on top of the 5 bags of fragrant pear. From a distance, she heard that Yi Fan was going to collect fragrant pears in Taoyuan Village and steal business from Chen Er Dog. Feng Chunyan and Chen Er Dog had a good personal relationship. Since Yi Fan had come to bounce around where Chen Er Dog was acquiring balsam pear, she would naturally clean up Yi Fan ruthlessly. She was silent for a while, jumped down from the tricycle and sneered, Yi Fan, you don't even brag. Do you know that it takes at least $10 million to open a fruit firm in Bonan County? You poor bastard. Now you can't even take out $100. How dare you justifiably come to Chen Er Dog's place to purchase fragrant pears to cause trouble? Do you still want to have a face? Feng Chunyan paused, her words changed and said, today, if you can collect hundreds of villagers' balsam pear, I will go directly to the toilet to eat xiang. But, if you don't have the money to collect the fragrant pears, you must kneel down and apologize to Chen Er Dog. Yi Fan smiled coldly, raised his eyes to Feng Chunyan and said, Feng Chunyan, you'll wait to eat xiang. After saying that, Yi Fan walked to the side of hundreds of villagers and looked at Chen Er Dog with a provocative face, saying, Chen Er Dog, I was worried about not being able to collect the scented pears, and you helped me gather so many villagers to come and sell scented pears for me. You are really my lucky star. Yi Fan casually picked up Chen Er Dog's electronic scale for collecting the balsam pear, slowly walked to Wang Jianyun's side, and faintly said, Uncle Wang, are you willing to sell the balsam pear to me? $10 a caddy. If you don't trust me, I can transfer $500 to you first. Wang Jianyun hesitated and said in a deep voice, Yi Fan, as long as you really have the money to acquire the balsam pear, I am willing to sell the balsam pear to you. Chen Er Dog is bullying people too much. He is a black-hearted businessman. $3 a caddy for a balsam pear. I've been growing balsam pears for most of my life and I've never heard of it. Yifan's dark eyes flashed and immediately asked Wang Jianyun to show his WeChat collection code and transferred $500 to Wang Jianyun. After receiving the money, Wang Jianyun rubbed his hands vigorously and said excitedly, "Gentlemen, Yifan really has the money to collect fragrant pears." Yifan put down the electronic scale, smiled quite confidently and said loudly, "Open the scale, collect the fragrant pear, $10 a caddy." At this time, Yifan took a bag of balsam pear from Wang Jianyun's hand, and weighed the bag with the electronic scale, and it just happened to be 100 pounds. So, Yifan transferred another $500 to Wang Jianyun, making Wang Jianyun smile. Wang Jianyun began to think highly of Yifan, and he thought that he shouldn't have said that about Yifan before. Yifan was 100 times better than Chen Er Dog, and he was leading the cultivation of spirit fruits by Piao and I and the others. Perhaps he really wanted to lead the villagers of Taoyuan village to get rich. He had misunderstood Yifan. Seeing Wang Jianyun accepting the money, the many villagers swallowed their saliva and excitedly said, "Yifan, we are willing to sell fragrant pears, $10 a caddy for fragrant pears. This price is too fair. You are a good person. We shouldn't have listened to that Feng Chuanyan's bull *******, and agreed that you wanted to kill the fruit trees in Taoyuan village, so that your family's fruits could be sold at a good price." Yifan smiled faintly and said, "It's fine, this is over. You guys line up. I'll start collecting the fragrant pears." That many villagers nodded. "Good." Yifan casually pulled a chair and crossed his legs high, collecting the fragrant pears under Chen Er Dog's eyes, infuriating Chen Er Dog to the core. However, since Chen Er Dog had been severely cleaned up by Yifan, he didn't dare to look for Yifan's trouble, so he could only blearily look at Yifan collecting the fragrant pears. Half an hour later, Yifan's acquisition of pears was completed, and he transferred a total of $130,000 from his bank card. At this time, the many villagers led by Wang Jianyun looked at Yifan with a face of respect, almost kneeling and kowtowing to Yifan. Yifan stepped forward at this juncture and purchased their fragrant pears. Obviously, Yifan was their benefactor. With less inclination, Yifan managed to get up from his chair, squeezing out a cold smile from his handsome face, pointing his finger towards Chen Er Dog's family's toilet, turning his eyes to Feng Chunyan, and ordering, "Feng Chunyan, the hundreds of fragrant pears carried by the villagers have all been collected by me, so you can jump into the toilet and eat xiang." Feng Chuanyan's face changed and said, "Yifan, you dare to make me eat xiang?" Yifan coldly uttered, "What wouldn't I dare?" As soon as these words came out, Yifan's figure moved, swept to Feng Chuanyan's front, and kicked Feng Chuanyan's buttocks, causing Feng Chuanyan's body to cross a perfect arc in midair, and accurately landed on top of the eaves of the toilet of Chen Er Dog's house. At this time, the asbestos tiles on the toilet broke open. Feng Chuanyan's body slipped and landed head first, plunging head first into the toilet. "Yifan, I'm going to kill you," Feng Chunyan slurred, when a strange and incomparable stench spread out from the toilet. Yifan pinched his nose with his hand and said, "Feng Chunyan, you stinky, not only does your mouth stink, your body stinks even more." Chapter 46, Chen Min comes down, enemies meet. After saying that, Yifan walked slowly towards Chen Er Dog. Chen Er Dog saw that Yifan not only took away his business, but also broke his family's toilet, and immediately revealed a flash of anger from his face, saying, "Yifan, you seek death." Chen Er Dog raised a stone and smashed it towards Yifan's head, wanting to smash Yifan to death. Yifan dodged the stone, as if he was a spirit monkey. He was able to appear in front of Chen Er Dog, and with a flash of a slap, he slapped Chen Er Dog away, causing his body to roll into the toilet along a slope, as if it was a watermelon. Chen Er Dog was so furious that he didn't take a breath and directly fainted. Yifan raised his sword brows and commanded, "Villagers, you can carry these fragrant pears to my house. In the future, if you guys want to sell fruits, you can go directly to my house. From now on, I will vigorously purchase all kinds of fruits from Taoyuan village and bring you all together to get rich." Upon hearing this, the many villagers, led by Wang Jianyun, bowed down in unison, their eyes slightly red, and thanked Yifan. "Thank you." Yifan casually waved his hand and said, We are all from the same village, so don't be polite with me." As the voice fell, Yifan carried his hands behind his back and left with a similar step, looking incomparably spontaneous. One by one, the villagers lifted up the fragrant pears that they had sold to Yifan and followed behind him with their asses. Not long after Yifan left, Chen Shilong rushed out of Chen's house in a panic and pulled Chen Er Dog and Feng Chunyan out of the toilet, and then used a hose to furiously whip the stench from their bodies. Peach trees were still clinging to each other, and a fresh breeze was blowing. Yifan led hundreds of villagers towards the Yi family, and immediately startled the other villagers of Peach Orchard Village. Not long after, the news that Yifan had purchased 100 villagers' fragrant pears at $10 a caddy and had gaslight Chen Er Dog, swept through the entire peach orchard village like a tornado. The villagers of Taoyuan village couldn't help but clap their hands and greatly changed their impression of Yifan. In just a few minutes, Yifan had become famous in Peach Orchard Village. In a few moments, Yifan returned to the Yi family. He commanded hundreds of villagers to arrange the bags of fragrant pears in the middle of the fenced compound, smiled faintly and said, "Villagers, you can go home now." The hundreds of villagers smiled excitedly and said, "Well, Yifan, we will come back tomorrow to sell you pears." Yifan hooked his lips, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth, and said, "Yes." Hundreds of villagers left talking and laughing, and everyone's face was filled with happy smiles. Shen Dan and Wei Qinglan came out from the house, and said with a surprised face, "Little Fan, you came out very fast. Surprisingly you received so many fragrant pears so quickly." Yifan confidently voiced out, explaining, "Sister Shen, Mom, I can't do it faster. Tomorrow morning, the peach fruit bank will be open for business." Hearing Yifan say this, Wei Qinglan pushed Shen Dan in front of Yifan and said with a smile, "Little Fan, you have great success now. Mom is very pleased. I'm going to let Shen Dan go to Peach Fruit Row to help you. Shen Dan is a good hand at doing business. She's better at counting than I am." Yifan just wanted to open his mouth to speak. Wei Qinglan pointed her finger at Yifan and warned, "Little Fan, you can't refuse this offer from Mom, or else I'll open your ass to flowers." Yifan lowered his eyes and said helplessly, "Mom, I'll listen to you. In the future, I will develop a lot of industries, and while there isn't much business during this time, I will first bring Sister Shen around so that she can familiarize herself with the process of doing business. That way, she can become my right-hand man." Shen Dan was thrilled. She took a deep breath, threw a wink at Yifan and was moved. "Little Fan, you're so nice." If it wasn't for Wei Qinglan being right next to her, Shen Dan would definitely kiss Yifan fiercely and reward him properly. Yifan gave a bad smile, walked to Shen Dan's front, blew a mouthful of hot air in Shen Dan's ear, and whispered, "Sister Shen, how good I am. You tell me." Seeing Yifan flirting with Shen Dan, Wei Qinglan covered her mouth with a smile and turned around to walk into the living room. Shen Dan completely let go. She hooked up her red lips and deeply kissed Yifan, shyly saying, "Little Fan, I can't tell you how good you are, so I can only use a fragrant kiss instead." The corner of Yifan's mouth twitched. Shen Dan was too direct, making him a bit overwhelmed. At this moment, Yifan secretly expected in his heart, hoping that his disease in that area would quickly become better, so that he could taste Shen Dan's charming flavor. Seeing Yifan looking at himself dumbfounded, Shen Dan smiled, swaying her delicate body, walked to the fence compound, began to collect the whole bag of fragrant pear for Yifan. Seeing this scene, Yifan felt that Shen Dan was too virtuous. He was too blessed. Yifan walked towards Shen Dan, and suddenly, Yifan saw Chen Min's silhouette with his afterglow. Chen Min was leading 9 black-clothed guards from a goat path towards the direction of the Yi family. Yifan's pupils shrank and he belly ached. Holy, Chen Min, this cold beauty, awakened so quickly? Especially, after she woke up, she even ran directly to Peach Garden Village. What kind of tawdry operation is this? Could it be that Chen Min's memories haven't disappeared? And she knows that I was the one who slapped her unconscious with the slate. She came to seek revenge on me. Yifan's mind electrified. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Yifan was not afraid of Chen Min, but he was afraid of the Chen family behind Chen Min. Yifan's road to wealth had just begun. He didn't want to be forced to leave the village because of Chen Min, and from then on, he wandered to the ends of the earth and began to flee with his life. Right now, Yifan hoped that Chen Min would leave quickly and never enter the Yi family. He didn't want to see Chen Min again. Seeing Yifan standing straight in place, his face slightly changed. Shen Dan playfully raised her beautiful eyes, revealing a trace of curiosity from her flirtatious little face, softly saying, "Little Fan, you are good. Why are you sweating all over the place? Are you too weak? You need to make up for it." Yifan shook his head. "Sister Shen, I am not weak. Now that the weather is so hot, it's normal for me to sweat." Shen Dan smiled lightly. "It's fine if you're not weak." When Shen Dan's voice fell, Chen Min suddenly walked into Ye's house, causing Yifan to sweat and his heart to start beating furiously. Yifan thought that Chen Min didn't have amnesia and he was ready to strike. Chen Min squeezed out a touch of warmth from above her cold and pretty face and said, "Handsome man, I just went down the mountain. I didn't drink any water along the way. Can you give me a bit of water to drink?" Chen Min was now penniless, and when she settled down completely, she would ask for help from the Chen family. Upon hearing this, Yifan shook off the sweat in his hands and said, "Miss Sister, I'm not called handsome, I'm called Yifan. If you want to drink water, you go get it yourself." Saying this, Yifan pointed his finger at the water well not far away, wanting to test Chen Min to see if Chen Min could recognize him. Chen Min blinked her watery eyes and smiled sweetly. "My name is Chen Min. I'm new to Peach Garden Village, please teach me more. For some reason, Chen Min vaguely felt that she was familiar with Yifan. However, in Chen Min's memory, she and Yifan were meeting for the first time, which made Chen Min quite puzzled. Chapter 47, Meeting on a Narrow Road. At this time, Yifan lightly spoke out, revealing a touch of warmth from his handsome face, saying, "Ms. Chen, I wouldn't dare to instruct you. You have an extraordinary demeanor, and at a glance, you are someone who has come out from the big city. I am the pundit of Taoyuan village. You can ask me anything you don't understand." Chen Min was beautiful. She frowned slightly and nodded her head slightly towards Yifan. Good. After saying that, Chen Min walked to the side of the water well with a noble face, picked up a gourd ladle, and from the low water well, beat out a gourd ladle of water, and began to gulp and drink. Chen Min tilted up her swan-like neck, her long eyelashes flickered slightly, and the corners of her lips were covered with mountain spring water, just like a fairy descending to earth. In a little while, Chen Min finished drinking the mountain spring water in the gourd ladle. She blinked her eyes and said, "Yifan, I have a few men, they also want to drink water." Yifan smiled faintly and said, "Ms. Chen, you call them in." Chen Min felt that Yifan was a good person. She looked at Yifan with a grateful face and said, "Aha." In the next second, Chen Min playfully turned her petite body, stepped on a fine pace, slowly walked to the door, and waved at the 9 black-clothed guards standing outside the door. "You guys come in and drink water." The 9 black-clothed guards nodded. "Yes, miss." The 9 black-clothed guards' figures moved and immediately swept into the Yi family, appearing as if they were ghosts next to the water well, and began scrambling to get water to drink. Chen Min slowly moved to Yifan's side. A hint of curiosity flashed in her phoenix eyes as she opened the door and inquired, "Yifan, has anyone from the villagers of Peach Orchard Village gone into the mountains to collect medicine lately?" Yifan shook his head. "Ms. Chen, it seems that no villagers have gone into the mountains to collect medicine recently." Seeing this, Chen Min was still undeterred. She took a deep breath and continued, "Then do you know, looking at the entire Peach Orchard Village, who fights the most?" Chen Min wanted to track down who actually knocked her out with a slate, so that's why she pursued Yifan. Right now, Chen Min did not know that the culprit who had slapped her unconscious with a slate was standing right in front of her. If Chen Min had known that it was Yifan who had slapped her unconscious, with Chen Min's unruly and capricious character, she would definitely fight Yifan to the death. Yifan shrunk his head and smiled as a thief, replying, "Ms. Chen, as far as I know, there is only that guy Chen Ergu in Peach Orchard Village, and he is very good at legwork. You can go and ask Chen Ergu if he has gone into the mountains in the past few days." 2 days ago, Chen Ergu went to Bonan County to see a doctor. He has a need for medicine. With Yifan's understanding of Chen Ergu would not be able to walk when he saw a beautiful woman. If Chen Min went to him, Chen Ergu would definitely say something to molest Chen Min. If this was the case, Chen Min would strike out with anger. That's right, Yifan wants to bring the trouble to the east. Let Chen Ergu be his backstabber, and play Chen Ergu that death. In Chen Min's pair of phoenix eyes, a dangerous light flashed, revealing a hint of cold color from her delicate goose-egg face, saying, "Yifan, I don't know where Chen Er Dog's house is. Can you take me there? I want to ask him personally." Yifan smiled nervously and said, "Ms. Chen, I'm happy to serve you." With these words, Yifan waved his hand and immediately led Chen Min and the 9 black-clothed guards out of the Yi family, causing Shen Dan's beautiful eyes to flash. Shen Dan knew Yifan very well. Once Yifan revealed a naive smile, this means that Yifan is going to be. After leaving the Yi family, Yifan, Chen Min, and the 9 black-clothed guards aggressively walked towards Chen Ergu's house. At this time, 5 vans drove into Peach Orchard Village, setting off layers of smoke on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Chen Ergu's house. Within these 5 vans, there were more than 40 thugs. These 40-odd fighters were the elite of the Dragon Tiger Society. This time, Wang Haonan and Li Gang had personally come to Peach Orchard Village to find trouble with Yifan. Han Tai knew Li Gang and had a deep friendship with him. Yifan had violently beaten Han Linchong, causing Han Tai to lose face. In order to take revenge on Yifan, Han Tai had to ask Li Go to come out to clean up Yifan. Along with that, Han Tai called and told Li Gang word for word about Han Linchang's beating. Wang Haonan also ran to Li Bao's place and told Li Bao that he was beaten by Yifan. In order to stand up for Han Tai and Wang Haonan, Li Bao came to Peach Orchard Village and asked Chen Ergu to lead him to Ye's house to get Yifan, the scumbag, killed. When the 5 vans stopped, Li Gang walked down from one of the vans. He was wearing a black trench coat, he had a stout body and a powerful look, looking very domineering. "Chen Er Dog, Han Xiao asked me to find you. Take me to Yifan. You come out quickly, quick." Li Gang had a loud voice, cursing and calling out, "Master Li, you're finally here." Hearing Li Gang's voice, Chen Er Dog farted and came out from a big iron door. After he was woken up by Chen Shilong, He took several baths before and after, but his body still stank. When he thought Yi-fan that made him fall into the toilet, Chen Er Dog was unusually angry. He must get Yi-fan killed. Yi-fan had kicked his eggs and turned him into a little eunuch, and Chen Er Dog was spending money on conservative treatment. Now, Yi-fan had taken away his fruit business. New hatred, old hatred. Chen Er Dog wanted to settle it with Yi-fan. Seeing Chen Er Dog with a bruised nose and swollen face, looking incomparably wretched, Li Gang snorted coldly and said, "Chen Er Dog, lead the way." If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Er Dog was Han Tai's lapdog, Li Bao would have been too lazy to pay attention to Chen Er Dog. Upon hearing this, Chen Er Dog smiled and took out a bunch of sealed money from his pants bag. No more, no less, just $10,000. With a smile on his face, he handed the money to Li Bao, and said in a pandering manner, "Master Li, this is a little bit of my heart, you must accept it. In a while, you help me to cripple Yi-fan on it. At that time, I want to personally take action, and torture Yi-fan to a life as bad as death." Li Gang weighed the money and revealed a cold smile from his face, saying, "No problem." It had to be said, Chen Er Dog was better at doing things, and the fact that he had sent money to Li Bang made Li Bang's impression of him change dramatically. Not long after, Li Bao and Chen Er Dog left as brothers and sisters, walking towards the direction where the Yi family was located, as if they were close friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. And behind Li Gang, Wang Haonan waved his hand with a ghostly gaze. At this time, a tall, cold-faced fighters, step by step behind Wang Haonan, towards Li Bao chased. These cold fighters, they have an axe on their waist, look quite ferocious. The ferocious look was enough to scare a 3-year-old child to tears. 10 minutes later, Peach Garden Village cross street, Yi-fan brought Chen Min and 9 black-clothed guards, and met with Chen Er Dog, Li Gang, Wang Haonan and others on a narrow road. Seeing this, Yi-fan's black eyes flashed as he said, "Chen Er Dog, I robbed your fruit business, and you went to the county town to move help. I realized, you're not generally shameless." At this point in his words, Yi-fan squeezed out a touch of mockery from his handsome face, pointed a finger at Chen Min, and then said, "You have a fighter. I have Miss Chen. Have you thought about how you're going to die?" Chapter 48, Ancestor of the Pit. Hearing Yi-fan say this, Chen Min flooded a hint of messiness from her delicate goose-egg face. "Yi-fan, don't talk nonsense. What do you mean I have Miss Chen? Don't put gold on your own body." Yi-fan smiled faintly. "Miss Chen, I misspoke. Please forgive me." Seeing Yi-fan and Chen Min browbeating one another, Chen Er Dog used his hand to touch his chin. "Master Li, that little standing next to Yi-fan, she's really watery looking. If you get your hands on her, it will definitely make you happy." Li Gang rotated his eyes and stared straight at Chen Min. He had been hanging out in Bonan County for so long, but he had never seen a woman as beautiful as Chen Min. Chen Min's appearance was comparable to Tang Yuyan. After a half-long silence, Li Gang smiled coldly, turned his eyes to Chen Er Dog and inquired, "Chen Er Dog, you have a heart. Chen Min's origin is unknown. I'm afraid that she's someone who came out from a big family. Why don't you go up and probe her for me?" Chen Er Dog nodded his head and squeezed a sinister smile from his face, saying with bravado, "No problem. I'll help you get a woman. You help me clean up Yi-fan. This is a wonderful thing on earth." Chen Er Dog straightened his waist, slowly walked to the opposite side of Chen Min and said, "Chen Min, Master Dog, I ask you, where did you come from?" Upon hearing this, Chen Min smiled slyly and said indifferently, "Little woman, just a country woman, not worth mentioning." At this point in the conversation, Chen Min's willow eyebrows frowned, flashing a cold aura from her phoenix eyes as she asked in return, "Chen Er Dog, let me ask you, did you go into the mountains to collect medicine in the past few days?" Chen Er Dog was followed by so many thugs, which showed that Chen Er Dog had a good background. Chen Min had some suspicions that the person who slapped her unconscious with a slate might be Chen Er Dog. Seeing this, Chen Er Dog looked at Chen Min with a salivating face, rubbed his hands vigorously and said, "Ha ha, Chen Min, not only have I gone into the mountains to pick medicines, I've also run errands in the mountains. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't right now, I would have to put you on the spot. To tell you the truth, I'm the red man in front of Han Tai Han Xiao, and Han Xiao sent Master Li down to Peach Orchard Village in order to protect me, to help me ruthlessly clean up Yi-fan. I advise you to leave Yi-fan quickly. Otherwise, your end will be very tragic." Chen Min's complexion turned cold as she said, "Chen Er Dog, you seek death." At this moment, Chen Er Dog smiled. Chen Min was as delicate as a flower. Her hands were powerless. Her beauty was intoxicating to Chen Er Dog. Relying on the crowd, Chen Er Dog ignored Chen Min's curses and walked to Chen Min's face, stretching out his salty pig hand, wanting to ruthlessly pinch Chen Min. Chen Min coldly grunted. A whirlwind leg kicked out, heavily kicked on Chen Er Dog's crotch, making Chen Er Dog's egg broken once again. In the next second, Chen Min's silhouette flashed as she said, Chen Er Dog, not only did you slap me unconscious, you also tried to slight me. You're dead. Seeing Chen Min fuming, the 9 black-clothed guards drew out the long knives on their waists and slashed towards Chen Er Dog with a vicious face, wanting to kill Chen Er Dog with a single slash. Chen Er Dog instantly pissed himself in fear. He endured the severe pain and got up, running faster than a rabbit, running to Li Bao's side in a flash of fear. Master Li, Chen Min, this little wave hoof, she doesn't have much background. She brought a few broken beaters and Yifan to browbeat. This is trying to provoke you. Li Bao did not open his mouth to speak. He frowned in contemplation and said, Chen Er Dog, shut up, right now. Li Bao hadn't figured out Chen Min's origin. He didn't dare to make a move against Chen Min and Yifan. He was afraid of kicking the iron plate. Li Bao has been mixing in Bonan County for so long. The reason why he can stand still and be called Masterly by the people on the road is that he is careful enough. Not long after, the 9 black-clothed guards swept to Li Bao's side, looked at Li Bao in an unquestionable tone, and ordered, hand over Chen Er Dog, we can spare your life. Seeing the 9 black-clothed guards and Li Bang facing each other, Yifan smiled coldly and said, Li Bang, Wang Haonan, you guys came to Peach Garden Village, but you don't just want to find trouble with me. I have Miss Chen covering me. You guys can't touch me. As the saying goes, those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. You guys listen obediently and hand over Chen Er Dog so that you can be spared the pain of skin and flesh. Saying that, Yifan dropped his gaze on Chen Min's chest and raised his sword eyebrow with intention, causing Chen Min's phoenix eyes to chill and said with slight anger, Yifan, where are you looking? Be careful that I gouge out your dog's eyes. Yifan showed fear from his handsome face and immediately shrunk his head. Immediately the playwright came on. MS. Chen, you're even mean to me? I'm so sad. Didn't you say before that you have your eyes on me and you want to be my girlfriend? Wang Haonan pushed away Li Gang's body, his eyes burning with thick anger. Big brother, this dog Yifan is bullying people too much. He's trying to fox and tiger again. I've been hanging out in Bonan County for so long. I've never heard of Chen Min's name. Don't hesitate. Hurry up and make your move. Li Gang raised his eyes and looked coldly at the 9 black-clothed guards, saying, do you guys recognize Tang Yuyan? That's right. Li Bang was still testing. Tang Yuyan was the daughter of the Tang family. She was a celebrity in the upper class. If the 9 black-clothed guards knew Tang Yuyan, in that case wouldn't it be an indication that the family behind Chen Min was just as scary as the Tang family, and Li Bang couldn't afford to offend them? On the contrary, if the 9 black-clothed guards did not recognize Tang Yuyan, then it would be an indication that Chen Min was just a person who came out from a small family. The 9 black-clothed guards shook their heads. Don't recognize. Li Gang, we'll say it again. You hand over Chen Er Dog quickly. Our patience is limited. Seeing that the 9 black-clothed guards were slow to make a move, and kept sniping there, Yifan was anxious. He took a deep breath, and thundered out, Miss Chen, these few men of yours are too trashy. They can only talk but can't do anything. It's better for me to make a move, and help you to catch Chen Er Dog. There was a whooshing sound. Yifan turned into a residual shadow and immediately swept towards Li Gang, causing Wang Haonan to scream with a frantic look on his face. Go on, cut down Yifan this. Chen Er Dog is Han Xiao's person. We absolutely cannot let Yifan capture Chen Er Dog. Li Gang was looking forward and backward. He was hesitant to make a move, which made Wang Haonan anxious. This time, Wang Haonan brought more than 40 fighters from the Dragon Tiger Society to Peach Orchard Village in order to get Yifan killed. Yifan had violently beaten him and made him kneel down. This revenge, Wang Haonan had always remembered it in his heart. More than 40 fighters drew out the axe at their waist, utilized the internal energy in their hands, making the air hunt and rattle, and swarmed towards Yifan to kill him. These 40 or so fighters were practiced fighters. They knew martial arts. Yifan's figure moved and appeared next to Chen Er Dog, picking him up in front of Li Gang, causing Chen Er Dog to let out a panicked cry. Master Li, help! Li Gang frowned, revealing a fierce light from his domineering face. Yifan, you pariah, you quickly put down Chen Er Dog. Yifan coldly voiced out, Li Go, what are you? You dare to come and order me? Do you owe me? At this time, more than 40 fighters rushed to Yifan's front like jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards, raised the axe in their hands, their white wrists gently raised, and drew an axe shadow from the air, wanting to split Yifan into 2 halves. Chapter 49, Deeply Hidden. Yifan rotated Chen Er Dog's body, directly making Chen Er Dog cry in fear, pleading, Brothers of the Dragon Tiger Society, you guys stop first. I'm still in Yifan's hands. You guys can't lay your hands on Yifan, otherwise, I'll be chopped alive by your axes. Chen Er Dog had never experienced this kind of fear in his long life. Yifan was too ruthless. It was clear that he wanted to use him as a shield. Upon hearing this, more than 40 beaters flicked their wrists and then swept out, not attacking Yifan head-on, but tightly gripping their axes and hacking towards Yifan's back. The corners of Yi Fan's mouth twitched. These more than 40 fighters were full of hostility. Their hands were as vicious as snakes. They must have killed someone. Thinking about this, Yi Fan moved with a flutter, dodged the attack of more than 40 fighters, and immediately stretched out a hand, and swiped towards Li Bao's face. Li Gang was just a small shrimp of the Dragon Tiger Society, but he dared to pretend to be noble in front of Yi Fan, calling Yi Fan a pariah and looking down on the peasants. To know what Yi Fan hates the most is this kind of person, Li Gang. He has been living in Bonan County for more than 10 years, so he thinks he is superior. Yi Fan is a farmer, so what? Who did he invite and who did he mess with? I have to say, Yi Fan was really bold. The more than 40 fighters of the Dragon Tiger Club all shot out in unison, wanting to hack Yi Fan to death. But, at this juncture, Yi Fan also struck out at Li Gang. Scram! Li Gang shouted. As soon as these words came out, Li Go stomped the ground with his paw and struck out a palm with a vicious face, wanting to shatter Yi Fan's left hand. There was a rumbling sound. When the two palms were facing each other, Li Bao only felt his chi and blood flip. He staggered back a few steps and a trace of blood flowed out from his mouth. With the help of Li Gang's palm strength, Yi Fan gently pointed his toes on the ground and flew to the side of Chen Min, threw Chen Er Dog in front of Chen Min and said with a bad smile, "Ms. Chen, I helped you capture Chen Er Dog. How are you going to reward me? I don't ask for much. Just give me a fragrant kiss." Chen Min looked at Yi Fan with slight surprise. Yi Fan was dressed up as a peasant, but his shot was as fast as lightning, and he actually caught Chen Er Dog under the siege of so many fighters, which made Chen Min instantly look at Yi Fan in a higher light. When Chen Min came back to her senses, Chen Min rolled her eyes and coldly said, "Yi Fan, my fragrant kiss, do you dare to accept it?" Previously, a powerful male son just stared at me for a minute, and the next day, he was brutally murdered in the wilderness. Yi Fan took a deep breath and said unexpectedly, "What wouldn't I dare?" There was a boing. Yi Fan took advantage of Chen Min's inattention and secretly kissed Chen Min, causing the 9 black-clothed guards to be struck by lightning and froze straight in place. After kissing Chen Min, Yi Fan, as if a small loach, immediately ran from behind Chen Min, intentionally leading Li Gang, Wang Haonan, and those 40-odd thugs towards Chen Min's side. "Yi Fan, you bastard." Chen Min lost her color. Her first kiss was taken away by Yi Fan just like this. It was hard to imagine if one day, Chen Min recovered her memory. When Chen Min knew that it was Yi Fan who had slapped her unconscious and made her kneel down and sing conquests, called Yi Fan her husband, and made her pay for the money, Chen Min would definitely storm out and find Yi Fan to fight for her life. Yi Fan had too much guts to even dare to take advantage of Chen Min. In a little while, the 9 black-clothed guards finally came back to their senses. They shot out in unison and said with a cold face, "Protect the lady." The scene was in chaos as Yi Fan ran around in front of Chen Min, reeling her in. At this moment, one of the axe-wielding thugs wanted to chop Chen Min. Chen Min drank. Her veiled hand changed like a 1,000-handed goddess of mercy, slapping a claw shadow out of her hand, sending 7 or 8 thugs flying, leaving their bodies covered in bloodstains. Seeing this, Yi Fan laughed and said freely, "Ms. Chen, you are so fierce, oh, painful. It is really too painful." Chen Min and the 9 black-clothed guards finally fought with Li Bao and the others. Of course Yi Fan was painfully happy. From a strict sense, Chen Min and the 9 black-clothed guards were Yi Fan's free fighters. Upon hearing this, Chen Min's phoenix eyes chilled as she said, "Yi Fan, you are painfully happy. Your sister, the matter of you slighting me, when this matter is resolved, I will settle the score with you." Yi Fan's figure moved and flashed out towards Li Bang while saying in a bad way, "Miss Chen, you are so cruel. You even want to murder your own husband." When Yi Fan appeared beside Li Gang, Wang Haonan rushed out like a mad dog. He carried an axe and wanted to kill Yi Fan with an axe chop. Yi Fan smiled coldly as he grabbed Wang Haonan's hand and shook the axe off. Then with a hard hit with his shoulder, he sent Wang Haonan flying out. As Wang Haonan flew out, Yi Fan jumped up high and slammed his knees downwards towards Wang Haonan's body, causing all of Wang Haonan's ribs to break, directly turning him into an invalid. If Yi Fan didn't make a move, it would be a stone-cold shock. "Big brother, you. Wang Haonan landed on the ground and smashed a deep pit on the ground. A pain like broken bones came from his body. A mouthful of ebony blood spewed out from his mouth. He wanted to let Li Gang avenge him, but, before he could speak, he fainted and died. Li Gang roared angrily and said, "Yi Fan, you seek death. You hurt my brother and beat up my men. Today, I will definitely make your life worse than death." Li Gang pounced towards Yi Fan as if he was a tiger descending from the mountain, obviously wanting to fight Yi Fan for his life. Yi Fan licked his tongue and said, "Li Go, you are just a dirt dog in my eyes. I can destroy it with a flip of my hand." In the next second, Li Bao rushed towards Yi Fan, immediately making an iron sand palm, causing the air to set off a faint layer of ripples. The palm wind was so strong that the air trembled. Yi Fan's expression stared as he mobilized the aura in his dantian and wrapped it around both fists to throw a straight punch. The iron sand palm and the straight fist were opposite each other, and a loud sonic boom sounded, sending shivers down one's spine. Li Gang's throat was sweet, and a stream of blood sprayed out from his mouth. His palms trembled darkly, and his tiger's mouth was overflowing with blood. His body flew out like a kite with broken strings, heavily smashing into Chen Ergu's body, knocking Chen Ergu out. Previously, although Li Bao had suffered a loss in Yi Fan's hands, but, for a while, Li Bao thought that it was because he was distracted. However, as he and Yi Fan really fought, he realized that his thoughts were beyond ridiculous. This guy, Yi Fan, had deep pockets and liked to pretend to be a pig and eat tigers. Seeing that Li Barge was sent flying by Yi Fan, the 30 or so fighters raised their axes and chopped towards Yi Fan with a fierce face. With a movement of his body, Yi Fan managed to appear in front of Li Bang, cupped Li Bang's neck with his hand, and grunted coldly, "Li Bang, you hurry up and tell them to stop, or else I'll immediately pinch off your neck and send you to see the king of Hades." Yi Fan's eyes were icy cold and piercing, causing Li Bang to shudder. Seeing this, Li Bang screamed with a red face and thick neck, "Stop, all of you stop." Chapter 50, The belly darkened Yi Fan. The 30 or so beaters managed to stop and looked at Yi Fan with an angry face, threatening, "Yi Fan, you're shameless, you hurry up and let Master Li go." Yi Fan gave a bad smile and said softly, "Shameless? Today, I will let you all see what true shamelessness is." Yi Fan tightly pinched Li Bang's neck, making Li Bang unable to catch his breath, vaguely having the danger of suffocation. Li Gung stuck out his tongue. His eyes were as bright red as blood. Seeing this, Yi Fan gently snapped his fingers, and in an unquestionable tone, commanded, "Li Bang, I'm very angry that your men want to chop me to death with an axe. Don't they like to make axes? You speak at once and make them kneel on the blade of the axe and confess to me. If you don't do what you are told, I will kill you right away." Yi Fan's eyes were too scary, making Li Gang's heart tremble tremendously. Li Gang shivered his mouth and screamed, "Grass! What are you guys stupidly standing there for? Kneel down, quickly. Whoever doesn't kneel, I'll kill their entire family." The corners of the mouth of those 30 or so beaters twitched. Not only was Yi Fan shameless, he was also incomparably ruthless. Yi Fan was very good at using the momentum. He even used Li Bang to clean them up. At this moment, Li Bao was in Yi Fan's hands. Life and death was only at Yi Fan's whim, so Li Bao could only be at Yi Fan's mercy. Li Bao fumed. Yi Fan slowly loosened his hand, letting Li Bao gasp for air. Seeing that the 30 or so thugs were still dumbfounded, Li Gung's tiger body shook and roared out, "Grass! Do you guys not want to mix? How dare you disobey my will?" Li Bao's cold as electricity gaze projected. More than 30 fighters dropped the axe in their hands. Then, with a bend of the knees, they knelt on top of the axe's slash, causing a stream of blood to immediately emerge from their feet. Yi Fan guffawed. Li Gang was obedient, making him very satisfied. However, deadly sins could be avoided, but living sins could not be escaped. In the next second, Yi Fan smacked Li Bang and jerked him away, appearing in front of Li Bang as if he were a ghost, and coldly said, "Li Bang, Han Tai asked you to come and kill me, so you really came to kill me. Could it be that you are a dog kept by Han Tai? If you are not convinced, you get up right now and fight me." Li Gang's complexion changed, hugged Yi Fan's thigh with his hand and cried bitterly, "Yi Fan, I was blinded by lard and listened to Han Tai's bull ********. I deserve to die for my sins. I'm not your opponent. Please spare me. Don't abuse me." Just now, Li Gang clearly felt Yi Fan's terror. Yi Fan had sent him flying with a single punch. His movements were clean and without the slightest bit of dragging, which showed that Yi Fan's martial arts attainments had perhaps reached the level of a grandmaster. If Li Gang continued to fight with Yi Fan, he would definitely be left with no bones left. Seeing this, Yi Fan hooked his lips and smiled, saying, "Li Go, you want to kill me, making me very angry. If you waste one of your own arms and let me see blood, perhaps I will spare your life once I am happy." Li Go took a deep breath, picked up an axe on the ground, hesitated for half a second, hesitating to lay his hands on it. At this time, Yi Fan raised his white wrist and snatched the axe from Li Go's hands. Yi Fan's wrist flicked, an axe chopped out. Li Bao's right arm was wasted by Yi Fan. There was a snorting sound. A bloody arm flew out from Li Bao's shoulder. Blood flew horizontally as Li Bao shouted, "Pain, pain." Yi Fan raised his sword brows and said, "Li Bang, this is your retribution." Seeing that Yi Fan was so ruthless that he even dared to waste Li Bao, the fighter who had just gotten up from the ground, ran to the front of those 30-odd fighters, and knelt on top of the axe's slash like a well-behaved housecat. At this moment, Chen Min looked at Yi Fan with her eyes shining brightly, her willow eyebrows frowned, and from her delicate goose-egg face, she flushed a touch of astonishment, saying, "Yi Fan, you're surprisingly so capable of fighting." Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, "Ms. Chen, I don't know why, As soon as I see you being bullied by bad people, my heart is filled with anger. I want to become your protector and protect you for the rest of your life. Under the anger, I suddenly opened up my Renwu 2 chakras and became incomparably brave. That's why I'm so capable of fighting. Chen Min rolled her eyes. Yi Fan, you are as shameless as ever. The words you said are fine to coax a 3-year-old girl, but, if you want to coax me, it's obviously impossible. At this point in the conversation, Chen Min paused slightly and then said, after I clean up Chen Er Dog, I'll find you to settle the score properly. Chen Min casually picked up a slate from the ground. A pair of phoenix eyes flashed with a gloomy and cold color, coldly walked to Chen Ergu's front, and simply and roughly used the slate to wildly slap Chen Ergu. Bang bang bang. Chen Er Dog was slapped by Chen Min to the point where his head was bleeding. He cried out and said in panic, Chen Min, what are you doing slapping me with a slate for? We have no grudges in the past, and no grudges in the recent past. You're breaking the law. I'm going to the police station to sue you. Chen Min continued to strike. A slate smashed into Chen Ergu's head, causing Chen Ergu's eyes to blink, vaguely in danger of passing out. After half a second of silence, Chen Min threw away the bloody slate and said with slight anger, Chen Er Dog, because you went into the mountains to pick medicine. That's why I slapped you with a slate. The hatred between you and I. Let's count it slowly. Chen Min had never been so strangely humiliated when she grew up. She had actually been slapped unconscious and had her memory erased. Every time she thought about this, Chen Min would go crazy. Upon hearing this, Chen Ergo said in a daze, Chen Min, I was lying to you just now. I haven't entered the mountain. If you don't believe me, you can go to the county hospital to check my admission record. Chen Er Dog felt aggrieved. He had only molested Chen Min for a few sentences, and he ended up in such a situation. Yi Fan saw Chen Er Dog being slapped by Chen Min with a brick. His eyes were full of joy. Chen Er Dog just became Yi Fan's backstabber, making Yi Fan incomparably happy. This time, Yi Fan skillfully utilized the situation, and with the help of Chen Min's hand, he ruthlessly cleaned up Chen Er Dog. It had to be said, Yi Fan was really an ancestor of pitting people. Chen Er Dog offended Yi Fan, destined to have no good end. At this time, Chen Min glanced at Chen Er Dog with a suspicious face and snapped, Chen Er Dog, you were in the county hospital a few days ago to see a doctor. You didn't go into the mountains to collect medicine. Chen Er Dog shook his head. No. Saying that, Chen Er Dog's head flashed a bright light. He immediately remembered that the payment list of his visit to the county hospital was still tucked away in his pants bag. There were a total of 2 payment lists, one for the morning and one for the afternoon. Thinking about this, Chen Er Dog took out the 2 crumpled payment lists, carefully looked at Chen Min, and humbly said, Chen Min, this is the payment list for my visit to the hospital. Please take a look at it. Seeing this, the corners of Yi Fan's mouth twitched as a bad feeling surfaced in his heart. Chapter 51 Yi Fan's Ruthlessness. Chen Min casually took the 2 payment lists and swept them with her phoenix eyes, saying, Chen Ergu, you even lied to me. There was a bang. Chen Min's white wrist raised. A brick slapped on the back of Chen Ergu's head and slapped it away, making Chen Ergu's brain dizzy. A small star popped up in front of his eyes. His body gently shook, and he trembled. Chen Min, I've taken you. I don't have evidence of going into the mountains to pick herbs, and you're still slapping me with a brick. With these words, Chen Er Dog's eyes went black and he fell to the ground like a dead dog, his face filled with pain. That miserable look made Yi Fan's heart secretly happy. At this time, Chen Min snorted lightly, not bothering with Chen Er Dog. Chen Min was ice-cold smart. After she had seen those 2 payment slips, she immediately knew that she had been fooled by Yi Fan, just as if she had recognized the wrong person. From the current situation, Chen Ergo had not entered the mountain to collect medicine at all. The person who went into the mountains to pick medicine was someone else. However, Chen Min was a person who wanted to save face. She would not admit that she had been used by Yi Fan as a gun. Otherwise, she would lose all her face. Thinking about this, Chen Min's beautiful eyes flashed, revealing a cold color from her delicate goose-egg face, slowly walking to Yi Fan's side, her thin lips lifting slightly. Yi Fan, you lied to me? Could it be that you're the one who went into the mountains to collect medicine? You're the one who knocked me out with a slate. Yi Fan shrunk his head, his pupils shrinking slightly as he denied. Ms. Chen, rice can be eaten indiscriminately. Words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. I am a good young man of Peach Orchard Village. I would never do such a brazen thing. You must believe me. You can go to Taoyuan Village and poke around. I have always had a good reputation in the village. Chen Min raised her willow eyebrows. Yi Fan, you say you are a good young man in Taoyuan Village. Won't your face turn red? The more Yi Fan said this, the more Chen Min felt that Yi Fan was the culprit who had slapped her unconscious, only that she had no evidence now. Yi Fan's deep concealment. He chopped off one of Li Tuan's arms and made Li Tuan not even dare to retaliate against him, which showed that Li Tuan was very afraid of Yi Fan. In that case, Wouldn't it mean that Yi Fan's strength was stronger than Li Bang by more than a star? Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, Miss Chen, the only time I blushed was when I kissed your little face. Chen Min rolled her eyes and said, Yi Fan, you are shameless. As the voice fell, Chen Min slapped out, wanting to ruthlessly give Yi Fan a slap. At this time, Yi Fan grabbed Chen Min's delicate hand, gently sniffed it, and said with a face of enjoyment, Miss Chen, your hand really smells good. I want to smell it properly. Chen Min roared angrily and said, Yi Fan, you bastard. In the next second, Yi Fan smoothly tried to embrace Chen Min into his arms, and Chen Min immediately broke free from Yi Fan's hand and fled from Yi Fan's side in extreme fear. Seeing this, the 9 black-clothed guards raised their swords in unison and looked at Yi Fan ferociously. Yi Fan, you denizen, how dare you slight my young lady? You are committing death. Chen Min took a deep breath. From her phoenix eyes flashed a touch of gravity. Black-clothed guards, you stop. You are not Yi Fan's opponent. Yi Fan raised his sword brows and smiled heatedly. Ms. Chen, it's still you who has eyesight. Saying that, Yi Fan carried his hands behind his back, and walked towards Chen Er Dog with the same step. A pair of black eyes surging with a faint cold light. Snap. Yi Fan walked to Chen Er Dog's front, picked up Chen Er Dog with his hands, then opened his bow left and right, directly slapping Chen Er Dog to scream loudly. Chen Er Dog opened his eyes in a ghostly manner, fear written all over his face, and lost his voice. Yi Fan, don't slap me. I won't dare to go against you in the future. Yi Fan coldly uttered. His eyes flashed and said, Chen Er Dog, you are just a small shrimp. With your little 3-legged kung fu, you are not worthy of being my opponent. I'm asking you, where is Han Tai? Han Tai was looking for Yi Fan's trouble again and again, which caused Yi Fan to become murderous towards Han Tai. Chen Er Dog's pupils shrunk in fear. Yi Fan, Han Xiao is in Nanzhou City. He is contacting the sales channels for the 100 Fruits Company. Tomorrow is a great day for the opening of the 100 Fruits Company. Han Xiao might come to the 100 Fruits Company to cut the ribbon. Yi Fan coldly smiled. Oh, the 100 Fruit Firm is opening. Since that's the case, then, my peach fruit firm is also opening tomorrow. You tell Han Tai that he should not continue to send some shrimp soldiers to find trouble with me. If he has the ability, he should come to me personally, and at that time, I will beat him up all over the place. At this moment, Yi Fan threw Chen Er Dog on the ground, causing Chen Er Dog's body to be in fiery pain, and he cried out in pain. Yi Fan, you devil, don't you torture me anymore. Yi Fan hooked his lips and smiled. Torture? Chen Er Dog, the good game between us has just begun. Just wait, I will play you alive. Yi Fan was too ruthless, making Chen Er Dog a little scared. Chen Er Dog trembled and got up, looking at Yi Fan with a humble face, begging for mercy. Yi Fan, can I leave now? Yi Fan shook his head. You can't. You kneel on one side. After I finish cleaning up Li Barge, Wang Haonan, and those 40 or so thugs, I'll properly settle the score with you again. Chen Er Dog lowered his eyes, clenched his fists tightly. The color of blood climbed out of his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat Yi Fan, he really wanted to pinch Yi Fan to death. He was so humble. He was close to kneeling down and licking his shoes, but Yi Fan still refused to let him go. Seeing Chen Er Dog's delayed action, Yi Fan kicked Chen Er Dog's buttocks, causing Chen Er Dog to fly to Wang Haonan's side and heavily smashed into Wang Haonan's body, immediately waking him up. Chen Er Dog, I don't want to repeat the same words a second time, Yi Fan indifferently said. Chen Er Dog revealed an expression that was worse than crying, kneeling on the ground with a face of fear, deeply lowering his head, like a small child who had done something wrong. Wang Haonan coughed and rubbed his eyes with his hands. He immediately grabbed an axe and rushed towards Yi Fan. He hated Yi Fan too much. He wanted to get Yi Fan killed. Yi Fan, I'm going to kill you, Wang Haonan said madly. Yi Fan's complexion was cold, the corner of his lips slightly hooked, looking for death. As soon as these words came out, Yi Fan's body moved as if he was a ghost and appeared to Wang Haonan's side, using his dexterity to knock away the axe in Wang Haonan's hand. Then, with his shoulder, he fiercely slammed into Wang Haonan, and he sent Wang Haonan flying. Wang Haonan's body slammed into a few fighters who were kneeling on the axe slashes, smashing them to the ground. Seeing this scene, Wang Haonan looked furious and let out a long whistle to the sky, saying, brothers, Yi Fan is just a paper tiger. He's not that scary. You guys hurry up and get up and stop kneeling, and join me to make a move to kill Yi Fan. Li Gang endured the severe pain, coldly glanced at Wang Haonan and said, Wang Haonan, Yi Fan is not to be messed with. If you want to die, just go and die on your own. Don't get the brothers involved. Li Gang trembled as he walked towards the direction where Wang Haonan was, his eyes filled with fear of Yi Fan. Big brother, Yi Fan has no power and half a background. What are you afraid of him for? Wang Haonan retorted. Ken turned around to take a look and was instantly stunned. There was no other reason. Wang Haonan realized that Li Gang's right arm was gone. his right arm was unloaded by Yi Fan. Chapter 52. Like a dog, crawling out of Peach Orchard Village. Seeing this, Wang Haonan's complexion changed as he panicked. Big brother, where did your right arm go? Li Gang smiled coldly and replied, Yi Fan defeated me, and my right arm was removed by him. Hearing Li Gang say that, Wang Haonan's feet went limp and he knelt on the ground like a limpet, directly stunned. Li Bao was the personal bodyguard of Master Long Wu, who had once achieved the feat of one person fighting 100 people, and was a completely ruthless person. However, it is such a ruthless person, but is a tragic defeat in the hands of Yi Fan, but also by Yi Fan removed the right arm. This is not the most ruthless. The most ruthless is Li Go. I have revenge will be a master. But now he does not dare to find Yi Fan revenge. This showed that Li Gang was incredibly afraid of Yi Fan. Thinking about this, Wang Haonan immediately lost the courage to fight against Yi Fan, slapped himself twice, looked at Li Bao with an apologetic face, and said, Big brother, I'm sorry, I'm the one who caused you harm. At this point in the conversation, Wang Haonan moved to Yi Fan on his knees, holding Yi Fan's thigh with his hands, begging Yi Fan to let go of Li Gang and the others. Wang Haonan had been on the road for so long, and the reason why his reputation was so good was because he spoke of Jianghu righteousness. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan smiled playfully and said, Wang Haonan, it's impossible for you to make me release Li Bang and the others. Li Trespass brought you and these 40-odd thugs and aggressively barged into Peach Orchard Village to look for trouble from me. This matter touched my bottom line. This time, I'm going to give you guys a lesson you'll never forget. Yi Fan moved his body, transforming his body into a residual shadow, and struck out with a ruthless face, taking 3 minutes to break the legs of Li Bang and more than 40 thugs. Then, looking at Li Bang with an old spirit, he commanded, Li Bang, aren't you usually arrogant? Today, I want you to take your brothers and crawl out of Taoyuan village like a dog. Although I'm just a small farmer with an incomparably low status and position, but it doesn't mean that I'm good to be bullied. Li Gang directly cried, sobbing, Yi Fan, don't torture me anymore, I'll crawl right away. Seeing this, the pupils of those 40 or so beaters shrank. Yi Fan was too ruthless, making their hearts palpitate. In the next second, Li Gang twisted his ass, as if he was a pug crawling towards the entrance of the village. He snapped his head back and roared, Grass! You fools, what are you still dumbfounded for? Hurry up and crawl, do you not want to live? Those more than 40 beaters shrunk their heads and immediately followed behind Li Bao, crying and crawling. At this time, Yi Fan revealed a gentle smile from his handsome face. His eyes looked at Wang Haonan and said softly, Wang Haonan, do you want to do it by yourself, or should I help you? Wang Haonan's complexion changed and said, I'll do it myself. With that, Wang Haonan picked up a stone and smashed his legs with his own hands, crawling towards the village entrance with a face of pain. Wang Haonan secretly swore in his heart that he would never dare to come to Taoyuan village to cause trouble again in his life, because there was Yi Fan, the fatal star, living in the Peach Orchard village. In a few moments, the village road of Peach Orchard Village was imprinted with deep and shallow blood traces, and Li Chuang, Wang Haonan, and more than 40 thugs were grunting in pain while crawling towards the entrance of the village. Yi Fan gently snapped his fingers, strutted to the front of Chen Er Dog and coldly said, Chen Er Dog, it's your turn. Chen Er Dog showed a touch of fear from his face, gently raised his head, and was directly scared to pee, pleading, Yi Fan, I am the person from Taoyuan village. Where do you want me to crawl? At this moment, Yi Fan ruthlessly and mercilessly struck out, breaking Chen Er Dog's legs, causing Chen Er Dog to let out a pig-killing grunt. Immediately after, a foot stepped on Chen Er Dog's face, condescendingly looking at Chen Er Dog, playing with the flavor. Chen Er Dog, I didn't let you crawl out of the village. The so-called grievances have a head and a debt has a master. You deliberately lowered the price before, wanting to buy the fragrant pear of Taoyuan village at $3 a caddy. I remember. Those villagers who sold you the pear had a total of 100. You're crawling to kowtow and apologize to those villagers right now. Do you hear me? Chen Er Dog nodded. Understood. After saying that, Chen Er Dog crawled away with great effort. Underneath his knees were full of blood. When Chen Er Dog's blood and urine mixed together, for a moment, the air was filled with a faint fishy odor. Yi Fan turned around in a dashing manner and walked to Chen Min with a bad smile on his face. Ms. Chen, I helped you ruthlessly clean up these people who want us like you. How do you plan to thank me? Chen Min smiled coldly and said, Thank you, sister. Yi Fan, your means of fixing people is even more ruthless than mine. I seriously doubt that you are the culprit who slapped me unconscious with a slate. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth twitched, and he said with eyes full of aggression, Ms. Chen, you wronged me. I am a good person. I'm guessing that the reason why you falsely accused me was because you were afraid that I would make unreasonable demands on you. Don't worry, I'm a very conservative person. I wouldn't make such demands. Chen Min viciously glared at Yi Fan and said, Shameless, The villagers who were hiding in the distance to watch the fun saw Yifan beating Chen Er, Li Gang, Wang Haonan and the others to a pulp, each of them suffering from serious injuries. Not long after, one by one, the villagers ran out from the earth house, and followed behind Chen Er Dog, acting as a supervisor, to supervise Chen Er Dog crawling to kowtow and apologize to those hundreds of villagers. It must be said, Yifan's move was really a great success, instantly harvesting the hearts of the villagers of Taoyuan village. Over the years, Chen Er Dog, relying on the fact that his family had a few stinking bucks and his family kept thugs at home, had run roughshod over the Peach Orchard village, bullying men and women, and had offended a lot of villagers. Now, Yifan was incomparably strong and stood up for the villagers of Peach Orchard village, and these villagers would naturally beat up the dogs. Yifan watched this scene from afar, revealing a smile from his handsome face as he faintly said, "Ha ha, I've finally defeated the village's black forces, and in the future, I'll just lead the villagers of Peach Orchard village to become rich. I believe that under my drive, Peach Garden village will soon become famous." Seeing that Yifan was in a good mood, Chen Min blinked her eyes and said with a light smile and a faint whisper, "Yifan, if you are so happy, can you tell me if it was you, or not, who slapped me unconscious with a slate?" The corner of Yifan's eyes jumped, and he said with a straight face, "Ms. Chen, I repeat, I didn't use a slate to slap you. I still have things to do. Let's leave it at that." Yifan left as if he was fleeing for his life. Chen Min's eyes glanced at Yifan's back and said softly, "Let's go. Let's go to the village and ask the villagers." Since Yifan refuses to tell the truth, then we can only pry open the villagers' mouths. Peach Orchard village is just this big. There is only one road into the mountain. As long as Yifan has entered the mountain, he will definitely be seen by the sharp-eyed Peach Orchard village villagers. The 9 black-clothed guards sank out. Good. Miss. Chapter 53, Local Methods. Chen Min vaguely remembered that after she came to the back mountain of Taoyuan village, she seemed to have found the wild ginseng king that she had been searching for a long time. That wild ginseng king was the necessary medicine to save Master Chen. Only if Chen Min found that wild ginseng king, Master Chen would have a chance to live. That was why Chen Min repeatedly asked Yifan if he had used the slate to slap her unconscious. Chen Min had a delicate mind, and according to her speculation, as long as she found the person who used the slate to knock her out, she would be able to find the wild ginseng king. A little while later, Chen Min and the 9 black-clothed guards, with a cold face, walked towards the depths of Peach Orchard village, and began to walk from door to door to pry for information. Chen Min wanted to get money to spy, but at this time, Chen Min realized that the $100,000 of cash she was carrying had disappeared. Discovering this kind of abnormality, Chen Min was suddenly crazy. Hesitation. Chen Min had to call to contact Yu Dongyang. Let Yu Dongyang first to transfer $100,000 to her. Yu Dongyang and Chen Min were cousins, and their relationship had always been very good. If Chen Min never contacted Yu Dongyang again, with Yu Dongyang's character, he would have contacted Chen Min. When Yu Dongyang learned that Chen Min had come to the back of Peach Orchard village to pick herbs, she was not only photographed unconscious, but also had her memories wiped after the photographed unconsciousness. In addition, $100,000 in cash was also lost. Yu Dongyang couldn't help but laugh and said, "Cousin, you are the famous little witch of Shangjing, but you even had a time when you were defeated. I'm very curious as to who actually slapped you unconscious. That guy, when really, is a gaijin." Chen Min was so furious that she stomped her feet, revealing a flash of anger from her exquisite little face as she threatened, "Yu Dongyang, you bastard, if you continue to make fun of me, do you believe it or not? This girl will expose your secret, making it impossible for you to mix with others in Bonan County." Yu Dongyang's face twitched as he said repeatedly, "Don't, cousin, don't expose my secret. You wait, I'll transfer money to you right away." Saying that, Yu Dongyang rather atmospherically transferred $100,000 to Chen Min on WeChat, and Chen Min quickly accepted the money. Yu Dongyang paused, hooked his lips and smiled. "Cousin, you first poke around for news. When I'm done with the matter at hand, I'll come to Peach Garden Village to find you." Chen Min's head nodded slightly. "Good." In the next second, Chen Min hung up Yu Dongyang's phone and began to huff and puff as she poked around for news. At this time, the village came with more than 40 big bullies, who had their legs broken by Yifan, who made them crawl out of Taoyuan village like dogs, and this news swept through the entire Taoyuan village like a tornado. The villagers who liked to watch the fun, ran out from their homes, appeared above the village road in Taoyuan village. A look up, is to see Chen Er Dog is also crawling on the ground, is a family of villagers who have been squeezed by him kowtow and apologize. Only then did the villagers realize that among the big bullies, Chen Er was also a piece of trash. As a result, the villagers began to sing and dance with joy. When they saw Chen Er Dog making a fool of himself, lying on the ground as if he was a dead dog, they couldn't be happier in their hearts. The numerous villagers secretly praised Yifan, thinking that Yifan was the warrior who got rid of the violence. He was the guardian god of Taoyuan village. Seeing the many villagers pointing around him, Chen Er Dog could not wait to find a hole in the ground to drill into. This matter, it was simply too humiliating. At this time, as the initiator of Yifan just returned home, he stretched a lazy face. Suddenly, Tang Yuyan is to Yifan called. Yifan casually picked up the phone. A touch of excitement emerged from Tang Yuyan's stunningly beautiful little face, and she excitedly said, Yifan, the yellow golden pear that you cultivated is simply too godly, and it has created a popularity for the Imperial Cuisine Grand Hotel. Right now, a lot of rich bigwigs are lining up outside the Imperial Cuisine Grand Hotel just to take a bite of the golden fruit plate that I created. Tomorrow morning, you have to deliver the goods to me on time. Never be late. Yifan bristled and said, Ms. Tang, I thought you were calling me because you missed me. So, you are looking for me to rush the goods. Alas, you don't know. Since last night's farewell, my mind is full of your shadow. I miss your goodness. I miss your flavor. I miss that dainty look when you kiss me. Hearing Yifan say this, Tang Yuyan's beautiful eyes chilled and said, Yifan, you big rascal, do you believe it or not? If you talk any more nonsense, I'll let the food go. Hearing this, Yifan gave a bad smile and said, What, Ms. Tang, you are going to wear a belly pocket and pocket me. Why are you so bad? I know you want a man, but, you can't be like this, although you are very big there, but, surely you can't pocket me. Tang Yuyan's face was full of black lines, almost mad by Yifan, slightly angry. Yifan, I can't say you. Tomorrow you send me the yellow golden pear on time. I have something to do, so I'll hang up first. Tang Yuyan immediately hung up Yifan's phone. She was afraid that if she continued to chat with Yifan, she would not be able to resist driving to Peach Garden Village and looking for this bastard Yifan to fight for his life. Yifan smiled helplessly. He looked towards the fragrant pears in the fenced compound and frowned in contemplation for half a second. Tang Yuyan called to rush the goods, making Yifan helpless. There was no other reason. The jade pure bottle only produced 1 drop of green spiritual liquid a day. Now the green spiritual liquid was too little. It was simply not enough. Yifan had to think of a way to get the best of both worlds. Not only to get the yellow golden pear, but also to use the green spiritual liquid to catalyze the fragrant pear in the fence compound. Tomorrow the 100 Fruit House opens. In order to discuss Han Tai, Yifan also chose tomorrow to sell the fragrant pears in the 100 Fruits firm. A little while later, a flash of light flashed through Yifan's mind, and he thought of a good way. Yifan turned around and walked into the utility room where the miscellaneous things were piled up, took out a sprayer from the utility room, carried the sprayer to the side of the water well, opened the sprayer with his hand, and then used the gourd ladle to fill the sprayer with water. After doing all this, Yifan took a deep breath. Then his mind moved, and the jade pure bottle immediately appeared in Yifan's hand. Yifan's black eyes flashed. His hands quickly formed a seal, pointing his hand can at the jade pure bottle, and solemnly said, Cyan spiritual liquid, out. As soon as these words were uttered, a drop of green-colored spiritual liquid with a glittering green light flew out from the jade pure bottle. Yifan's body trembled as he guided the green-colored spirit liquid with his mind power, allowing the green-colored spirit liquid to fly into the sprayer. In the next second, the mountain spring water in the sprayer turned green in the blink of an eye, looking beautiful. It's done, Yifan said happily. The effect of the cyan spirit liquid catalyzing the fruit was heaven-defying, and Yifan diluted the cyan spirit liquid so that he could use the diluted cyan spirit water to catalyze the fruit. But, whether it would work or not, Yifan didn't have a clue in his heart. At this time, Yifan covered the sprayer, put the sprayer on his back, and opened it as if he was a medicinal farmer to spray the cyan-colored spirit water around the bags of fragrant pears. The bags containing the pears were all sacks. The ceiling was not very high, and the green-colored spiritual water could easily penetrate into them. When the green spiritual water fluttering, thin green mist diffused out, Yifan suddenly held his breath, looked straight at the exposed in the sack outside the pear. Chapter 54. After many years of separation, the elegance remains the same. Yifan watched for a long time. The color of one balsam pear was still the same as before, without any change. This made Yifan smile with some disappointment and said to himself, could it be that the green-colored spirit water does not have a catalytic effect on the fragrant pears? If that is the case, wouldn't I lose out on the bottom of the barrel? At this point in the conversation, Yifan paused, revealing a touch of determination from his handsome face, and then said, whatever, let's wait for now. I'll come back and take a look after a few hours. After saying that, Yifan continued to spray the green-colored spiritual water with the sprayer, spraying all the fragrant pears in the fence compound. After spraying the scented pears, Yifan smacked his lips with a sense of satisfaction and immediately carried the sprayer on his back, heading towards the Four Seasons orchard. When Yifan walked into the Four Seasons orchard, a fruit tree swayed, and the breeze curled up, making a green-colored fruit dance in the wind. Yifan walked under a pear tree, took a deep breath, and immediately used the sprayer to spray the cyan-colored spirit water all over this pear tree. The green mist rolled over and the fruit tree shook. Yifan stayed underneath that pear tree for a long time, and the green-colored fruits on the pear tree likewise did not change halfway. Seeing this, Yifan smiled grimly and had to return home with the sprayer on his back. Back home, Yifan just put down the sprayer. Suddenly, a fair shadow was breaking into the Yi family. The visitor was wearing a white coat, her body was unusually hot, her face was as charming as a fox, and her temperament was as tranquil as an orchid. Especially, her pair of long legs, round and slender, smooth as jade, dazzling people. This woman was Li Meier. Seeing Li Meier come uninvited, Yifan frowned with his sword brows and said in disbelief, Dr. Li, you ran into my house without knocking on the door. Is it that you want to do something indescribable to me? Let me tell you, I am not a casual man. The corner of Li Meier's mouth twitched, a trace of black lines spreading from her small face as she messily said, Yifan, don't talk nonsense. I came to your house in a hurry, so I must have something important. Yifan's eyelids lifted, his black eyes flashed slightly, and he said with a bad smile, Dr. Li, what are you looking for me for? Li Meier smiled helplessly, exasperatedly said, Yifan, I came to find you because I encountered an incomparably tricky patient. She suddenly had a heart attack and was dying in her hospital bed. My medical skills are low. I couldn't save her. So, I had to run to you for help. Can you help me save her? She's only in her early 20s. She's watery looking. If she died like this, wouldn't it be too much of a pity? Yifan blinked, drawing a perfect arc from the corner of his lips, putting away his cynical smile, and said in a deep voice, Dr. Li, hurry up and take me to the village health center. I am a doctor. Saving lives and helping people is my duty. Seeing Yifan agree to save people, Li Meier let out a long sigh of relief and said, The next second, Yifan walked out of the house in big strides, looking very anxious. Seeing this, Li Meier's beautiful eyes curved as she covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Yifan, wait for me. What's your hurry? Li Meier realized that when she said that the patient who was dying was a petite little beauty, Yifan's attitude immediately changed. This showed that Yifan was a big hooligan who would become excited when he heard a beautiful woman. 10 minutes later, Yifan and Li Meier's figure appeared outside the rusty health center. Li Meier raised her hand and led Yifan into a simple ward. Within that ward, the wall skin was vaguely cracked and the light was incomparably dim. A small beauty wearing a purple dress. Her face was pale as she lay on the hospital bed. Her breathing was very weak, and the tubes inserted on her body had all been pulled out by Li Meier, just to allow her to breathe on her own. If she didn't start timely treatment, she would immediately perish. When Yifan saw this purple-skirted beauty, Yifan's pupils shrank and exclaimed, Holy, this is the little village flower of Taoyuan village, Zhao Xiaomeng. Not only is she my classmate, but she is the goddess of my heart. How did she get a heart attack? Zhao Xiaomeng unexpectedly returned to the village. She hadn't been working in the provinces before. Yifan was so impressed with Zhao Xiaomeng. That was because Yifan had adored Zhao Xiaomeng since he was a child. Zhao Xiaomeng was Yifan's classmate in elementary school and junior high school, and the two of them were childhood sweethearts. However, due to Zhao Xiaomeng's family's decline, after finishing junior high school, she went to the big city to work. Yifan has not seen Zhao Xiaomeng for several years. Upon hearing this, Li Meier slowly walked to Yifan. Her thin lips slightly lifted and said, Yifan, Zhao Xiaomeng has congenital heart disease. Her sudden heart attack should be due to some great stimulation. You hurry up and save her. Hearing Li Meier say this, Yifan revealed a touch of gravity from his handsome face and softly said, Okay, Dr. Li, Zhao Xiaomeng had a scummy father, and Zhao Xiaomeng's onset of illness was definitely related to her scummy father. At this moment, Li Meier's eyes looked at Yifan, wanting to see how Yifan would save the congenital heart disease patient. Yifan casually waved his hand and said with a smile, Dr. Li, you go out first. I will make a move to save Zhao Xiaomeng. You're looking straight at me. It will affect my play. Li Meier hesitated and whispered, Alright, since Yifan and Zhao Xiaomeng were old acquaintances, then Yifan would definitely do his best to save Zhao Xiaomeng. Although Yifan was sometimes very bad and liked to take advantage of girls, but he was still relatively reliable at critical moments. As Li Meier slowly exited the hospital room, Yifan took a step out and walked to Zhao Xiaomeng's hospital bed, took out the silver needle bag that he carried with him, operated the Tai Shang Healing Sutra, and shook out 3 silver needles. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The silver needles flew and golden auras surged. The 3 silver needles fell and simultaneously pierced the Tianling point on Zhao Xiaomeng's head, the Xian Gui point on her forehead, and the Huagai point on her ribcage, causing Zhao Xiaomeng to let out a light hum. causing her dazed and confused consciousness to wake up a few more points. 9 needles of yin and yang, 3 needles to lock the body. In order to save Zhao Xiaoming, Yifan had to use the 9 needles of yin yang. As long as Zhao Xiaoming's body was locked, her soul would not leave her body, and in this way, Zhao Xiaoming's lifespan would be extended. In the next second, Yifan operated his prospective medical eye to take a look and observe Zhao Xiaoming's condition in incomparable detail. Under the penetrating medical eye, any disease was invisible. Yifan clearly saw that Zhao Xiaoming's lung lobes were closed, her heart was arrhythmic, and her heart's blood supply was severely insufficient, so she had to apply the needle again. Chapter 55, Saving the Dead and Helping the Wounded, Guidelines for Practicing Medicine. Discovering such anomalies, Yifan's complexion changed, fine sweat broke out on his head, and he muttered, "Sister Xiaoming, I'm not going to let you die, I'll make a move to save your life." Saying that, Yifan flattened Zhao Xiaoming on the hospital bed, letting Zhao Xiaoming's arms go down vertically. Then, drawing out 3 silver needles from the silver needle bag, he stabbed them towards Zhao Xiaoming's large vertebrae point. The 3 needles entered the point, and medical chi filled the air. Not long after, Zhao Xiaoming's lungs finally opened up, and a stream of blood flowed into Zhao Xiaoming's heart, causing Zhao Xiaoming to wake up in a ghostly manner, making the wonderful use of the 9 yin-yang needles appear. As soon as she opened her eyes, Zhao Xiaoming saw Yifan looking at her with a smile. After a long time of silence, Zhao Xiaoming spoke with a weak face. You stinking rascal, who are you?" Yifan looked startled and said softly, "Sister Xiaoming, it's me. I'm Yifan. Just now, it was me who applied the needle to save your life. Alas, if it wasn't for my excellent medical skills, I'm afraid you would have reported to King of Hell by now." Hearing Yifan say this, Zhao Xiaoming slightly narrowed her beautiful eyes. A trace of surprise rose from her pretty face, staring straight at Yifan for a long time before she recognized him. Zhao Xiaoming covered her mouth with her plain hand and said in surprise, "Yifan, it's you. Thank you for saving my life." Yifan smiled faintly and said, "Sister Xiaoming, there is no need to say thank you between us. I haven't seen you for many years. You still have the same elegance. You still look the same as you did back then, and you are alive and well as a campus goddess. I realized that you are getting prettier and prettier." Yifan sucked with his hand, and the 6 silver needles that were stuck on Zhao Xiaoming's acupoints flew back to his hand. Yifan put the 6 silver needles into the silver needle bag, then silently looked at Zhao Xiaoming. Zhao Xiaoming was very beautiful. She had long flowing hair, sweet looks, and a marvelous figure. Just by looking at her, she would be a sight to behold. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoming blinked and said, "Yifan, you're still the same as back then. As soon as you see a pretty girl, you start to talk greasily." At these words, a flash of pain flashed through Zhao Xiaoming's eyes. She suddenly fell ill because her scummy father, Zhao Wanqing, had lost all the $80,000 she had earned by going to the provinces to work and playing mahjong. That $80,000, but Zhao Xiaoming frugal savings, to cure themselves with. However, it was secretly taken away from Zhao Wanqing's home and lost to a few gamblers in Taoyuan village. It was because of this incident that Zhao Xiaoming was so angry that she had a heart attack. Yifan laughed and said, "Sister Xiaoming, I'm not being oily, I'm telling the truth." When the words came to this point, Yifan paused slightly and then said, "By the way, your congenital heart disease has been cured by me. In these few days, you have to take a good rest, and you must not get angry." Zhao Xiaoming's pupils shrank and she lost her voice. "Yifan, what did you say? My disease was cured by you?" Yifan nodded. "Yes, Sister Xiaoming, don't you know that I'm now the far-famed little divine doctor of Taoyuan village?" Zhao Xiaoming smiled lightly and said shyly, "In this matter, I really don't know. I only returned to the village yesterday. My parents forced me to come back for a blind date, so I resigned and went home." Yifan, from a dash of curiosity on his handsome face, snapped, "Sister Xiaoming, who did your parents make you go on a blind date with?" Zhao Xiaoming pinched the corner of her coat with her hand, and from a pair of clean eyes, a trace of embarrassment flooded her eyes as she replied, "Chen Er Dog." Yifan looked furious and said fiercely, "Holy, your parents want to marry you off to the Chen family. This is not pushing you into the fire pit. This marriage, I don't agree. You are the school goddess in my heart. How can you marry a scum like Chen Er Dog?" This was how it was in the village. As long as anyone had money, families with daughters would try to marry their daughters into wealthy families. This way, they would be able to follow their daughters in the future to enjoy their happiness. Obviously, the bad idea of letting Zhao Xiaoming marry Chen Ergu must have been thought up by Zhao Wanqing. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaoming wrinkled her yao nose and looked at Yifan miserably, saying, "Yifan, I don't want to marry Chen Er Dog either. Why don't you help me think of a way?" Yifan slapped his chest with his hand and said confidently, "No problem, this matter is wrapped up in me. Chen Er Dog, this trash, he couldn't get Shen Dan. so he hit his idea on Zhao Xiaoming's body. Thinking about this, a cold aura immediately flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. The tip of Zhao Xiaoming's nose was sore, and she looked at Yi Fan with a face of deep love, saying, Yi Fan, you are so good to me. You are the first man who is willing to stand up for me, to pull out a sword when I see an injustice. This is my style of behavior. Yi Fan said indifferently. Zhao Xiaoming nodded. Aha. The next second, Yi Fan walked faithfully to the front of the ward and opened the door, waving towards Li Meier, Zhao Wanqing, and Zhang Yongfen, saying, Zhao Xiaoming is fine. She was saved by me. You guys can come in first to look at her, but don't talk loudly so as not to affect her rest. Li Meier looked at Yi Fan with an adoring face, smiled with charming eyes and said, Yi Fan, your medical skills are too divine. I thank you for Zhao Xiaoming. Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, Dr. Li, you don't need to thank me. I'm a doctor. Saving lives and helping people is my code of conduct. Li Meier rolled her eyes. Yi Fan, don't pretend to be a good person in front of me. I don't believe in what you said. You guy has a belly full of bad water. When Li Meier's voice fell, Zhao Xiaoming's own mom, Zhang Yongfen, immediately cried out in pain and bowed towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan, thank you for saving my daughter's life. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing smiled coldly, grabbed Zhang Yongfen's hair and scolded angrily. What are you thanking Yi Fan for? He's a doctor. It's only natural for doctors to save people. Since Xiaoming is fine, then, let's take her to the Chen family right away, so that he and Chen Er Dog can have a blind date. That old guy Chen Shilong said that as long as Little Dream's matchmaking with Chen Ergu is successful, he will give me 150,000 dowry money. Chapter 56, Coming Forward. Zhang Yongfen roared, revealing a touch of madness from her weathered pretty face, saying, Zhao Wanqing, Little Dream has just come back to life, and you're dragging her to the Chen family in exchange for money. I don't agree with you to do this. The matter of matchmaking with Chen Er Dog, wait until Little Dream's illness gets better. Otherwise, I will fight you to the death. Zhao Wanqing revealed a mouthful of big yellow teeth. A ferocious light flashed out from his eyes. He slapped Zhang Yongfen's face, directly jerking Zhang Yongfen away, cursing, Zhang Yongfen, I'm in charge of the family's affairs. You can't disobey me, or else, I'll beat you to death. After saying that, Zhao Wanqing walked into the hospital room with incomparable arrogance, ignoring the presence of Li Meier and Yi Fan, wanting to capture Zhao Xiaoming and personally send her into the Chen family. Yi Fan walked to Zhang Yongfen's side, picked up Zhang Yongfen's delicate body with his hand, and said heartily, Auntie Zhang, that man Zhao Wanqing slagged you. Why don't you fight back? Judging from Zhao Wanqing's arrogance, this guy hadn't beaten Zhang Yongfen much in the past. Zhang Yongfen smiled grimly and said helplessly, Yi Fan, if I fought back, I would be beaten alive by Zhao Wanqing. I've decided, when Xiaoming's illness gets better, I'm going to divorce Zhao Wanqing. I won't live with him anymore. Yi Fan nodded. It's okay. In the next second, Yi Fan's figure moved and immediately swept into the hospital room, and when he looked up, he was seeing Zhao Wanqing pulling Zhao Xiaoming, trying to get Zhao Xiaoming to go to the Chen family with him. Zhao Wanqing, are you still not a human being? I'm not even well yet. You're going to pull me to go to the Chen family to match with Chen Er Dog, pushing me into the fire pit. Zhao Xiaoming hissed, rolling tears welling up in her watery, beautiful eyes. Zhao Xiaoming, Laozi's words are holy orders. If you dare to disobey me, Laozi will beat you to death. Zhao Wanqing roared, his face filled with rage. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaoming stubbornly raised her head, a beautiful little face written with sadness, and said loudly, then you beat me to death. Zhao Wanqing waved his hand, wanting to ruthlessly slap Zhao Xiaoming and beat good Zhao Xiaoming. Yi Fan rushed to Zhao Wanqing with an arrow step, slapped Zhao Wanqing and said, Zhao Wanqing, you scum, I've tolerated you for a long time. Sister Xiaoming is under my cover. As long as she doesn't want to, no one can force her to do what she doesn't want to do. Zhao Xiaoming shed 2 lines of tears. Her eyes looked at Yi Fan. Her heart was warm. When Yi Fan stood up for her, Yi Fan's handsome back was imprinted into Zhao Xiaoming's heart. Zhao Wanqing got up from the ground and gave Yi Fan a fierce look, wanting to beat him up. However, once he thought that it was the famous fierce man in the Peach Garden village, Yi Fan even dared to beat Chen Er Dog. For a moment, Zhao Wanqing could only cover his face with his hands and said fiercely, Yi Fan, Zhao Xiaoming is my daughter. I beat up my daughter. It's none of your business. Yi Fan smiled coldly and said, Zhao Wanqing, hitting someone is against the law. If you dare to hit someone indiscriminately again, I will make you sit through the bottom of the jail. When Yi Fan's voice fell, Chen Er Dog crawled outside the village health center. His face was covered in a big sweat, and he grunted out in pain with a loud cry. Yi Fan had made him crawl to apologize to hundreds of villagers. This kind of torture was too ruthless. Chen Er Dog felt that he couldn't crawl anymore. He was about to die. At this moment, Yi Fan saw Chen Er Dog's figure with his afterglow. He stuck his head out of the window, looked at Chen Er Dog with a smile and commanded, "Chen Er Dog, you crawl in first, I have something to ask you." Hearing Yi Fan's voice, Chen Er Dog shivered. The next villager's residence that Chen Er Dog was going to kowtow and apologize to was right next to the village health center. Chen Er Dog never expected that he would meet Yi Fan, the devil, in the village health center. When Chen Er Dog thought of Yi Fan's endless tactics, he took a deep breath and crawled into the hospital room like a pug, saying with a pandering face, "Yi Fan, what are you looking for me for?" Yi Fan didn't look at Chen Er Dog's bloody lower body. He raised his eyebrows and smiled, inquiring, "Chen Er Dog, I've heard that you want to marry Zhao Xiaomeng in a blind date? I don't agree with this marriage." Chen Er Dog shrunk his head and humbly said, "Yi Fan, I didn't want to get matched with Zhao Xiaomeng. This matter, it was all planned by my father. Since you don't agree, then, I will refuse this marriage." Yi Fan pointed his finger at Zhao Wanqing and said with a faint smile, "Zhao Xiaomeng's family father is right here. You talk to him." Seeing this, Chen Er Dog took a deep breath and flashed a cold aura from his eyes, changing his humble dog-like appearance and ferociously said, "Zhao Wanqing, I'm not going to be matched with Zhao Xiaomeng. If you dare to come to the Chen family to harass me in the future, I'll send someone to get you killed." At this point, Chen Ergu paused, then said, "Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing's expression changed and he said repeatedly, "Understood." The big bully who was famous in Taoyuan village was actually subdued by Yi Fan, instantly scaring Zhao Wanqing out of his wits. As the voice fell, Zhao Wanqing fled out of the ward in a puff of smoke, directly not daring to stay in the ward for a long time. Yi Fan cleared his voice, waved his hand as if he was chasing away flies, and commanded, "Chen Er Dog, go ahead and kowtow to the villagers and apologize. You get lost." Chen Er Dog tightened his fists and whispered, "Good." Not long after, Chen Er Dog climbed out of the ward. A flash of anger lit up in his eyes. Yi Fan had humiliated him so much, he must find a chance to take revenge. This breath, Chen Er Dog couldn't swallow it. Chen Er Dog dragged his bloody body and disappeared. At this time, Zhao Xiaomeng looked at Yi Fan with a face of admiration and said, "Brother Xiaofan, you're really great. Thank you for helping me scare my father away, and making Chen Er Dog not dare to go on a blind date with me. When I get better, I will thank you properly." Zhao Xiaomeng called Yi Fan his brother Xiaofan, which showed that Zhao Xiaomeng had a deep favor with Yi Fan. Seeing Zhao Xiaomeng frowning at him, Yi Fan gently smiled and said, "Sister Xiaomeng, I'm just lifting my hand to help you, so there's no need for you to take it to heart. You get well first. When you get well, you come back to me again." Zhao Xiaomeng nodded her head slightly. "Okay de." Zhang Yongfen rushed into the ward. She knew what happened in the ward and was immediately impressed with Yi Fan. "Xiaomeng, are you alright?" Seeing Zhao Xiaomeng's pearly blossom, that kind of pathetic appearance, which was exceptionally provoking pity, Zhang Yongfen's eyes reddened, and she quickly walked to the side of Zhao Xiaomeng's hospital bed, and tightly gripped Zhao Xiaomeng's plain hand. Zhao Xiaomeng smiled grimly and said, "Mom, I'm fine, don't worry, when I get better, let's leave this home." Zhao Wanqing is not a human being. He wanted to sell me into the Chen family. Zhang Yongfen uttered a deep voice. Aha! Chapter 57, Chivalrous Heart. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan revealed a smirk from his handsome face, and in a dashing turn, he walked out from the ward, raised his eyes to Li Meier, and said indifferently, "Dr. Li, you take good care of Zhao Xiaomeng. If Zhao Wanqing comes to cause trouble, you notify me immediately and I'll whip him to death." Li Meier blinked her beautiful eyes, and said in a gorgeous manner, "Yi Fan, you acted in a misbehaving and evil manner. At a glance, you are a big hooligan. I didn't expect that you, a big hooligan, still hides a chivalrous heart." Yi Fan's black eyes flashed, and he said with his nostrils turned to the sky, "That's right, if you're weak, you're alone. If you're strong, you can help the world. Now that I'm strong and have the ability, I naturally want to help the weak." Li Meier didn't expect that Yi Fan looked earthy, but was able to say such connotative words. Thinking about this, Li Meier's color rippled as she said, "Yi Fan, your state of mind is very penetrating, making me feel inferior. When I have time, I will go to your house at night to find you. You remember to leave the door open for me. I want to have an in-depth exchange of medical skills with you." Yi Fan rubbed his hands vigorously and said, "Yes, Dr. Li, remember my phone number." Li Meier showed her teeth and smiled, and that overwhelming smile instantly made Yi Fan look dumbfounded. This woman was too beautiful and provocative. "Good," Li Meier softly said. Yi Fan and Li Meier exchanged phone numbers, and then, he left with big strides. Returning home, Yi Fan looked at the bags of scented pears and saw that the scented pears still had not turned golden brown. Yi Fan walked into the living room with some disappointment and chatted with Shen Dan and Wei Qinglan. In the past few days, Yi Fan hadn't seen Yi Fugui's figure, which meant that Yi Fugui must have been busy wrapping up at the construction site. On the other hand, Chen Er Dog crawled for about 1,000 meters, kowtowed and apologized to more than a dozen villagers he had oppressed, and then, directly fainted. Chen Er Dog was passed out from the living pain. At this time, Chen Shilong and the Chen family fighters stopped and watched for a long time, and when they saw that Yi Fan didn't show up, they immediately pushed away one villager after another, and panicked to carry Chen Ergu away. Time passed quickly. Without realizing it, it was late at night. Yi Fan contacted Tang Yuyan and asked Tang Yuyan to send a truck down from Bonan County to help him pull fragrant pears to Bonan County, before 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, to Peach Orchard Village on it. Tang Yuyan full of promise down, a serious face to remind Yi Fan again. Let Yi Fan tomorrow morning must give her hundreds of yellow golden pear. Yi Fan perfunctorily said a few words to Tang Yuyan and hung up the phone. This time, Yi Fan did not perform the 9 changes of spiritual fruit technique to catalyze the green pears, and Yi Fan's heart was also without a plan, and he did not know if the Four Seasons orchard could produce yellow golden pears tomorrow morning. It was night, with starlight and a refreshing breeze. Yi Fan cultivated for more than an hour. He was a bit drowsy, so he immediately climbed into bed and began to huff and puff. When Yi Fan did not sleep for long, a slender figure came in longitudinally from the window. The visitor was dressed in black with a black scarf on his face. Tiptoeing around, he appeared at the side of Yi Fan's bed and started rummaging through the cupboards. Yi Fan heard a sound of movement. He woke up quietly, immediately stretched out his finger and directly made a move of immortal pointing, wanting to get rid of this female thief. You little thief, how dare you come to my house to steal things? Are you impatient to live? Yi Fan said with slight anger. As soon as these words came out, Yi Fan's 2 fingers were like electricity, sneaking towards the female thief, causing the female thief to cry out in pain. Yi Fan thought that the female thief was a male, and he wanted to waste the female thief. However, Yi Fan had not calculated that the female thief was a woman. Yi Fan felt something was wrong. His complexion changed and he messily said, "Holy, you're a woman?" Saying that, Yi Fan immediately turned on the light, and immediately saw Chen Min's black scarf fall to the ground. She was in pain and shed tears, and drank chirpily. Yi Fan, you not only slapped me with a slate stone to stun me, and snatched away the wild ginseng king that I searched so hard for, you also ruined my innocence. I'm going to kill you. The corners of Yi Fan's mouth twitched, and a wisp of black lines emerged from his face as he sophistically said, "Ms. Chen, this is a misunderstanding. You sneakily came to my bedroom and that's why I took a shot at you." Chen Min utilized the day to visit many villagers and finally learned from a villager's mouth. 2 days ago, Yi Fan rode a motorcycle and dragged Tang Yuyan into the deep mountains. When Chen Min pried out this information, she immediately surmised that Yi Fan was the culprit who had slapped her unconscious. That was why Chen Min ran into Yi Fan's room, trying to find out the wild ginseng king and steal it away. Unexpectedly, she was ruined by Yi Fan's innocence by mistake. Chen Min clenched her silver teeth with a deadly grip, and a touch of coldness flared up from her delicate goose-egg face, and she made a move towards Yi Fan without any half-hearted hesitation. Yi Fan, you ruined my innocence for a lifetime. If you don't die, it's hard to get rid of my heart's hatred, Chen Min said coldly and colorfully. As her voice fell, Chen Min drew out the long knife hanging from her waist and slashed towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan flicked the blade with his hand, and the long knife, which was as thin as a cicada wing, made a crisp sound, flew out from Chen Min's hand, and landed on the ground. After flicking the knife, Yi Fan knew that he was at a disadvantage and could only smile awkwardly. Instead of laying his hands on Chen Min, he smoothly embraced Chen Min into his arms and said with a faint smile, "Ms. Chen, you are getting more and more fierce. Your spirited nature needs to be changed. Otherwise, you'll suffer big losses in the future." Under the dim light, Chen Min was like an absolute beauty. Even if she was angry, she still carried a faint flavor. Yi Fan couldn't help but want to kiss Chen Min. Chen Min backhanded a slap, wanting to slap Yi Fan fiercely. Seeing this, Yi Fan raised his white wrist and used his arm to suppress Chen Min's hand, and said in a ventriloquist manner, "Ms. Chen, you want to murder your own husband. You should be beaten." There was a slap. With his other hand, Yi Fan slapped on Chen Min's undershirt, causing Chen Min to finally suppress the sadness in her heart and immediately cried out in pain. "Yi Fan, you bastard, you just bully me. I'm going to go back to the Chen clan and have the Chen clan's experts step in and kill you. This big rascal." Seeing Chen Min actually cry, this made Yi Fan at a loss. Yi Fan was not afraid of heaven or earth, but he was most afraid of women crying. At this moment, Yi Fan slowly let go of Chen Min and stood in place with an embarrassed face, while Chen Min was crying louder and louder. Chen Min was too sad. She was the delicate Miss Chen family. Originally, she should have been living the life of a delicate young lady in Shangjing, but in order to save Master Chen, she resolutely went south to collect medicines. And then, she met Yi Fan, the big bad guy. The more Chen Min thought about it, the more aggrieved she became. Just like a spring of tears, Yi Fan rubbed his brow with his hand and said with a headache, "Miss Chen, I don't want to cry. I'm not going to be sophomoric. I'll admit it. You were knocked out by me." Chen Min wiped away her tear stains, revealing a touch of anger from her delicate goose-egg face. She lunged towards Yi Fan with her teeth and claws open. "Yi Fan, I'll fight with you." Chapter 58, Swear to Heaven. Seeing Chen Min pouncing, Yi Fan's silhouette moved and appeared in front of Chen Min, tightly grasping Chen Min's hands. His thin lips slightly lifted and said, "Ms. Chen, I admit that it was wrong of me to slap you unconscious. However, this matter was for a reason. At that time, we met in the deep mountains. I picked the wild ginseng king. You wanted to kill me as soon as we met, just as if you were being unreasonable to the extreme. In order to save my man's face, I had to step in and clean you up a bit, making you apologize to me and call me husband." Yi Fan automatically omitted the matter of making Chen Min kneel down and sing a conquest, as well as slapping Chen Min. Yi Fan was afraid that if he said it, Chen Min would really kill him. Hearing Yi Fan say this, Chen Min's phoenix eyes flashed. Shivering, she inquired, "Yi Fan, what did you say? You picked that wild ginseng king?" Yi Fan nodded. "Yes, Ms. Chen, is that wild ginseng king important to you? I can tell you care about it a lot. It's just a broken medicine. How is it as good as me?" Chen Min used her hand to grab at the flesh around Yi Fan's waist and rotated it fiercely, causing Yi Fan to grimace in pain. In the next second, Chen Min loosened her hand and then broke into a smile. The momentary flavor made Yi Fan look dumbfounded. Right now, Yi Fan wanted to scold Chen Min for a few sentences. However, seeing Chen Min's pearly appearance, he instantly held back. Yi Fan had never thought that Chen Min, who looked incomparably spirited and spiteful, and always carried a coldness that rejected others, would also have a small woman side. After half a second of silence, Chen Min coldly spoke out, revealing her rice-like teeth and said, "Of course, that wild ginseng king can save my grandfather's life. Its importance even exceeds my life. In my eyes, you are not as important as a root of that wild ginseng king." After saying that, Chen Min immediately broke away from Yi Fan's hand and stood on the ground playfully, her long eyelashes fluttering as she looked at Yi Fan in a pitiful manner, obviously wanting to see that wild ginseng king. Chen Min had never been intimate with a man when she was so old. However, Yi Fan had ruined her innocence. Thinking about this, Chen Min immediately had mixed feelings. Chen Min wanted to chop Yi Fan into mincemeat. However, she couldn't beat Yi Fan, so she had to stop. Yi Fan smiled faintly, turned around and walked to the iron cabinet, used the key to open the iron cabinet, held out half of the wild ginseng king, placed it on a desk, and said softly, "Ms. Chen, this is the wild ginseng king that you have been dreaming of." This half of the wild ginseng king's roots were golden yellow in color, fully half a meter high, with a faint medicinal fragrance surrounding it. Underneath its ginseng trunk, the 3 immature ginseng fruits had turned yellow in color, with a hue similar to that of a dragon's eye, making it quite attractive to look at. Seeing this, Chen Min wiped away the tear stains on her goose-egg face. Her pupils shrunk and said, "Yi Fan, how come this wild ginseng king is only half cut?" Yi Fan gently snapped his fingers and replied in an old-fashioned manner, "The other half of the wild ginseng king was used by me to dispense medicine. However, although this wild ginseng king is only half cut, however, this does not affect its medicinal properties in the slightest." When the words came to this point, Yi Fan paused and then said, "Ms. Chen, right now, this half of the wild ginseng king has no effect on me, although you and I had a misunderstanding before, but now that the misunderstanding is lifted, if you need this half cut of wild ginseng king, you can spend money to buy it with me. As for the price, you can pay whatever you want." Seeing that Yi Fan was a miser, Chen Min's lips hooked and she said tearfully, "Little brother Fan, you've made people cry, and you still want them to spend money and buy the wild ginseng king with you. Do you still have a conscience? Before, I had $100,000 in cash with me, and now that $100,000 in cash has disappeared. I guess it must be you who took it by the hand. That 100,000 cash will be the money I paid you to buy ginseng." Yi Fan didn't even mention about the 100,000 cash, but Chen Min remembered it clearly, which made Yi Fan think that Chen Min's mind was too delicate. Pampered women are the best. Chen Min daintily pampered Yi Fan, making Yi Fan somewhat unable to hold on. However, when Yi Fan thought that this half of the wild ginseng king was worth a lot of money, Yi Fan suddenly looked aghast and said, "No, that 100,000 cash is the mental damage fee you gave me. It can't be mixed up. Are you bidding or not? If not, this half of the wild ginseng king, I won't sell it." Yi Fan immediately picked up the half-cut wild ginseng king, wanting to relock it into the iron cabinet. Chen Min looked at Yi Fan with an anxious face and said, "Little brother Fan, you are half not going to leave behind the pity. I grew up so big, I haven't called anyone brother yet. Let's put it this way, this half of the wild ginseng king, make your own offer. I'll take as much as you say. Yi Fan was a super hobnail, always holding bad in his heart. Chen Min was afraid of falling into Yi Fan's trap. In Chen Min's opinion, this half of the wild ginseng king was a priceless treasure. If Chen Min made a bid, it would directly start at a few $1,000,000. And this was not the final price. Yi Fan stroked his chin with his hand and smiled badly. Chen, this half of the wild ginseng king has a high value. But you don't have any money right now, so I'll do a detailed calculation. You give me $90,000, plus owe me a favor. This business will be closed immediately. What do you think? After saying that, Yi Fan revealed a naive smile from his face and looked at Chen Min with an expectant face, causing Chen Min's color to change, and said softly, $90,000 is a small matter, but you're asking me to owe you a favor. That's too harsh. Yi Fan spoke out faintly, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. Chen, this is my bottom line. Consider it yourself. Don't worry, I am a decent person. I won't take the favor you owe me and threaten you recklessly. All I need is that if I have a fatal crisis in the future, the Chen family can step in and help me once in the dark. Yi Fan was ghostly, leaving Chen Min helpless. Chen Min didn't know that Yi Fan was a supreme divine doctor who could cure Elder Chen's terminal illness. If Chen Min had known about this, she would have agreed to Yi Fan immediately. After half a second of silence, Chen Min took a deep breath and said, "All right, I promise you." Yi Fan rubbed his hands vigorously, blinked his eyes, and said, "Miss Chen, empty words have no proof. This matter of you owing me a favor, you have to write me a guarantee, or swear to the heavens and let me record a small video. Otherwise, I don't have a clue in my heart." Chen Min's phoenix eyes chilled as she said, "Yi Fan, you've gone too far." Yi Fan shook his head. Chen, this is not excessive. It's not like you haven't sworn to me." Chapter 59 Hantai's outburst. At this moment, Yi Fan suddenly remembered the image of Chen Min in the dark forest, kneeling straight on the ground with her hands pointing to the sky and swearing with a messy face, which made him unable to stop laughing. The corner of Chen Min's mouth twitched as she said, "Yi Fan, what do you mean by what you just said?" Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't mean anything. Since you are unwilling to write a pledge or swear, then I'd better put away this half of the wild ginseng king." Seeing that Yi Fan started to sit on his hands, Chen Min secretly ground her silver teeth, revealing a touch of anger from her delicate goose-egg face, and said, "I'm willing." In a short while, Chen Min not only wrote a pledge to Yi Fan, she also swore to the heavens and made Yi Fan record a small video, articulate and organized. She guaranteed that she owed Yi Fan a heavenly favor. In the future, if Yi Fan needed help, she must unconditionally help Yi Fan, and in this way, she would repay this favor. After doing this, Chen Min furiously transferred $90,000 to Yi Fan. Yi Fan received the money. He smiled from ear to ear. He smoothly removed those 3 ginseng fruits, and then handed that half of the wild ginseng king, rather heartbreakingly, to Chen Min. "Alas, my precious medicine is gone just like that. Heaven, earth, I'm so heartbroken," Yi Fan muttered. Upon hearing this, Chen Min frowned and said, "Yi Fan, what did you pick those 3 ginseng fruits for? I paid for this half of the wild ginseng king, so those 3 ginseng fruits are also mine." Yi Fan gave a belly laugh and said, Chen, you have to figure out the situation. What we just talked about is that I sold half of the wild ginseng king to you. I didn't say that I even sold these 3 ginseng fruits together." Yi Fan was disruptive and very good at seeing a needle in the eye, leaving Chen Min defenseless. Chen Min's delicate demeanor was revealed. She exhaled her breath like an orchid and laughed, saying, "Yi Fan, I can't say anything about you. I admit it. You are too shameless." Once again refreshing my 3 views. Anyway, these 3 ginseng fruits are not useful to Chen Min. Since Yi Fan likes it, then Chen Min will take it as a good deed to give these 3 ginseng fruits to Yi Fan, the barker. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan revealed a touch of warmth from his handsome face and said repeatedly, "Many thanks." When the words came here, Yi Fan seemed to have remembered something. A light flashed in his mind, hesitated for a while, hooked his lips and said, "By the way, this wild ginseng king is the thing of a small golden snake. After it was picked by me, that small golden snake seemed to run out from the deep mountains and followed it all the way to the peach orchard village. That little golden snake is psychic. It is very difficult to deal with. I'm afraid that you've only just carried this half of the wild ginseng king out of my house, and by then, it will be snatched away by the little golden snake." Chen Min's complexion changed, and a ripple lifted in her phoenix eyes as she said, "Yi Fan, that little golden snake should be the companion beast of that wild ginseng king. Thank you for reminding me. How about this? I'm not going anywhere tonight. I'll just stay in your house, and when morning dawns, you'll escort me out of Peach Orchard Village. I'm going to make a trip to the Myriad Treasures Pavilion to get some precious herbs with you Dongyang. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. His eyes looked at Chen Min and inquired, Miss Chen, do you know Yu Dongyang? Chen Min's head nodded slightly. Recognize. Chen Min did not tell Yi Fan that she and Yu Dongyang were relatives, so Chen Min only spoke lightly. Yi Fan took a deep breath and said with a bad smile, Miss Chen, since you know Yu Dongyang, can you tell me whether Yu Dongyang is a strange man or a strange woman? Chen Min's face sank like water. Her yao nose wrinkled, and she pouted. I don't know. At this moment, Chen Min was a little alarmed and secretly felt that Yi Fan was just too smart. Could it be that Yi Fan had already seen through Yu Dongyang's true identity, and that was why Yi Fan had pursued her? Seeing this, Yi Fan lowered his eyes and said like a spring breeze, since Ms. Chen doesn't know, then, I'd better check it myself. As far as I know, Yu Dongyang is a difficult fellow. Chen Min faintly voiced out, hooking a cold smile from the corner of her lips. Well, take your time to check. It had to be said. Chen Min was very happy for Yi Fan to investigate Yu Dongyang. Yu Dongyang indeed had a big secret on him. As long as Yi Fan found out the secret, Yi Fan would die a miserable death. There was no other reason. Yu Dongyang sighed, but there was a great expert protecting him 24 hours a day. If Yi Fan went to look for Yu Dongyang's trouble, at that time, that great expert would definitely make a move. In the next second, Chen Min tightly hugged that half of the wild ginseng king, and playfully sat on a stool, not continuing to talk to Yi Fan. There were no words for the night. At around 6 o'clock in the morning breeze blew on the earth, the clouds slowly dispersed, and in the midst of the hazy night, a lorry drove into Peach Orchard Village and appeared outside the door of Ye's house. When the roar of the van sounded, Yi Fan slightly opened his eyes, stretched his waist, and said, Miss Tang's errand is still relatively reliable. Yi Fan rolled up from the bed and bumbled his way to Chen Min's front, realizing that Chen Min was actually asleep holding that half of the wild ginseng king. At this moment, how Yi Fan wished that he could turn into that half of the wild ginseng king and let Chen Min hold it tightly. If that was the case, the taste would definitely be very soulful. Thinking about this, Yi Fan gave a bad smile and said softly, Miss Chen, the little golden snake is here. You quickly wake up. Chen Min's body trembled, quickly opened her phoenix eyes and said in panic, Yi Fan, where is the golden little snake? Yi Fan lightly glanced at Chen Min and said in a low voice, Ms. Chen, I'm lying to you, your silly look is so beautiful. Chen Min looked furious. Yi Fan, you big bad guy, you are too bad. In fact, even Chen Min herself didn't know that without realizing it, she already had a good feeling towards Yi Fan. Therefore, she wasn't very repulsed by Yi Fan now. Otherwise, with Chen Min's spirited personality, she would definitely tear Yi Fan alive. Chen Min and Yi Fan joked around for a bit. Then, Yi Fan's gaze fell on Chen Min's body and said, Miss Chen, your pants are torn. Chen Min looked down and a scarlet red flew out on that goose-egg face. Her pants were really torn. Last night, her entire attention was on that half of the wild ginseng king, and she unexpectedly did not notice this detail. At this moment, Chen Min smiled awkwardly and said, Yi Fan, do you have any pants? Could you lend me a pair? Chen Min couldn't wear her pants and had to replace them with a pair. Yi Fan sank out. Miss Chen, I have pants, but I can't lend them to you. I'm a person with a cleanliness fetish. I don't like people wearing my pants. You figure it out yourself. Saying that, Yi Fan swaggered out of the bedroom, appeared into the fenced compound, and hurriedly went to see the bag of balsam pear, whether it had turned into golden color or not. Yi Fan opened a bag of fragrant pears and looked down. All that met his eyes was golden, making Yi Fan look happy and said happily, It's done. The green spirit water can really catalyze the yellow golden pears. However, the taste and medicinal effect of these yellow golden pears are definitely not as strong as the ones that were ripened out with the green spirit liquid. Finishing talking to himself, Yi Fan took out a yellow golden pear and started to try it out himself. The result after the taste test was similar to what Yi Fan expected. Bonan County, Wu family. Wu Xiang, the youngest member of the Wu family, was sleeping soundly, when suddenly, a sharp phone ringing sounded. Wu Xiang rubbed his eyes and casually picked up the phone, cursing and saying, Who are you? Han Tai coldly voiced out, saying, Wu Xiang, it's me. I want to ask you to do me a favor and help me smash the peach fruit row. Today, I'm going to cut the ribbon at the 100 Fruits firm. I don't have time to smash the peach fruit firm. Hearing Han Tai's voice that was as cold as a snake, Wu Xiang instantly came to his senses and nodded his head. Young Han, what do you want to smash the peach fruit firm for? The peach fruit firm is now declining, and is not qualified to be a rival of the 100 Fruit firm at all. Han Tai smiled sinisterly and explained, Wu Xiang, the new owner of Peach Fruit Firm, Yi Fan, has a grudge against me. Chapter 60, Incomparable Ventriloquism. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiang revealed a touch of pandering from his face and humbly said, Han Xiao, Yifan is really looking for death. How dare he offend you? I will immediately gather the Wu family's experts and go ahead to smash the peach fruit firm, to take out a mouthful of bad anger for you, and then arrest Yifan in front of you, to be at your disposal. Han Tai spoke out in a deep voice, admonishing, Wu Xiang, this brat Yifan is somewhat evil. You must send out Wu family experts to suppress him. Before, I asked Li Gang to help me clean up Yifan, but Li Gang was wasted by Yifan. This matter was told to me by my dogleg, Chen Er Dog. Wu Xiang mockingly smiled and said, Han Xiao, Li Gang is just a martial artist. His little martial arts attainment, he doesn't even rank in the Wu family. If it wasn't, he is the red man beside Master Long Wu. I could poke him to death with a single finger. Don't worry, I'll do what you've explained beautifully. Han Tai lifted his handsome face, and from his narrow peach blossom eyes, a hint of cold color flared up, saying, okay, as long as you help me capture Yifan, I will talk to my father and let the Wu family come to Nanzhou City to open a martial arts school. Wu Xiang's eyes lit up as he excitedly said, understood. After saying that, Wu Xiang quickly got up and walked towards the residence of Wu Juanhao, the head of the Wu family. He wanted to tell this good news to Wu Juanhao, so that Wu Juanhao would send someone to him. The reason why Wu Xiang dared to make a move on Yifan was because the Wu family was running a chain of martial arts schools. There were many masters and many martial artists under the door. Wu Xiang and Han Tai had known each other for a long time, often kissing Han Tai's ass and flattering him in front of Han Tai, just to use the power of the Han family to open the Wu family martial arts school in Nanzhou City. Nowadays, the Wu family has been among the 5 great families in Bonan County. In order to develop the Wu family, Wu Juanhao wants to open the martial arts center in Nanzhou City. However, in order to open a martial arts center in Nanzhou City, there must be a local force to support it. Otherwise, the Wu family can't gain a firm foothold in Nanzhou City. Wu Xiang had been licking Han Tai on his knees for so long and finally waited for this opportunity, so he would naturally go all out. In Bonan County, there is a woman, 2 dragons and 3 young men, and after 1 woman, 2 dragons, 3 big young, there is also a martial arts, 2 doctors, 3 museums, 4 flowers, 5 Taoist rumors. A Wu refers to the Wu family. Wu Ao, he is the first master of the 5 families. The second doctor refers to the Huang family. Huang Yulong, he is the first doctor in Bonan County. The third pavilion refers to the Wu family. Wu Juanhao, who is the chief pavilion master of the Wu family pavilion. The 4 flowers refer to the Kai family. Kai Ruoshi, who was the head of the Kai family and a famous socialite in Bonan County. The 5 Taoist priests referred to the Zhou family. Zhou Yi, who was the god of Bonan County, and was usually seen by the dragon and not seen by the tail. These 5 people, as long as they stomped their feet, Bonan County would shake 3 times. Although Bonan County is just a county, but it is a mixed bag of fish, dragons and tigers. Family forces are intertwined and entrenched, just like a small Hong Kong. Its water is very deep, not ordinary people can mix. And at this time, Yifan does not know. He was stared at by the Wu family. It had to be said, Han Tai was indeed arrogant, even if Yifan was very powerful now. However, Han Tai still looked down on Yifan. In Han Tai's opinion, Yifan was just a small peasant, not worth it at all, and he sent Han family experts to kill Yifan ruthlessly. That was why Han Tai had instructed Wu Xiang to help him. Peach Garden Village. Yi family. After that truck driver got out of the truck, 2 clean-looking female packers also jumped down from the truck, holding a cardboard box, ready to pack yellow golden pears for Yifan. The road from Taoyuan village to Bonan County was just too bumpy and would rot the yellow golden pears. Therefore, Tang Yuyen, who was as meticulous as a needle, sent 2 female packers and the truck driver to Ye's house to help Yifan repack the yellow golden pears. Not long after, the 2 female packers walked to Yifan with a respectful face, then showed their teeth and smiled, saying, Young Yi, we are sent by MS Tang to pack for you. Upon hearing this, Yifan revealed a flash of gratitude from his face and said, well, you guys hurry up and get it done. When the packing is done, we will move the boxes to the car and head to Bonan County. The 2 female packers nodded their heads slightly. Okay da. In the next second, Yifan made a dashing turn and carried 2 baskets to pick yellow golden pears. Chen Min held half of the wild ginseng king, wearing one of Yifan's pants, and ran out, her red lips slightly lifting. Yifan, you deadbeat, wait for me. Chen Min clearly knew that Yifan and Tang Yuyen had a great relationship. Chen Min took the initiative to show up in order to let these 2 female packers go back to the Imperial Cuisine Hotel and tell Tang Yuyen that this guy Yifan was a scum, so that Tang Yuyen could clean up Yifan. Yifan smiled faintly and said, wife, come on, let's go to the 4 Seasons orchard to pick yellow golden pears together. Hearing Yifan say this, Chen Min nearly fainted with anger. Yifan was too shameless, even opening his mouth to take advantage of her again. At this time, That truck driver, as well as those two packers, stared greatly, obviously did not think that Chen Min looked so beautiful, at first glance as a lady of the house. However, her bones were so loose. Seeing this, Chen Min lowered her head and ran out of Ye's house with a shy face, feeling that it was too embarrassing. Yi Fan had a bad mouth, and really dared to say anything. Yi Fan's dark eyes flashed as he belabored. Humph, Chen Min, you're still a bit young to fight with me. With these words, Yi Fan strutted into the Four Seasons orchard, and as soon as he raised his head, it was to see that above the pear tree, there were yellow golden pears hanging all over the place. The yellow golden pear hanging on the pear tree, its color and fruit aroma, seemed to be 3 or 4 times better than the yellow golden pear that Yi Fan acquired and catalyzed out of the green spiritual water. Yi Fan smiled with satisfaction and walked quickly to the pear tree. Chen Min, on the other hand, slowly followed behind Yi Fan and said with a slight anger, Yi Fan, in the future, don't talk nonsense in front of outsiders, otherwise, it will cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Yi Fan faintly voiced out and dropped his gaze on Chen Min's pants, playfully saying, Chen Min, you've pantsed me. You can't even wash yourself by jumping into the Yellow River. Now, those two female packers and the truck driver must think that between us, we have an ulterior relationship. Yi Fan paused, then said, not that I'm talking about you, you're also too self-conscious. I don't let you wear my pants, you have to wear them. Chen Min frowned and messily said, Yi Fan, if it wasn't for the fact that my pants were torn and I didn't have any pants to wear, how could I possibly wear your pants? Don't be a thief. Yi Fan squeezed his eyes and said helplessly, Ms. Chen, don't talk nonsense, I'm not your good husband. Chen Min blushed, her eyes darkly flowing. She was so angry that she stomped her feet and said angrily, Yi Fan, you are shameless. Chapter 61 A Breath of Freshness. Seeing this, Yi Fan skimmed his lips and did not continue to argue with Chen Min. He spent more than 20 minutes to pick all the yellow golden pears on that pear tree and put them into the basket. Then, all in a dashing manner, he left the Four Seasons orchard. Returning home, the sky is cloudy, the morning breeze is refreshing. Those two female packers, will be bags of yellow gold pear packing completed, began to face self-conscious moving boxes, and at this moment, those 9 black-clothed guards appeared. Chen Min had not returned for the night. They thought that Chen Min had encountered something untoward. Thus, they disregarded Chen Min's orders and came directly to the Yi family to look for Chen Min. Last night, Chen Min had told the 9 black-clothed guards that she was going to the Yi family to talk business with Yi Fan and asked them not to follow her. After the business was negotiated and Chen Min obtained the wild ginseng king, she would naturally go to the 9 black-clothed guards. Seeing the 9 black-clothed guards showing up, Yi Fan put down the basket in his hand, looked at Chen Min lightly and said, Chen Min, you quickly order down. Let these 9 men of yours help me move the goods together. Today, it's the opening day of my fruit firm. I need to go to the peach fruit firm as early as possible. Chen Min didn't hesitate for half a second and waved her veiled hand. You guys quickly go and move the goods. The corners of the 9 black-clothed guards' mouths twitched, vaguely sensing that something was wrong. Chen Min hadn't returned home for the night, so how did she suddenly transform? Especially, Chen Min was still wearing Yi Fan's pants. What was going on? Could it be that Chen Min had been done by Yi Fan? Thinking about this, the 9 black-clothed guards had a head full of black lines and snapped. Miss, you won't be ho-hoed by Yi Fan, right? Upon hearing this, Chen Min's willow brows frowned as she blurted out, No, don't make any wild guesses, or else, I'll rip your heads off and kick them as balls. Hurry up and move the goods. Seeing Chen Min open her mouth to deny it, the 9 black-clothed guards felt even more that they hadn't guessed wrong. However, they were afraid that Chen Min would get angry, so they rammed their asses up to move the goods. At this moment, the 9 black-clothed guards' admiration for Yi Fan was like a torrential river flowing continuously. To know, Chen Min was a famous celebrity in Shangjing, and Shangjing didn't know how many rich and powerful sons, who were mesmerized by Chen Min, wanted to chase Chen Min as their girlfriend. However, Chen Min had never looked at those rich and powerful men in the eye. Chen Min was the pride of heaven. Now, she was slept with by Yi Fan, a small peasant. This matter, if it were to be circulated in Shangjing, it would definitely cause an earthquake in Shangjing. Seeing those 9 black-clothed guards, constantly looking at themselves with their after-images, Yi Fan patted his chest and said, Little Min, my chest hurts, come, you help me rub it. Chen Min's complexion changed and said, Yi Fan, don't scream, I'm not your little Min. Saying that, Chen Min walked to Yi Fan's side and covered Yi Fan's mouth with her veiled hand, making the 9 black-clothed guards more certain. Chen Min had already been picked up by Yi Fan. Half an hour later, the boxes of yellow golden pears in the fenced compound were neatly placed in the van, and at this time, Yi Fan carried 2 baskets and placed the 2 baskets in the Wuling Hongguang van outside the door, and then, sitting on his but on the main driver, he prepared to drive out of the village. Chen Min hesitated for a moment. She held half of the wild ginseng king, drilled into the Wuling Hongguan van and sat on the passenger side. At this time, the 9 black-clothed guards already knew that the half of the wild ginseng king that Chen Min was carefully holding was the great medicine that they had been searching for so hard. Seeing Chen Min getting into the car, the 9 black-clothed guards walked towards the Wuling Hongguan van. Yifan stretched out his head to reveal a smile from his handsome face and said, 9 big brothers, my van never pulls men. You guys go and be a truck. If you guys don't follow my arrangement, I will drive Chen Min out of the car. Chen Min rolled down the window, raised a picturesque goose-egg face, and commanded, you guys go make the van. Seeing Chen Min defending Yifan in such a way, the 9 black-clothed guards' mouths twitched as they helplessly said, as you command, miss. Yifan drove the Wuling Hongguan van, drove to the side of the van, looked at that van driver, and said loudly, big brother, you pull the goods directly to the peach fruit bank. I'll go to the Imperial Cuisine Hotel to deliver the goods. I'll be right there. That truck driver smiled nervously and nodded. Okay, Yifan. In the next second, Yifan stepped on the gas and drove towards the outside of Peach Orchard Village. The 9 black-clothed guards climbed into the van and directly messed up in the wind, saying breathlessly, alas, ever since Miss met Yifan, it seems like she has changed, becoming more and more colorful. The driver of the van slowly drove and chased towards the Wuling Hongguan van. However, since Yifan was driving fast, the van driver didn't even see Yifan's taillights. The mountain road was bumpy, and the car speed was fast. Chen Min's body was about to be turned upside down as her body went up and down. Yifan turned a sharp corner and directly threw Chen Min onto him. Seeing this, Yifan smacked his lips and said with an unfulfilled feeling, Miss Chen, you're being a hooligan to me again. You are just too bad. After saying that, Yifan secretly felt that his body produced a reaction, and after he took the Dragon Young pill, his impotence disease unexpectedly got better by a large margin. Discovering such abnormalities, Yifan was excited. It wouldn't take long for him to be a normal man and not have to fight his mouth and only have to go through the motions. Hearing this, Chen Min frowned and said angrily, Yifan, you are shameless. You definitely did it on purpose just now. As the voice fell, Chen Min immediately got up with a faint fragrance permeating her body, making Yifan mesmerized by it. Chen Min was cold and noble, but she was cleaned up by Yifan. Thinking about this, Yifan was filled with a sense of accomplishment. This was the life that Yifan wanted. Surrounded by beautiful women, the days are free and easy. Silence for half a second. Yifan just wanted to open his mouth to speak. Suddenly, a van from the mountain highway at breakneck speeds. This van brake failure. It even traveled in the Wuling Hongguan van on top of the necessary lanes. If the Wuling Hongguan van was hit by the van, it would definitely be toppled and rolled into the mountain. In the end, the car was destroyed. Yifan's complexion changed drastically as he shouted, MS, Chen, sit still. Chen Min screamed out, a googly egg face vaguely twisted up due to excessive nervousness, and panicked. Yifan, that truck is about to crash. I don't want to die. I haven't brought this half of the wild ginseng king back to Shangjing to save my grandfather. Yifan slammed on the gas pedal to stabilize the steering wheel rigidly, allowing the Wuling Hongguan van, rushing up the hill on the side of the mountain road, to fly over directly from the hill, then landed on the ground just in time. The next second, Yifan violently hit the steering wheel, a dragon tail swing out, will be 5 Ling Hongguan van tilted body right, and then it is from the side of the truck out. Yifan's set of actions were done in one go, and Chen Min was stunned. Chapter 62 Arrogant. Yifan took a deep breath and muttered, luckily, I'm a good driver, otherwise, we would definitely encounter a car accident today. That truck driver lifted the handbrake and started braking little by little. The scene that happened just now did scare him. Chen Min revealed a touch of panic from her goose-egg face and whispered, Yifan, the road in your village is too dangerous. My soul is almost scared. Yifan wanted to comfort Chen Min. As he was steering the wheel, he helped Chen Min to smooth out her breath and comforted, MS, Chen, don't be afraid. With me here, nothing will happen to you. When Yifan's voice fell, Yifan felt the temperature inside the car plummeted. Yifan turned his head to look, only to see Chen Min looking at her fiercely. A pair of watery phoenix eyes flashed with rolling anger. Screaming, Yifan, you stinking hooligan, take your hand away. Yifan shrunk his head. In the heat of the moment, he actually placed his hand on Chen Min's thin waist. MS, Chen, I made a mistake in my busy schedule. Don't be angry. Yifan immediately withdrew his hand with an awkward smile and began to drive seriously. There were no words along the way. When Yifan drove the Wuling Hongguan van and appeared outside the Imperial Cuisine Hotel, it was already 8:30 in the morning. Yifan quickly got out of the car and brought out the 2 baskets of yellow golden pears, and as soon as he looked up, he saw Tang Yuyan's magnificent silhouette. Tang Yuyan is wearing a white dress, revealing a pair of long legs. That beautiful face seems to be flooded with a faint immortal gas. The cold and absolutely stunning, vulgar and elegant, Tang Yuyan stood at the entrance of the Imperial Cuisine Hotel, looking at Yi Fan with expectant eyes, and couldn't help but hook her lips into a smile, saying, "Yi Fan, you've finally come. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan picked up 2 baskets of yellow golden pears and walked to Tang Yuyan's front. His black eyes flashed slightly, and he cynically said, "Miss Tang, you intentionally waited for me at the door. Do you miss me?" Tang Yuyan's willow eyebrows frowned. "Get lost." As the words fell, Tang Yuyan's eyes looked towards the 2 baskets of yellow golden pears and said suspiciously, "Yi Fan, the color of these 2 baskets of yellow golden pears, how come they are not as deep as before, and the fruits are not as fragrant as before?" Yi Fan timidly smiled and explained, "Miss Tang, these 2 baskets of yellow golden pears, the taste and flavor are not a problem. It is the efficacy of the medicine that resolves difficult cases for people. Perhaps it will be sharply reduced by a lot. You pushed too hard. In order not to delay your business, I had to catalyze the green pears in another way. How much does one of these 2 baskets of yellow golden pears cost? Just watch and pay." Yi Fan knew that he was at a disadvantage and didn't dare to ask for a price. Tang Yuyan's eyes darkly flowed, and she winkingly said, "Yi Fan, why are you so honest?" Yi Fan took a deep breath and said, "Ms. Tang, you know my character. I never pit my friends." Tang Yuyan's head slightly nodded, smilingly looked at Yi Fan and said, "All right." Not long after, Yi Fan carried the 2 baskets of yellow golden pears into the Imperial Cuisine Hotel. Chen Min walked down from the Wuling Hongwan van, and looked at Tang Yuyan with a curious face, saying, "Your magic city's Tang Yuyan, Miss Tang?" Hearing Chen Min's voice, Tang Yuyan playfully turned her head back and smiled back uncontrollably, before she wanted to speak. However, when Tang Yuyan saw that the visitor was Chen Min, her complexion changed and she said, "Miss Chen, how did you get mixed up with Yi Fan?" Chen Min froze for a moment, the corner of her lips slightly hooked, and she helplessly said, "This matter, it's a long story." When the words came to this point, Chen Min paused and then said, "Ms. Tang, you don't stay in Magic City. What are you doing here in Bonan County?" The reason why Chen Min knew Tang Yuyan was because of a celebrity ball. At that time, both the Shangjing celebrities and the Magic City celebrities had received invitations to attend the ball, and Tang Yuyan and Chen Min had met at that celebrity ball. Only that the 2 of them didn't know each other very well, so they just casually chatted for a few moments before going to look for a partner to dance with. Shangjing was the capital of the country. The Magic City, on the other hand, was the most technologically and commercially developed metropolis in the country. There is a king in Shangjing, and there is a king in Magic City. These were the 2 most widely circulated phrases. Silent for half a second, Tang Yuyan smiled faintly and lifted her thin lips. "Ms. Chen, I came to Bonan County, naturally, to open a chain of hotels and make a lot of money. The competition in Magic City is too big, so I had to run to Bonan County to develop my career." Tang Yuyan was not going to tell Chen Min that she had run away from her marriage and fled to Bonan County, because this fact was just too humiliating. Chen Min lowered her phoenix eyes, a touch of warmth flooding from her goose-egg face as she said, "So that's how it is. Can't see that Miss Tang is so career-oriented at such a young age." Chen Min had no ill will towards Tang Yuyan, so she spoke in a gentle tone, making Yi Fan think for a moment that Chen Min had turned into a different person. Tang Yuyan's red lips hooked and said, "Thanks for the compliment." After saying that, Tang Yuyan turned around and walked to Yi Fan, winking her eyes at Yi Fan one after another, making Yi Fan drive Chen Min away. Right now, Tang Yuyan didn't know that Chen Min had clearly known that it was Yi Fan who had slapped her unconscious. Seeing this, Yi Fan put down the 2 baskets of yellow golden pears, and faintly said, "Ms. Tang, don't worry, let me tell you the truth. Chen Min has long known what happened in the back of Peach Garden Village. I have now turned my enemy into a friend with Chen Min." With these words, Yi Fan turned his body, raised his eyebrows at the cold as ice frost Chen Min, and snapped, "Little Min Min, am I right?" Chen Min's beautiful eyes chilled as she softly said, "Yi Fan, don't mention the past. You are deliberately revealing my scars." Yi Fan lowered his head and said shyly, Xiao Min Min, don't be mean to me. I'm timid. I'll be scared and cry by you." Hearing Yi Fan say this, Chen Min lazily ignored Yi Fan. Yi Fan was getting more and more disruptive, giving Chen Min an incomparable headache. Thinking about this, Chen Min took out her cell phone and immediately contacted Yu Dongyang, letting Yu Dongyang go over to the peach fruit bank to pick her up. Yu Dongyang surprised out, incredulously said, "Cousin, you came to Bonan County?" Chen Min showed her teeth and smiled, replying, "Yes." Yu Dongyang rubbed his hands vigorously and said happily, "Good, then I will immediately go over to the peach fruit row." Seeing that Chen Min had contacted Yu Dongyang, Yi Fan was slightly surprised. Yi Fan took a deep breath and told Tang Yuyan that the peach fruit firm that he had dished out opened today, and asked Tang Yuyan to take the time to go and support the show. At that time, return the baskets to him, and just pay for the yellow golden pear by the way. After explaining, he walked out of the Imperial Cuisine Hotel, drilled into the Wuling Hongguang van, and prepared to drive over to the Peach Fruit Company. Seeing this, Chen Min quickly got into the car, fearing that Yi Fan would throw her in front of the Royal Cuisine Hotel. With a whooshing sound, Yi Fan drove off and drove towards Peach Fruit Row with a windy speed. Half an hour later, Yi Fan parked his car and walked into the Peach Fruit Row, with Chen Min following behind Yi Fan upside down. When Yi Fan walked to the outside of the Peach Fruit Company, when he looked up, he saw Wu Xiang with a group of people, surrounded the truck that was helping Yi Fan to pull the goods, wanting to smash all the boxes of yellow golden pears in the truck to pieces. Grass! Who dares to smash my yellow golden pears? I'll kill him. Yi Fan was furious. I dare. Wu Xiang arrogantly said. Chapter 63. This is the real palmistry. After saying that, Wu Xiang gently leaped, jumped on top of the van, picked up a fruit box, and smashed the fruit box fiercely onto the ground. And in a moment, the yellow golden pears were shattered one after another. Yi Fan roared angrily and rushed towards Wu Xiang, a middle-aged man with a slim, gloomy look, gray clothes covering his body, and straw shoes on his feet, could not help but jump out from the back of the van and appeared in front of Yi Fan. And this man was the owner of Tianlong Martial Arts Center, Liang Chuan. Liang Chuan was sent by Wu Juanhao to help back up Wu Xiang. Little peasant, if you dare to take a shot at Senior Wu Xiang, I will immediately slap your head. Wu Xiang smashed the yellow golden pear that you cultivated. This is your honor. You should be grateful to him. Liang Chuan sneered. Scram! Yi Fan shouted. As soon as these words came out, Yi Fan flexed his fingers into claws and moved towards Liang Chuan with a vicious face, wanting to smash Liang Chuan's broken mouth. Seeing this, the more than 10 Wu family martial artists brought by Wu Xiang, they smiled coldly and immediately struck out in a wide-open attack, ruthlessly surrounding Yi Fan. Chen Min droned out, looking at the 9 black-clothed guards with a cold as ice frost, saying, "What are you guys gawking for? Hurry up and go help Yi Fan's favor ah. If something happens to Yi Fan, I will make you all suffer." For some reason, Chen Min could not see outsiders bullying Yi Fan. This was, perhaps, related to what happened last night. Yi Fan had broken Chen Min's body, causing Chen Min to have a hint of complicated feelings towards Yi Fan's. Upon hearing this, the corners of the 9 black-clothed guards' mouths twitched as they said, "As you command." The more Chen Min defended Yi Fan, the more the 9 black-clothed guards felt that there must be an unseen secret between Chen Min and Yi Fan. In the next second, the 9 black-clothed guards struck out, transforming their bodies into a residual shadow and joining the battle. A chill flashed in Wu Xiang's eyes as he slapped a few fruit crates. Then, jumping down from the van, he also stepped in front of Chen Min and said with a bad smile, "Yo, what a handsome little. You defended Yi Fan. This is a capital offense. However, seeing as your looks are beautiful, I will bypass your capital offense. How about this? If you just accompany me properly for a night and make me happy, I can spare your life." Chen Min's beautiful eyes were cold as she slapped out, directly sending Wu Xiang flying, causing Wu Xiang to hit the ground heavily, causing him to knock out one of his teeth. "Wu Xiang, your mouth stinks. You should be smacked," Chen Min said in a cold voice. Chen Min's nature was incomparably spirited. She was the little witch that had shaken the Shangjing. If she revealed her true identity, she would definitely scare Wu Xiang into peeing. Wu Xiang got up from the ground with a carp, and rushed towards Chen Min with an angry face. Chen Min dared to slap him. Today, if he didn't kill Chen Min, he swore not to be a human being. Thinking about this, Wu Xiang coldly voiced out, said, "Bitch, you seek death. I will kill you." Wu Xiang fought with Chen Min, due to the fact that he had to protect the half of the wild ginseng king in his arms. Chen Min quickly fell into a disadvantage. On the other side, Yi Fan and Liang Chuan exchanged blows. During this time, Wu clan martial artists joined in and tried to sneak attack Yi Fan from behind and seriously injure him. At this time, 9 black-clothed guards appeared and knocked 3 Wu clan martial artists away, and fought with the remaining Wu clan martial artists. Blazing Sun Palm, Liang Chuan indifferently said. Liang Chuan mobilized his internal energy, making his hands hunt. As the voice fell, Liang Chuan was like a tiger descending from the mountain, violently pouncing towards Yi Fan, wanting to use the blazing sun palm to slap Yi Fan to death. Yi Fan smiled playfully and said, "Liang Chuan, your blazing sun palm lacks fire. Today, I will let you see what is the real blazing sun palm. Watch." Yi Fan revolved the chaotic evergreen technique, and with the help of the chaotic evergreen technique, Yi Fan quickly saw the drawbacks of the blazing sun palm. The blazing sun palm was extremely rigid and destructive, but Liang Chuan's blazing sun palm was on the feminine side. This showed that Liang Chuan's way of striking the palm was not right. In order to utilize the true blazing sun palm, one must sink their chi into the dantian, suck the ground with the palms of their feet, and cross their hands. Thinking about this, Yifan swept to Liang Chuan's face and made the blazing sun palm according to the way he used the chaotic evergreen technique to see how to make the palm. There was a loud snap. Yifan crossed his hands for a moment. Immediately afterward, a flash of green light emerged from his palm. Yifan immediately released his hands and heavily slapped his palm towards Liang Chuan. With a slap, palm shadows ran out. Liang Chuan was sent flying by Yifan's palm. A bloody hole emerged on his body, staggered back a few steps, and said incredulously, "Yifan, how do you know the blazing sun palm?" Upon hearing this, Yifan scoffed and said, "Liang Chuan, your blazing sun palm is so bad. I just took a look at it and learned it right away. Your martial arts foundation is good, but the palm is too trashy." Hearing Yifan say this, Liang Chuan's complexion changed and said, "I've been practicing the blazing sun palm for more than 20 years, but it's not even comparable to you realizing the palm in a single moment. Yifan, you have surprised me." Seeing this, Yifan faintly voiced out, saying, "The surprise is still behind. Blazing sun 3 rings." Yifan shook his hands and snapped out 3 palms, causing 3 faint palm shadows to appear in the air. When those 3 big palm impacts rose, the 3 rings of the blazing sun landed on Liang Chuan's body, causing Liang Chuan's body to be sent flying by the huge palm force, wiping out along the ground, leaving deep and shallow blood traces on the ground. Yifan's figure moved as if he was a ghost and swept to Liang Chuan's face, stepping on Liang Chuan's face with his foot, mocking, "Liang Chuan, did you see? This is the real blazing sun palm. Blazing sun 3 times. Liang Chuan had been struggling to realize the gist of it for more than 20 years. However, Yifan had only casually looked at how he performed the blazing sun palm, and had realized the 3 rings of the blazing sun. Thinking about this, Liang Chuan shivered his mouth, then his anger attacked his heart. His throat was sweet as he sprayed a stream of blood from his mouth, and said grimly, "Yifan, you are a martial arts genius. The Wu family shouldn't have made an enemy of you." Liang Chuan was angered by Yifan and spat out blood, which made the people who were watching look at Yifan with a look of amazement. There were 4 major martial arts schools under the Wu family. Liang Chuan, as the owner of the Tianlong Martial Arts Center, was slightly famous in Bonan County, and he was a top-ranked expert in Bonan County. Unexpectedly, he was beaten by Yifan with the blazing sun palm. Yifan hooked up his lips and questioned, "I have no grievances or hatred with the Wu family. Why did Wu Xiang poison me so viciously? What is going on here?" Liang Chuan's eyes were filled with gloom as he lowered his eyes and replied, "Yifan, the reason why young master Wu Xiang struck out at you was because he was assigned by Han Tai." Seeing this, Yifan raised his sword brows and said softly, "So that's how it is." Yifan exerted his feet and stomped on Liang Chuan's head, directly stomping Liang Chuan unconscious. Seeing that Yifan had defeated Liang Chuan, more than a dozen martial artists from the Wu family shrunk their heads and looked at Yifan with a fearful expression. Chapter 64, Strong Out. At this time, Yifan didn't make a move to help the 9 black-clothed guards. Instead, he swept in front of Chen Min, protected Chen Min behind him, and looked at Wu Xiang with his eyes shining brightly, saying, "Wu Xiang, what kind of skill is it for you to bully a woman? Come on, hold me and you will have a few moves." Yifan defeated Liang Chuan so quickly, making Wu Xiang quite surprised. Wu Xiang narrowed his eyes, scrutinized Yifan for a moment and said, "As you wish." As his voice fell, Wu Xiang's body fluttered, like a rock spreading its wings as he pounced towards Yifan, directly making a move of immortal pointing. His hands assumed the shape of a crane, wanting to claw and crush Yifan's throat. Yifan's complexion was cold. He operated the spiritual chi in his dantian until it was on top of his feet, and kicked out a whirlwind kick, which heavily kicked Wu Xiang's hands, causing Wu Xiang's tiger's mouth to split open. Wu Xiang was in a trance for a moment. Yifan bullied his way in and smashed his fist into Wu Xiang's body, directly smashing Wu Xiang's body with an empty ring, causing Wu Xiang's body to fly out horizontally and land in front of a puddle of yellow golden pears. These yellow golden pears were smashed by Wu Xiang and stained with a lot of trash. In the next second, Wu Xiang raised his head, and his mouth was stained with the flesh of the yellow golden pears, as well as some blackened garbage. Yifan's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Wu Xiang, and with his hand, he stuffed all those broken fruit pulp and garbage into Wu Xiang's mouth, causing Wu Xiang to scream out, "Yifan, you dare to make me eat garbage. Do you know who I am? I'm the Wu family's youngest." Hearing this, Yifan slapped Wu Xiang's face and indifferently said, "Melon dry." Yifan's hand was incomparably ruthless, causing Wu Xiang's heart to palpitate. Wu Xiang covered his face with his hands, trembling, took out his cell phone, spit out that garbage from his mouth, and wanted to call Wu Juanhao, so that Wu Juanhao would send out a more powerful expert from the Wu family to clean up Yifan. Chen Min, Yifan, you guys are dead. I will make your life worse than death. Wu Xiang threatened Chen Min and Yifan while making the call, looking very arrogant. At this moment, a cold voice rang out as if it was thunderous. Wu Xiang, you have a big mouth. What is the Wu family? How dare you threaten my cousin? Chen Min, I have to say, you really have a lot of guts. As the words fell, Yu Dongyang slowly appeared. His gaze was like electricity as he stared at Wu Xiang, itching to dismantle Wu Xiang. If Wu Xiang dared to let Chen Min die, then Yu Dongyang would make the Wu family disappear in Bonan County. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiang looked at Yu Dongyang with a panicked face, and said with a timid smile, Boss Yu, this is a misunderstanding. I had a slip of the tongue just now. I wanted Yifan to die, not to let Miss Chen Min die. Yu Dongyang came from a mysterious background and was quite famous in Bonan County. Even Wu Juanhao was nodding his head in front of Yu Dongyang. Wu Xiang knew that Yu Dongyang was terrifying and he could not afford to offend him. Otherwise, it would definitely implicate the Wu family. From the fact that Wu Xiang was able to fight with Yifan, it was possible to tell that Wu Xiang was not a philanderer, nor was he a strawman. Wu Xiang, this guy, has a few real skills. He is very smart, very good at reading people's words. Right now, Wu Xiang winked at Yu Dongyang with a pandering face, looking very humble. Seeing this, Yifan smiled icily and said, Wu Xiang, you trash, you are very good at tending to the situation. You want me to die? I'm standing here. If you have the ability, you can come over and kill me now. Wu Xiang revealed a touch of cruelty from his face, and said sinisterly, Yifan, you wait, I will call right away. Let my father bring an expert over, and abuse you to death. When Wu Xiang's voice fell, Tang Yuyan appeared in a curling manner. She stepped on a lotus broken step, holding an oil paper umbrella, wearing a white dress, her thin lips slightly lifted. Wu Xiang, you dare to scold Yifan? Are you living impatiently? Yifan is my friend. If you offend Yifan, it's equivalent to offending me. Yifan bumbled his way to Tang Yuyan's face and faintly said, Miss Tang, you're finally here. This guy Wu Xiang wants to use his power to suppress others. I'm so scared. As long as you do me justice, from now on, I will be your most loyal partner. Hearing Yifan say this, Chen Min's beautiful eyes flashed and she said softly, Yifan, I'll help you get justice for you. This dog Wu Xiang, just now he spoke out of turn to me. Today, I'm going to give him a lesson he'll never forget. Chen Min turned her eyes to Yu Dongyang and coldly said, Yu Dongyang, what are you dumbfounded for? You hurry up and stand up for Yifan. Hearing this, Tang Yuyan emerged from her beautiful face with a trace of curiosity. Chen Min's relationship with Yifan was progressing too fast, making Tang Yuyan quite curious. Between Yifan and Chen Min, what exactly had happened to the unseemly? At this time, Yu Dongyang calmly walked to Yifan, looked at Yifan with a smile on his face and said, Yifan, how do you want to clean up Wu Xiang? Feel free to do it. This ungrateful fellow Wu Xiang, how dare he molest my cousin? It really pisses me off too much. Yu Dongyang didn't have Yifan who could straighten people out, so that's why he said this. Yu Dongyang saw the wild ginseng king held in Chen Min's hands, and for a moment, Yu Dongyang immediately deduced that this half of the wild ginseng king must have been sold to Chen Min by Yifan. Because of this, Chen Min would be grateful to Yifan. There was no other reason. This half of the wild ginseng king was of extraordinary significance to Chen Min. It was a great medicine that could save Elder Chen's life. A little while later, Tang Yuyan also moved to Yifan's side, her red lips slightly hooked, revealing her white teeth, saying, Yifan, you make your move. Don't worry, this fairy will cover you. Saying that, Tang Yuyan warned Wu Xiang, Wu Xiang, Yifan is going to clean you up. You have to do what Yifan says, or else, I will be furious. If I go berserk, the Wu family is in danger. Yu Dongyang and Tang Yuyan stood up for Yifan in unison, nearly staring Wu Xiang into fainting. Wu Xiang never dreamed that he wanted to curry favor with Han Tai. Unexpectedly, it was lifting a stone and smashing his own foot. What the hell is this? Why is he so unlucky? Thinking about this, Wu Xiang directly did not dare to open his mouth to speak, so he could only blearily look at Yifan. Yifan stroked his chin with his hand and looked at the people coming and going on the street, revealing a bad smile from his eyes, saying, Wu Xiang, you give me a striptease. You're not very good, mouthing off about getting me killed. Since that's the case, then, I will first make you lose your reputation, and then, I will slowly torture you. Wu Xiang revealed an expression that was worse than crying, looking at Yifan with a pleading face, saying, Yifan, can I not jump? I have money. I can give you money to make up for your wounded heart. Yifan hooked his lips and smiled, playfully uttered, can't. Chapter 65 Ways of Doing Business. Seeing that Wu Xiang was unwilling to do a striptease, Tang Yuyan and Yu Dongyang looked at each other in unison and coldly grunted. Wu Xiang, do you not want to live? How dare you disobey Yifan? The corner of Wu Xiang's mouth twitched, Tang Yuyan and Yu Dongyang standing up for Yifan made his heart jump tremendously. Yifan was clearly just a small farmer, but Tang Yuyan and Yu Dongyang were incomparably defending Yifan. This showed that Yifan had a pivotal position in the hearts of the two. Seeing this, Yifan revealed a touch of coldness from his handsome face and questioned, Wu Xiang, I'll give you 1 second to consider. If you don't do as I say, then I have no choice but to pull off my own old face and beg Miss Tang and boss you to make a move to wipe out the Wu family clean. Cold sweat broke out on Wu Xiang's brain, and he said in panic, I'll jump right away. In the next second, Wu Xiang twisted his body and began to do a striptease in front of Yifan. That flirtatious and incomparable look, one could not dare to look directly at him. Wu family's great young man, stripping in public. This move is a bit hot for the eyes. Right. I'm afraid that Wu family's great young man will lose his reputation with this dance. The crowd of onlookers were pointing at Wu Xiang, making Wu Xiang wish to find a hole in the ground to drill into. And at this moment, Liang Chuan and more than 10 martial artists from Wu clan, they covered their faces with their hands, feeling that Wu Xiang was too humiliated. Come on, be happy, no matter how much time is left. Come on, dance, no matter if there is no one to love. The more Wu Xiang danced, the more flirtatious he became. The clothes on his body disappeared one after another. At this time, Yifan took out his cell phone, opened the music software and ordered a dance song for Wu Xiang. Once this song came out, the crowd of onlookers laughed and took out their cell phones, recording the video of Wu Xiang dancing striptease and sending it to their circle of friends. Wu Xiang became famous with one dance. In no time, it became the joke of Bonan County. Wu Juanhao called and questioned Wu Xiang why he did the striptease, and Wu Xiang, with a bitter face, told Wu Juanhao word for word what happened when he offended Tang Yuyan and Yu Dongyang. At this point, Wu Juanhao roared out, let Wu Xiang desperately dance, must let Tang Yuyan and Yu Dongyang out of the heart of the bad anger, because the Wu family could not afford to offend Tang Yuyan and Yu Dongyang. After the explanation, Wu Juanhao hung up the phone, let Wu Xiang want to die of heart. After the dance, Wu Xiang was shivering, his shirt and pants were gone, only wearing a pair of red big pants. It was as humiliating as it needed to be. Yifan coldly spoke, Wu Xiang, come over here and kneel down and eat this piece of on the ground. Don't you like being Hantai's traitor? Since you're a dog, then you have to have the consciousness of eating. Wu Xiang rounded his eyes, and from his narrow eyes, a smear of killing intent flared up as he furiously said, Yifan, you are bullying people too much. Yifan's figure moved as if he appeared in front of Wu Xiang like a ghost, and kicked Wu Xiang's stomach, causing him to grunt out in pain. That's right, I am bullying people too much. If you are not convinced, come and bite me, Yifan said indifferently. When the words came to this point, Yifan hesitated for a moment and pointed his finger at the dog on the ground, then said, Wu Xiang, my patience is limited. Are you going to eat the dog or not? Wu Xiang didn't expect that Yifan, this guy was so dark, he had already followed Yifan's request to do a striptease, but Yifan was unforgiving and still wanted Wu Xiang to eat dog. Wu Xiang immediately stood up, revealing a ferocious light from his face, and frantically said, Yifan, your grandpa. Saying that, Wu Xiang waved both his fists and ruthlessly smashed towards Yifan, wanting to smash Yifan's broken mouth. He had endured Yifan for a long time. Yifan struck out harshly, bang 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 against Wu Xiang, instantly beating Wu Xiang's nose and face. Then, even more, with internal strength, he broke Wu Xiang's hands. Wu Xiang even dared to smash the yellow gold pair. This has not put Yifan in the eyes. Yifan must give Wu Xiang a lifelong unforgettable lesson. In the next second, Wu Xiang wanted to fight back. Yifan smashed Wu Xiang with a straight fist and knocked him out. Immediately after that, Yifan carried Wu Xiang's body with his hand, letting Wu Xiang's mouth face downward, having a close contact with that pile of. After doing all this, Yifan threw Wu Xiang out as if he was throwing garbage, smashing into the bodies of several Wu family martial artists. Roll. Yifan's eyes were like electricity and his face was cold. Seeing that Yifan's methods were so ruthless, those few Wu family martial artists stumbled up, panicked, lifted Wu Xiang and disappeared without a trace in a puff of smoke. Liang Chuan and the others' pupils shrank and said, retreat. This time, Wu Xiang brought them to look for Yifan's trouble and ended up touching a snub. Wu Xiang, who was rampant in Bonan County, was cleaned up so miserably by Yifan, it had to be said. This was definitely big news in Bonan County. Yifan was so fierce that the onlookers stood in awe. A little while later, Liang Chuan and the others fled in ashes, causing Yifan to laugh out loud. Painful. Yifan paused a little. His eyes looked towards those onlookers, and he couldn't help but clear his voice, saying, Gentlemen, today, the peach fruit bank is open. Whoever comes to the peach fruit bank to buy fruits, all can take a photo with Miss Tang and boss you. First buy first get. Yi Fan was a person who was very good at taking advantage of the situation. He clearly knew how to utilize the prestige of Tang Yuyan and Yu Dongyang to help him open the popularity of Peach Fruit Firm. Upon hearing this, the crowd of onlookers looked at Yi Fan with a curious face and snapped, "Yi Fan, the Peach Fruit Firm is an evil place. Several bosses have died here before and after. You're asking us to buy fruits from the Peach Fruit House. Are you trying to trap us?" Yi Fan blinked and publicized, "Gentlemen, the evil things in the Peach Fruit House have already been driven away by me. If you don't believe me, you can come in and take a look. I'm opening with a big reward. Let's put it this way, I'll promise another favor. Anyone who buys fruits from the Peach Fruit Company will be able to have me heal them once for free. As long as one was a human being, there would be sickness in their body." Yi Fan was a veritable little divine doctor. He believed that he would definitely be able to open up the sales of the Peach Fruit Firm when he made this killer move. As his voice fell, Yi Fan immediately dispersed his divine sense and enveloped the Peach Fruit Row to see if that vixen had returned. The Peach Fruit Company was the place where the vixen lived. After observing for a long time, Yi Fan didn't find any traces of the vixen in the Peach Fruit Company, so Yi Fan let out a long sigh of relief. In the next second, Yi Fan waved his hand towards the van driver and asked the van driver to start moving the fruit boxes, bringing down one by one and carrying them into the Peach Fruit Row. The van driver promised and took the key of the Peach Fruit House from Yi Fan's hand, opened a big lock, and then he brought the two female packers with him, moving the fruit boxes with a hard-working face. Chapter 66, Convincing People with Medicine. Seeing that the truck driver and the others had entered and exited, and had not died in the Peach Fruit Firm, Yu Dongyang and Tang Yuyan's complexion changed, and their hearts were slightly shocked. The two of them had been hanging out in Bonan County for so long, but they clearly knew that there had been several deaths in the Peach Fruit Firm. Now, the truck driver and the others were fine, so wouldn't that mean that Yi Fan had driven away the evil creature that lived in the Peach Fruit Firm? At this moment, Chen Min lightly glanced at Yi Fan, thinking that this spirited look of Yi Fan was quite handsome. Chen Min squeezed out a light smile from her goose-egg face and looked at the 9 black-clothed guards, saying, "Hey, what are you guys gawking for? Hurry up and move the fruit boxes." The corners of the 9 black-clothed guards' mouths twitched as they said, "Yes, miss." They were the hallowed black-clothed guards, but, in order to help Yi Fan, Chen Min was using them as free labor. Every time they thought about this, their hearts were dripping blood. Now, they were even more certain that Chen Min might be in love with Yi Fan. Of course, Chen Min didn't know what the 9 black-clothed guards were thinking. She looked at Yi Fan with her eyes shining brightly, and obviously didn't think that Yi Fan would not only pick herbs, but also heal and save people. Silence for half a second. Those onlookers just looked at Yi Fan face to face. All of them were unwilling to be Yi Fan's guinea pig. They did not believe that Yi Fan would cure diseases. Not long after, an old man in his 70s, who had a head full of white hair and was wearing a plain outfit, was just about to turn around and leave, when suddenly, his heart began to ache faintly, causing bean-sized beads of sweat to appear on his head. Seeing this, Yi Fan's eyes flashed as he said gruffly, "Elderly man, you've got an acute heart attack, so hurry and come over to my side and I'll cure you." That old man gave a mocking cry and said contemptuously, "Yi Fan, you are full of nonsense. I just have a heart headache. How could I have an acute heart attack? My body is fine." Saying that, that old man bowed down, pestle and mortar a walking stick, ready to leave from Yi Fan's side. At this time, those crowds began to talk. They felt that Yi Fan was not pretending to understand. That old man looked to be in high spirits, and at a glance, he didn't have a disease. But, in order for Yi Fan to get them to buy the yellow golden pear from the Peach Fruit Company, he had insisted that the old man had been described as a patient with an acute heart attack. It had to be said. Yi Fan was really too shameless. That old man walked for more than 10 steps, his face turned white, his eyes rolled over, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of white foam from his mouth, and fell head first to the ground. His face twitched extremely fast and his body couldn't stop shaking. Seeing this, that old man's family members instantly panicked and screamed, "Which one of you knows medicine? Hurry up and save my dad." Yi Fan took a step out and said confidently, "I will." With these words, Yi Fan swept to that old man's side, which wanted to heal the old man. The old man's daughter, Pan Tingting, pushed Yi Fan's body away and said with a slight anger, "Yi Fan, you are just a fruit farmer. Get lost." Yi Fan's fire came up. From the corner of his lips showed a cold arc. Said, "Big sister, fruit farmer is just my side business. My main business is a doctor. You quickly get out of the way. Don't block me from saving people." Saying that, Yi Fan once again walked to the side of the old man Pan Leming. Running up the Tai Shang Healing Sutra, he quickly took out the silver needle bag that he was carrying with him, and from the bag he took out 2 silver needles, and stabbed them towards Pan Leming's Shao Hai Point and Shin Min Point. The silver needles entered the body, surrounded by green aura. When the 2 silver needles entered Pan Leming's heart, suddenly, Pan Leming's body stopped shivering, and the white foam that continuously flowed out of his mouth also stopped flowing. Yifan gently flicked the 2 silver needles with his hand, letting the green aura on the 2 silver needles drill into Pan Leming's body, opening up the blocked heart veins in his heart, allowing Pan Leming's acute heart attack to slowly get better. In a little while, Pan Leming's pale face turned red at a speed that was vaguely visible. He groggily came to his senses and coughed out a lump of ebony blood from his mouth before saying, "Yifan, it was you who saved my life?" Yifan smiled faintly and said, "Yes, I saved your life. How many yellow golden pears are you going to buy with me?" Not only did Pan Tingting freeze, even Yu Dongyang and Shen Min, as well as a group of onlookers, all had their mouths greatly open. Their mouths were big enough to stuff an egg in, and they looked at Yifan incredulously. To know, acute heart attack is an incomparably difficult condition to treat, as long as the person who has an acute heart attack, almost certain to die. However, under Yifan's treatment, Pan Leming, who was clearly about to die, suddenly came to life. This showed that Yifan's medical skills were incomparably heaven-defying. After half a long silence, Pan Leming looked at Pan Ting Ting with a weak face and said, "Ting Ting, Divine Dr. Yi saved me. You should quickly buy a box of yellow golden pears with him to repay Divine Dr. Yi for saving my life." Pan Ting Ting immediately came back to her senses and said, "Good." Yifan hooked his lips and smiled, saying, "There's no rush." After saying that, Yifan walked into the peach fruit row, took out a yellow golden pear from an open fruit box, and also walked to Pan Leming's front, and said indifferently, "Elderly man, eat this yellow golden pear. It has a miraculous effect on your illness." Pan Leming took a deep breath, received the yellow golden pear from Yifan's hands, and carefully ate up the yellow golden pear, and suddenly, his face was white with a reddish color, with a faint glow. That weak breath, even more so, became long, allowing his strength to recover little by little. Seeing this scene, the crowd of onlookers finally couldn't help themselves. As long as they bought the yellow golden pear with Yifan, not only would they be able to take pictures with Tang Yuyan and Yu Dongyang, but they would also be able to get a chance to be cured for free. What's more, the yellow golden pear seems to contain a magical healing effect that restores one's strength. Thinking about this, the crowd of onlookers ran to Yifan with a frantic face and said with a voice higher than a voice, "Divine Dr. Yi, how can you sell the yellow golden pear that you cultivated? We're going to buy the pear with you first. Then, again, we'll look for you to see the doctor. And finally, we'll take pictures with Tang Yuyan and Boss Yu." Hearing this, Yifan revealed a smile from his handsome face and said, "Yellow golden pear, $50 a caddy." The taste and medicinal effects of the yellow golden pear that Yifan pulled to the peach fruit company were not as good as the ones cultivated with the green-colored spirit liquid, so Yifan did not dare to ask for a sky-high price. Hearing Yifan say this, the pupils of the crowd of onlookers shrank and praised. "Wow, this is the price of conscience. Definitely the price of conscience. I want to buy 10 pounds. I want to buy 100 pounds. I want to buy 200 pounds. The crowd of onlookers had gone crazy. There was such a good thing in the world. The yellow golden pear that could make people recover their strength quickly was only $50 a caddy. Yifan smiled from ear to ear and said, "Don't be in a hurry. Come one by one. I've pulled in a lot of yellow golden pears. Pipe enough." Chen Min, Tang Yuyan, and Yu Dongyang looked at each other in dismay and said in a trembling voice, "Yifan, you are a business genius." Now, Chen Min and Yu Dongyang Fong realized that Yifan's medical skills were divine, which made them feel much better about Yifan. Chapter 67, Fruit Beauty. Upon hearing this, Yifan revealed a naive smile and whispered, "Boss Yu, MS, Chen, MS, Tang, don't praise me. I'll be proud. I'm just a simple and unassuming little farmer, not a business genius at all." Hearing Yifan say this, the corners of Chen Min, Yu Dongyang, and Tang Yuyan's mouths twitched, revealing a touch of helplessness from their faces as they said, "Yifan, you say you're plain and simple. Do you still need a face? You guy, you're clearly a master who likes to pretend to be a pig and eat tigers." Yifan rubbed his hands vigorously and said with an excited face, "Miss Tang, Boss Yu, you guys don't talk about me? You guys hurry up and go help me solicit business. After this is accomplished, I will be grateful." Seeing this, Chen Min blinked her eyes and said, "Yifan, I am willing to help you. I can sacrifice a little bit, my overwhelming looks, so that those who buy yellow golden pears with the peach fruit firm, take free pictures with me." Yifan pushed Chen Min away with his hand, let out a long sigh, and said, "Miss Chen, you'd better go and help me sell the yellow golden pears. You don't have half of your popularity in Bonan County, and those onlookers won't be able to take pictures with you. For this matter, we still need Boss Yu and Miss Tang to personally take action. You can't." Tang Yuyan and Yu Dongyang's complexion changed, silently waiting for Chen Min to get mad. Chen Min was spiteful and capricious, her temper not very good. This matter, Tang Yuyan and Yu Dongyang were well aware of it. Yifan even dared to let Chen Min to sell the yellow golden pear, This was blasphemy to Chen Min. Both Tang Yuyan and Yu Dongyang thought that Yifan was going to be defeated. In the next second, Chen Min smiled like a spring breeze, tightened the half of the wild ginseng king that she was holding in her arms, and said, "Okay de, Yifan, I'll go right away." Tang Yuyan and Yu Dongyang stared at Yifan with rounded eyes, looking at him unbelievably, and said in a trembling voice, "Yifan, what kind of mesmerizing soup have you poured into Chen Min, to make her do whatever you say?" Yifan scratched his head and naively said, "Miss Tang, boss you, I don't know about this matter. Miss Chen is obedient to me. It should be because she is in love with me." Seeing that Yifan started to play down and pretend, Tang Yuyan and Yu Dongyang rubbed their temples with their hands and didn't bother to talk more with Yifan. They were afraid that if they continued to communicate with Yifan, they would be exasperated by him. From the current situation, there was definitely something between Chen Min and Yifan. Not long after, Chen Min walked into the peach fruit row, holding the half of the wild ginseng king, and began to yell for Yifan, "Come, come, walk by, don't miss it." Yi family's youngest son cultivated the yellow golden pear. It's definitely a rare and precious pear in the world. If you guys miss it, it will be hard to buy it in the future. After saying that, Chen Min smiled back, and that momentary flare instantly made some of the male crowd look dumbfounded. Chen Min was too beautiful. She just stood there and instantly formed a bright landscape. Those male masses swallowed their saliva and rushed to Chen Min's side with a frantic look on their faces, starting to buy yellow golden pears with Chen Min. Seeing Chen Min put down her stand and took the initiative to help Yifan sell yellow golden pears, those 9 black-clothed guards were instantly stunned. At this moment, the 9 black-clothed guards secretly raised their thumbs toward Yifan and said in a trembling voice, "Yifan, you are awesome. In the future, you are our idol." Yifan viciously glared at the 9 black-clothed guards, then walked into the peach fruit bank. Not long after, the fruit business of the peach fruit house was so good that it exploded, and one by one, the county citizens scrambled to buy the yellow golden pears. When the county people bought the yellow golden pear, they immediately ran to take pictures with Tang Yuyan and Yu Dongyang, smiling from ear to ear. After taking the pictures, those county folk farted to Yifan's side and looked at him with a pandering face, asking him to help them see the doctor. Seeing this, Yifan moved out a small bench, sat his butt on the small bench, and started to see the doctor for those county people. 1 hour later, after an hour, Yifan finished helping hundreds of county people, and all the difficult diseases in the bodies of those hundreds of county people were cured by Yifan. The illnesses that these hundreds of county residents had were all minor illnesses that only required a random needle. Their illnesses were not as serious as Pan Leming. After the treatment was completed, those hundreds of county folk were relaxed. The feeling of floating in the air made them hum out softly, "Comfortable. It's just too comfortable." After being treated like this by divine Dr. Yi, our minor problems of back pain and frequent dizziness suddenly disappeared without a trace. At this point in the conversation, those hundreds of county residents looked at Yifan with a face of respect and praised, "Divine Dr. Yi, your medical skills are too powerful. You are the living god of Bonin County. In the future, we will come back to you to buy pears." Upon hearing this, Yifan managed to get up from the small bench, put away the silver needle bag, and said, "Ha ha, thank you, bosses, for taking care of my business." As his voice fell, Yifan walked to Chen Min's side, who was busy and sweating profusely, with a faint fragrance wafting out from her body. When a fresh scent breath drilled into Yifan's mouth and nose, Yifan, intoxicated a smile, said, "Ms. Chen, you smell good. I want to smell you properly." Chen Min revealed a touch of shyness from her goose egg face and said, "Yifan, don't fool around." Seeing that Chen Min was actually shy, Yifan cupped his chin with his hand and said, "Okay, little Min, I'll listen to you." Yifan flirted with Chen Min, making the 9 black-clothed guards embarrassed. The 9 black-clothed guards saw the county people who purchased the yellow golden pears, talking and laughing as they walked out of the peach fruit firm. They also followed suit and walked out. They were afraid that continuing to stay in the peach fruit firm would affect Chen Min and Yifan's flirting. The corner of Yifan's mouth twitched. Nothing happened between him and Chen Min, but the 9 black-clothed guards were net thinking bad thoughts. It had to be said. The thoughts of the 9 black-clothed guards were really too dirty. Not long after, Tang Yuyan and Yu Dongyan walked into the peach fruit row, and as soon as they raised their heads, they were the ones who saw Chen Min looking at Yifan imploringly, and said shyly, "Yifan, don't call me Xiao Min in the future. People are not small at all. I'm Big Min." Chen Min straightened that amazing figure, instantly making Yifan look dumbfounded. Chen Min was not wrong. She was Big Min. At this moment, Yu Dongyang flushed a hint of shock from his handsome face and said incredulously, "Cousin, you are actually such a person. You are just too open." Chen Min's beautiful eyes chilled, coldly said, "Yu Dongyang, you mock me. Do you not want to live?" Seeing Chen Min getting angry, Yu Dongyang shrunk his head in panic. Cousin, don't be angry. I know I'm wrong. Looking at the entire Bonan County, only Chen Min dared to scold Yu Dongyang like this. Yu Dongyang was quite afraid of Chen Min, which made Yi Fan a bit flustered. Right now, although Chen Min was eye to eye with Yi Fan, but Yi Fan clearly knew that as long as Chen Min recovered her memory, Chen Min was afraid that she would tear Yi Fan alive. Chapter 68, Operationalization. Yi Fan secretly prayed in his heart. He hoped that Chen Min would never recover in his life the memories that he had erased. That way, Yi Fan would be able to play happily with Chen Min. Yi Fan finally knew how scary Chen Min's background was. Even Yu Dongyang was as afraid of Chen Min as a tiger, which meant that Chen Min's family power was much stronger than the Yu family. Chen Min gave a light humph and didn't bother to argue with Yu Dongyang. Seeing this, Yi Fan immediately changed the topic and said, Little Min, aren't you going to the Myriad Treasures Pavilion to buy medicinal herbs? Why don't you hurry up and go? The first wave of customers from the peach fruit firm have already left. The fruit firm isn't busy right now, so you can go and do your business first. Hearing this, Chen Min's head slightly nodded and said, Okay Yi Fan, I'll listen to you. I'll go right away. Chen Min no longer hated Yi Fan, just because of Yi Fan's flirtatious finger. Women were like this, as long as they got her person, they could get her heart. Although Chen Min was incomparably spirited, but she was a very traditional girl. Yi Fan had done that kind of thing to her, so she would naturally identify with Yi Fan. However, this was only Chen Min's wishful thinking, but Yi Fan did not have that aspect of his heart for Chen Min. Chen Min came from Shangjing, is the proud daughter of heaven, while Yi Fan came from Taoyuan village, is just a small farmer. The identity and status of the two people are not equal. Yi Fan only hoped that Chen Min would leave Bonan County quickly, so that he could rest easy. For some reason, as long as he stayed with Chen Min, Yi Fan would panic. He was afraid that Chen Min had recovered her memory and was looking for him to fight for her life. After all, before he met Chen Min, the methods Yi Fan used to torture Chen Min were not at all what a great man would do. They were just as despicable and shameless to the extreme. In the next second, Chen Min followed Yu Dongyang to leave. Before leaving, Yu Dongyang's eyes flashed, revealing a touch of curiosity from his handsome face. He must find out what Yi Fan had done to Chen Min, causing Chen Min's personality to change drastically. Before, Chen Min had always maintained a high and cold demeanor towards any man. However, since Chen Min and Yi Fan got involved, Chen Min instantly changed her character and directly turned into a fair lady. When Yu Dongyang, Chen Min, and the 9 black-clothed guards disappeared in front of Yi Fan's eyes, Tang Yuyan walked step by step to Yi Fan's side, hooking her lips in a smile and said, Yi Fan, did you put Chen Min to sleep? Yi Fan shook his head. Ms. Tang, am I that kind of person? I am the 3 good youth of Bonan County. How could I do that kind of nasty things? I swear to you, Chen Min and I are innocent. At this point, Yi Fan smiled slightly and said, Ms. Tang, you open your mouth and close your mouth to sleep. Could it be that you still want to be slept with by me once more? Hearing Yi Fan say this, Tang Yuyan's complexion changed and said, Yi Fan, I found that you are getting more and more shameless. You are very good at being right. Yi Fan lightly voiced out, people are not shameless but in vain. Tang Yuyan rolled her eyes. Yi Fan, I advise you still less tease me, do more business. Han Tai came to Bonan County. This matter, do you know? Hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes reddened, veins bulged on his neck, his eyes climbed out of the silk color of blood, coldly said, Miss Tang, can you tell me? Han Tai that dog, where is it now? Tang Yuyan smiled faintly and replied, Yi Fan, Han Tai is in the 100 fruit row. Don't be impulsive. I understand your mood of wanting to take revenge. However, you have to do it in a gradual manner. The Han family is only a small family in my eyes. But, if it presses down strongly on you, it's a mountain that you can hardly overcome. Let me tell you the truth. Han Tai's side is followed by a great expert. That great expert is terrifying. I reckon that you should not be his opponent. You have to think long and hard about this matter of wanting to seek revenge on Han Tai. Yi Fan converged the anger on his face, took a deep breath and said, Ms. Tang, I have remembered your admonition. Don't worry, I will plan before I move. Yi Fan clearly knew how terrifying the Han family really was. To know, the Han family was the #1 power in Nanzhao City. It was the sky of Nanzhao City. Nanzhao City was the capital city of Yunnan Province, and the Han family could be the leading boss of Yunnan Province. It can be said so. The strength of the Han family could only be described as unfathomable. Seeing this, Tang Yuyan lowered her eyes and faintly said, That's good. After saying this, Tang Yuyan raised her head, revealing a hint of a smile from her stunningly beautiful little face, and playfully said, Yi Fan, your speed in opening a fruit firm is quite fast. It's only been a day's time, and the peach fruit firm has been dished down by you. Moreover, under your operation, the peach fruit house has a hidden momentum of resurgence. You are very powerful and good at doing business. In the future, there will be a place for you in Bonan County. Hearing this, Yifan raised his sword brows and said, Miss Tang, it's a great honor for me for you to recognize me. However, don't think that by casually saying a few nice words to me, you can cover up the fact that you owe me money. Yifan paused a little, stretched out his hand in a big prickly manner, and said, Ms. Tang, the money you owe me, when are you going to give it to me? This person of mine has a bad habit. I don't like others owing me money. Tang Yuyan frowned with her willow eyebrows and said, Yifan, the yellow golden pears that you sent into the Imperial Cuisine Hotel, there are only 156 of them. I'll count them to you at $100 apiece. I'll pay you right away. You barker. Upon hearing this, Yifan smiled grimly and said, Miss Tang, you have never been poor. You don't know how important money is to a poor person like me. In this world, money can communicate with ghosts, and it can also serve God. Seeing that Yifan started to sell her misery, the corner of Tang Yuyan's mouth twitched. Not wanting to continue talking with Yifan, she nimbly transferred $15,600 to Yifan, and then lifted her eyes to look towards the sparsely populated peach fruit row, and inquired, Yifan, the next wave of guests from the peach fruit row, when will they probably come? Yifan tilted his head in an old-fashioned manner. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he replied, when the excellent reputation of the yellow golden pear is spread by one county citizen after another, then, there will be a lot of county citizens, who will once again come to the peach fruit bank to buy the yellow golden pear. No hurry, we let the banknotes fly for a while first. It won't take long. Those county people's banknotes will all fall into my pocket. Seeing that Yifan was so good at strategizing, Tang Yuyan couldn't help but give Yifan a high look, and said softly, well, I have nothing in my hands right now, so I'm going to take a look here to see how hot the business of the peach fruit bank will be. 100 Fruit Firm, VIP room. Han Tai was sitting on top of a leather sofa, crossing his legs high, waiting for the ribbon cutting to begin. At this moment, Han Linchong bumbled his way to the VIP room and said in panic, Young Han, something big is wrong. You let Wu Xiang go to find Yifan's trouble. Wu Xiang was not only forced to do a striptease by Yifan, but also got his reputation broken by Yifan. Moreover, Yifan also knocked Wu Xiang out. Now Wu Xiang is lying in the hospital. Upon hearing this, Han Tai raised a cold face, revealing a pair of peach blossom eyes, wrinkled his straight nose, and slightly hooked the corners of his lips as he said, Han Linchong, what did you say? Wu Xiang missed. Chapter 69, Getting Rich. Seeing that Han Tai was about to be thunderously angry, Han Linchong shrunk his head and said, Yes, young Han, Wu Xiang missed the mark. Now Wu Xiang has become the laughingstock of Bonan County. Because of this, Wu Juanhao hates Yifan. Upon hearing this, Han Tai's complexion was gloomy and he gently raised his eyebrows. This guy Wu Xiang is really a waste. He even fell into the hands of this little farmer Yifan. This matter, let Wu Xiang deal with it by himself. This guy Wu Xiang is very vindictive. It won't take long. He will definitely take revenge on Yifan ruthlessly. After that, if Wu Xiang falls into Yifan's hands again, at that time, Wu Juanhao might step in. Hearing Han Tai say this, Han Linchong's complexion changed as he complimented. Young Han, you want to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Han Tai lowered his eyes. A flash of coldness flashed in his eyes, and he said venomously, Right. I want to use the Wu family's hand to play this trashy fan to death. At this point in his words, Han Tai smiled sinisterly and continued, Yifan's identity is lowly, and with his current identity, it is not worth me personally striking out, so I have to let the Wu family strike on my behalf. It had to be said. Han Tai was very arrogant. He simply looked down on Yifan, even if Yifan had skills now. But, in Han Tai's eyes, Yifan was just a peasant. He was not going to take a shot at Yifan because Yifan was not worthy. Han Linchong spoke out faintly and said softly, Well, Han Xiao, the Wu family is at least the local snake in Bonan County. As long as the Wu family goes all out, Yifan will die for sure. Han Tai smiled, hooked up his thin lips and snapped, Han Linchong, what is the relationship between Yifan and Tang Yuyan and Yu Dongyang? Did you find out clearly? Tang Yuyan and Yu Dongyang have a deep background. The Han family can't afford to offend them. If they have a deep friendship with Yifan, then I can only think of the rest of the ways to deal with Yifan. Han Linchong's eyes flashed as he replied, Han Xiao, that guy Yifan would only be a fox and a tiger. He and Yu Dongyang have no half-relationship with Tang Yuyan. This matter, I have already checked it out clearly. Han Tai let out a sigh of relief. His thin lips lifted slightly and said, That's good. Although Han Tai was a vicious young man, however, he was not a playboy. He had a good brain and knew who could be offended and who could not be offended. After the conversation, Han Tai and Han Linchong walked out of the VIP room of the 100 Fruit Bank, and in a short while, they walked to the outside of the 100 Fruit Bank to prepare for the ribbon cutting. After the ribbon cutting, the 100 Fruit Company would officially open. When Han Tai and Han Linchong appeared, that red carpet around, a news reporter, a county people immediately raised their arms high wave, began to wait for Han Tai to cut the ribbon. The Han family came to Bonan County to open the fruit line. This is the gospel of Bonan County. For no other reason, the Han family is very rich. As long as the Han family vigorously invests in Bonan County, it will definitely make the economy of Bonan County take off. Of course, no one knows yet why the Han family sent Han Tai to open a fruit bank in Bonan County. What was its motive? Two wonderful women. They were wearing red cheongsams, smiling, holding a jade tray in their veiled hands, and within that tray, there was a pair of red scissors and a red-colored ribbon. Seeing this, Han Linchong waved his hand quickly, and the two black-clothed fighters immediately picked up the red ribbon from the jade tray, and pulled the red ribbon in front of the entrance of the 100 Fruit House, allowing Han Tai to quickly cut the ribbon. Han Tai slightly smile, eyes full of excitement, casually pick up the red scissors, which want to walk to the red ribbon next to cut the ribbon. Suddenly, those county people received a message. Their pupils shrink. Excited, peach fruit line appeared in a kind of extremely magical yellow golden pear. That kind of yellow golden pear on the human body has a wonderful use. Only $50 a caddy. Finishing speaking to themselves, those county people shouted wildly and turned around to disappear from the 100 Fruit Row. The reason why they came to the 100 Fruit Row was because they wanted to purchase the fruits of the 100 Fruit Row. But, nowadays, the yellow golden pears sold in the Peach Fruit House seem to be several times more precious than the fruits of the 100 Fruit House. Moreover, it was also good value for money. Therefore, county residents who like to live their lives carefully would naturally run to the peach fruit shop to buy yellow golden pears. Seeing this, Han Tai's complexion turned cold, and with an icy face, he looked at Han Linchong and said angrily, "What's going on here?" Han Linchong was also confused. These hundreds of county people were invited by him with great difficulty. Now they even ran away in unison. This is not a disguised hit him in the face. Thinking about this, Han Linchong revealed a flash of bewilderment from his face and helplessly said, "Young Han, I don't know about this matter either." Upon hearing this, Han Tai roared angrily and commanded, "Han Linchong, you follow over to take a look and make sure to find out the truth of the matter?" Han Linchong nodded. "Okay, young Han." At this moment, Han Linchang's heart was full of grievances. After he was injured by Yifan, he had only stayed in the county hospital for 2 days. His body was not even well. Han Tai then came to Bonan County and told Han Linchong with a flat face that it was time for the 100 Fruit House to open. So, Han Linchong had to handle the discharge. Busy before and after the arrangement of the opening ceremony. Right now is hard work to set up the opening ceremony yellow, which makes Han Linchong want to die of heart. Can be expected. Once Han Linchong knew clearly, the reason why the opening ceremony of the 100 Fruit Company would fail was because Yifan also chose to open the business today. Those county people who left just now, they were attracted over by the yellow golden pear of the peach fruit firm. At that time, Han Linchong would definitely be infuriated alive. Han Tai left with an angry face. Han Tai finished cutting the ribbon, and then, walked into the 100 Fruit House and never appeared again. There is not a single customer outside of the 100 Fruits firm. All of them have run away. Just like it is cold to the extreme. Starlight Street, Peach Fruit Shop. Yifan smiled and sat on a small stool, dipping his saliva while counting the money. At Yifan's feet, a cardboard box was placed. Within that cardboard box, all the $100 bills were read. Rich, rich, tonight, I can go to the heavenly world and relax properly. Yifan said excitedly. Yifan, you want to go to the heavenly world, you big bad egg, Tang Yuyan said with slight anger. Tang Yuyan had been hanging out in Bonan County for so long, she naturally knew what the heavenly hall was. It was a place of pleasure, with many beautiful ladies inside. As long as the money is given enough, those beautiful ladies can provide various services for the men who come to the heavenly world for pleasure. Yifan smiled slightly and said, Miss Tang, I'm going to the heavenly room, just to do foot bath. Ah? What? You want to follow me? Are you going or not? If you want to go, I can treat you. I've heard that the great healthcare in the heavenly palace is good, that the taste is incomparably soulful. Tang Yuyan's beautiful eyes chilled. A hint of anger appeared on her beautiful little face, saying, get lost. Tang Yuyan was such a character. It was absolutely impossible for her to go to the heavenly palace. Chapter 70 Business is booming. Yifan smacked his lips with intent and said, Miss Tang, if you're not going, you're not going. Why are you still cursing? When the nightlife in Bonan County starts, I'll go by myself. I'm going to enjoy myself. When Yifan's voice fell, suddenly, one by one, the county people flooded inside the peach fruit firm. They were holding a large bag in their hands, obviously wanting to come to the peach fruit firm to make a big purchase. Among these county people, there was no lack of county people who had previously purchased yellow golden pears from Yifan. After they ate the yellow golden pear, the difficult illnesses in their bodies were instantly better. This showed that the yellow golden pair was really a precious pair that could be found but not sought. When the sound of heavy footsteps came, Yi Fan stopped counting the money. He looked up and saw a group of county people, holding a big bag in their hands, rushing towards the peach fruit bank with a crazy face. Yi Fan looked happy and said, "Holy, this is a group coming to buy pears. This scene, this momentum, one word, absolute." Tang Yuyan raised her head playfully. A flash of astonishment flashed out of her beautiful eyes, covering her small mouth with her veiny hand, saying, "Yi Fan, this is the second wave of county people you were talking about." Yi Fan nodded. Yes. Tang Yuyan's eyes looked at Yi Fan in amazement, saying, "Yi Fan, you are so powerful. How did you know that it won't take long for so many county people to come and buy pears?" Yi Fan smiled in his old spirit and replied, "Ms. Tang, you're silly. The yellow golden pear is a rare treasure pear. Its taste and effect, although it's not as good as the yellow golden pear that I specially supply for the Imperial Cuisine Grand Hotel before, but it is also an extremely rare thing. Moreover, the price is still so low. If it was you who encountered this situation, would you buy it or not?" Tang Yuyan's forehead slightly nodded, and without hesitation, she said, "Buy." With less inclination, one by one, the county people rushed to Yi Fan's front, looking at him with an expectant face, saying, "Yi Fan, the yellow golden pear that you cultivated, is it still $50 a caddy?" Yi Fan faintly voiced, "Aha, today is the opening day of the Peach Fruit House. As long as anyone has publicized for the Peach Fruit House for free, I will also give him an extra pound of yellow golden pear." Hearing Yi Fan say this, one by one, the county people screamed and fervently said, "Yi Fan, you are a good person. We have decided that we will vigorously purchase yellow golden pears. The yellow golden pear you cultivated. I heard it's very delicious. This time, we're going to eat it all at once." Yi Fan blinked his eyes and said aloud, "Gentlemen, don't be in a hurry. Line up and I will immediately sell yellow golden pears for you." One by one, the county people began to line up consciously, their eyes gazing at the boxes of yellow golden pears, and they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Yi Fan started to get busy, again selling yellow golden pears, again counting the money to make up for the money. He was so busy. Seeing this, Tang Yuyan smiled faintly, her red lips lifted slightly, revealing her white shell teeth, and said, "Yi Fan, you get busy first. I'll go back to the Imperial Cuisine Grand Hotel first." Upon hearing this, the corner of Yi Fan's mouth twitched as he grabbed Tang Yuyan's small hand and said, "Don't, Ms. Tang, I can't be busy alone. Can you help me?" "Don't worry, I'll thank you properly when I'm done with my busy schedule." Tang Yuyan lowered her eyebrows, revealing a touch of anticipation from her stunningly beautiful little face, saying, "Yi Fan, how do you plan to thank me?" Yi Fan blinked. "When the time comes, you will naturally know." Seeing that Yi Fan didn't make a bad move and had a very sincere attitude, Tang Yuyan immediately put down her stance and helped Yi Fan sell the yellow golden pear. When Tang Yuyan joined in, one by one, the county people immediately went crazy, for no other reason. Most of the people who came to the Peach Fruit Company to buy yellow golden pears knew Tang Yuyan. You have to know, Tang Yuyan was the #1 beauty of Bonan County. Now, Tang Yuyan personally weighed the yellow golden pear for them, which made them too excited to speak. Tang Yuyan is like a fruit shersher, that in every move, is with a faint flavor. Yi Fan counting the accounts and Tang Yuyan selling the pears, instantly constituted a bright scenery line. When one by one, the county people handed the money for the pears to Yi Fan instantly smiled from ear to ear. The yellow golden pear had finally sold in a big way, and in this way, Yi Fan had the confidence to vigorously purchase the fruits of Peach Orchard Village. After that, he would create a variety of fruit series and lead the villagers of Peach Orchard Village on the road to becoming rich. Around 10 minutes or so, Han Linchong appeared outside the peach fruit firm, coldly looking at Yi Fan, clenching his fists tightly, and whispering, "Damn it, Yi Fan, you dare to rob the 100 Fruit Firm's business." Han Linchong saw with his own eyes that those county people who left from the 100 Fruit Firm all ran to the Peach Fruit Firm to buy yellow golden pears. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was the one who started it all. Han Linchong wanted to rush into the Peach Fruit Firm and smash Yi Fan's yellow golden pear. However, when Han Linchong saw Tang Yuyan's silhouette, Han Linchong immediately stopped this kind of death-defying thought. Han Linchong dared to offend Yi Fan, but he didn't dare to offend Tang Yuyan. In the next second, Han Linchong took out his cell phone and recorded a small video of the fiery pear selling scene at the Peach Fruit Company and sent it to Han Tai's cell phone. Han Linchong had only told Han Tai that Tang Yuyan had nothing to do with Yi Fan. Tang Yuyan then appeared in the Peach Fruit Company to help Yi Fan sell yellow golden pears. This showed that Han Linchong's information was inaccurate. Thinking about this, Han Linchong turned around and left the Peach Fruit Firm, intending to tell Han Tai about this news. "Yi Fan, you wait, I won't let you go." Han Linchong muttered to himself and slowly exited the peach fruit firm before walking to the opposite side of the road and getting into a Mercedes-Benz luxury car to drive away. After Han Linchong left, Yi Fan smiled coldly and said sinisterly, "He, Han Linchong, you ran away too fast, or else, I will definitely make you suffer." Yi Fan's eyes were venomous. He just scanned and saw Han Linchong's figure in the crowd. Nowadays, Yi Fan was busy selling yellow golden pears to make money, so he didn't have time to find Han Linchong's trouble. However, Yi Fan clearly knew that with him coming to Bonan County to open a fruit firm, it wouldn't take long for him to confront Han Tai and Han Linchong. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuyan frowned and said with a heavy face, "Yi Fan, just now, Han Linchong came and then ran away again?" Yi Fan spoke out faintly and said, "Yes, Ms. Tang, Han Linchong was scared away by you. In the future, you will be my male protector. Don't worry, I will give you money and won't let you suffer." Hearing Yi Fan say this, Tang Yuyan's face darkened. A dangerous light flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she glared viciously at Yi Fan, saying, "Yi Fan, I don't care about your bit of stinking money. If you are full of nonsense again, be careful, I will break your third leg." Chapter 71, Calling You Little Tang. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's complexion changed, and immediately clamped his legs together, saying with a grudging face, "Miss Tang, you have a cruel heart. Alas, the ancients honestly do not deceive me. Only women and small people are hard to mess with. You hurry up and help me sell the yellow golden pear. I won't tease you anymore. I'm scared." Tang Yuyan let out a light hum. Her yao nose wrinkled. Poof. When the voice fell, Tang Yuyan didn't mess around with Yi Fan, and helped Yi Fan sell yellow golden pears with nimble hands and feet. Tang Yuyan sold the pears and Yi Fan collected the money. 1 hour later, the two were tired and panting, sitting on two small benches. At this time, those county people who came to the peach fruit house to buy yellow golden pears one by one finally retreated like a tide. Ta-da-da. When a drop of fragrant sweat, flowing down Tang Yuyan's neck, flowed into Tang Yuyan's back, Yi Fan was immediately dumbfounded. The beauty sweated, and the aroma filled the air. "Yi Fan, if you look at me again, be careful, I'll gouge out your dog's eyes." Tang Yuyan turned around and tightened her clothes with her hands, itching to break Yi Fan into pieces. As Yi Fan and Tang Yuyan became more and more familiar, Yi Fan's guts became fatter, and he always liked to stare at Tang Yuyan in a bad way. "Miss Tang, you're so petty. Don't look or don't look. I've seen enough anyway." Yi Fan skimmed his mouth and smiled with intent. After saying that, Yi Fan bent down and took a bunch of $100 bills out of the cardboard box and started counting the money with a wealthy face. The fragrant pears that Yi Fan had collected from the peach orchard village had quadrupled in price directly after being catalyzed by the green spirit water. Now, Yi Fan had bloodily earned more than $100,000 by just selling 1/3 of the yellow golden pears. This was obviously a great fortune for Yi Fan. Looking at the entire peach garden village, I'm afraid that there wasn't a single villager that could be as raw as Yi Fan, earning so much money in a single day. According to Yi Fan's estimation, as long as he sold all the yellow golden pears in the peach fruit house, he would be able to make a wild profit of more than $500,000. With this amount of money, Yi Fan would have the startup capital to build a villa for his family. Seeing that Yi Fan was busy counting the money and leaving himself out to dry, Tang Yuyan revealed a flash of anger from her stunningly beautiful little face and said, "Yi Fan, now that no one is coming to buy the yellow golden pears in the peach fruit firm, I'm going to leave first. In the Imperial Cuisine Hotel, there is still a pile of trivia backlog waiting for me to go back and deal with it." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan stopped counting the money, looked at Tang Yuyan blearily, and begged, "Xiao Tang, the third wave of county people who came to the peach fruit bank to buy the yellow golden pear will appear soon, and I won't be able to get busy by myself. Can you help me, please?" It had to be said. Tang Yuyan was worthy of being the founder of the Imperial Cuisine Grand Hotel. She did things in a thunderous manner and sold her goods very quickly. If Tang Yuyan did not help Yi Fan sell the pears, with Yi Fan alone, he would definitely be too busy. Seeing this, Tang Yuyan blinked her eyes and playfully said, "Yi Fan, give me a reason to help you." Yi Fan stroked his chin with his hand and faintly said, "Little Tang, if you help me sell pears, I'll treat you to a great healthcare tonight, so you can enjoy yourself. If you don't like big healthcare, I can throw myself at you." Hearing Yi Fan say this, the corner of Tang Yuyan's mouth twitched, flashing a cold aura from her beautiful eyes, saying, "Yi Fan, you're shameless. You've taken advantage of me time and time again. I'm going to tear this broken mouth of yours apart." Tang Yuyan rushed towards Yi Fan with her teeth and claws open. Suddenly Tang Yuyan's feet slipped and fell head over heels on Yi Fan's body. The two of them maintained an extremely ambiguous posture, which was thought-provoking. In the next second, the small bench that Yi Fan was sitting on collapsed, and Tang Yuyan was smashed into Yi Fan's arms. Yi Fan smacked his lips and pushed Tang Yuyan's delicate body away with his hand, saying, "Little Tang, you're getting more and more shameless." You actually threw yourself at me. Tang Yuyan nearly went crazy. She didn't do it on purpose, but Yi Fan was taking this matter and boasting about it, which made Tang Yuyan's stunningly beautiful little face as red as the evening sun. Looking beautiful. Yi Fan, shut up. Tang Yuyan coldly snorted. Tang Yuyan wanted to leave, but Yi Fan was tugging on Tang Yuyan's hand, not allowing Tang Yuyan to leave. This scene fell into the eyes of the two female packers, as well as the truck driver, and the three of them immediately turned their heads away, looked up at the sky, and counted the clouds that floated by in the sky with an embarrassed look on their faces. Tang Yuyan had actually hugged Yi Fan. This was something unprecedented. To know, in the eyes of the people of Bonan County, Tang Yuyan had always been an immortal, cool and absolutely beautiful fairy. However, behind Tang Yuyan's coolness, there was another side of her that was unknown. Yi Fan took a deep breath and said, "Little Tang, don't go." Tang Yuyan furrowed her willow eyebrows and said, "Yi Fan, don't call me Little Tang, please call me Miss Tang. I'm not familiar with you." This shameless man. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, "Miss Tang, you and I are not familiar. I am familiar with you. Our relationship is almost cooked." Yi Fan's nonsense made Tang Yuyan helpless. When Yi Fan said, he will give Tang Yuyan tomorrow, send the real yellow golden pair, Tang Yuyan's heart's anger only sharply reduced by a few points. Light smile faintly said, "Alright, seeing as you are full of sincerity, I will help you once more." Yi Fan nodded. "Ms. Tang, you are so atmospheric." As soon as these words came out, Yi Fan's thieving gaze fell on Tang Yuyan's exquisite and delicate body. Yi Fan's aggressive line of sight made Tang Yuyan viciously clench her teeth and said, "Yi Fan, do you want to die? If you keep looking around." Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, "Miss Tang, I can't call you Little Tang in the future. I'm going to call you Big Tang. Your open heart makes me feel inferior." Yi Fan's double entendre made Tang Yuyan blush. Tang Yuyan was too lazy to continue talking with Yi Fan. Her red lips lifted slightly and said, "Scram." Not long after, the peach fruit line really ushered in the third wave of county people. Many county people appeared. Is the buttocks appeared in front of Yi Fan? Compliments. Yi Fan, the yellow golden pear that you cultivated is really too delicious. We are going to buy some yellow golden pears and give them to our relatives and friends to try. Yi Fan smiled from ear to ear and said, "Gentlemen, thank you for your strong support of the peach fruit bank." Right now, the many county citizens automatically ignored that several people had died in the peach fruit farm. Previously, Wu Xiang had brought people to cause trouble, indirectly boosting Yi Fan's prestige. From that time onwards, Yi Fan had intentionally whitewashed the peach fruit farm. Seeing that the many county people did not mention the evil things that happened in the peach fruit company, they were only bent on buying the yellow golden pears. Chapter 72, Killing Opportunities. Yi Fan immediately understood. According to the development of this trend, the yellow golden pear that he cultivated would definitely catch fire all over Bonan County. In less time, many county people took big pockets and started to frantically buy yellow golden pears, making Yi Fan's heart full of excitement. "De Tang, what are you dumbfounded for? Hurry up and sell the pears," Yi Fan urged. "Yi Fan, I'll warn you once more. You don't call Big Tang, please call me Miss Tang," Tang Yuyan corrected. Yi Fan faintly voiced, "Understood." Tang Yuyan lightly hummed and began to sell yellow golden pears with nimble hands and feet. After a long time, those many county people left with bags of yellow golden pears, talking and laughing. Tang Yuyan was drenched in sweat. She took a deep breath and sat on a small bench. Seeing this, Yi Fan timidly smiled and said, "Ms. Tang, you are exhausted. Come, I will help you massage. My massage technique is excellent. It will definitely make you comfortable." Yi Fan moved his hands, wanting to help Tang Yuyan rub her feet. Tang Yuyan kicked at Yi Fan, saying, "Yi Fan, I've tolerated you for a long time. You move your hands and feet on me again. In the future, I won't work with you anymore." As the voice fell, Tang Yuyan got up, wiped away the fine sweat on her beautiful little face with her vegan hand, stepped on the lotus broken steps, swayed her delicate posture, and walked out of the peach fruit row. Seeing Tang Yuyan leaving in a huff, the two female packers, as well as the truck driver, they looked at each other and glanced at each other, said, "Yi Fan, what have you done to Ms. Tang?" Yi Fan shrunk his head and said, "I didn't do anything. Miss Tang has a small heart and can't let go. She doesn't dare to let me rub her feet. That's why she fell away." Seeing Yi Fan talking like a man, those two female packers and that van driver didn't want to talk to Yi Fan anymore. That truck driver started the truck and drove those two packers away. In the next second, Yi Fan took a deep breath and started to count the money with a smile on his face. Time passed unknowingly, and in the blink of an eye, it was 7:30 p.m. The night gradually enveloped the land, and the night breeze blew gently, adding a bit of beauty to the peach fruit row. Yifan crossed his legs and sat on a small bench, silently waiting for that fox spirit to appear. Tonight, Yifan wanted to get rid of the evil. He wanted to get rid of the vixen, so that within the peach fruit row, there would no longer be any evil things. Wu family compound. Within a luxurious suite, a doctor wearing a white coat, with 5 medical assistants standing behind him, was busy treating Wu Xiang, wanting to wake him up as soon as possible. At this moment, Wu Xiang sprayed out a stream of blood from his mouth, spraying the doctor's face. Seeing this, that doctor screamed and said, "Mr. Wu, Wu Xiao's heart blood supply is insufficient, his blood pressure is elevated, and his eyes are congested. This is the precursor of organ failure. We must send young Wu quickly into the intensive care resuscitation room of the county hospital to be rescued. In this way, he will have a chance to live." Wu Juanhao revealed a flash of anger from his face, and said sinisterly, "Ding Xiangyang, what are you doing for food? You are the Wu family's private doctor, but you can't even save the Wu family's people. What's the point of me taking so much money to support you?" Ding Xiangyang wiped away the sweat on his head with his hand and said in fear, "Mr. Wu, young Wu was seriously injured. His lung lobes were pierced, that's why. All kinds of complications appeared on him. You listen to me, quickly send him to the county hospital." After Wu Xiang was injured, Wu family members sent Wu Xiang to the private hospital opened by Ding Xiangyang. However, because the environment of Ding Xiangyang's private hospital was too poor, there were many unqualified patients. Thus, Wu Juanhao had to send people to carry Wu Xiang away from that private hospital and directly carry him back to the Wu family, so that Ding Xiangyang could bring his medical team and come to the Wu family compound to revive Wu Xiang. Wu Juanhao has been waiting for Wu Xiang to wake up, did not expect, but heard this shocking bad news. The reason why Wu Juanhao dared to yell at Ding Xiangyang was because Ding Xiangyang was the Wu family's personal doctor. Every year, the Wu family would pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in honoraria to Ding Xiangyang. After a half a second of silence, Wu Juanhao's expression turned cold and said, "Ding Xiangyang, if anything happens to my son, I want you to pay for your life." Ding Xiangyang's medical skills were good, and it was because of this that Wu Juanhao would allow Ding Xiangyang to take action to cure Wu Xiang. But, from the current situation, Ding Xiangyang simply could not save Wu Xiang. Upon hearing this, Ding Xiangyang's pupils shrunk and said, "Master Wu, as the saying goes, there's an owner of the wrongdoing, and the person who injured senior young Master Wu Xiang is that unruly person Yifan. This matter, it has nothing to do with me." Wu Juanhao roared angrily and said, "Ding Xiangyang, I will clean up Yifan sooner or later. Don't you damn fool around. Quickly take my son to the county hospital. Find the internal medicine expert of the county hospital to take action, and make sure to save my son's life." Wu Juanhao was so terrifyingly angry that he instantly stunned Ding Xiangyang. When Ding Xiangyang came back to his senses, he immediately asked 2 medical assistants to take out a stretcher and carry Wu Xiang away on a white stretcher. Then, directly into an ambulance. Seeing this, Wu Juanhao also followed out the door. A faint murderous aura surrounded his body, itching to break Yifan into pieces. "Liang Chuan, you ask Gui Long to make a trip to Peach Fruit Farm, and capture that dog Yifan back alive. I want to make Yifan kneel beside Wu Xiang's hospital bed, so that he and Wu Xiang can repent." Wu Juanhao took out his cell phone and made a call to Liang Chuan, instructing Liang Chuan in an unquestionable tone. Liang Chuan had been beaten up by Yifan and was afraid. If he were to go to the peach fruit row alone, he would definitely not dare to go to Yifan's trouble. However, if Gui Long and Liang Chuan went together, then Liang Chuan would dare to go through a few moves with Yifan. There was no other reason. Gui Long was the owner of the Four Seas martial arts school. His martial arts were very scary, and he was a great deal stronger than even Liang Chuan. Liang Chuan's expression tightened and said, "Mr. Wu, I know, don't worry, Gui Long and I will definitely capture Yifan back to the Wu family." Wu Juanhao coldly voiced out, "Liang Chuan, if you miss again this time, then, take the blame and resign. The Wu family doesn't raise losers." Liang Chuan's expression sank. Understood. Yifan was still unaware that a huge crisis was looming towards him. Gui Long was a ruthless man. As long as he was willing to make a move, Yifan would definitely die. In the next second, Liang Chuan contacted Gui Long. Gui Long promised Liang Chuan, hung up Liang Chuan's phone, and then he took the experts of the Four Seas Martial Arts School, and left from the Four Seas Martial Arts School with the wind in his sails, and directly killed towards the peach fruit row. At this moment, Liang Chuan ran out from the martial arts center he managed, driving a small car, heading towards the peach fruit company. The night was dark and starry. Yifan was in the peach fruit farm and waited for a long time. The vixen didn't show up. Yifan just wanted to squint and sleep for a while, when suddenly, an eerie cry ghostly rang out. Chapter 73, Pretending to be a God. Yifan immediately opened his black eyes and lifted them up to look towards the outside of the peach fruit row, and at this time, a black cat with a dark body, holding a mouse, swept past Yifan's face. A black cat holding a mouse. This was an ominous sign. This means that inside the peach fruit row, something weird will happen, and that fox spirit will appear soon. Thinking about this, Yifan smacked his lips and continued to lie on top of the recliner, saying to himself with an old spirit, I would like to see that fox spirit that killed 10 lives. What exactly does it look like? Tonight, I will definitely destroy it and let it know how powerful I am. After saying that, Yifan began to close his eyes and rest, with a faint smile on his face. Half an hour later, a white beast shadow flashed into the peach fruit row. Yifan detected the sound. He slightly opened his eyes and stood up from his recliner. In the next second, Liang Chuan led a group of thugs and walked towards the inside of the peach fruit firm. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a white practice suit with a pair of loafers on his feet, with a slim figure and a grim face, who was holding 2 marbles in his hands, with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth, followed Liang Chuan's back unhurriedly. This person was Gu Yilong from the Four Seas Martial Arts Center. Discovering such anomalies, Yifan leapt and immediately disappeared into the night. Since Liang Chuan and the others had once again come to pick a fight, then, Yifan would naturally give Liang Chuan and the others a lesson they would never forget. Nowadays, Liang Chuan and the others, along with that fox spirit, were both enemies of Yifan, and Yifan wanted to let them bite the dog, and when they were both defeated, Yifan would then appear strongly. In this way, Yifan would be able to end Liang Chuan and the others and that fox spirit in one go. A little while later, Liang Chuan and Gu Yilong, as well as a cadre of fighters walked into the peach fruit row, and directly did not see Yifan's figure. Liang Chuan squinted his eyes and said in surprise, Ha, where is Yifan? Gu Yilong revealed a faint smile from his grim face and said, Liang Chuan, Yifan is not in the peach fruit firm. He must have run away. Yifan injured Wu Xiang and put him in a coma. This revenge we must avenge. Gu Yilong rotated the marbles in his hand, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and then said, Liang Chuan, don't just stand there. You hurry up and bring your brothers and smash these yellow golden pears in the peach fruit firm. Yifan, this ungrateful thing, even dared to offend the Wu family. He's doing it to his death. Liang Chuan took a deep breath and waved his hand. Brothers, smash. Give me a hard smash. Hundreds of thugs looked aghast, tightened the wooden sticks in their hands, and immediately rushed into the peach fruit firm, wanting to smash those fruit boxes. Suddenly, a ghostly cold and piercing shriek came from the peach fruit firm, causing one to shudder. Brush, brush, brush. The cloth suspended on the beams of the peach fruit house began to dance at great speed, and under the illumination of the pale moonlight, it looked quite frightening. The wind was whistling and the trees were whirling. When a scenic tree planted next to the peach fruit row, under the blowing of the gloomy wind, it made a rustling sound. The hundreds of thugs shrunk their heads, showing a touch of fear from their faces, and whispered, Brother Gu, Brother Liang, several people have died in the peach fruit firm, and it's now the time when the moon is dark and the wind is high. Is the peach fruit firm haunted? Liang Chuan wiped away the cold sweat on his head with his hand and said with slight anger, Scratch that, don't talk nonsense. The unlucky ones who died in the peach fruit firm, when they were alive, we were not afraid of them. Now that they're all dead, all their corpses and bones are gone, we should be even less afraid of them. Don't be paranoid, there are no ghosts in this world. The voice fell. Liang Chuan wanted to lead hundreds of thugs to smash the peach fruit firm. Suddenly, the incandescent light inside the peach fruit firm suddenly brightened and dimmed, followed by a black figure suddenly vertical out, directly landed on Liang Chuan's head, frightening Liang Chuan to the point that he screamed, and sat on the ground with one buttock. The fear of the unknown is the most terrifying. Although Liang Chuan was a martial artist, but it didn't mean he was an omnipotent person. He would also be afraid. Ghosts, Liang Chuan said in fear, his legs secretly trembling and his face was white. Seeing this, Gu Yilong snorted coldly and said, Liang Chuan, you coward, this is not a ghost, this is a black cat. Gu Yilong leaped forward, and managed to pop the marbles in his hand, letting them fall on the black cat's body, directly smashing the black cat to death, and letting the black cat's plump body fall from Liang Chuan's head. The black cat was killed. Liang Chuan long breath of relief. He turned his head to look. The hundreds of beaters looked straight at him. All of them were holding back the red face. Want to laugh but do not dare to laugh. Liang Chuan smiled awkwardly and said, Brothers, sorry to make you laugh. And at this moment, Yifan went around to the back of the peach fruit row and stood on top of a high eaves, looking at Liang Chuan's and Gu Yilong's and the others' every move with his eyes through a gap. Yifan was waiting for that vixen to show up. Liang Chuan, you wimp, you're too embarrassing. Gu Yilong cursed Liang Chuan, then snatched an iron rod from the hands of one of the thugs. Then, with a flash of his figure, he appeared at the innermost part of the peach fruit row, wanting to smash the statue of the god of fortune that was placed on one of the walls. Just now, The reason why that black cat appeared was because of a weird cry that came out from that god of fortune statue, which lured the black cat out. There was a thud. With the heavy fall of the iron rod, the god of fortune statue ruptured in response, causing the wall behind the god of fortune statue to reveal a large hole 1 meter high. A furry, bloody face suddenly emerged, gazing coldly at Gui Long, startling him. There was a bang. Gui Long's pupils shrank, wanting to see whether the owner of this bloody face was a human or a ghost. Abruptly, a red sleeve shot out and struck Gui Long's body heavily, causing Gui Long to stagger back a few steps. The hundreds of fighters' faces changed drastically, and they panicked. Run! Run quickly! In the hazy black night, a bloody face appeared in shock, instantly scaring the hundreds of fighters out of their wits. Hundreds of fighters rolled and crawled to run out of the peach fruit row, and hated that their parents had 2 less legs. It was the first time they had seen such a horrible scene. Liang Chuan longitudinally arrived in front of Gui Long, holding Gui Long's body, and fearfully said, "Brother Gu, that thing that emerged from behind the god of fortune statue, what is it that it could injure you?" Upon hearing this, Gui Long's complexion sank as he shivered. "If you ask me, who do I ask? Old Liang, go up and take a look." Gui Long kicked Liang Chuan's buttocks, causing Liang Chuan to fly towards where the god of fortune statue was located. At this time, a snow-white claw slapped out from behind the god of fortune statue, on top of the broken open wall, sending Liang Chuan flying. Grass, a fox in the district, also dare to hide in the peach fruit row and pretend to be a god. I'll take you in now. Chapter 74, Removing Evil. Gui Long fixed his eyes and finally saw the figure in the wall. It was a 1 meter tall fox. This fox was snow white all over, with blood-red eyes and a ghostly black nose. It was dressed in a red coat, with a pair of pocket shoes on its feet. Its whole body was dressed as a human. "You destroyed my retreat. I'm going to kill you." The fox spirit opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Gui Long stomped his feet on the ground and transported his internal energy above his hands, flicking 2 marbles out and smashing them towards the fox spirit's head. The fox spirit revealed a hint of a humanized smile and taunted, "Sculptor's skill, unbearable." As soon as these words came out, the fox spirit waved its sleeve and immediately rolled up the 2 marbles, causing the 2 marbles to bounce out and strike towards Gui Long. Dang dang dang. When the 2 marbles landed on Gui Long's body, 2 bloody holes appeared. Gui Long's complexion changed, and he said in fear, You're not an ordinary fox spirit. You're a fox immortal. When a fox fairy enters, chickens and dogs are restless." That fox spirit rolled its eyes and cruelly said, "No, you guessed wrong. I haven't turned into a fox immortal yet. I'm still a fox spirit now. You made me have nowhere to stay, and made my path to transforming into a fox a lost cause. You give me death to come." Seeing this, Yi Fan jumped down, falling from the eaves of the house as if he was a dragonfly. Then, transforming his body into a residual shadow, he appeared behind that fox spirit unnoticeably, revolving the chaotic evergreen skill, letting his hands glow darkly, and slapping heavily towards that fox spirit. There was a bang. That fox spirit's body was hit by a huge force. Its throat was sweet and a stream of blood emerged from its mouth. Yi Fan rode on his victory and slapped that fox spirit's head, directly causing the fox spirit's head to burst open and die on the spot. "You little peasant. You wait, I won't let you go." As the fox spirit died, a ray of red light emerged from its head, as if it was a stunning flash, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared in front of Yi Fan's eyes. At this moment, Gui Long bowed repeatedly and said with a grateful face, "Young warrior, thank you for saving my life." Gui Long hadn't met Yi Fan before, and he didn't know that the young man standing in front of him was the one who had hospitalized Wu Xiang. Liang Chuan rubbed his buttocks with his hands. Trembling, he got up from the ground and said, "Gui Long, what are you grateful to Yi Fan for? He is our enemy." Hearing Liang Chuan say this, Gui Long's expression was split. He immediately blackened his face and messily said, "Yi Fan, how dare you play with me? I'll kill you." Gui Long longitudinally arrived in front of Yi Fan and hit Yi Fan hard with his shoulder, wanting to knock Yi Fan away. Yi Fan saw the right moment and threw a hook punch, directly hitting Gui Long's chin, causing Gui Long to grunt out in pain. Gui Long rotated his body and stomped towards Yi Fan's stomach with both feet, but was dodged by Yi Fan with extreme dexterity. It had to be said, Gui Long's martial arts attainment is really stronger than Liang Chuan. Just now, if Liang Chuan had been hit by Yi Fan, he wouldn't have been able to use the momentum to counterattack Yi Fan, and in the blink of an eye, he would have been smashed away by Yi Fan. In the next second, Gui Long endured the pain like shattered bones and made a sticky mountain leaning, attacking towards Yi Fan once again, causing Yi Fan's face to change slightly. This Gui Long fellow was somewhat difficult to deal with, causing Yi Fan's battle spirit to boil. Sticky mountain leaning was Gui Long's famous skill, and it was rumored that Gui Long had once used sticky mountain leaning to kill a cow with his shoulder. Yi Fan moved with a fluttering motion, His body rose high and his feet heavily stepped on Gui Long's shoulders, causing Gui Long's knees to bend and he immediately fell to the ground, shattering the floor in the peach fruit row on his knees. Gui Long, you can't beat me, so you kneel down to me and beg for forgiveness. You're too much of a wimp. Yi Fan played with the flavor. Yi Fan flew down from Gui Long's shoulder and grabbed Gui Long's shoulder blade with his hand, wanting to shatter Gui Long's shoulder. Liang Chuan rushed towards Yi Fan with a frantic look on his face, wanting to sneak attack Yi Fan. When Yi Fan was distracted, Gui Long kicked at Yi Fan, wanting to crack Yi Fan's chest. Yi Fan blocked it with his hand, and in the process, pulled Gui Long's collar, and ruthlessly did an over-the-shoulder slam, dropping Gui Long on the ground, causing Gui Long to spit out a large mouthful of blood. In the next second, Yi Fan did a roundhouse kick to Liang Chuan's face, directly sending Liang Chuan's teeth flying, causing Liang Chuan's body to graze along the ground, leaving deep and shallow blood marks on the ground. Liang Chuan and Gui Long came to Yi Fan's trouble in a furious manner, but they were beaten by Yi Fan all over the place. It had to be said, this was really a great irony. Someone, save us. When Yi Fan walked towards Gui Long and Liang Chuan step by step, the two of them called out with a face of fear. Yi Fan was too capable of fighting, making the two of them's hearts and guts crack. Gui Long, Liang Chuan, have you thought about how you want to die? Yi Fan coldly voiced out, slowly walking to Gui Long and Liang Chuan's front, and smiled rather coldly. Gui Long and Liang Chuan suddenly stormed out, saying, "Scram! Yi Fan, you are just a small peasant. What qualifications do you have to decide whether we live or die?" Yi Fan thumped out 9 punches, directly abolishing Gui Long's and Liang Chuan's arms and legs, and then, even more so, he used his internal energy to shatter their meridians, making the two of them let out pig-killing grunts. Not long after, the hundreds of fighters carrying iron bars rushed into the peach fruit farm in a swarm, protecting Gui Long and Liang Chuan behind them, saying, "Brother Gu, Brother Liang, you guys go first, we'll break the back for you." Gui Long and Liang Chuan screamed and cursed angrily. "Grass, are you guys blind? We have been disabled by Yi Fan and have lost our mobility. We can't even stand up now. Where do you guys want us to go?" Those hundreds of fighters lowered their heads, their faces filled with shame and fear. "Brother Gu, Brother Liang, since you guys can't leave, then, we'll go with you." These extremely brainless words from these hundreds of beaters nearly made Gui Long and Liang Chuan dizzy. After half a second of silence, Gui Long revealed a flash of anger from his face and said maniacally, 50 people to break the back, and 50 people to escort Liang Chuan and I out. Quick, quick, quick." Upon hearing this, Liang Chuan's eyes chilled as he urged, "Scratch that. What are you guys dumbfounded for? Hurry up and make a move to kill Yi Fan, this dead puffer, and fight for a chance for Gu and I to escape." Yi Fan was too ruthless, scrapping Liang Chuan and Gui Long at the drop of a hat. The two were afraid that if they continued to stay in the peach fruit farm, they would die at Yi Fan's hands. Right now, they only wanted to leave the peach fruit farm quickly, not wanting to stay in the peach fruit farm for a second. Yi Fan smiled coldly and said in a chilling voice, "Escape? Can you escape?" Seeing this, Liang Chuan and Gui Long's complexion changed. Their eyes were filled with panic, pointing their trembling fingers at Yi Fan, threateningly saying, "Yi Fan, don't come over, we are from the Wu family. If you kill us, the Wu family will not let you go." Chapter 75, Spirit Spring. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes chilled, revealing a touch of anger from his handsome face as he said coldly and proudly, "Gui Long, Liang Chuan, I have never offended the Wu family, yet the Wu family has been targeting me over and over again. I'm a person who doesn't like to cause trouble, but, never afraid of it. You guys just watch, I will make a mess of the Wu family." After saying that, Yi Fan wanted to strike at Gui Long and Liang Chuan. The hundreds of fighters hesitated for a moment, and immediately raised the iron bars in their hands and rushed towards Yi Fan in a swarm. Yi Fan opened the way with his 2 fists, and with a single blast of his fist, one of the fighters was smashed away by him, a raw and fierce mess. After a short while, Yi Fan swept to Liang Chuan and Gui Long's side, and struck as fast as lightning, grabbing their collars with his hands and picking them up. The remaining fighters rushed towards Yi Fan with ferocity. Yi Fan smiled evilly and directly used Liang Chuan and Gui Long as meat shields, spinning the 2 men's bodies. Bang bang bang, an iron rod landed on Liang Chuan and Gui Long's bodies, instantly smashing them to the skin, causing their faces to be covered in blood. Seeing this scene, Liang Chuan and Gui Long didn't take a breath and directly fainted from anger. They had brought their Wu family fighters to find Yi Fan's trouble. They never dreamed that the Wu family fighters would strike at them and beat them beyond recognition. The remaining Wu family beaters shrunk their heads and looked at Yi Fan with a panicked face. Yi Fan's ruthlessness beyond their imagination. Scram! Seeing the remaining Wu family fighters start to retreat, Yi Fan threw Liang Chuan and Gui Long's bodies out, letting them hit the ground hard and roared, The remaining Wu family fighters immediately carried Liang Chuan and Gu Yilong and disappeared without a trace in a puff of smoke. It is better to mess with the king of Hades than to mess with the Yi family man. That was Yi Fan. Yi Fan, this guy, is a tough guy. If anyone messes with him, he will definitely return 100 times 1,000 times. Right now, Liang Chuan and Gu Yilong had been wasted by Yi Fan. Even if they woke up, they would still become two invalids. Sometimes, taking revenge on someone didn't necessarily mean killing them. The best way was to make him fall from heaven to hell. Liang Chuan and Gu Yilong had become invalids, and after that, they would definitely be hunted down by their enemies on the road. That taste, Yi Fan's scalp tingled just casually thinking about it. Not long after, all of the Wu family's fighters were withdrawn from the peach fruit farm, and Yi Fan walked into the peach fruit farm, and as soon as he looked up, he saw the corpse of that vixen, which was darkly emitting a red light. Yi Fan lowered his eyes and said to himself with a puzzled look, could it be that this vixen didn't die through? With these words, Yi Fan made a dashing turn and walked quickly to the side of that vixen. He looked down and saw a flowing red inner elixir within the corpse of that vixen. That red inner elixir was about to disappear. That's why the vixen's corpse was emitting a red light. Yi Fan squatted down and tried to pick the red inner elixir out of the fox spirit's corpse. The jade pure vase that was attached to Yi Fan's body suddenly appeared, and with a gentle suck, the red inner elixir was drilled into the jade pure vase. Seeing this, the corner of Yi Fan's mouth twitched, and only when he wanted to speak, the red inner Dan was actually dissolved cleanly by the jade pure bottle. When Yi Fan realized this abnormality, Yi Fan was suddenly confused in the wind. What is this situation? The jade pure bottle actually swallowed the inner Dan? Yi Fan raised his eyebrows and wanted to see if the jade pure bottle had changed, so Yi Fan moved his mind and immediately looked at the jade pure bottle. At a glance, Yi Fan was immediately startled, for no other reason. After absorbing that inner Dan, the jade pure bottle had actually produced 3 drops of green-colored spirit liquid. Yi Fan's heart was shocked and a bold prediction was born. In the future, as long as he kept on subduing demons and hunting the inner Dan of demons, the green-colored spirit liquid in the jade pure bottle would become more and more. In this way, his path to wealth would become broader and broader. Right now, Yi Fan didn't lack anything but the cyan-colored spirit liquid. It had to be said, these 3 drops of cyan spiritual liquid were really timely rain. Yi Fan pondered for a long time. When he thought about it, he was a businessman during the day, needing to do business to become rich, and at night, he would dress in black and become a warrior who subdued demons and vanquished devils, guarding a side of peace. This kind of life, Yi Fan used to be very much longed for. He had never dreamed that he would be able to live the life he had dreamed of. Exciting. It was really too exciting. Yi Fan smiled prettily, picked up the corpse of that fox spirit, walked out of the peach fruit house, walked to a small forest outside the peach fruit house, and threw the corpse of that fox spirit inside the small forest. Yi Fan didn't find the fox spirit's soul in that fox spirit's corpse. This meant that the fox spirit's soul should have escaped. This was a hidden danger that Yi Fan had to guard against. He had to find out the fox spirit's soul as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would definitely be haunted by all sorts of evil things in the future. There was a cloud in feng shui metaphysics that the fox spirit's soul was the strongest thing it had. A little while later, Yi Fan returned to the peach fruit company and walked towards the back of the cracked wall. He stretched his head and saw a spiritual spring under the wall. The amount of water coming out of this spiritual spring was very small. It emerged from the ground and had just been eaten by that fox spirit. At this time, Yi Fan finally realized with hindsight why that fox spirit was hiding in the peach fruit house. There was no other reason. There was a spiritual spring in the peach fruit company, and this spiritual spring could help the fox spirit to transform. According to Yi Fan's estimation, this spiritual spring should gush once every 3 days, and there were about 10 drops at a time. That fox spirit is really my lucky star. I have this spiritual spring. In the future, I will be able to drink the spiritual spring to cultivate the chaotic evergreen skill. Yi Fan said happily. Something like a spiritual spring was a treasure that could be encountered but not sought. Yi Fan's decision to dish out the peach fruit row was really an incomparably wise decision. He had earned a lot. After a half a second of silence, Yi Fan took a deep breath. He set up a blindfold on top of this spiritual spring, making it difficult for ordinary people to spy out that there was a spiritual spring hidden within the peach fruit farm. After doing all this, Yi Fan found a few wooden boards and used nails to fix the boards, enclosing a fan shape. Then, in the center of the boards, he broke open a wooden hole just enough to accommodate Yi Fan's body, perfectly covering the spiritual spring. In the next second, Yi Fan smacked his lips and smiled with an expectant face, muttering, "Ha ha, 3 days later, I'll be able to drink the spirit spring." Yi Fan left with great interest and began to pack up the peach fruit farm. Then carrying a heavy bag of cash, he walked to the entrance of the peach fruit farm, locked the big iron door of the peach fruit farm, and left slowly. Yi Fan had been busy all day and he wanted to have a good relaxation. Chapter 76, Heaven and Earth. After leaving the peach fruit bank, Yifan casually hit a tricycle, letting the tricycle driver pull Yifan to go to the bank to deposit money first. 10 minutes later, Yifan appeared next to the self-service deposit and withdrawal machine and spent 5 minutes depositing $130,000 in cash into the self-service deposit and withdrawal machine. Next, he bumbled his way to the side of the tricycle, cleared his throat, and said, "Master, pull me to the heavenly palace." The tricycle driver gave Yifan a rather strange look and said, "Handsome guy, what do you want to go to the heavenly world for?" Yifan smiled faintly and said, "Massage, foot bath, great healthcare." The corner of the tricycle driver's mouth twitched. Yifan looked quite handsome, but he was not learning. He even liked to seek flowers. However, Yifan's character was quite right for the tricycle driver's temper. The tricycle driver let out a long sigh and said, "Handsome man, I can take you to the heavenly world to find a girl. Can you take me to enjoy myself? I'm over 40 years old. I haven't tasted a woman yet." Yifan's face darkened and said, "Get lost. Lousy went to the heavenly world to do a proper job. The so-called massage and foot bath great healthcare is just a front. I'm a decent person, would never go to fool around." Seeing that Yifan spoke with vigor, the tricycle driver rolled his eyes and said, "Okay, you are a decent person. So decent that you are crooked." Yifan and the tricycle driver were both men. How could the tricycle driver not know Yifan's little bit of flowery thoughts? In fact, Yifan insisted on going to the heavenly world. He just wanted to experience the joy of being a man. Yifan had a premonition that his impotence was about to heal. Of course, there was another most important reason for Yifan to go to the heavenly world to experience life. Yifan wanted to go and see if the spirit of that vixen had sneaked into the heavenly world. That vixen had a bit of Taoist skill. As long as she was willing, she could borrow a body and return to her soul. Looking at the entire Bonan County, the most suitable place for that vixen to borrow a body and return to the soul is only the heavenly world. Because, inside the heavenly world, there is not only Yin Qi, but also Yang Qi. That is the place where men and women love each other. It is the most suitable place to return the body to the soul. Half an hour later, the tricycle driver sent Yifan to the entrance of the heavenly world. Yifan paid him $30 for the taxi, and then swaggered into the heavenly world. The tricycle driver gave Yifan a body look, very envious of Yifan. It's good to have money. As long as you have money, you will have the confidence to enter a high-class place like the heavenly palace and spend money. Thinking about this, the tricycle driver looked at his wallet and realized that he only had more than $100, so he had to ride his tricycle and quickly leave, directly not daring to stay in front of the heavenly palace. This kind of place was not something he could come to. Within the heavenly room was full of ancient style. A screen was placed at the corner, and behind the screen, there was a woman in green clothes, holding a pipa and playing softly, which made people's minds sway. Yifan walked into the heavenly room and looked up at the heavenly room set, and an excitement immediately surged in his heart. Seeing the appearance of Yifan's figure, a beauty with a slightly powdered, delicate and flawless face, big eyes as vivid as water, wearing a super short skirt, and a pair of black stockings on top of those round and straight legs, curled up and walked to Yifan's face, and said with a light smile, "Handsome, are you here to consume in the heavenly room?" Hearing this, Yifan nodded his head, "Yes." At this point in the conversation, Yifan hesitated for a moment and pulled out $500 from his pants bag, extremely atmospheric, handing the money to the short-skirted beauty, and then said, "I'm new here, my first time at the heavenly palace, and I want the top-notch service. By the way, is there a flower girl in the heavenly world? I want to find a flower girl to serve me." The short-skirted beauty Su-Yen blinked her eyes and softly said, "Handsome man, the flower girl of the heavenly world, but she sells her art but not her body. If you want to see the flower leader, I can help you make an appointment. Are you sure you want to make a date?" Saying that, Su-Yen smoothly took away the $500 tip that Yifan rewarded, then looked at Yifan with an expectant face. Yifan smiled boldly and said, "About." Su-Yen's forehead slightly nodded and said, "Okay." As the voice fell, Su-Yen twisted her slender waist and swayed her delicate body, leading Yifan up the stairs. Yifan observed Su-Yen for a moment, and secretly felt that Su-Yen was not the attendant of heavenly palace. Between Su-Yen's hands and feet, there was a faint noble air, which indicated that Su-Yen must have come from a wealthy family. In fact, Yifan did not guess wrongly. Su-Yen's identity origin was not simple. Moreover, Su-Yen was the boss behind the heavenly palace, and was known in the Jianghu as Sister Su. However, Su-Yen, like Yifan, was a full-blown money fanatic. Her favorite thing was to make money. Not to mention that Yifan gave Su-Yen a tip of $500. Even if Yifan gave 50, Su-Yen would take it. However, if Yifan really gave Su-Yen a $50 tip, then Su-Yen would definitely not take Yifan upstairs to find the flower girl. Yifan was all thieving and looked like a small peasant. However, Yi Fan was calm and relaxed, and his body revealed a spiritual aura if anything. This showed that Yi Fan should not be an ordinary person. That was why Su Yan led the way for Yi Fan. A little while later, Yi Fan and Su Yan went up to the third floor. In the third floor, there was a huge dance floor. Within the dance floor, there was a woman with a great body, who was singing and dancing. Next to the dance floor, there were more than 10 round sofas, and those round sofas were full of gentlemen. At this moment, Su Yan revealed a sweet smile from her delicate little face, and pointed her finger at the dancing woman, saying, "Handsome, that's the #1 flower leader of the heavenly palace, Little Phoenix Fairy." However, Little Phoenix Fairy only dances and sings. She never takes customers. Tonight, whether Little Phoenix Fairy can accompany you or not depends on your ability. At this point in the conversation, Su Yan paused and playfully turned her body, immediately leaving from Yi Fan's side and going down to the third floor. Seeing this, the corner of Yi Fan's mouth twitched. This is finished. He gave Su Yan $500. Su Yan gave him a lead to Little Fengxian. Su Yan didn't greet Xiao Fengxian, and she didn't talk to Xiao Fengxian about Yi Fan's existence. What the hell is this called? Ma da. If Su Yan did this, it was clearly a money pit. Thinking about this, Yi Fan wanted to go and find Su Yan to argue. However, Su Yan had already gone downstairs. Yi Fan is not a cute little girl. He could see at a glance that those gentlemen were all coming for Little Fengxian. If Yi Fan let Little Fengxian accompany him, he would definitely offend those public men. In the next second, Yi Fan smiled helplessly. He took a deep breath, suppressed the messy feelings in his heart, and walked step by step to a round sofa, and silently watched Little Fengxian dance. Little Fengxian's body was so good that Yi Fan was directly dumbfounded. When Yi Fan just stood firmly, a male gentleman raised his head and while gulping clouds, he looked at Yi Fan and ordered, "Hey, that garbage picker, come over here for a second. You go downstairs and buy a pack of cigarettes for me." Yi Fan was dressed like a thief, and it looked like he crawled out of the garbage. So that's why this eunuch said this about Yi Fan. Su Yan could tell that Yi Fan was not simple, but it did not mean that this cockney could tell. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's complexion turned cold and said with slight anger, "Grass, who are you calling a garbage collector?" Chapter 77, How about I go up and jump a? The eunuch let out a grim smile and mocked, "Of course it's about you. You're dressed in rags, and you dare to run to the third floor of the heavenly world to have fun. Do you deserve it?" Saying that, the eunuch pulled out a $100 bill from his wallet and instructed, "Go, buy me a pack of big heavy 9, or I'll get you killed." There was a snap. When the eunuch's voice fell, Yi Fan slapped out, directly sending the eunuch flying, and coldly grunted, "What kind of a thing are you? How dare you tell me what to do? You are committing suicide." The eunuch screamed, trembling as he rose from the ground, disliking angrily, "You garbage picker, do you know who I am? I'm the Kai family's youngest master, Kai Shukuan. My mom's name is Kai Ruashi. She's a handful of characters in Bonan County. You dare to slap me? You're dead." Yi Fan's complexion was cold. He quickly walked to Kai Shukuan's side, kicked Kai Shukuan off and indifferently said, "Melon dry. Kai Shukuan, Lousy is not a garbage collector. My name is Yi Fan. I came to the heavenly world to seek pleasure." Kai Shukuan, this dog, dared to insult Yi Fan, which made Yi Fan unbearable. At this moment, Kai Shukuan rolled and crawled to get up from the ground, covered his stomach with his hand and threatened, "Yi Fan, you wait for me, I won't let you go." In Bonan County, ordinary people simply did not dare to offend Kai Shukuan. Gradually, it fueled this flighty and domineering character of Kai Shukuan. Kai Shukuan never dreamed that tonight he kicked the iron plate of Yi Fan. He hated Yi Fan. He must dismantle Yi Fan. After saying that, Kai Shukuan panicked and left. He wanted to go to the Kai family to move help and get Yi Fan this dead. He hadn't been beaten so violently by anyone since he was so old. After Kai Shukuan left, Yi Fan patted the dust on his body, sat his butt on the round sofa and smiled. "Gentlemen, sorry for disturbing your pleasure. Little Fengxian danced this dance. It's almost interesting. Why don't we all shout together and let Little Fengxian give us a hot dance?" Yi Fan observed Little Phoenix Fairy with his penetrating medical eye and realized that Little Phoenix Fairy was very weird. Therefore, Yi Fan wanted to test Little Phoenix Fairy's bottom line. Hearing Yi Fan say this, these gentry blushed and wailed, "Little Phoenix Fairy, Yi Fan asked you to give us a hot dance. You have such a good body, so give us one instead. Don't worry, as long as you dance well, we'll heavily reward you. We're not short of money." Yi Fan, in order to attract Little Fengxian's attention, he showed a hint of bad smile from his handsome face and concurred, "Dance one, dance one." Xiao Fengxian's beautiful eyes chilled, coldly glanced at Yi Fan, stopped singing and dancing vigorously, and slowly walked out of the dance floor. Between the flickering lights, the eyes of a male gentleman that wanted to eat people fell on Yi Fan's body. These gentlemen had listened to Yi Fan's bull ***** and angered little Fengxian. Little Fengxian was a person of great artistic virtues. She never quit in the middle of a performance. But, once Yi Fan, the god of bad luck, came, he broke the record that little Phoenix Fairy had kept. Seeing this, Yi Fan smiled awkwardly and said helplessly, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't expect little Phoenix Fairy to have such a small temperament. Why don't I go up and give you guys a dance? One by one, the dukes glared angrily, their faces filled with anger as they shouted, get lost. Yi Fan was a big man. If he went up to dance on the dance floor, wouldn't that be a hot eye? Yi Fan raised his sword eyebrow and said indifferently, you guys told me to roll? With these words, a powerful killing intent was revealed on Yi Fan's body, scaring one of the male gentlemen to the point that his face changed and he shivered. Yi Xiao, we said the wrong thing, we are the ones who should roll. Yi Fan was too ruthless. He was a lawless lord. Even Kai Shukuan dared to beat him. This showed that Yi Fan was not afraid of the Kai family at all. Therefore, these dukes didn't dare to mess with Yi Fan. They were afraid of drawing fire. In fact, Yi Fan knew nothing about the Kai family. The Kai family and the Wu family were two of the 5 great families in Bonan County. People in general simply couldn't afford to mess with them. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan smiled arrogantly and grunted coldly, get lost. One by one, the dukes scurried away with their heads in their hands, and they had made up their minds to investigate Yi Fan's background. As long as Yi Fan didn't have a background, they would definitely take revenge on Yi Fan and let him know how powerful they were. Yi Fan was too arrogant. Tonight, if Yi Fan hadn't messed up, they might have been able to get little Fengxian's favor and spend the night with her. A little while later, as each of the gentry disappeared without a trace, Yi Fan smacked his lips, revealing a smirk of conspiratorial triumph from his handsome face as he muttered to himself, I should have aroused little Phoenix Fairy's curiosity by being so high profile. If I'm not wrong, in a moment, little Phoenix Fairy will send someone to invite me over. Yi Fan was not as rich as these gentry, and he was not as powerful as these gentry. He had to find another way. Sure enough, Yi Fan guessed right. Yi Fan sat quietly on the round sofa for 3 minutes, a sexy little beauty in a bikini. She stepped on the lotus broken steps, also step by step, walked to the front of Yi Fan, hooked up the watery beautiful eyes, thin lips slightly lifted and said, Yi Xiao, Sister Feng asked me to come over, please go over to have a talk. Yi Fan nodded, good. After saying that, Yi Fan bumblingly followed that sexy little beauty away, and walked right through that huge dance floor, and walked out from a deep corridor to a cozy room. Little Fengxian's smooth and white back was facing Yi Fan, causing Yi Fan to look dumbfounded at once. From afar, little Fengxian's body presented an S shape, just as if she was sexy to the extreme. Seeing Yi Fan staring at Xiao Fengxian, that sexy little beauty blessed her body towards Xiao Fengxian and exited Xiao Fengxian's boudoir with a well-behaved face, closing the door of the room in the process. Inside the room, on top of a purple square table, there was a bronze incense burner. The aroma from the burner curled up, adding a few poetic touches to the room for no reason. Yi Fan, you deliberately drew my attention. What do you want? After half a second of silence, a voice like an orchid in an empty valley was emitted from little Phoenix Fairy's mouth, causing Yi Fan's breath to tremble. Yi Fan smiled. Little Phoenix Fairy, I came to find you. Of course I want you to accompany me. Name your price. How much do I need to pay before you will accompany me? When the words came to this point, Yi Fan paused and then said, by the way, I have heard that Heavenly Palace has a full set of massage and pedicure services. Besides wanting you to accompany me, I also want to enjoy once your massage and pedicure services. Can I? Little Fengxian coldly voiced out. No, I sell my art but not my body. Xiao Fengxian slowly stood up, her petite body scraping out a faint fragrant wind. She was wearing a slit red dress, revealing a pair of white legs and a small savage waist, even with her back to Yi Fan, but it still mesmerized Yi Fan. It had to be said, little Phoenix Fairy was an absolute beauty. She was too sexy. Chapter 78, Calculating Nothing. In the next second, little Phoenix Fairy gently turned around and lifted that pointed chin. Yi Fan was instantly dumbfounded. Little Fengxian was too beautiful. She had a melon face, a pair of peach blossom eyes that were narrow and charming, a small nose, a small mouth that was red, and skin that was like snow. Seeing this, Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, Little Phoenix Fairy, you are so beautiful. I want to kiss you. Yi Fan wiped his eyes with his hands and immediately opened his penetrating medical eyes. Then, he bullied his way in towards little Phoenix Fairy. When little Phoenix Fairy turned around, Yi Fan suddenly realized that although little Phoenix Fairy was a beautiful woman, however, her demeanor and expression was a bit wooden. This indicated that little Phoenix might have been possessed by an evil object. Thinking about this, Yi Fan's first thought was the spirit of that vixen. If that vixen really possessed little Fengxian, then little Fengxian would definitely die. Little Phoenix Fairy's peach blossom eyes flashed with a touch of resentment as she coldly looked at Yifan for a moment and said, "Since Young Yi wants to kiss me, then, I will let Young Yi kiss me once. Afterwards, Young Yi will just pay me $10,000 for the kiss." Yifan, the playwright, pretended to say, "Good, ha ha, I can't wait, I'm coming." Between words, Yifan wrapped his arms around Xiao Fengxian's thin waist and kissed Xiao Fengxian's red lips. The four lips were opposite each other, and warmth roamed. Yifan bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of tongue blood from his mouth, ferrying the tongue blood in Little Phoenix Fairy's mouth. At this time, Little Phoenix Fairy's rosy little mouth immediately emitted a burst of red smoke. Yifan sneered and said, "Humph, you demon, you even got into Little Phoenix Fairy's body. Tonight, I will take the place of heaven and let your soul fly away." Upon hearing this, Little Phoenix Fairy let out a delicate cry, and a fox face vaguely appeared on her small face. "Yifan, you destroyed my physical body, and you still refuse to let me go. I must kill you." Yifan was not wrong. That fox spirit soul, after escaping from the peach fruit row, ran into the heavenly world to possess Little Phoenix Fairy's body, wanting to borrow a body to return to her soul. If it wasn't for Yifan coming to the heavenly world to seek pleasure, all those gentlemen who watched Little Phoenix Fairy's dance would have surely died at Little Phoenix Fairy's hands. Yifan's black eyes flashed as he said, "Humph, you vixen, it's a felony to mutilate innocent girls. You're dead." As the voice fell, Yifan's mind moved, causing the jade pure bottle to appear in his hand. Then, he wrapped a trace of aura around the body of the jade pure bottle. The jade pure bottle immediately filled with a bright green light, wanting to suck the soul of that vixen into the bottle. Suddenly, Yifan's brain was dazzled and he staggered back several steps before he was able to stabilize himself. The jade pure bottle did not have the support of Yifan's thoughts, and it disappeared into a green light, once again possessing Yifan's body. "Fox spirit, what did you put in the bronze incense burner?" Yifan panicked. "Vertigo scatter." Little Phoenix Fairy smiled wryly, revealing her sharp teeth, and left a far enough distance from Yifan. If it wasn't for the fact that Yifan had been hit by the soul vertigo scatter, making it impossible for him to continue transporting his thoughts, I'm afraid that the fox spirit that possessed Little Phoenix Fairy's body would have already been sucked into the bottle by the jade pure vase and completely died. Seeing Yifan's body staggering, vaguely having the momentum of fainting, Little Phoenix Fairy hooked her eyebrows and said, "Yifan, the reason why I let you enter my boudoir is to pit you to death. No one can solve the spirit ecstasy. It is the world's first-class ecstasy. As long as you fainted to death, I will suck out the yang qi from your body alive. Pull out your heart and eat it one bite at a time. Ha ha, from now on, I am Little Phoenix Fairy, and Little Phoenix Fairy is me." Yifan's pupils shrank. He had never thought that this vixen's heart was so deep. However, this vixen had made 1,000 calculations, but she had miscalculated in the same way. She hadn't counted that Yifan was a divine doctor and that Yifan could cure himself. At this moment, Yifan operated the Tai Shang Healing Sutra, took out the silver needle bag that he carried with him, popped out 3 silver needles with his hand, inserted the 3 silver needles into his Chu Chi point, He Gu point, and on the great vertebrae point, and began to detoxify himself. Seeing this, Xiao Fengxian screamed. A flash of panic appeared in her eyes, scratching out a sharp dagger from her sleeve, and with a flash of her silhouette, she appeared in front of Yifan, wanting to seal his throat with a single cut and quickly kill him. "Die," Little Phoenix Fairy said. Yifan regained a few moments of clarity. He took a deep breath. His hands quickly formed a seal and said, "The first style of the Tai Shang healing scripture, Yin Yang Soul Locking Needle." Yifan had long ago learned the first style of the Supreme Healing Sutra, only that he had never had the chance to perform it. Now, Little Phoenix Fairy wanted to kill Yifan. In the heat of the moment, Yifan had no choice but to use the Yin Yang Soul Locking Needle to lock the soul of the fox spirit that was hiding in Little Phoenix Fairy's body. That fox spirit. Whoosh whoosh. 9 silver needles flew out from Yifan's hand and landed on Little Phoenix Fairy's head with extreme precision, completely locking that fox spirit's soul. In the next second, Yifan drew an exorcism talisman in his hand and pressed his palm on top of Little Phoenix Fairy's white forehead. It was a small furry fox, and it carried a strong demonic aura. Without half a hesitation, Yifan summoned the jade pure vase once again and sucked the little fox, which was transformed by the fox spirit's soul, into the jade pure vase. After doing this, Yifan rushed out with an arrow step and wrapped his arms around Little Phoenix Fairy's soft and boneless body, his heart trembling slightly. Yifan also did not expect that he had come to the heavenly world to consume, but actually staged a scene of a hero saving a beautiful person. In a few moments, a drop of green-colored spirit liquid appeared inside the jade pure bottle, and the soul of that fox spirit was refined by the jade pure bottle. Yifan was so excited that he wanted to shout out. His deduction was correct. He subdued the demon and subdued the devil, and he was also able to make the jade pure bottle produce green-colored spirit liquid. Right now, Yifan was worried that he didn't have the cyan spiritual liquid to catalyze the cyan fruits in the Four Seasons orchard. With these 4 drops of green-colored spirit liquid, he would be able to vigorously get rich. Yifan, was it you who saved me? Yifan hugged Little Phoenix Fairy. His eyes were shining as he observed Little Phoenix Fairy. Little Phoenix Fairy looked too beautiful, making Yifan a bit distracted. Yifan was just about to carry out his next move, when suddenly, Little Phoenix Fairy opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Yifan with a grateful face. What happened just now? Little Phoenix Fairy remembered clearly. She had been possessed by the spirit of the fox spirit, and if it wasn't for Yifan stepping forward and killing that fox spirit, she would have died for sure. Upon hearing this, Yifan gave a bad smile and held Little Fengxian's chin in his hand as he said belly-floppingly, "Yes, it was me who saved you. How do you plan to repay me?" Little Fengxian got up from Yifan's warm embrace. A hint of shyness appeared on her small face, and softly said, "Yifan, I want to fangirl you." Hearing Little Phoenix Fairy say this, Yifan smiled excitedly, rubbed his hands vigorously and said loudly, "Little Phoenix Fairy, are you telling the truth?" Chapter 79, If Fate is Unfair, Fight It to the End. Upon hearing this, Little Phoenix Fairy smiled lightly and faintly. That delicate melon face was filled with gratitude. "Yifan, of course what I said is true." Although Little Phoenix Fairy had been possessed by that fox spirit's soul, but her consciousness was still there. She clearly remembered that Yifan had fought to the death with that vixen spirit in order to save her. Especially, when Yifan took out the jade pure bottle and sucked away that vixen's soul. When Little Fengxian saw this scene, she was so moved that she almost cried, and at that time, she swore in her heart that she would repay Yifan. Seeing Little Phoenix Fairy looking at herself with affection, Yifan smiled extremely flirtatiously and said, "Little Phoenix Fairy, I have a stubborn disease in my body, so I can't do anything with you right now. When I get better, I will come back to you. At that time, you can throw yourself at me again." Yifan clearly knew that his impotence disease was not completely cured right now, so even if Little Fengxian was willing, he could only stare dryly. That was why Yifan said these words. Xiao Fengxian lowered her eyebrows. Her pair of peach blossom eyes flickered darkly. Her face was full of flirtatious colors, and she softly said, "Yifan, do you dislike me and think I'm unclean? Let me tell you, although I am the flower leader of the heavenly world, and am sought after by all kinds of men, but I have kept my body like a jade so far. I am still a yellow flower girl." After saying that, Little Fengxian looked at Yifan in a pitiful manner, and that sultry look made Yifan get goosebumps. It had to be said, Little Fengxian was too provocative looking. As long as it was a man would not be able to eat it. Little Fengxian thought that Yifan disliked her, which made Yifan a bit of a dilemma. Yifan couldn't do it right now. This was something that he knew in his heart. Thinking about this, Yifan's eyes flashed and said, "Little Phoenix Fairy, I really didn't lie to you. I can't touch a woman when I have a disease. I don't dislike you. Let's put it this way. You help me press massage, do a foot bath, and then, teach me how to play the big healthcare." Xiao Feixian's small face was shy, her willow eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and her red lips hooked. "Yifan, big healthcare is male love. You won't be unaware of it." Yifan had a black line on his face, the deeper meaning of great healthcare that he indeed did not know. Surprisingly, it was that thing between men and women. Shameful. It was really too humiliating. After a long time of silence, Yifan smiled awkwardly and said, "Little Phoenix Fairy, thank you for pointing me in the right direction." Yifan didn't know what to say. He was embarrassed. He came to Heavenly Palace in a hurry to have fun, but he didn't know what great healthcare was. Obviously, Yifan was a fledgling. He was infantile. Little Fengxian shyly glanced at Yifan and said, "Yifan, wait for me for a moment. I'll go and bring pots of medicinal water for you, and do a foot bath for you while massaging you." Yifan nodded. "Good." Little Fengxian lifted her red skirt, revealing her snow-white jade feet, and curled out of her room. Yifan looked around and saw some incomparably sexy clothes in Little Fengxian's closet. Xiao Fengxian looked so conservative, but her way was so wild, which made Yifan a little surprised. Not long after, Little Fengxian appeared with a pot of medicinal water, letting Yifan sit on her bed, and with a gentle face, she washed Yifan's feet. Little Phoenix Fairy's technique was very good, causing Yifan to be a bit mesmerized. After washing his feet, Xiao Fengxian let Yifan continue to soak his feet. She playfully lifted her skirt up on the bed, appeared behind Yifan, and began to massage Yifan. When Little Phoenix Fairy pasted onto Yifan's back, the corner of Yifan's mouth twitched as he softly said, "Little Phoenix Fairy, you massage properly, less tease me." Little Phoenix Fairy's head nodded slightly. Okay. For some reason, when Yifan saved her, for a moment, Little Fengxian's heart had Yifan's shadow. Yifan was like a ray of sunshine, dispelling the darkness for Little Fengxian when she was most helpless. It made little Feng Xian feel that the earth was worth it. Therefore, it was obviously reasonable for little Feng Xian to have a favorable impression of Yifan. At this moment, Xiao Fengxian was helping Yifan with a full body massage while chatting with him. She hadn't been this happy for a long time. The men who came to the heavenly world to have fun all treated her as a plaything. Only Yifan was special, a veritable gentleman of honor. Right now, Yifan didn't know what was in little Fengxian's mind. If he did, he would definitely be incredibly embarrassed. He wasn't a righteous man. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't, he might have really done little Fengxian. An hour later, the massage and foot bath were finished. Yifan stretched lazily and said softly, "Comfortable. I haven't been this relaxed for a long time. Little Phoenix Fairy, thank you." Hearing this, little Phoenix Fairy hooked her lips in a smile and whispered, "Yifan, in the future, if you are tired and drained, you can come to the heavenly palace to find me. I'll be at your service anytime." Yifan blinked his eyes and snapped, "Do you charge money?" Little Phoenix shook her head. "No charge, all free." Yifan smiled faintly and said, "Little Phoenix Fairy, still you are interesting enough." Little Phoenix Fairy's thin lips lifted slightly. Aha! After chatting with Yifan, little Phoenix Fairy slowly got up and silently looked out of the window. Her beauty was so beautiful that Yifan was instantly dumbfounded. Seeing this, Yifan stood up long and slowly walked to little Phoenix Fairy's side, and snapped, "Little Phoenix Fairy, what are you thinking about?" Little Phoenix Fairy smiled back and replied, "Thinking of you." Yifan revealed a touch of warmth from his handsome face and said, "I can see that you are not thinking about me. You are thinking about going out from the heavenly world. The current you is like a canary locked in a cage. You don't have any semblance of freedom at all." Hearing Yifan say this, little Fengxian's beautiful eyes darkened and said, "Yifan, it's still you who understands me. When I was 3 years old, I was abducted by human traffickers and sold into the Su family. At that time, I was suffering from an incomparably serious disease. In order to save me, Sister Su Yan spent a lot of money for me and finally cured me. She treated me like a sister. In order to repay Sister Su Yan, after the age of 18, I voluntarily entered the heavenly palace and became the flower girl of the heavenly palace, and I did so for 4 long years." At this point in the conversation, little Fengxian paused and then said, "Yifan, do you think I can repay the favor I owe Sister Su Yan?" Hearing this, Yifan smiled faintly and said softly, "Little Phoenix Fairy, you are too sentimental. Since you are not willing to stay in heavenly man, then, you and Su Yan say it is. I believe that with your and Su Yan's feelings, she will definitely let you go." Little Phoenix Fairy's lips hooked. Her face was full of self-deprecation. "Yifan, Sister Su Yan will let me go. The Su family doesn't see to let me go. The heavenly palace is just one of the Su family's entertainment industries. The Su family is the leading leader of the entertainment industry in Nanzhou City. I don't dare to offend the Su family. In my life, this might be it." Chapter 80, Treasure Girl. As the voice fell, little Fengxian's delicate body trembled and gently leaned on Yifan's shoulder as she began to cry sadly, "A beauty with tears. I feel sorry for her." Yifan had heard a saying that if fate was unfair, then, fight it to the end. In this matter, Yifan could, but little Fengxian could not. She was just a weak woman. Yifan's hot blood went to his head, and with a heavy face, he said, "Little Phoenix Fairy, a mere Su family is nothing. If you don't mind, I am willing to ransom you and let you regain your freedom. However, you have to promise me that you will work for me for 3 years for free and help me sell fruits." Little Fengxian smiled excitedly and tightly wrapped her arms around Yifan's waist, saying, "Yifan, what did you say? You are willing to ransom me?" Yifan nodded. "Yes, you are so pretty and are the queen of the nightclub. If I let you help me sell fruits, at that time, the peach fruit house that I opened will definitely explode." Hearing Yifan say this, little Phoenix Fairy smiled emotionally and said, "Yifan, as long as you dare to help me ransom my body, I will dare to become the fruit shitsu of the peach fruit firm." Yifan uttered in a deep voice, "Yes." With these words, Yifan let little Phoenix Fairy lead the way to Su Yan, the behind-the-scenes boss of Heavenly Palace. The reason why little Fengxian dared to ask Yifan to help her redeem herself was because she realized that Yifan was not an ordinary person. As long as Yifan was willing to help her, she might be able to regain her freedom. A little while later, Yifan and little Phoenix Fairy walked to the front desk on the first floor of the Heavenly Palace. Little Phoenix Fairy walked to a short-skirted beauty with lotus steps, and faintly said, "Sister Su Smoke, don't be busy for a while. There's something I want to discuss with you." Su Yan stopped counting the money and got up from the counter with embarrassment, curiously saying, "What is it?" Little Fengxian smiled gently, "Sister Su Yan, Yifan and I fell in love at first sight and have already made a private bet. Yifan wants to marry me and make me his daughter-in-law. He wants to redeem himself." Su Yan's beautiful eyes glared, incredulously looking at Yifan, saying, "Little Fengxian, what did you say?" Yifan, This stinking peasant wants to ransom you. He really knows how to play. Be careful. You've been tricked by him. He's colorful. He's not a good person at first glance. Yi Fan looked straight at Su Yan. He never dreamed that the short-skirted beauty who had led the way for him before was actually the behind-the-scenes boss of the heavenly palace. Yi Fan clearly remembered that Su Yan led the way for him, and he gave Su Yan a tip of $500 rather ostentatiously. Su Yan's worth could easily start at a few $100 million, and she even liked to make a small fortune. This showed that Su Yan was a woman who loved money. Thinking about this, Yi Fan walked to Su Yan with a confident face and smiled. Su Yan, make a price. How much do I need to pay in order to help little Feng Xian redeem herself? Su Yan coldly smiled and mocked. Redeeming little Feng Xian's body. Can you afford to do so? Little Phoenix Fairy is a genius girl cultivated by the Su family, and over the years, the Su family has poured a lot of resources into her. She does business and sells her art. She plays and sings. She's the Su family's treasure. According to the current market price, if you want to ransom little Feng Xian, you need to pay at least $100 million to the Su family. At this point in the conversation, Su Yan's red lips hooked, seemingly remembering something, then said, "No, even if you are willing to pay $100 million, the Su family may not agree that you help little Feng Xian redeem herself." Yi Fan rounded his eyes, greatly opened his mouth and messily said, "Su Yan, you are asking for a lion's share." Su Yan was asking for $100 million to start. Even if Yi Fan was sold, Yi Fan could not afford to pay it. Yi Fan's entire body now only had a few $100,000. Seeing this, Su Yan pulled little Feng Xian's hand and said indifferently, "Yi Fan, since you don't have any money, you'd better get lost. You're not welcome in Heavenly Palace." Yi Fan looked at little Phoenix Fairy with a helpless face. His eyes were full of apologies. He had promised little Phoenix Fairy with a big sting to help little Phoenix Fairy redeem herself. Unexpectedly, Su Yan unexpectedly offered a heavenly price. Little Phoenix Fairy smiled grimly and said softly, "Yi Fan, thank you for your kindness. $100 million is not easily astronomical for you and I. I know that you can't get this amount. In the future, if you are free, you can come and sit in the heavenly palace. I will serve you for free." Yi Fan tightened his fists and said with eyes full of darkness, "Little Feng Xian, wait for me for a period of time. I will think of a way to let you regain your freedom. Su family and human traffickers buying children. This is a felony." Su Yan was instantly enraged, immediately revealing a flash of anger from her pretty face as she roared, "Yi Fan, get lost. The Su family's matters are not for you to dictate." Seeing Su Yan's thunderous anger and unkind gaze, Yi Fan wanted to stand up for little Feng Xian. However, once he thought that little Phoenix Fairy would still have to hang out at Heavenly Man in the future. If Yi Fan offended Su Yan to death, then Su Yan would definitely torture little Phoenix Fairy. Thinking about this, Yi Fan coldly smiled and said, "Su Smoke, you wait for me. I will come back to the heavenly world again." Yi Fan looked deeply at little Phoenix Fairy and signaled with his eyes, asking little Phoenix Fairy to wait for him for a period of time. And then, he walked out of the heavenly world with big strides. When Yi Fan just appeared from the heavenly world, suddenly, an off-road vehicle appeared, followed by a Lamborghini sports car, which stopped in front of Yi Fan with a divine dragon swing. In the next second, Kai Shukuan drilled out from the Lamborghini sports car and looked at Yi Fan with a sinister face, saying, "Yi Fan, have you thought about how to die?" Kai Shukuan came to find Yi Fan's trouble so quickly, making Yi Fan somewhat unexpected. However, Yi Fan was not a good fighter. Seeing that Kai Shukuan had come in a bad way, Yi Fan coldly spoke out, "Didn't think about it." "What? You want to get me killed?" Kai Shukuan was arrogant, pointing his finger at Yi Fan's brain, coldly saying, "Yes, you clearly have no background whatsoever, and are just the owner of a broken fruit firm. But, you pretended to be a bully in front of me, not only slapped me, but also kicked me hard. It's not a gentleman who doesn't report this revenge. Tonight, I'm going to let the Kai family's thugs beat the out of you, and give you a lesson you'll never forget." When Kai Shukuan's voice fell, Yi Fan quickly stretched out his hand and broke Kai Shukuan's finger with his hand, and Kai Shukuan's finger immediately snapped in response. "Kai Shukuan, didn't your mom teach you not to point your fingers at people indiscriminately when you speak?" Yi Fan said with slight anger. From the current situation, it was difficult to make things right tonight. Since this was the case, Yi Fan would naturally throw a big fight. Kai Shukuan let out a pig-killing squeal and frantically said, "Grass, you guys hurry up and get out of the car. Get Yi Fan this death. I'll be responsible for anything that happens." As soon as these words came out, in a SUV, a gray-clothed fighter flashed out. These gray-clothed fighters were stout, their faces were cold, and their bodies carried a faint murderous aura, and they looked like they were practiced fighters. They had killed people. Yi Fan visually estimated that there were about 40 of these gray-clothed fighters. "Marred, you little peasant, you broke young Kai's finger. You're dead." more than 40 grey-clothed fighters cruelly voiced out. Then, circled towards Yifan, wanting to surround Yifan and fight. Chapter 81, Fleeing from the Scene. Kai Shukuan was in a hurry to transfer people. He still didn't know that the little farmer standing in front of him had already beaten the hell out of the people of the Wu family. Not only had he hospitalized Wu Xiang, but he had also wasted two of the Wu family's martial arts gym masters, Liang Chuan and Gui Long. It can be said so. Yifan was a man of great courage. He would not bow down to evil forces. Upon hearing this, Yifan revealed a touch of coldness from his handsome face and said, "You guys go together." The 40 or so grey-clothed thugs looked aghast as they slipped out a short knife from their sleeves and immediately stabbed towards Yifan. They wanted to stab Yifan alive and let him know what would happen if he offended Kai Shukuan. When little Phoenix Fairy saw this scene, she wanted to walk out of the heavenly palace to help Yifan. Su Yan grabbed little Phoenix Fairy's hand with a death grip and warned, "Little Phoenix Fairy, you'd better stay out of the affairs between Yifan and Kai Shukuan. The Kai family is very powerful in Bonan County. If Yifan offends the Kai family, he will die for sure." Little Feng Xian cried, tearfully saying, "Sister Su Yan, please save Yifan. As long as you save Yifan, I will follow you for the rest of my life and never mention the ransom again." Yifan was little Feng Xian's benefactor, and was as gracious as a mountain to little Feng Xian. She absolutely could not stand by and watch, as Yifan was beaten to death alive by these 40 or so grey-clothed thugs of the Kai family. Su Yan flooded a trace of gravity from her face and said, "Little Feng Xian, is it that if I save Yifan, you will follow me to the death?" Little Phoenix Fairy's head slightly nodded, tightly biting the skin of her mouth, saying, "Yes." Su Yan took a deep breath before she wanted to walk out of the heavenly manor to make the more than 40 grey-clothed beaters of the Kai family stop. Yifan's figure moved as if a dragon had come out of the sea. His body was filled with a tyrannical aura as he opened the way with both fists. As soon as he smashed his fists, a grey-clothed fighter was smashed away by Yifan. Yifan was a raw mess, and between the hunting winds of his fists, he caused the body of one grey-clothed fighter to fly away at great speed, wiping deep and shallow blood marks on the ground. Bang! At this moment, a grey-clothed fighter's expression was cold, holding the short knife in his hand, stabbing towards Yifan's heart. Yifan swung out with a fist, and the short knife, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, was immediately deformed by Yifan's blast. In the next second, Yifan kicked out a roundhouse kick, directly sending this grey-clothed fighter flying. Su Yan rounded her beautiful eyes. Her small red mouth took on the shape of an O as she marveled. "My God, is Yifan still not a human being? He's actually so capable of fighting." Upon hearing this, little Feng Xian wiped away her tears. Her eyes gazed at Yifan's slender figure and said happily, "Too good, too good. Yifan is fine." Bang bang bang. Yifan beat the remaining grey-clothed fighters like sandbags and sent them flying, leaving them lying on the ground, crying out in pain. Kai Shukuan was terrified. His face was as pale as snow, his body shivering, wanting to quickly get into the Lamborghini sports car and drive away. Yifan's body flashed and appeared in front of Kai Shukuan. A hand pinched Kai Shukuan's neck and said sinisterly, "Kai Shukuan, you want to kill me?" Kai Shukuan screamed out in fear. "Yifan, this is a misunderstanding. How dare I kill you? I sent the grey-clothed thugs of the Kai family to trouble you. It was my fault. I will apologize to you right away and beg you to spare me." Yifan smiled coldly and said indifferently, "Kai Shukuan, I won't accept your apology." As soon as these words came out, Yifan threw Kai Shukuan high in the air and kicked Kai Shukuan's body, causing Kai Shukuan's body to fly out as if it was a cannonball, landing directly into a trash can. Kai Shukuan's body emanated a pain like broken bones. His eyes rolled over, the corner of his mouth pulled and he fainted all of a sudden. "Quick, quick, quick, go save Kai Xiao." The grey-clothed fighter in the lead, trembling, got up from the ground and rushed towards Kai Shukuan with a worried face. The 10 or so grey-clothed thugs took a deep breath and said in terror, "Okay, boss." In less time, Kai Shukuan was plucked out of the trash can by more than 10 grey-clothed thugs. His entire body had multiple fractures, looking very miserable. Boom boom boom. Yifan was too fierce. These grey-clothed fighters were not Yifan's opponent at all. At this moment, one of the grey-clothed fighters from the Kai family drove away the Lamborghini sports car, and 8 grey-clothed fighters drove away 8 SUVs. "Yifan, the Kai family will not let you go." In the darkness of the night, that grey-clothed thug in the lead, carrying Kai Shukuan's thieving body on his back, crossed a road under the protection of the 8 grey-clothed thugs, and then disappeared in a bumper-to-bumper manner. Seeing this, Yifan hooked his lips into a smile and said loudly, "He, when Kai Shukuan comes to his senses, you tell him that if he still dares to come to my trouble, I will beat him into a cripple." Yifan had just come to Bonan County to hang out, and even if he was strong, he was certainly no match for a family. He was weak and had to keep a low profile. That was why Yifan spared Kai Shukuan. Right now, Yifan did not have the strength to shake a family. Those gentlemen who left from the heavenly palace, they checked out Yifan's background. Yifan was just a small farmer, not a powerful family at all. They gathered some ruffians to clean up Yifan. They had just parked the car when they saw the grey-clothed fighters of the Kai family being beaten up by Yifan, and their faces changed so much that they directly didn't dare to get out of the car. Yifan hooked his finger and said indifferently, "Gentlemen, since you're here, come over. I have an itchy hand and want to use you guys as human sandbags to practice." Saying that, Yifan walked towards those gentry, frightening those gentry's pupils and cursing angrily. "Grass, what are you guys dumbfounded for? Hurry up and drive. Even the grey-clothed fighters of the Kai family are not Yifan's opponents. If we rashly make a move, are we not just going to send ourselves to death?" "Understood." The driver promised and fled in the car. Yifan clapped his hands and looked back at little Phoenix Fairy, winked at her and hooked his lips. "Little Phoenix Fairy, wait for me well in the heavenly world. I will redeem you." Little Phoenix Fairy wanted to open her mouth to speak. Su Yan's icy cold eyes projected. At this time, Little Phoenix Fairy could only shut up, gently waved her vegetative hand and silently looked at Yifan. Seeing this, Yifan turned around in a dashing manner, and that buxom jade-like body gradually disappeared in the night color. Yifan had come to the heavenly world to have fun. Not only had he destroyed the soul of that fox spirit and lifted the potential crisis of the peach fruit row, but he had also gotten the favor of Little Phoenix Fairy. This was simply the best of both worlds. Especially, Yifan learned from Su Yan's mouth that Little Phoenix Fairy would also do business. This was obviously great news for Yifan. Yifan decided that after the peach fruit row took off, Yifan would open an agricultural company. Chapter 82, Knowing People and Utilizing Them. At that time, Yifan was the chairman of this agricultural company. Shen Dan was the general manager of the agricultural company, and Xiao Fengxian was Yifan's personal secretary. Thinking about this, Yifan's heart was happy and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Not long after, Yifan walked to an intersection, ready to take a tricycle back to Peach Fruit Row. Yifan met the tricycle driver who pulled him to the heavenly world before. So, Yifan walked straight towards the tricycle driver and said, "Send me to the Peach Fruit Company." The tricycle driver lightly glanced at Yifan and said, "Handsome guy, how is the quality of the girls in the heavenly world? Tell me about it. I'm very curious." Yifan grinned and said, "Ha ha, you have an unhealthy thought. I only went to the heavenly room for massages and pedicures, not to perform male and female affairs. This trip, going to the heavenly world is worth it. I got to know Xiao Fengxian, my full set of massage and foot therapy. It's all because Xiao Fengxian helped me get it." The tricycle driver looked at Yifan with a horrified face and said, "Handsome, Little Phoenix Fairy is the flower queen of the heavenly world. She is a fairy. She even condescended to serve you? You must be bragging." The tricycle driver often hung around Heavenly Man's world, and he had naturally heard of Little Phoenix Fairy's beautiful name. He had always wanted to meet Little Phoenix, to see if Little Phoenix was really as beautiful as the legend. But, this wish of his was never realized. Yifan smiled faintly and said, "I'm not bragging. If you don't believe me, if you come over to the Peach Fruit Row in the future, you'll be able to see Little Phoenix Fairy." After saying that, Yifan drilled into the back seat of the tricycle and gently closed his eyes without continuing to talk to the tricycle driver. The tricycle driver didn't believe Yifan's words at all. He thought that Yifan was blowing awesome. What kind of character was Little Phoenix Fairy? How could she possibly appear at the Peach Fruit Row? Half an hour later, the tricycle driver sent Yifan to the entrance of the Peach Fruit Company. Yifan paid $30 for the car, then hummed a little song and walked into the Peach Fruit Company, took out the car key of the Wuling Hongguang van, opened the door, and drove the Wuling Hongguang van in a fast speed, and drove towards the Peach Orchard village at a very high speed. When Yifan returned to Taoyuan village, it was already late at night. Yifan will be 5 Diamond Grandeur van, drive to the door of the Yi family. This is just can get out of the car. A plump figure scampered out, appeared to the back of Yifan. Warm voice, "Little fan, you a wrongdoer. Why so late to come back? People want you." Hearing this, Yifan's heart trembled. He gently turned his body, looked at Shen Dan fondly, and softly said, "Sister Shen, why aren't you sleeping so late?" Shen Dan's red lips hooked, exhaled like an orchid and said, "Xiaofan, I want you, so much that I can't sleep. You take your medicine quickly. When you are well, Sis will let you feel Sis's charm." Hearing this, Yifan smiled excitedly and said, "Okay, Sister Shen." After chatting with Shen Dan, Yifan organized his language and told Shen Dan word for word about the shortcoming of the Peach Fruit Row. When Shen Dan clearly knew that the fragrant pears that Yifan had acquired from the villagers of Peach Orchard Village were catalyzed into yellow golden pears by Yifan, and were snapped up by the county people of Bonan County, Shen Dan was happy for Yifan from the bottom of his heart. Yifan finally made it to the top. Soon, Yi Fan would become the richest man in Peach Orchard Village, stepping on Chen Er Dog hard under his feet. At this time, Yi Fan gave his bank card to Shen Dan, and asked Shen Dan to be in Peach Orchard Village tomorrow. To help Yi Fan continue to collect fragrant pears, Yi Fan had to go to Bonan County early tomorrow morning. First send yellow golden pears to Tang Yuyan, and then go to Peach Fruit Bank to sell yellow golden pears. He did not have time to collect fragrant pears. Shen Dan took the bank card handed by Yi Fan, a pair of charming beautiful eyes moist. She looked at Yi Fan in infatuation. Seeing this, Yi Fan immediately told Shen Dan the password of the bank card. He trusted Shen Dan very much. Peach Orchard Village has a rural credit union. When Shen Dan collects fragrant pears, she can completely go to the rural credit to withdraw money to collect pears. Xiao Fan, aren't you afraid that I will take all the money in your bank card and go along with it? Shen Dan's eyes reddened and moved to say, Sister Shen, sooner or later you are my woman. You keep the bank card for me. I am relieved. Yi Fan smiled faintly and said softly. Shen Dan had followed Yi Fan through a lot of suffering, and when Yi Fan was at his lowest ebb, Shen Dan did not dislike Yi Fan. Now that Yi Fan was rich, he would love Shen Dan even more. Hearing this, Shen Dan kissed Yi Fan deeply and said, Little Fan, thank you for trusting me. By the way, the price of collecting fragrant pears, is it still $10 a caddy? Yi Fan raised his sword eyebrow and said, Sister Shen, my aim is to bring the villagers of Taoyuan village to get rich, so that Taoyuan village can get rid of the title of a poor village. Since I've made money, it's only natural for me to feed the villagers. The price for collecting fragrant pears, $30 a caddy, I guess. Shen Dan was instantly anxious, and said with a worried face, Little Fan, if you mention the price of collecting fragrant pears so high, will you lose money? Yi Fan shook his head. No, I still have 70% profit. Hearing Yi Fan say this, Shen Dan's beautiful eyes flashed, and she excitedly said, Little Fan, you're really great. Okay, I'll listen to you. When the words came to this point, Shen Dan slightly paused, her pretty face slightly red, then said, Little Fan, I waited for you to come back in front of your house because I wanted to give you a surprise. I bought a set of sexy pajamas online, and I wanted to wear them for you to see. Go, I'll take you to my house. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth twitched and he lost his voice. Sister Shen, I still have things to do, so I won't go to your house. We'll come for a long time. Chapter 83, Subduing the Little Golden Snake. A bright moon hung high in the sky, and the beauty's mouth was smiling. Seeing that Yi Fan had rejected himself, Shen Dan smiled in disappointment. Little Fan, you have something to do, so go and get busy first. Yi Fan nodded. Aha! As the voice fell, Yi Fan made a dashing turn and swaggered back home, furtively burrowed into the bedroom, immediately took out the Dragon Young pill from his drawer and immediately took a Dragon Young pill. Yi Fan refused Shen Dan in order to go home and take the pill. He wanted to well cure his impotence disease as soon as possible, so that he could double up with Shen Dan. Thinking about this, Yi Fan hesitated for a while, so he took the remaining Dragon Yang pills and carried them with him. In the future, he would take the Dragon Yang pill every day until he had consumed all the Dragon Yang pill. After finishing the pills, Yi Fan took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart before bumbling out of the bedroom. Not long after, Yi Fan appeared in the Four Seasons orchard. He walked under a green pear tree, used the 9 changes of spirit fruit technique, made the jade pure bottle appear into his hand, and used a drop of green spirit liquid to catalyze the green pear on this green pear tree. Thereafter, Yi Fan also moved to a peach tree, which was filled with small peaches that had not yet turned into green-colored peaches. According to Yi Fan's prediction, it would take a month or two for these small peaches to turn into green-colored peaches, and immediately after that, it would take about a month before they fully matured. Nowadays, the yellow golden pear cultivated by Yi Fan had already made a name for itself in Bonan County. Taking advantage of this windfall, Yi Fan naturally wants to create new fruit varieties, so that he can earn a lot of money. Yi Fan still didn't know if this divine green spiritual liquid could ripen these small peaches. However, Yi Fan was not a person of indecision. Since he had made up his mind in his mind, he naturally had to experiment. With a stern expression, Yi Fan quickly made a seal with one hand, causing the jade pure bottle to fly up in the air, saying, 9 changes of spirit fruit technique, ripening technique, now. With these words, a green-colored spirit liquid dripped out of the jade pure bottle, and in the blink of an eye, a fresh wind blew, causing the green-colored spirit liquid to turn into a green mist that encircled towards the peach tree. Between the green mist, the peach tree, a small peach that emerald green fruit body, with the naked eye visible speed to become larger. Yi Fan's dark eyes flashed as he excitedly said, the green spirit liquid is simply too divine. It can ripen the small peaches. After saying that, Yi Fan's mind moved and the jade pure bottle disappeared, once again possessing his body. Yi Fan made a dashing turn and immediately walked out of the Four Seasons orchard. Yi Fan believed that under his build, His Four Seasons orchard would produce a steady stream of fine fruits. As the name suggests, the so-called Four Seasons orchard was the fruits of every season that would appear in the Four Seasons orchard. When Yi Fan returned home, he looked up and a golden figure immediately rushed towards him, itching to break him into pieces. Little golden snake, you finally appeared, Yi Fan calmly said. Yi Fan, you quickly return my wild ginseng king to me, or I will kill you. The little golden snake transmitted a voice. This little golden snake was psychic, and ordinary people were never its match. The little golden snake entered Yi Fan's bedroom several times before and after, but did not open Yi Fan's iron cabinet, for no other reason. The iron cabinet was set up by Yi Fan to repel evil spirits. With the little golden snake's current cultivation, it can't break the spirit of repelling evil spirits. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth twitched as he slapped the little golden snake away and said, "Little fellow, that half of the wild ginseng king was sold by me. Even if you pester me, I have no choice but to give you that half of the wild ginseng king." Chapter 84, Fish Leaping Dragon Gate. The little golden snake landed on the ground. Showing his teeth, he said, "Yi Fan, that half of the wild ginseng king is not of much use to me. What I need is those 3 ginseng fruits that it bears out. So hurry up and give me the ginseng fruits." Hearing the little golden snake say this, Yi Fan instantly knew the little golden snake's weakness. He gave a bad smile and said, "Little fellow, it's fine if you want me to give you the ginseng fruits. However, you must promise me a condition." The little golden snake's eyes went cold and said fiercely, "What condition?" Yi Fan gently snapped his fingers. "You're psychic. You're a good housekeeper. I want you to help me look after the house. Are you willing?" At this point in the conversation, Yi Fan added another sentence. "Tempting, you just need to follow me well. I will help you transform into a dragon, so that you can leap over the dragon gate and soar to the heavens." Yi Fan was very mysterious, and the fact that it was able to defeat itself showed that Yi Fan had superior skills. Especially, Yi Fan also knew the art of the countryside. Not only could he plant fruits, but he would also go into the mountains to pick herbs. Moreover, the herbs that Yi Fan found were all great medicines that were extinct in the world. As long as Yi Fan was willing to pick great medicines for it to take in the future, it would definitely be able to transform into a dragon. The little golden snake was counting the gains and losses in its heart. It hesitated for a while. The conditions offered by Yi Fan were too tempting. It dreamed of being able to transform into a dragon one day. Thinking about this, the golden-colored little snake gritted its teeth and said, "Success, I promise you." Seeing this, Yi Fan's clenched fist slowly loosened. If the golden little snake did not agree to Yi Fan's request, then, with Yi Fan's dark belly character, he would definitely beat the golden little snake violently and beat the golden little snake until it was convinced. In the next second, Yi Fan smiled faintly and said happily, "Not bad, the children are teachable." After saying that, Yi Fan turned around and walked towards the bedroom. The golden little snake followed behind Yi Fan and entered Yi Fan's bedroom. Yi Fan fixed his eyes and found that above the iron cabinet, the imprint of the blood snake was even deeper. Obviously, during the time that Yi Fan was not at home, the golden little snake had not attacked the iron cabinet much. It was very desperate, but it didn't succeed even once. Yi Fan used the key to open the iron cabinet, took out a ginseng fruit and threw it next to the little golden snake, saying, "No, little guy, this is the ginseng fruit you need." The little golden snake lifted its head, and a flash of resentment flashed through its soulful eyes as it said, "How come there's only one?" Yi Fan hooked his lips and smiled, saying, "When did I say that I'm going to give you all 3 ginseng fruits? The other 2 ginseng fruits, I have a great use for them. I can't give them to you. Wait for some time, I'll give you something better than ginseng fruits." The little golden snake spat out its snake letters and rolled its eyes, saying, "Yi Fan, you are shameless. You abducted an underage girl, you big bad egg." Right now, the little golden snake realized afterward that it had been set up by Yi Fan. If it wasn't for Yi Fan saying that he could help it transform into a dragon, it would have definitely patted its butt and left. Yi Fan slapped his head with his hand and said, "Well, I forgot that you are a female snake. Little guy, I'm curious how you pee. Can you show me once?" The golden-colored little snake glared angrily and said, "Scram!" The little golden snake swallowed the ginseng fruit in one bite. Then, it disappeared in front of Yi Fan. Seeing this, Yi Fan cleared his voice and said, "Little fellow, don't forget our agreement. You must properly watch over my home for me. If anyone dares to come to my home to cause trouble, you must strike out in a stern manner." The little golden snake poked out its little head from the window and said sullenly, "Got it." With a whoosh, the little golden snake left the Yi family, and Yi Fan locked the iron cabinet, his eyes looking towards the 2 ginseng fruits, murmuring, "When I'm done with this period of time, and get the peach fruit row on the right track, I'll plant wild ginseng in bulk, and these 2 ginseng fruits are wild ginseng seeds." Yi Fan's thoughts were clear, and he had a set of his own plans to get rich, as well as a business program. As the voice fell, Yifan washed up and immediately climbed into bed and began to close his eyes and sleep. There were no words in the night. Early the next morning, when the rooster crowed, Yifan immediately rolled over and got up, took out 4 baskets from the house's utility room, and went to pick fruits in the Four Seasons orchard. In a few moments, Yifan's figure appeared in the Four Seasons orchard, and when he looked up, a mellow fruity flavor came to his nose. Looking around, the pear tree was filled with golden yellow golden pears, and the peach tree was filled with reddish pink peaches. Yifan quickly walked to the pear tree and started to pick the yellow golden pear. After picking the yellow golden pear, Yifan took a deep breath. He carried 2 baskets and was busy picking pink peaches. The second fruit series of the peach fruit row was the pink peach. Half an hour later, Yifan gently clapped his hands and said with a satisfied face, "Finally finished picking." At this time, the sky had just dawned. A morning breeze blew in, messing up Yifan's hair. Yifan extremely tartly wiped his hair and left with 2 baskets. When Yifan will be equipped with yellow golden pear 2 baskets, into the Wuling Hongguang van, Yifan once again to the Four Seasons orchard, will be the 2 baskets of pink peach carry away. Yifan carried the 2 baskets of pink peaches as if they were flying, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, looking very happy. Not long after, Yifan put the 2 baskets of pink peaches into the Wuling Hongguang van, and immediately drove the Wuling Hongguang van, speeding towards Bonan County. When Yifan drove to the Imperial Cuisine Hotel, Tang Yuyan was still dreaming. Yifan dialed Tang Yuyan's phone, and at this time, Tang Yuyan's confused voice sounded quietly in Yifan's ears. "Yifan, what are you doing calling me so early?" Hearing this, Yifan's thin lips lifted slightly. "Ms. Tang, I miss you. I've come to make a delivery for you. You quickly go downstairs and pick up the goods." Hearing Yifan say this, Tang Yuyan opened her beautiful eyes, revealing a hint of anger from her stunningly beautiful little face. Warning, Yifan, don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with you. What do you miss me for? You wait for a moment. I will immediately go downstairs. The corner of Yifan's mouth twitched as he shot back. "Ms. Tang, you're not saying this in the right way. How could we not have a relationship? Have you forgotten that I have slept with you in my arms?" Tang Yuyan's face darkened, and she said with slight anger, "Yifan, shut that crow's mouth of yours. If you talk nonsense again, be careful, I will tear your mouth." Yifan gave a bad smile and retorted, "Miss Tang, why are you so fierce? Do you want to murder your own husband?" Tang Yuyan was infuriated by Yifan. She immediately hung up Yifan's phone and didn't bother to talk to Yifan more. Recently, Yifan was getting more and more shameless, making Tang Yuyan somewhat unbearable. 10 minutes later, Tang Yuyan was wearing a light yellow long dress, stepping on a pair of white high heels, and walked to Yifan's front with lotus steps. Her face carried a cool aura of beauty. Chapter 85 Big Sale. Seeing Tang Yuyan appear, Yifan quickly got off the car and carried the 2 baskets of yellow golden pears to Tang Yuyan's face, smilingly saying, "Miss Tang, these 2 baskets of yellow golden pears are top quality fruits, a whole lot better than yesterday's yellow golden pears. How much do you intend to offer for one acquisition?" Tang Yuyan frowned with her willow eyebrows and faintly said, "Yifan, name your price." Yifan rubbed his hands vigorously and continued, "You know me well. If it wasn't for the fact that you gave me a sponsorship payment, it would have been impossible for me to open up the peach fruit house in such a short period of time. Let's put it this way, these yellow golden pears are still $100 apiece. However, I'll be ugly and say it up front. I'll supply you with yellow golden pears for 5 more consecutive days, and after I've paid back the favor I owe you, at that time, the yellow golden pears will increase in price across the board. Moreover, in the future, I won't give you any delivery. If you want to buy yellow golden pear, just come directly to the peach fruit bank to buy it." Seeing Yifan talking in a set way, Tang Yuyan's mouth twitched, and she said with a messy face, "Yifan, can't the yellow golden pear that you cultivated be supplied to the Imperial Cuisine Grand Hotel alone? I can offer you a very high price." Yifan shook his head. "I can't. My goal is not to be a small fruit farmer. After the peach fruit row is on the right track, I want to open an agricultural company and create a chain of fruit stores, a chain of restaurants, and a chain of hotels." When the words came here, Yifan paused and then said, "Ms. Tang, I wonder if you have heard of a saying." Tang Yuyan revealed a hint of shock on her beautiful face and asked, "What words?" Yifan faintly voiced, "Golden scale is not a thing in the pool. Once encountered with the wind and clouds, it will turn into a dragon. 7-foot man born in the world, ambitious and domineering by the world." Yifan's words made Tang Yuyan a little surprised. Obviously, Yifan's ambition was great. He was not willing to only open the peach fruit line to make money. He wanted to go farther and make his cultivated agricultural products famous throughout the country. Tang Yuyan, on the other hand, liked to deal with ambitious people. From the current situation, Tang Yuyan had to think of a way to bring her and Yifan closer. In this way, It would be beneficial for her to develop the Imperial Cuisine Grand Hotel. Thinking about this, Tang Yuyan blinked her eyes, revealing a sly smile from her stunningly beautiful little face, and said, Yi Fan, when you open a company, you let me know. I want to get in on the shares. Yi Fan bristled and said, Ms. Tang, let's wait for a while before saying anything about this matter. 2 baskets of yellow golden pears. I've already sent them over to you, so clear yourself and transfer the money to me. I'll go to the peach fruit row first. After the explanation, Yi Fan slowly turned his body, humming a little song in his mouth, and walked step by step to the side of the Wuling Hongguang van, drilled into the van, and immediately drove away in the van. Tang Yuyan was so angry that she stomped her feet. Her red lips lifted slightly and said, Yi Fan, you bastard. I can't carry these 2 baskets of yellow golden pears. Yi Fan stretched his head out from the car window and said with a faint smile, Miss Tang, are you stupid? You can find little concubine's sister to help. There was a whooshing sound. Yi Fan stepped on the gas and immediately disappeared in front of Tang Yuyan's eyes, causing Tang Yuyan to scream out, saying, Yi Fan, you bastard. Not long after, Yi Fan drove the Wuling Hongguang van and came to the Peach Fruit Company. He managed to stop the car, drilled out from the car in a puff of smoke, and took out the 2 baskets of pink peaches. After putting the 2 baskets of pink peaches, Yi Fan used the key to open the big iron door of the Peach Fruit Company, carried the 2 baskets of pink peaches, and entered the Peach Fruit Company. Yi Fan took a deep breath as he placed the 2 baskets of pink peaches on the ground, sat his butt on the seat, and began to open the door for business. Now, the Peach Fruit House was completely revitalized under Yi Fan's operation. Yi Fan believed that the Peach Fruit House's business would explode today. At 10 o'clock in the morning, some county people appeared one after another in the Peach Fruit Bank. As soon as these county people appeared, Yi Fan immediately got up from his seat and said with a smile on his brow, All of you uncles and aunts, handsome and beautiful, you came so early. Today, I've launched another series of fruits unique to the Peach Fruit Row within the Peach Fruit Row. The pink peach, $100 a piece. If you guys like it, you can purchase it with me. Saying that, Yi Fan pointed his finger at the 2 baskets of pink peaches and silently watched the reaction of the many county citizens. At this moment, a youthful and beautiful girl with long hair and a delicate face, she smiled sweetly and said, Boss Yi, this pink peach looks pink and tender. It looks like a fine fruit. I can accept it if you sell it for $50 a caddy. But, these pink peaches are sold by the number of individuals, which is a bit of a pitfall. Yi Fan lowered his eyes and looked at the girl's parched figure, and badgered, Girl, the so-called penny wise and pound foolish. I'll reveal a little secret to you. Not only does this pink peach taste amazing, but also, its healing effect is even more heavenly. It has the effect of enhancing the figure. If you don't believe me, you can try eating a pink peach. Hearing Yi Fan say this, the girl Qi Qingluo's pupils shrunk, opened her small red mouth, and said, Boss Yi, the pink peach that you cultivated, is it really so divine? Yi Fan nodded his head, divine or not, just eat one and see. As his voice fell, Yi Fan bent down and took out a pink peach the size of an adult's fist from the basket, smilingly handing the pink peach to Qi Qinglu, saying, Here. Qi Qinglu was in her 20s and was still a dried-up girl. Over the years, she had searched for doctors to cure her, and had spent more than $100,000 before and after, but, all of them had little effect. She was desperate. Unexpectedly, Yi Fan was telling her that pink peaches could enhance her figure. Qi Qinglu took a deep breath, took the pink peaches handed over by Yi Fan, and began to eat them in large mouthfuls, as if she had grabbed the last straw. Qi Qinglu gulped down all the pink peaches and gently burped. Yi Fan wasn't wrong. The taste of the pink peach was very good. Qi Qingluo's taste buds were trembling as she ate the pink peach, and her lips and teeth were filled with the scent of fresh air. Not long after, Qi Qingluo's flat as a pancake figure did not change in the slightest. Qi Qinglu looked at Yi Fan with a skeptical face and said, Boss Yi, it seems like this pink peach can't enhance the figure. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan smiled confidently and said, Girl, don't be anxious, the show has just begun. Yi Fan gently snapped his fingers, and suddenly, a stream of cool qi flowed out of Qi Qingluo's body. Under the catalyst of that cool qi, Qi Qingluo's parched figure instantly became very amazing.